Chapter 1, Being Called for Rent. Su Chen, who was having a beautiful dream, was woken up by a sharp knock on the door. Who is it? Still letting people sleep? Su Chen had a burst of fire, and was about to curse, when the landlady's shrill voice came from outside the door. Su Chen, in or out? You brat, hurry up and pay the rent, or pack up your bunk and get out of here. Hearing the landlady's voice, Su Chen winced. This is a female tiger, not to mention the stout body, and will also have a little kung fu. Mess with her, but no good fruit to eat. Pang pang pang, the door of the room was pushed by her and shook violently. Su Chen rubbed his head, and cursed in his heart, I'm not just dragging you, a female tiger, for 3 days' rent? As for urging for rent as if you were in a hurry, it's not like I won't pay. Although he complained in his heart, he didn't dare to say it on his mouth. The landlady's fist was bigger than a brass bell. One fist down. I'm afraid that Su Chen's life would not be guaranteed. Speaking of which, Su Chen is also considered a college student, just learning a cold specialty. It is not easy to find a job, but the company closed down in half a year, originally said to send the wages delayed for 3 months, and when he went to look for a job again, he encountered all kinds of problems. Either the wages were too low, or the company was a scam, and his city is a coastal developed city, Jiangzhou. Housing prices that is fast breaking through the sky, followed by the rent is also ridiculously expensive. He have a month's salary to pay the rent, plus the cost of living is not low. Make friends, get together, and then miscellaneous buy some things. Basically the money is so used out. Not only was it moonlight, but it was also in debt. After a knock on the door, the landlord did not hear any movement in the room, probably thought that Sun Chen was not at home, simply moved his feet and left. Although the tigress landlord looks tough, not much culture, but people have 10 sets of demolished houses in their hands, every month just to collect rent of $35,000, more than Su Chen half a year's salary. Sun Chen for the life of the tigress, that is super envious. If you can hold 10 sets of houses in Jiangzhou, how good it would be to be a rent collector. Su Chen secretly from the cat's eye to see the tigress is finally gone, which put down the heart, a long sigh of relief. The days of not paying the rent, lived really fearful, mental pressure is extremely. Sun Chen felt like he was a bit deflated. Suddenly, an electronic voice rang within his head. What's going on? It can't be because of too much pressure and hallucinating. A shock ran through Su Chen's heart. A clear and pleasant voice. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Super Divine Hero system. Signing in once a day, you will be able to obtain countless wealth and rewards. May I ask if the host needs to sign in? Sign in to get wealth? Su Chen was a bit confused. Could this be the system that was popularized in netizens? Su Chen instantly calmed down. For a fan of net literature, he also knew what was called a system. That is, if the system is in your hand, the world is mine. Maybe it was really God who saw that he was living too bitterly and wanted to send a godly system to him. The pleasant goddess voice sounded again. Just a reminder to the host. If you don't sign in now, you'll lose your chance to sign in today. You'll have to wait until tomorrow to receive it. May I ask if the host is ready to give up? No, I want to sign in. Su Chen was energized. How could he let go of such a good life-changing opportunity? With that, Su Chen shouted to the sky, I'll sign in. I want to become a winner in life. Sign in successfully. A pleasant voice sounded in his head. The system will send a reward for the host soon. Please check later. What reward? Su Chen said excitedly. Immediately after the wonderful electronic sound, something like a game system screen appeared in front of his eyes. There was a huge red gift bag on it, and as long as you clicked on this red bag, you could get the gift inside. The excited Su Chen directly clicked in that void with his hand, and soon he heard a sound of coins doing the ringing, which was particularly pleasant to the ear. With a flash of light, the gift bag opened, and the voice of the system beauty reminded once again, congratulations to the host for getting a set of Jiangshan Yulan Mountain Jiangwan Villa in Jiangzhou. Yulan Mountain Jiangwan Villa? Su Chen was so excited that he almost jumped up. For those who live in Jiangzhou, which one doesn't know Jiangzhou's Yulanshan Jiangwan Villa? That can be considered the most expensive place in the entire Jiangzhou or even the entire China. Here almost gathered the entire Jiangzhou high-class people. Life here are almost all non-rich or noble. Each are very valuable. Moreover, the river view here is the best in the entire Jiangzhou, and you can enjoy the best prosperous river view in the entire Jiangzhou. Su Chen immediately opened a beautifully packaged bag gifted by the system. Inside placed the Jiangwan Villa's real estate certificate, transaction contract, as well as all the formal procedures. Can withstand any department's query. Can guarantee that the source of this set of house is absolutely formal, because the Jiangwan Villa is decorated with the world's most advanced smart home. As a considerate system, she also prepared a set of introduction manuals for the host, so that it can be easily used. The system's service was really considerate. Su Chen opened the introductory instructions. This set of villa is situated at the halfway point of the mountainside. It is a 3-story detached villa with 16 rooms, 3 halls, a private swimming pool with everything, and it is also equipped with 4 nannies. This set of villa according to the market valuation has reached more than 300 million. Because this set of villa occupies the excellent location of Yulan Mountain, so there is still a great appreciation space in the future. Su Chen looked at the manual. His heartbeat was getting stronger and stronger. Is this ing true? He shook his own mouth and felt a hot pain. He then believed that this was true. He really owned a villa worth over $300 million. Originally, Su Chen still wanted to sleep, but now he had no sleep at all. He was like a stimulant. A Yulan Mountain villa worth $300 million. I have to go and see exactly what this mansion actually looks like. Su Chen hurriedly put on his clothes and walked straight out the door. Sneakily rushed out from in front of the female tigress's room. He can't be found by the female tigress, or else he won't be able to get through a lot of noise. Su Chen took the bag of documents in his hand, and then stopped a cab. The cab driver heard him say to go to the rich area of Jiangzhou. Yulan Mountain could not help but look at him more than a glance, to see him all over the ground, slightly flabbergasted, and then repeated the question. Su Chen also saw the other party's disdain and couldn't help but shout, "That's right, I'm going to Yulan Mountain." After more than an hour of traveling, Su Chen finally arrived at the Yulan Mountain Villa area, which was worthy of being the most luxurious rich area in Jiangzhou. The greenery all around was done in a particularly artistic manner, and it wasn't too different from the usual 5-level scenic spots. The cab driver originally wanted to follow and enjoy the scenery, but the cab driver was not allowed to stay here for too long. He could only turn around and leave. Su Chen directly opened the door and got out of the car. He did not hesitate to walk directly towards the gate of the top-level villa area of Yulan Mountain. This place had the most advanced security system in the world, as well as the most professional security personnel, most of which were special armed retired from the line, and not like many neighborhoods like 50 or 60-year-old men. Just as Su Chen approached the gate of the villa area, there were heavily armed security personnel who came forward to block the way. Chapter 2 Luxury Life. Sir, this is a top private mansion area, please, not. Just when that security officer was about to say please don't approach, Su Chen had already taken out the identity card in his hand and directly placed it on the sensor on the gate. Dripping, "Welcome home, master," a robotic voice rang out. Immediately afterward, the closed gate rose up slowly. Even if the well-trained security guards were surprised to the core, their faces immediately returned to a smile. "Sir, let me open the way for you. May I ask how many villas you are the owner of?" Su Chen returned a smile and didn't shout a curse. That would make him look like a useless quality thug. Although the security guard next to him was trying hard to maintain his composure, his heart had already turned upside down. This plain-looking young man was actually the owner of Yulan Mountain Villa. The rich people nowadays, they really know how to play. Wearing a flip-flop, carrying a plastic bag, and going out with all the stall goods? He's not trying to test me, is he? Number 23, Su Chen said indifferently. Subsequently, the security guard used the small bus within the villa area to send Su Chen to the 23rd villa building. He bowed and got out of the car, warmly welcoming Su Chen down. "Sir, I am Xiao Chun, who is responsible for the security of villas 20 to 30. If you have any needs you can use the radio to call out to me. I'll come over to serve you right away after I receive the signal." I know. Su Chen gently nodded his head and said. As Su Chen entered into the villa, that security guard exhaled heavily. It was good that this owner was quite good-tempered. Otherwise, with his abrupt behavior just now, he would have already been fired. Entering into the villa, there were 4 nannies standing straight at the door. Waiting until Su Chen entered, they bowed and said in unison, "Master has worked hard. Welcome home, master." "Master? Am I that old?" Black lines appeared on Su Chen's head as he waved his hands and said, "Don't call me master in the future. Call me young master." Those 4 nannies nodded in unison and said, "Yes, young master. Young master, will you dine or bathe first?" The leader, a mature and charming beautiful woman in her 30s, spoke. Su Chen carefully sized up these 4 nannies, and a gasp of amazement ran through his heart. The quality of these cleaning nannies seemed to be good. The system's arrangement is really considerate. The corner of Su Chen's mouth revealed a smile. "No dining or bathing first. I'll visit my own home first." Su Chen waved his hand and said. The leading nanny was called Bai Yun. She immediately took out a pair of clean cool slippers and placed them in front of Su Chen and said, "Please change, young master." "Good." Su Chen enjoyed the 5-star treatment and directly threw away his dirty slippers and replaced them with clean branded slippers. As soon as they entered his feet, there was a soft feeling, as well as a burst of aroma coming from above. Su Chen was the first to feel the joy of the rich. Standing next to the 4 nannies was a middle-aged man in his 40s, who bowed and said, "Young master, I am the butler appointed by the property center to manage everything for you. I will provide you with all the help you need for your stay. I'm sure you're unfamiliar with everything in the villa at this moment. I'll explain it to you meticulously now." Su Chen sighed in his heart. This Yulan Mountain Villa service is really special. For all the troubles I encountered, they had already arranged a solution for me long ago. Good, then I'll be grateful to the housekeeper. The middle-aged uncle bowed and said, young master is polite. This is all my part. My surname is Sun. My name is Sun Chang. You can call on me if you have any orders. Alright, then you can take me to familiarize myself with the room first. Su Chen nodded slightly and said. Immediately, Sun Chang brought Su Chen inside the hall. The room was decorated with all foreign imported materials, revealing a luxurious atmosphere in its elegance. In addition to the use of top-quality materials, all the appliances in the room were all smart home appliances, with a full sense of technology. All of them can be manipulated by cell phone, and when at home, they can also be commanded directly by voice. Su Chen stroked the hot gold-colored sofa and laid down on it. The soft and warm feeling was refreshing to the home. The feeling of being rich is good, Su Chen exclaimed. Compared to the tattered second-hand hard sofa he had in his rental house, that touch was really a world of difference. Lying on the comfortable and soft sofa, sleepiness came immediately. It was more comfortable than a bed. After lying down, the large panoramic screen on the wall immediately opened. Immediately, the 5D surround sound sounded at the same time. He was immediately in a luxurious private theater. Wow, this big screen is really high definition. I instantly have a feeling of being there. Sun Chen immediately indulged in the enjoyment of the home theater. The beach bikini beauties within that screen were so real that it was like they could jump out of it right away. And the big jiggling waves were so damn real. Young master, do we want to feel the private pool? Swimming for an hour every day will be especially good for the body. Sun Chang at the side continued to introduce Su Chen. Good. Let's go to the next stop, Su Chen said with a smile on his brow. In the future, he would be living in such a high-specification house. Thinking about that feeling, it was really beautiful. Led by the butler Sun Chang, Sun Chen arrived at the private swimming pool in the backyard. Wow, so big? Sun Chang thought that the private swimming pool was just a small puddle of water, but he didn't realize that this swimming pool was quite a bit bigger than the one he once played in the amusement park. Swimming a round trip would take at least 20 minutes. Sun Chen didn't care that much and jumped straight in. After swimming for half an hour, his stomach croaked, and he realized that he hadn't eaten breakfast yet. He waved his hand to the housekeeper Sun Chang and said, I'm hungry. You hurry to call a takeaway for me. I want to eat a cassoulet with rice. Plus a roast chicken. Normally, the best meal Su Chen ate was cassoulet rice, and when it came to the difficult times of the few days of payday, all he ate was still instant noodles. After ordering a cassoulet with rice, Su Chen was worried that the housekeeper would laugh at him, so he purposely added another roasted chicken to appear that his consumption level was okay. Listening to Su Chen's order, Sun Chang, who was standing next to the swimming pool, almost covered his mouth and laughed. Of course his professionalism allowed him to manage to hold back his laughter. He slightly straightened his expression and spoke, Young master, the villa is equipped with 2 top chefs who can cook both Chinese and Western food. You only need to name the dishes, and I'll have them make the arrangements now. There are also top chefs equipped within the villa? Su Chen completely did not expect such considerate service within the villa. Good, then you have them make me. Su Chen usually didn't eat anything good, and when he was asked to order food, for a moment he didn't know what to order. Sun Chang on the side immediately saw Su Chen's embarrassment. He immediately suggested, Young master, there is a new tuna in the kitchen, as well as Australian prawns, caviar, Peking duck, and fresh cod. I don't know if young master is interested in any of these ingredients? Listening to the menu reported by Sun Chang, Su Chen's mouth had long been watering. Where could he still hold back? Quickly, make them all for me. I'll eat these dishes at noon, Su Chen hurriedly greeted. In the face of delicious dishes, the more he heard, the hungrier he got. For these dishes that Sun Chang said, Su Chen had only seen them on TV. He didn't think that he would have the chance to eat them now. Chapter 3, Misfortune Card in Effect. Speaking of which, one really had to thank the heavens for gifting the divine hero system, letting himself go to the peak of his life. He had to enjoy life in the next few days. Coming up from the swimming pool, Su Chen changed into a set of clean clothes. Then he came to the game room on the second floor. Opening the highest configuration computer on the market, he entered into the LOL frenzy. Wow, the feel is so damn good. After playing 2 games, Su Chen had a crazy 4 kills and 5 kills in the diamond game. Previously, he was in this segment that was often abused. So it's not that I'm a technical rookie, it's that my used laptop sucks, Su Chen exclaimed excitedly. Su Chen then entered the billiard room, table tennis room, badminton, tennis room. Almost all the popular sports were arranged in his home. Su Chen's jaw dropped when he saw these. There were countless other people in Jiangzhou who struggled their whole life for a 50 or 60 square feet house, while his villa was arranged with so many entertainment programs. The happiness of the rich, you can't even imagine. After playing for a while, butler Sun Chang came up to remind Su Chen that his luxurious Chinese food was ready. Young master, please follow me. Sun Chang led the way in front. There was a special dining room for the meal. As soon as he entered the dining room, Su Chen saw the table was set with a good Australian large lobster, tuna salad, and 2 large roast ducks, various colors of fruits and vegetables and a dozen plates. Made it for me alone? Sun Chen looked at so many delicious dishes shocked beyond words. That's right, these are all prepared for young master. If young master has any other orders, I will immediately ask the chefs to prepare them. Sun Chang thought that Sun Chen felt that the dishes were too little. No more. These dishes are enough. When had Sun Chen ever eaten such a sumptuous meal? He hurriedly grabbed a large lobster to tear into it, but the lobster was too hard. He couldn't tear it apart at all. Sun Chang frowned as he watched. He immediately waved his hand, and the 2 nannies beside him immediately came forward and helped Su Chen slowly peel the lobster and scoop out the meat inside. Young master, eating lobster and tuna should be paired with a good glass of red wine, so that it's fun to eat. There is an 89-year-old Lafite hidden in the villa. I don't know if young master likes to drink it? Sun Chang suggested from the side. For this kind of Western food, Sun Chang was naturally a lot more sophisticated than Su Chen was. Then quickly bring it up. Sun Chen waved his hand and said. Su Chen was not too familiar with red wine, but he had seen a lot on TV. A bottle of 89-year-old red wine would cost at least a few tens of thousands of dollars. Coupled with these excellent delicacies on the table, it was feared that this meal would cost $100,000. The more Su Chen thought about it, the more surprised he was. Thinking about it, he only earns $50,000 a year, so he can't afford to pay for this meal. Paired with red wine and a seafood feast, Sun Chen was a drunk and happy man. Due to his inability to win, he got drunk and only woke up from his fluffy bed the next morning. What happened yesterday was too dreamy for Sun Chen, and he still had a sense of unreality. Waking up from his bed, I thought it was just a dream. Who knew that the voice of Sun Chang's housekeeper rang in his ears? Young master, the washing water and towels are ready for you. May I ask you to get up now? Sun Chang butler. Ha ha, so it wasn't a dream. Su Chen revealed a bright smile. It wasn't a dream. Then he could continue to enjoy this rich man's life. Alright, you guys go out. I can handle it myself. Sun Chen regained his composure and waved his hand for the housekeeper and nanny to go out. Sun Chen was in the midst of excitement. At the same time, a wonderful electronic tone immediately rang in his head. May I ask the host to sign in? Sign in. Su Chen chose to sign in without hesitation. Sign in and you'll get to the rewards. Cootie. It's not signing in. Sure enough. Then the electronic voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining $500,000 in cash and 1 bad luck card. What? $500,000? Su Chen almost made a happy farting sound. He worked hard for 10 years to earn $500,000. This casually signing in to get $500,000. It was really cool. System, what is the bad luck card for? For the extra bad luck card, Su Chen was a bit curious and couldn't help but ask. The bad luck card can be used on anyone. After using the bad luck card, that person will be unlucky for a day, and nothing will go well. The system explained. Well, that's not bad. When the time comes which person messes with me, I'll throw the bad luck card at him. Su Chen typed. With $500,000, let's first settle the rent of the current tigress landlord. Owing her 2 months of rent, she came knocking on the door every day, almost annoying Su Chen to death. Now that he finally had the money, he could just take a handful out and plug the mouth of the tigress. After washing up, Su Chen immediately went out and took a taxi, directly to his dilapidated urban village. Just came to the entrance of the building of the neighborhood where he lived. He saw that his clothes were thrown to the ground, as well as his toiletries, books. It's too much. The mother tiger actually threw my things out. Su Chen was furious. He directly shouted, Mother tiger, what qualifications do you have to throw my things out? At this moment, the tigress was watching TV in her room, and when she heard Su Chen's voice, she coldly walked out, and she pulled out her loud voice to split her head and loudly cursed. Su Chen, your kid owes me 2 months of rent, so I'm naturally qualified to throw your things out. If you don't rent it, my house can't be left empty for nothing. Whose money will be counted for the loss? The mother tiger's saliva was about to spray onto Su Chen's face. Isn't it just 2 months' rent? Do you have to be so desperate? Mother tiger, Su Chen accused. Hearing their bickering, a lot of people gathered around and all came to see what was going on. Auntie Zhou, the tigress, said with a disdainful face, isn't it just 2 months' rent? That's easy to say. If you have it, why don't you give me the rent? Poor man, don't rent a room if you don't have money. Auntie Zhou's words were like 2 big slaps, slapping Su Chen hard in the face. This made Su Chen furious. Good thing he had money today, otherwise, he really let this stinking look down on him. Take your WeChat QR code. I'll pay you all 2 months' rent right now. Su Chen hardened his head and said. Hearing Su Chen's bottom line all of a sudden, Auntie Zhou's face looked a little strange, muttering in her heart if this kid really had the money to pay the rent. If that was the case, he had indeed gone a bit overboard by throwing away Su Chen's luggage. After all, there were many other tenants in this building, which would affect her reputation. However, he still looked down on Su Chen and moved the QR code over. Su Chen immediately scanned down the QR code with his cell phone and immediately transferred the $3,000 of rent over. Seeing the new $3,000 coming in on her cell phone, Auntie Zhou's face immediately changed, smiling like a sunflower. Gu, Xiao Sua. It's Auntie Zhou who was impulsive. It's Auntie Zhou who was wrong. You forgive Auntie Zhou once. Auntie Zhou promises that she won't be like this next time. I apologize to you. You'll continue to stay here at Auntie Zhou's place, and I'll give you a month's water bill waiver. The rapid change in Auntie Zhou's attitude before and after made Su Chen only feel a wave of nausea. This kind of dog-eyed person didn't deserve to talk to him. I don't think it's necessary. This shabby environment. I don't think it's suitable for me to live in. I've already found a house in Yulan Mountain now, and my housekeeper will come to pick me up soon. Su Chen coldly said. Yulan Mountain? Auntie Zhou covered her mouth and laughed. Little Su, Yulan Mountain is the top rich district in Jiangzhou. Just like you. You live there? Don't laugh. Just as Auntie Zhou was questioning, a Bentley with the words Yulan Shan on it came down the road. From the car came down a middle-aged man in a well-fitted suit. He got off and respectfully bowed to Su Chen and said, Young master, I'm late. Please forgive me. Carry all my traveling gifts to the car. Su Chen faintly ordered. Yes, young master. Sun Chang hurriedly went to pack the traveling gifts. Seeing the Bentley worth several $1 million, Auntie Zhou was so surprised that her eyes almost fell out. Su Chen, this kid has really gotten rich? Auntie Zhou's intestines repented. How could she be so rude to deal with a rich man? I'm sorry, little Su. Auntie Zhou is so inhuman. The tigress slapped at her own face, fiercely. This woman could really get down with it. Su Chen no longer paid attention to such a shameless person. He directly instructed Sun Chang, let's go. Afterwards, Su Chen used a bad luck card on Auntie Zhou, trampling on his dignity like this. How could Su Chen let this stinking go? System prompt, bad luck card in effect. Sure enough, Su Chen had only stepped out of the urban village for more than 10 minutes when Auntie Zhou fell down from the building, breaking multiple bones on her body, and was picked up by 120. Chapter 4 President Good. The system then prompted him that by doing good deeds, he would be able to receive huge monetary rewards. Su Chen in a month's time crazy enrichment, turned the eye on the value of already several billion. He also befriended a rich woman, Wan Xingha, and did her a favor, becoming a guest of Huaxing Group, Huaxing Mansion, 33rd floor, Huaxing Group Vice Chairman's office. Wan Xingha tidied up her appearance and said towards the dozens of Huaxing executives inside the office, the president has arrived at Sky Royal Media. Raise our spirits and greet the president. Yes, this group of Huaxing executives were full of morale, including Zhao Hongguang's father, Tianwu Media's general manager Zhao Xiong. In addition to being excited, Zhao Xiong was also a bit strange inside. Why didn't the new president go directly to the headquarters, but came to my Sky Royal Media first? Recently, Sky Royal Media has consecutively taken a few big orders. Could it be because of this that caught the new president's attention? It seems like my Zhao Xiong's opportunity has come. Zhao Xiong thought for half a day and only thought of this one possibility. Just as Wan Xingha brought dozens of Huaxing executives in a great rush towards the 9th floor, the security guards called by Zhao Hongguang had already surrounded Su Chen. Several security guards stared at him intently. Su Chen had no choice but to take the separation report and honestly walk towards the outside of the company. Toast to the wine, but not to the penalty wine. Zhao Hongguang was godly. Everyone else put down what they are doing. All give me to watch how Su Chen, this trash, is driven out of the company by me? Ha 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 ha. Zhao Hongguang shouted towards the other employees of the company. These people had no choice but to turn their attention to Su Chen one after another, watching Su Chen walk out of the company step by step. Chen Kurson looked at this scene, and besides being complacent there was also some pity. It's a pity that Victoria Restaurant, such a good place, is owned by this punk. Only I deserve this restaurant. Chen Kurson was very sorry. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen had already walked out of Sky Royal Media. Zhao Hongguang couldn't help but laugh again. Even a waste like you deserves to fight with me. I'll kick you out of Sky Royal when I say I'll kick you out of Sky Royal. Wasteful thing, not self-conscious. As soon as Zhao Hongguang's words fell, Su Chen's face appeared in the line of sight of Wan Xingha and the others who were rushing towards Heavenly Royal. Good day, President, Wan Xingha hurriedly shouted with a respectful face. Seeing this, the other Huaxing executives bent down and bowed, respectfully shouting, Good day, President, voices that resounded through the heavens. While Zhao Hongguang and Chen Kurson looked at this scene, they were instantly dumbfounded. Su Chen stretched his waist and calmly, You guys finally came. I was kicked out of the company. Hearing this, The hearts and livers of all Huaxing executives trembled, especially Zhao Xiong. An ominous premonition enveloped his heart. Hello, President, I am Wan Qinghe. I will definitely give the President an explanation, Wan Qinghe said in a hurry. Zhao Hongguang looked at this scene with disbelief, and said in a somewhat maniacal manner, Mr. Wan, Dad, what are you guys up to? This guy is called Su Chen. He's just an ordinary employee of our heavenly royal media. How could he possibly be the president of the company? You guys must have recognized the wrong person. Shut up, there's no place for you to talk here. Wan Qinghe coldly glanced at Zhao Hongguang. With his shrewdness, he instantly guessed that the president's expulsion from the company definitely had Zhao Hongguang's share. As for Zhao Xiong, when he heard his own son's words, his soul was almost scared out of his mind. And the next moment, it was uncontrollable anger. He rushed to Zhao Hongguang's front and kicked him down, scolding him as he hit him. I'll kill you, you bastard. You're blind. You even dare to offend the new president. I was unlucky to have given birth to such a thing like you. Watching the scene of Zhao Xiong violently beating up Zhao Hongguang, the employees of Sky Royal Media's brain was a mess. Chen Kerson's head was even more messed up. She shouted hysterically, Impossible. How can Su Chen be the company's president? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Su Chen's father is a bricklayer. His mom is just a waitress. How can he be the president of the company? How dare you? Wan Qinghe looked at Chen Kerson with a stern gaze. Chen Kerson continued as if she didn't see it. How could Su Chen be the president of the company? I've been with him for 3 years. If he's the president of the Huaxing Group, how could he possibly hide it from me? It's fake. It's all fake. A light flashed in Wan Qinghe's eyes, and then he took out his cell phone, opened the official website of Huaxing, and handed it to Chen Kerson's face. Reflected in Chen Kerson's eyes were the 4 big words of the new president. Name Su Chen, age 23, education at bachelor's degree, ID XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX are really the president of Huasheng? In front of the ironic facts, Chen Kursen had to accept the reality. Very disappointing for you, isn't it? Su Chen, on the other hand, had a calm face. Snapped. Chen Kursen fiercely knelt down in front of Su Chen, pearly blossoms raining down on her. Su Chen, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. Before I just made the mistake that all girls make. You forgive me. Let's start over, okay? I promise you, I will never leave you in this life. Didn't you just say that you only belong to Zhao Hongguang in this life? Su Chen had a teasing face. Pa pa pa. Chen Kursen slapped herself several times one after another, and said with a sincere face, I was joking for you. In fact, I don't have any feelings for Zhao Hongguang at all. He's fat and ugly. How could I possibly be really fond of him? Su Chen, actually my favorite person has always been you. Please don't abandon me, okay? I won't be able to live without you in my life. Chen Kursen knelt down in front of Su Chen, and tugged on Su Chen's pants leg. Don't be like this. There's actually something I've always wanted to say to you. Su Chen helped Chen Kursen up, with the same face of deep emotion. Chen Kursen's face was delighted. It seemed that Su Chen had changed his mind, thinking that she was about to become the youngest grandmother of the $100 billion group. Hua Shang. Chen Kursen was so excited that she couldn't even stand up. Su Chen looked at Chen Kursen with affection, and said with an unusually gentle tone, this sentence is, you're fired. Orb when? Chen Kursen fell to the ground, completely desperate. At this time, Zhao Xiong had beaten Zhao Hongguang almost to death, and hurriedly ran to Su Chen to apologize, saying, President, the rebellious son has committed a heinous crime. Let the president dispose of him. I, Zhao Xiong, will never complain. Su Chen didn't say anything, but picked up a check and wrote it. After writing it, he handed it to Zhao Xiong and said, take it. This is Zhao Hongguang's medical fee. Without waiting for Su Chen to finish his words, Zhao Xiong hurriedly said, President, no need. The rebellious son has eyes that don't recognize Tai. He offended you, and receiving a severe beating is a matter of course. How can I say anything? It's only natural. How can I ask the president to compensate for the medical expenses? Zhao Xiong said, and inwardly, he let out a sigh of relief. He had compensated for the medical expenses, so it seems that the president did not take it to heart. Worthy of being a person who did great things, he was just atmospheric. I'm not done talking. This check is not only Zhao Hongguang's medical expenses, but also your and Zhao Hongguang's severance pay. You're also fired. If you want to know why, you'd better ask your son, because your son told me that in the company, as long as the position is high enough, you can do whatever you want. I'm the president of Huasheng, so I'm the biggest here. Su Chen stuck the check on Zhao Xiong's chest, causing Zhao Xiong to almost not breathe, and Zhao Hongguang, who had managed to regain consciousness, fainted once again when he heard this. Chapter 5, 2 Levels of Reversal. It's over. It's all over. This was the last thought inside his head before he fainted. After doing this, Su Chen glanced at Wan Xinghe and said, "Go to the head office." After saying that, he left without looking back. Yes, Wan Xinghe and the other Huaxing executives hurriedly followed. As for Zhao Xiong, he could only wait to be driven out of the company by the security guards. President, this is the major industries under the group, as well as the details of the industries, and the documents you need to sign. President. In the 300 square meter super deluxe president's office, Wan Xinghe came in with a stack of documents in a very awe-inspiring manner. Brother Wan, you are the patriarch of the company and the right-hand man of the previous president. Just leave these small matters to others. Su Chen was still relatively polite to Wan Xinghe. After all, Wan Xinghe was an expert in this area of entertainment media, while he knew nothing about it. The president is polite. Wan Xinghe smiled. For the next few hours, Su Chen was reading the documents, which could be related to the annual revenue of $10 billion as well as the rice bowls of tens of thousands of individuals, so he had to be attentive in any case. After reading and signing the documents, Su Chen stretched his back. A phone call came immediately after. Once Su Chen picked it up, it was Shuya asking him to have dinner. Su Chen didn't even think about it and agreed. Coincidentally, the place Shuya chose to eat was actually Victoria Restaurant. Before leaving the company, Su Chen called Wan Xinghe in front of him again and explained two things. First, don't publicize yourself as the new president of Huaxing Group. He doesn't want to be too high profile. Second, as long as it is not particularly important things do not need to report to him. Wan Xinghe as vice chairman has the right to make his own decisions. After the explanation, Su Chen got on the president's exclusive elevator in the president's office and went directly to the underground garage and drove away. Not long after, Victoria Restaurant arrived. When Zhao Xiaoyan saw Su Chen, her little heart shook. Boss, Zhao Xiaoyan shouted very respectfully. I have a friend coming later, so don't call me boss, I don't want her to know. Su Chen walked towards the inside of the restaurant while saying to Zhao Xiaoyan, no problem, boss. Zhao Xiaoyan hurriedly agreed, and Su Chen had just entered the restaurant when he spotted Shuya who had her back to them. My friend has arrived, remember what I told you. After Su Chen whispered his instructions, he walked over towards Shuya. When he sat in front of Shuya he found that today's Shuya had put on a light makeup, revealing a little bit of delicacy amongst the innocents, and was even more beautiful than when Su Chen had seen her at the Supreme car dealership. Mr. Su, Shuya was a bit excited to see Su Chen. Just call me Su Chen. Mr. Su, Mr. Su sounds strange. Su Chen smiled and said, then I'll call you Brother Chen. Shuya said after a little thought, and when she said this, her face reddened again. Alright, then I'll call you Xiaoya. Xiaoya, what do you think you want to eat? Su Chen handed the menu to Shuya. Hearing Su Chen's name for himself, Shuya was flushed with shyness inside, and somewhat soulfully accepted the menu. After the two people asked each other, they finally ordered the meal. 2 steaks, a few snacks, and a bottle of red wine, totaling 4,500. Waiter, let's pay the bill first. Shuya called Zhao Xiaoyan over. I'll pay. Su Chen pulled out his cell phone. No, the deal was that I treat you. If you pay, I'll get angry. Shuya stopped Su Chen with one hand and looked at Su Chen with a serious face. Su Chen looked at this posture of Shuya. If he gave it, she would definitely get angry. So he had to put down his cell phone and said towards Zhao Xiaoyan, I remember, didn't your restaurant launch some activity where lucky customers eat for free and have something to give away? Is this activity still continuing? Zhao Xiaoyan immediately understood and put the payment machine away, saying, yes sir, there is still this activity. I just forgot to look at your number. I'm going to look at it now. They have this activity in the store? How come I didn't see it? Shuya's expression was a bit dopey. Ha ha, it's probably because you didn't pay attention. Su Chen smiled. In less than a minute, Zhao Xiaoyan folded back with an excited smile on her face and a bottle of red wine in her hand. She said in an excited voice from afar, congratulations to the 2 honored guests. You happen to be the 18,888th guest since the establishment of this store. So not only can you dine for free, but this store is also giving you a bottle of red wine. Really? Shuya stood up in excitement. Yes, you are truly a lucky lady. Zhao Xiaoyan smiled towards Shuya before placing the red wine on the table. It was a bottle of Lafite of 2,000 years vintage, worth over $40,000. Wow, Lafite. Ah. Shuya recognized the brand of the red wine, Lafite 2000. Let me see how much it costs. After saying that, he used his cell phone to search. After seeing the price, Shuya's small hand shook and almost didn't drop the phone on the ground. 43,888. This wine is also too expensive. No, it's too expensive. We can't have it. Shuya hurriedly picked up the wine. This confused Zhao Xiaoyan. Not knowing what to do, Su Chen smiled towards Shuya and said, Xiaoya, since the restaurant has this rule, let's take it, otherwise the waiter will also have a hard time. Right, ma'am, this wine must be given to you. If you don't accept it, my boss will scold me. Zhao Xiaoyan glanced towards Su Chen and said, "Ah, in that case, we have no choice but to accept it." Shuya put the wine back on the table with difficulty. "Brother Chen, did I disgrace you?" After Zhao Xiaoyan left, Shuya looked at Su Chen with some embarrassment. "Why do you say that?" Su Chen was puzzled. "This wine, I've never seen such an expensive wine before. Did I act stupid just now?" Shuya buried her head. "No, you acted cute." Su Chen did think that Shuya was quite cute. Cute. Shuya recited this word, and then the two of them chatted one by one. And when they were almost done eating, Shuya's phone rang. "Hey, Shuya, where are you?" "What? You're at the Victoria restaurant. It just so happens that I just woke up and didn't eat." "Wait for me. I'll come over right away." On the other end of the phone was a windy female voice. Shuya hung up the phone in embarrassment and said to Su Chen, "Brother Chen, I'm sorry, it's my best friend Wang Ting calling. She said she's coming over later." "It's fine." Su Chen didn't care much. Not long after, a tall beauty wearing a navel-gazing dress appeared in the restaurant, walking straight towards where Shuya was. "Shuya, I'm here. I'm starving to death." "Hey, who is he?" After Wang Ting found Shuya, her gaze immediately fell on Su Chen. One was because Su Chen was handsome. Two, because Su Chen was with Shuya. And when Wang Ting saw that Su Chen was covered in ground goods, she immediately skimmed her lips and asked Shuya with some dissatisfaction, "He's my friend." Shuya's cheeks reddened a little more. "Hello, my name is Su Chen. Shuya introduced you to me, saying that you are her very good best friend, called Wang Ting." Su Chen stood up and greeted. "Che." Wang Ting disdainfully glanced at Su Chen before sitting herself next to Shuya. Su Chen wasn't angry either and sat back down again. Ting Ting apologized to Brother Chen. Shuya, however, looked at Wang Ting with a puff of anger. Chapter 6, Not Worth the Money. Wang Ting waved her hand. "Xiao Ya, don't tease. I'm your good sister. You don't turn to me to outsiders?" "Egu, good food. There's a bottle of Lafite 2000 here." Wang Ting's gaze swept over the food and wine on the table, and lingered on top of the Lafite 2000 for a while, and then, she hurriedly stood up, and said towards Su Chen, "I'm sorry, it was me who was rude just now." Shuya's economic strength. Wang Ting was very clear, so Wang Ting immediately determined that Lafite 2000 was bought by Su Chen, and a bottle of 2000 Lafite was tens of thousands of dollars, which was enough to show Su Chen's economic strength. This was also why Wang Ting started from her disdain to her apology at this point. Su Chen similarly understood Wang Ting's psychological change, pointed at the Lafite and said, "You don't need to apologize, because the Lafite was given by the restaurant." "Delivered by the restaurant?" Wang Ting was first startled, and then glared fiercely towards Su Chen, saying, "You didn't say so earlier." In the middle of the day, he was still a poor man. One had apologized for nothing. "Ting Ting." Shuya's tone was a bit angry. "It's fine." Su Chen smiled carelessly. "Count on you to be self-aware." Wang Ting glared at Su Chen again, while calling for a waiter. "Hello, may I ask what your orders are?" The one who came over was still Zhao Xiaoyan. "I heard that you guys are giving away Lafite for free here? What's going on?" Wang Ting inquired. "It's like this." Zhao Xiaoyan had to repeat what the lucky customer said. "Oh, in that case, then bring me all the most expensive food in your restaurant." Wang Ting was incredibly excited after hearing this. "Ting Ting, what are you doing? This is not right." Once Shuya heard this, she hurriedly stopped it. "Xiao Ya, it's not worth not eating. It's not easy to come here once. How can you not eat enough at once? Waiter, why don't you go get it?" Zhao Xiaoyan was also stunned. Her gaze glanced towards Su Chen without leaving any traces, seeing Su Chen nodding before replying. "No problem, please wait." "Ting Ting, you've gone too far." Shuya was very angry. "Xiao Ya, it's fine. I know the restaurant owner. He's not that bad." Su Chen didn't want to cause Shuya and Wang Ting's relationship to break up because of this matter, so he hurriedly advised. Who knew that as soon as Su Chen's words fell, Wang Ting gave Su Chen a disdainful look and laughed coldly. "You still know the owner of this restaurant with this appearance? Stop it." The owner of Victoria Restaurant was at least a billionaire who was worth several $100 million. Wang Ting didn't believe that Su Chen, who was covered in ground floor goods, could recognize the owner of Victoria. Su Chen smiled carelessly. However, Shuya couldn't stand it anymore and looked at Wang Ting angrily. "Ting Ting, you must apologize to Brother Chen." While Wang Ting didn't believe Su Chen's words, Shuya didn't doubt it at all. After all, Su Chen was the owner of the nation's #1 luxury car, and it wasn't surprising that he knew Victoria's boss. "Hey, Xiao Ya, this man has given you ecstasy. You're helping him out so much?" Wang Ting looked at Shuya with a dissatisfied face and said, "Shuya, you're not going to tell me that you've fallen for him." "Never. Look at that look of his. Where does he look like a rich man? Following him, you will only have endless suffering. It's better to quickly dismiss this idea." Some time ago, your family introduced you to Wang Xiao is not very good? His family owns a company and has several $100 million. You nodded your head and married over to be the wife of a rich family to enjoy the happiness is not good? Don't you talk nonsense. When Wang Ting said if she liked Su Chen, Shuya's face turned red. Seeing this, Wang Ting became even more certain. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It can't be true. She stared at Su Chen with even more displeasure, saying, "Hey, kid, you don't look at what strength you have. You dare to pick up Xiaoya even if you're wearing a piece of ground floor goods, so get lost if you're sensible. Don't get in the way of Xiaoya's happiness. Wang Ting, you must apologize today, or else you'll move out." Shuya was completely furious. Upon hearing Shuya ask her to move out, Wang Ting also panicked. She didn't have a serious job in Shanghai, and in order to save money, she had been living in Shuya's rented house. If she was told to move out, she really had no place to go. "Okay, I apologize." Wang Ting had no choice but to say sorry towards Su Chen in a voice smaller than a mosquito, but in her heart, she hated Su Chen even more. Soon, a large meal was served, all the most expensive food from Victoria restaurant. Wang Ting feasted up, and while eating, she also proudly recounted a recent experience. "Xiao Ya, I met an SB named Zhang Chang when I was drinking at a bar some time ago. I told him that I had a good investment project and asked him if he wanted to invest in it for fun, and he said he was willing to take $1 million out of it, on the premise that he wanted me to be his girlfriend. $1 million, I definitely promised him, and when he transferred the money to me, I said I have to go back to my hometown, come back to Shanghai in a few days. I did not expect him to really believe it. I guess this SB is still waiting for me to come back to Shanghai from my hometown. Ha 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 ha." Shuya listened to this experience of Wang Ting's, but she couldn't laugh at all, and was even embarrassed. 4-1. This matter of Wang Ting's was already so wrong. 4-1. Shuya was worried that Su Chen would feel something bad about her because of it. Su Chen didn't change his opinion of Shuya, but did change his opinion of Wang Ting. He had thought that Wang Ting was just a bit of a gold digger, but he didn't expect her to be so shameless. Fortunately, Shuya was not affected by anything. The meal lasted for 2 hours in a row. During that time, Wang Ting finished eating batch after batch of food, all of which were the restaurant's most expensive. Zhao Xiaoyan calculated that without freebies, Wang Ting had eaten at least 1 million things. Burp. Wang Ting stood up, burped contentedly, and said, "Xiao Ya, let's go shopping. You shouldn't follow us." The last half of Wang Ting's sentence was addressed to Su Chen. "If Brother Chen doesn't go, I won't go either." Shuya shook her head. Wang Ting was angry. "Shuya, are you pig brain? Wouldn't it be good to go and find a rich and powerful young man with your condition? Must you get together with a beggar? If you don't consider yourself, you also have to consider me as a good sister. If you're going to marry into a rich family, I as a good sister can also follow to enjoy the blessings. Shuya, don't be so selfish." "Okay." She turned her gaze to Su Chen again and said, "Be sensible and get lost. Don't get in the way here." Su Chen ignored Wang Ting. "Wang Ting, you stinking Diaozi, I finally found you. Wait for me to die." Right at this moment, an unusually angry voice rang out from behind Wang Ting. Immediately afterward, a tall, black-clothed man with a face full of anger walked in large strides. The black-clothed man stared at Wang Ting in death, his eyes full of anger and resentment. Zhang Chang. As soon as she saw the visitor, Wang Ting trembled and her face turned white with a brush. "Damn, stinking Gaozi, if it wasn't for the fact that a brother said that he saw you cuddling with other men at the McGee bar last night, I would have really thought that you had gone back to the countryside." Zhang Qing rushed over and punched Wang Ting in the face. "Dog woman dares to cheat me. I can't beat you." Zhang Qing flung 2 more slaps at Wang Ting. "Young Zhang, I'm wrong, don't hit me. I'm wrong." Wang Ting pulled away from Zhang Qing and hurriedly apologized. "Where's the apology for apologizing? Where's my money? If I don't get that $1 million back today, let's see if I don't beat you to death." Zhang Qing had a hideous face. Chapter 7 Shurya's Dilemma. Wang Ting stayed where she was, her eyes floating. "Ting Ting, you hurry up and return the money to him," Shuya said urgently. "Snap, stinking woman. I told you to return the money, did you hear me?" Zhang Qing threw another slap on Wang Ting's face. Wang woman cried out in pain and said with a desperate face, "No money, I really don't have any money. That 1 million was lost by my online gambling. I don't have a single penny on me right now." "What?" Shuya was shocked. Zhang Qing, however, didn't care so much and grabbed Wang Ting's hair and headed outside. "No money. I'll sell you inside a kiln right now. You like men, don't you? I'll let you have a good time." Don't. Wang Ting screamed in fear. "Xiaoya, save me, quickly get the money to save me." Shuya had an anxious face. "Where do I have $1 million? You don't have it. Wang Xiao has it. Wang Xiao's family is so rich. If you ask him to borrow $1 million for you, he will definitely borrow it," Wang Ting said in a hurry. Letting Wang Xing borrow money to her. That was by no means just borrowing money. Wang Ting was clearly asking her to sell her body. Xiao Ya, don't hesitate. Can you bear to see me like this? We've been good sisters and girlfriends for more than 10 years. Wang Ting cried. Shuya was in a dilemma left and right. She wanted to save Wang Ting, but there was no way at all. Finding Wang Xing to borrow money, impossible. Finding Su Chen to borrow money, she couldn't open this mouth. After all, Wang Ting had damaged Su Chen for half a day. What should we do? What to do? Shuya was anxious. Stop, I can help her out with this money. Su Chen called out to Zhang Cheng, then calmly looked at Wang Ting and said, the prerequisite is that you never come and go with Shuya. Otherwise, double it back. No problem, I promise you. Wang Ting agreed without even thinking about it. Shuya's body slightly shook as she looked at Wang Ting with an incredulous expression. Young Zhang, you heard it. He said that he helped me pay back that million, and his name is Su Chen. Can't remember the wrong person. Wang Ting did not care about Shuya's expression in the slightest, but instead looked at Zhang Cheng with an eager face. Zhang Cheng stared at Su Chen in surprise and said, brother, are you sure you want to help her pay back the money? This woman is not a good thing. Sure, but I'm not doing it for her. I just don't want to make things difficult for Xiaoya. Su Chen faintly said. Zhang Qing glanced at Shuya, and then redirected his gaze to Su Chen, filled with appreciation. Brother, you can. Shuya reddened at the side. Su Chen transferred $1 million to Zhang Qing. Stare. The host to solve the problem of friends, note, refers to Shuya, so that the light of the righteous path shines on the earth. Special award host Patek Philippe Ref. 151-8, with the order number to pick up the goods at the Patek Philippe store in Zhanghai. The order number is. Mechanical voice sounded again. Su Chen the mechanical voice sounded again. And Su Chen had no inner fluctuation, and even wanted to laugh. Finally rewarded a cheap thing. Brother, open-minded enough. After Zhang Qing received the money, he gave a thumbs up towards Su Chen. Then as he pushed Wang Ting out of the way, he said in a ferocious tone, ********. Thank your best friend and her boyfriend properly, or you won't know how you'll die. I will definitely listen to young Zhang properly. Wang Ting nodded her head repeatedly. However, as soon as Zhang Cheng left, Wang Ting immediately changed her face and looked at Shuya with great dissatisfaction. Shuya, why didn't you ask him to come up with $1 million earlier, causing me to take a beating for nothing? Humph, I don't care. You have to get me at least $100,000 for medical expenses. Shuya completely couldn't stand Wang Ting's shamelessness and coldly said, why should I ask Brother Chen to get the money to save you? We're the best of girlfriends. Wang Ting looked like she was taking it for granted. Not anymore. Shuya's expression was cold. Wang Ting was first slightly stunned, and then became irritated. Who cares about being BFFs with a poor guy like you? In the past, if it wasn't for the fact that you're pretty and might marry into a rich family, you think that my mother would be willing to hang out with you? Get lost. From now on, the two of us don't have half a penny to do with each other. Su Chen said, are you sure you want to draw a line with Shuya? Old lady is very sure. Wang Ting looked at Su Chen with a look of contempt and said, the $1 million just now is probably your entire fortune, right? Only a pig brain like Shuya would look at a pauper like you. Just make sure to draw a line with Shuya. Su Chen nodded and calmly said, then, please pay for your dinner. Wasn't the dinner just now free? Also, why should I pay when you say pay? Who do you think you are? Wang Ting said with an arrogant face. Just because he's the owner of our Victoria restaurant. Zhao Shaoyan walked over with 7 or 8 security guards. The moment these words came out, Shuya and Wang Woman both froze. What? He's the owner of Victoria restaurant? Wang Ting pointed at Su Chen with a shocked expression. Didn't this mean that Su Chen was not only not poor, but also a rich man worth several $100 million? Good day, Mr. Su. Zhao Shaoyan took the lead and shouted as she bent down towards Su Chen. Good day, Mr. Su. Then, all of Victoria's staff stopped what they were doing and shouted respectfully towards Su Chen. Wang Ting was completely dumbfounded. Shuya looked at Su Chen with complicated eyes. This lady, you've spent a total of 1,888,000 yuan. Please pay the bill. Zhao Shaoyan took out the bill and handed it to Wang Ting. Several security guards also surrounded Wang Ting. $1,888,000? Wang Ting's head exploded as she noticed these security guards leering at her and hurriedly said to Shuya, Xiao Ya, we are the best of girlfriends. Help me out. Shuya looked cold and said, am I familiar with you? It's better to hurry up and pay the bill. Xiao Ya, don't. I beg you to help me. More than $1 million. What am I going to give? Wang Ting was full of anxiety. Shuya didn't pay any more attention to Wang Ting. Manager Zhao, if she doesn't have the money to pay the bill, directly go through the legal procedures. We open our store and do business clearly. We are not afraid of her kind of overbearing eaters. Su Chen threw down a sentence, then he pulled Shuya's wrist out of the restaurant. Orbital when? Wang Ting sat on her butt on the ground, suddenly feeling that her life was gray. Brother Chen, I will return that $1 million to you. After leaving the restaurant, Shuya said to Su Chen with a sincere face, don't say this between friends. Su Chen's expression was serious. Shuya spat out her tongue and really didn't dare to mention this matter anymore. It's still early. We can still stroll around. Su Chen took a look at the time. It was only 8:30 p.m. Good. Shuya readily agreed. She also didn't want to separate from Su Chen so early. The two of them then wandered around the city, strolling around, and came to the watch-specialized city. Brother Chen, I need to buy a watch. The other managers at the dealership have it, saying that personal packaging is important. Shuya pulled Su Chen into a Cartier watch. In a short while, Shuya selected a watch that cost about $4,000 and wore it on her wrist, asking Su Chen, does it look good? Good looking. Su Chen nodded his head. This one will definitely look good on Brother Chen as well. Shuya smiled and took out another watch from inside her bag, handing it to Su Chen. Brother Chen, I know you're definitely not bad at these things, but I still want to thank you. Shuya looked at Su Chen with an affectionate gaze. Su Chen naturally took the watch and put it on, shaking it in front of Shuya, saying, thank you. This is the best gift I've ever received. Shuya laughed out happily. It's good that Brother Chen likes it. Chapter 8 Buying a Bill. $1,800,000. When Su Chen was exiting the Cartier boutique, he saw the same watch as the one on his hand, priced at $17,000. This girl. Su Chen looked at Shuya's clean and pure face, and was somewhat touched. Asterisk. Who allowed you to get so close to other men? Su Chen and Shuya had just walked out of the boutique when a furious male voice came from the side. Su Chen turned his head to see that a 27 or 88, fashionably dressed man was staring at Shuya with an angry face, while the man's left hand was holding a woman with bewitching makeup. Wang Xing. When Shuya saw the man, a trace of disgust surfaced in her eyes, and her tone was slightly cold as she said, Wang Xing, I've said it many times. I don't have any relationship with you other than having a blind date with you once, so you're not qualified to talk about me like that. Humph. From the moment you had a blind date with me, you can only be my woman. You are now walking with another man. If my brother sees you, where will you let my face go? Wang Xing's expression twisted a bit. Brother Chen, let's go. Ignore him. Shuya pulled Su Chen and was about to leave. Leave? Did Laozi let you guys leave? All stand still. Wang Xing stopped the duo from going. His eyes lingered on the Cartier watch on Su Chen's wrist for a moment, saying, damn, a punk who only carries up a Cartier watch also dares to snatch a woman from me. Get out of the way. Su Chen faintly swept a glance over Wang Xing. Is your watch worth a lot of money? What can a watch represent? Wang Xing flashed his watch and said smugly, Patek Philippe, $1,280,000? How much more expensive than your trashy watch? Do you think you're still qualified to steal a woman from me? I thought how expensive it was. It's only over $1 million. Su Chen laughed contemptuously. He, you Cartier wearing trash are also qualified to say such words? Wang Xing's eyes chilled. I'm going to wear Cartier because it was given to me by Xiaoya. It's more meaningful than a few million, tens of millions of watches. Su Chen said indifferently. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Oh, dead beggar, bragging who won't. You have to be able to afford $1 million watch first. The female companion held by Wang Xing said with a look of contempt. Xiaoya, you gave me a watch. It just so happens that I also have a gift for you. Come with me. Su Chen directly pulled Shuya's hand into the Patek Philippe store next to Cartier. Acting up, Wang Xing and his female companion followed him in. They didn't believe that Su Chen could afford the watches inside Patek Philippe and were there to see the joke. Welcome to the Patek Philippe store. What do you need? The tall and outstanding-looking female store manager received Su Chen. Bring out one of your store's most expensive watches. Su Chen looked like he wasn't short of money. The female store manager glanced at the Cartier on Su Chen's wrist. A trace of contempt flashed in her eyes, but she still patiently replied. Hello, the most expensive watch in our store is the Patek Philippe Ref. 1,518, priced at 16 million meters, equivalent to 105 million Chinese dollars. Hearing this figure, Shuya was directly shocked. It was hard to imagine a watch selling for 100 million Chinese dollars. Wang Xing, on the other hand, revealed a look of amusement. Take it out for me for a moment, Su Chen said without hesitation. The female store manager said, I'm sorry Mr. Patek Philippe Ref. 1518 is our store's treasure, and it's generally not for sale to the public. Ha ha ha, your kid is still pretending to be very much like it. It seems to have long inquired about this store, but unfortunately, I can see at a glance that you are pretending. Wang Xing interrupted the waiter's words and said with a mocking face. Su Chen did not say anything. Instead, the waiter continued, even if it is sold to the public, sir, you won't be able to purchase it, because this Patek Philippe Ref. 1518 in this store has already been bought by a valued customer. Su Chen frowned. Is there only one Patek Philippe ref? 1518 in your store? It was obvious that the person who bought away the treasure of the store was him. The female store manager said, "Sir is joking. A watch of this level of Patek Philippe ref. 1518 is the treasure of the town store and any watch store. It's great that our store can have one. Damn. Still pretending here. Talking as if having you can afford it." Wang Xing let out a cold laugh. A watch worth 100 million. Looking at the whole of Shanghai, there are not many people who can afford it. What does a guy wearing ground floor goods have? While Wang Xing despised Su Chen, he was also curious about which wealthy man in Shanghai had purchased the Patek Philippe ref. 1518. A billion-dollar watch. If he could recognize this level of wealth, the Wang family would definitely be able to move up a level. Su Chen still ignored Wang Xing and said, "Then recommend me one of your store's most expensive ladies' watches for this lady." Su Chen pointed to Shuya. When Shuya heard this, her face thinly reddened and she hurriedly said, "Brother Chen, I can't have it. You gave me a gift. How can I not give it to you?" Su Chen waved his hand and continued to the waiter, "Take us to see the watch." "Okay, sir." Although the female store manager didn't think Su Chen could afford a Patek Philippe watch either, out of professionalism, she still took Su Chen and the others to look at a watch. It was an emerald green watch, full of Chinese elements, noble and elegant. It was priced at $3,760,000. Su Chen glanced at the female store manager. "Are you sure this is the most expensive lady's watch?" The female store manager gave Su Chen a blank look. This was certainly not the most expensive one. The most expensive one was upwards of $30 million. And she originally didn't believe that Su Chen had the financial strength to purchase it, so she just casually showed Su Chen one. Wang Xing said with cold eyes, "I'll see how long you poor bastard will pretend." Su Chen looked at Shuya. "Xiaoya, what do you think of this watch?" Shuya was very moved. There was no way. This lady's watch was impeccable in terms of workmanship and appearance as well as design. It was not too much to say that it was a work of art. However, the sky-high price of over $3,700,000 deterred her. Su Chen sensed Shuya's heart and said to the female store manager, "This is the watch. Swipe your card." At these words, both the female store manager and Wang Xing were surprised to the point of surprise. "Sir, are you sure you want to purchase it?" The female store manager was a bit disbelieving. "What? Do I look like the kind of person who can't afford it?" No. The female store manager hurriedly mopped her head, then took out the card swiping machine. Wang Xing stared at Su Chen dead on. At this point he still didn't believe Su Chen had the strength to afford a $3 million watch. Staring, $3,780,000. Payment successful. However, the sound coming from the machine completely crushed his last hope. Damn! Wang Xing's face instantly turned ugly. "Sir, please keep your watch." The female store manager politely handed the watch to Su Chen. Su Chen gave it to Shuya in passing. "I can't have it." Shuya hastily refused. "Put it on and see how it works." Su Chen pulled Shuya's small hand and very domineeringly put it on Shuya's wrist. Instantly, Shuya's body gained a touch of noble temperament. While the female store manager and Wang Xing's female companion looked at this scene, they all exuded looks of envy. How many men were willing to give their girlfriend a gift of over $3 million? You! Wang Xing looked at Shuya's face showing his affection for Su Chen, and became angry to the point of madness, shouting at the female store manager, "Isn't it just a watch of more than $3 million? Old me isn't that bad. Bring me a watch that's over $5 million. Seeing this, the female store manager was delighted and went to get another $5,600,000 watch. Chapter 9, Super Luxury Watch. Stare. Wang Xing paid the money like gritting his teeth, put the watch on his own wrist, and coldly looked at Su Chen, saying, "What else do you have in you?" Su Chen laughed. His favorite thing was someone comparing wealth with him. Su Chen took out his cell phone and displayed the order number of the Patek Philippe ref. 1518 in front of the female store manager. "I picked up this watch by the way." As soon as the female store manager saw that it was the Patek Philippe ref. 1518 number, the whole person instantly became nonchalant and said excitedly, "So it is you, sir, who has purchased our store's Patek Philippe ref. 1518. I will immediately fetch the watch for you, sir." Wang Xing, on the other hand, froze in place all of a sudden, like petrified. "I really don't know how a watch can be worth $100 million. Su Chen received the Patek Philippe ref. 1518 from the female store manager, casually placed it in his pocket, and said calmly. The corner of the female store manager's mouth twitched. Invisible pretending is the most deadly. Wang Xing looked at the watch on his wrist that was worth more than $5 million, and suddenly realized that this thing was no different from garbage. He carefully said to Su Chen, "Brother, just now it was my mouth. Don't take it personally." After saying that, he gave himself a slap. "Just this?" Su Chen took a step forward and fiercely slapped Wang Xing. "This slap is for Xiaoya, because your mouth is not clean." Are you convinced? Wang Xing was dazed by the slap. Not only did he not dare to be angry, but instead had a pleasing smile on his face. Convinced? Wang Xing nodded his head. Snap! Su Chen backhanded and slapped out again. This slap is for me. What are you? You dare to gab in front of me. Are you convinced? Wang Xing was still full of smiles. Convinced? Snap! Su Chen slapped left and right, and 2 more slaps landed on Wang Xing's face. These 2 slaps are purely from me looking at you and hitting you. Are you convinced? Convinced? Wang Xing secretly gritted his teeth, his face still smiling. A watch worth $100 million was enough to prove Su Chen's identity. Wang Xing could not afford to offend. Convinced is good. If you dare to harass Xiaoya again, it won't be as simple as a few slaps. Get lost. Su Chen had his hands behind his back. His complexion was indifferent. Big brother, don't worry. I, Wang Xing, guarantee that there will be no next time. After Wang Xing made his promise, he ran away grayly. Shuya looked at the handsome and domineering Su Chen. Her beautiful eyes waned, and her heart was completely engraved with Su Chen's brand. The two strolled around the city for a while longer. Then Su Chen sent Shuya downstairs. Brother Chen, want to go up and drink a glass of water? Shuya gazed deeply at Su Chen, her eyes flowing, her complexion somewhat nervous. Why was it this question again? No need. You rest early. Su Chen thought about it and still refused. Good night, Brother Chen. After Shuya took the initiative to give Su Chen a hug, she turned around and went upstairs. The moment he turned around, Su Chen noticed that Shuya's expression was somewhat gloomy. This little ninny. Su Chen helplessly mopped his head and turned around to go home. When Su Chen was about to arrive home, he found an elderly man in his 60s sleeping on a street bench. Underneath the bench was half a pocket of Cheerios. Grandpa, why are you sleeping here so late? Su Chen went up and woke up the old man. The old man rubbed his eyes and laughed. This is not. Things are not sold out. My home in the suburbs. Back to a trip to spend more than $10 in bus fares. I cannot afford to. So tonight on the bench to make up for the night. Tomorrow so that you can continue to sell things. Su Chen didn't even think about it and said, Master, I'll take all the rest. You want them all? The old man was startled, and then hesitated for a moment, said, Young man, I understand your good intentions, but so many Chelsea you certainly cannot eat all. Bad pity. Sell you 2 or 3 pounds can also be. Su Chen laughed. Old man, not afraid. I won't waste it. Can't eat it all. I'll take it to the company tomorrow for my colleagues to eat. They can like to eat this. The old master pondered for a moment and said, Good. Here is a total of 108. You give 105 on it. Su Chen WeChat transferred $300 to the old master. More than that, he was afraid that the old master would not dare to ask for it. Old master, go home early. Things I can take away. Oh. Su Chen picked up the bag and left. By the time the old master realized that Su Chen had given more money, Su Chen had already walked away. I met a good man tonight. The old master heartily lamented. Stare. The host helped the old man and let the light of righteousness shine on the earth, hereby rewarding the host with the cultivation of a grandmaster of national art. A mechanical voice rang out, and a warm sun filled Su Chen's entire body. When the warmth disappeared, Su Chen realized that his body had become much more proportional and strong, and his eyesight had become exceptionally good. 8 extremes fist, Xingyi fist, Taiji fist, Yuejia fist. Su Chen simultaneously realized that his mind had a lot more information about martial arts, and that he had perfected all of these martial arts. The cultivation of a grandmaster of national martial arts. Su Chen weighed the Chelsea that weighed about 10 pounds in his hand, just as easily as taking a bottle of water. This thing's cowhide is cowhide, but it's a pity that it's useless. Su Chen regretfully shook his head. In a society with the rule of law, fighting was prohibited. Moreover, there was no need to throw a punch as long as he paid out the money fast enough. Ms. Li, you can't run away. Better give me a good time to see Zhou Xiao. Just when Su Chen was thinking like this, ahead, 7 or 8 men in black suits were chasing a young woman. No way. Give it now? Su Chen ran over with the carrion in his hand as if he were flying. Bang! Just when a black-suited man was about to grab the woman, Su Chen made a handsome flying kick, sending the black-suited man flying 7 or 8 meters away, saving the girl. Asterisk 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 so exaggerated. Looking at the black-clothed man who was sent flying end over end, Su Chen was slightly shocked in his heart. Where did the wild boy come from? Dare to manage the affairs of the Zhou family. Get out of my way. The black-clothed big men looked at Su Chen blocking between them. Strife stopped. One of them, a slightly older black-clothed man, coldly looked at Su Chen. It's not good for so many people to bully a little girl. Only then did Su Chen look at the girl's face clearly. Green silk like diaper. Eyebrows like painting. Skin like snow. Beautiful beyond compare. It could be said that Su Chen had seen the girl with the highest face value. The girl was a little nervous as she hid behind Su Chen. She had wanted to continue running, but Su Chen's back gave her an inexplicable sense of security. It's not your turn to tell you this wild boy what to do in the Zhou family. Give it to me. 7 or 8 big men in black surrounded towards Su Chen. Be careful. The girl had a worried face. Bang bang bang. Su Chen was not afraid in the slightest. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. In less than 10 seconds, all the black-clothed men were all lying on the ground, wailing and moaning. You guys collapsed before I even exerted myself. It's no fun. Su Chen was not yet finished. Good boy. Count your ruthlessness. We'll see. The older black-clothed man struggled to get up from the ground, and after dropping a vicious sentence to Su Chen, he ran away with his men. Thank you for helping me. My name is Li Churen. The girl's eyes glowed a little as she looked at Su Chen. She had never seen a person as handsome as Su Chen who was also so capable of fighting. Su Chen. Su Chen introduced himself and walked towards the rental house. Li Churen carefully followed behind Su Chen. What are you following me for? Su Chen was a little surprised. I have no place to go. No money and no ID. Li Churen was a little embarrassed. Chapter 10 National Art Grandmaster Cultivation. Su Chen thought for a moment. I'll find you a hotel outside. I'll pay for it. Li Churen pulled Su Chen back. I don't dare. I'm afraid they'll come looking for me again. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. This was the rhythm of relying on himself? The place where Su Chen lived was an old neighborhood, a total of 7 floors. Su Chen was on the 3rd floor. 1 room, 1 hall, simple decoration, but cleaned very clean. Tonight you sleep on the bed, I'll sleep on the sofa. After the two entered the house, Su Chen said, Li Churen was born a rich young lady and had never seen such a humble house, but she didn't dislike it. Instead she felt very cozy. Thank you for being willing to take me in, Li Churen said gratefully. Stare. The host helps others and allows the light of the righteous path to shine on the earth, rewarding the host with food god cooking skills. How are the rewards getting weirder and weirder now? A mechanical voice sounded, and Su Chen muttered, but it just so happens that I'm hungry, so I can try this god eater cooking skill. Su Chen inquired to Li Churen, are you hungry? I'm going to make some dinner. A little. Su Chen told Li Churen to find a random place to sit down, and went to the kitchen to get busy. According to the available ingredients, Su Chen got a plate of shredded pork with green pepper and a plate of stir-fried shredded potato. Dinner. Su Chen handed Li Churen a pair of chopsticks. Although Li Churen was hungry, because she had something on her mind, she didn't have much of an appetite and only symbolically picked a pair of chopsticks and sent them to her mouth. However, after taking this bite, Li Churen's expression froze. She had never had such a delicious dish before. Snap. Li Churen moved her chopsticks gracefully. The bowl of rice quickly bottomed out, but she still couldn't get enough of it, wanting to add more rice but not too good at it. Su Chen saw Li Churen's small mind, and added another bowl to Li Churen. Not long after, this bowl of rice also bottomed out, but fortunately, Li Churen's meal is not big, although she wants to eat again, but her stomach really can't hold it. Your cooking is really delicious. Li Churen quietly touched her round belly and praised from the bottom of her heart. This was even more delicious than the food she had eaten at a 5-star hotel. Hee, thank you for the compliment. Su Chen smiled faintly. It seemed that the gusto cookery was still somewhat useful. After saying that, Su Chen cleaned up the dishes. I'll do it. Li Churen grabbed a head of Su Chen and packed up the dishes, taking them towards the kitchen. Su Chen didn't say anything. Orb when, in less than a minute, a breaking sound came from the kitchen. Su Chen approached to take a look. Good guy. There were a total of 4 bowls used for dinner, and Li Churen broke 2 of them at once. Li Churen froze in the kitchen, full of embarrassment, itching to find a crack in the ground. Su Chen didn't put it on his mind at all and said, people aren't hurt, right? No. Li Churen shook his head awkwardly. You go rest. I'll do it. Su Chen invited Li Churen out, not because he was afraid that Li Churen would break the bowl again, but because he was afraid that Li Churen would be injured. After washing the bowl, Su Chen found an old cell phone from inside the bedroom and threw it to Li Churen, because Su Chen realized that Li Churen didn't have anything on her. Su Chen's thoughtful consideration warmed Li Churen's heart, and when she opened the phone, she found that the wallpaper of the phone was an intimate photo of Su Chen and a girl. So he has a girlfriend. For some reason, when Li Churen saw this photo, her heart was a little sour. She obviously only knew Su Chen for less than 2 hours. How could she have such emotions? Could it be that she liked Su Chen? Love at first sight? Li Churen quietly surveyed Su Chen. Sword eyebrows and starry eyes, clear contours, more handsome than many male stars she had seen who relied on their face value. It was not impossible that she had fallen in love at first sight. Your girlfriend must be very good to you. Li Churen ghostly asked such a sentence. Su Chen froze for a moment, then seeing the wallpaper of his phone, he instantly understood that it was the photo of him and Chen Kursen from before. He calmly said, she greened me. Ah, sorry. Li Churen hurriedly apologized. But this was clearly a sad story, but there was a trace of joy in Li Churen's heart. Not having a girlfriend, Wouldn't that mean she would have a chance? But as soon as Lee Churan thought of her current predicament, she was gloomy again. I've opened the hotspot for you. The password is 1 to 9. I'm going to take a shower first. Su Chen did not continue this topic, threw down his cell phone, took a change of clothes from the bedroom and went to the toilet. When Su Chen took off his clothes and looked in the mirror, he was instantly stunned. He realized that his body was ridiculously good. His body was well proportioned and tight, broad shoulders and thin waist, and his 8-pack abs were clearly visible. It should be the changes brought about by the National Art Grandmaster cultivation. Su Chen quickly understood everything. He showed his biceps in the mirror again. Damn, I'm going to drool as a big man. Su Chen didn't dare to look any further. This was simply an incomparably perfect work of art. When Su Chen finished showering and dressed, he realized that he didn't take his top. If he was the only one, of course it didn't matter, even if he didn't wear any underwear. But the key was that Lee Churan was also there, and the two weren't very familiar with each other. Lee Churan, help me go to the bedroom and get a blouse. Okay? Just take a random one. Su Chen had to ask Lee Churan to help. Okay. Lee Churan went to the bedroom and took a t-shirt, ready to hand it to Su Chen. But just as she was about to open the toilet door a crack, her foot slipped, and as she pushed open the toilet door, the topless Su Chen appeared in front of her. Instantly, Lee Churan couldn't move her gaze away. The shock brought to her by Su Chen's perfect body was too great. It was no longer just as simple as a body, but a flawless work of art. Cough cough. Seeing that Lee Churan kept her gaze on herself, Su Chen coughed awkwardly twice. Only then did Lee Churan react, and with a blushing face, she handed her blouse to Su Chen before running out of the restroom. Thud thud thud. Coming to the living room, Lee Churan's heart was still beating hard. His body is also too good. Lee Churan bit the corner of her mouth as Su Chen's perfect body lingered in her mind. Soon, Su Chen put on his t-shirt and walked out from the restroom. Seeing Su Chen's dressed appearance, Lee Churan was actually a little disappointed. Lee Churan, what's wrong with you? How can you have such horrible thoughts inside your mind? Lee Churan shook her head fiercely. What are you doing? Su Chen was a little strange. Nothing, Lee Churan hurriedly replied, but her face turned even redder. If you want to take a bath, everything is ready for you. The toothbrush and towel are all new. But if you want to wear clothes, you can only wear mine. Su Chen dropped a sentence and lazily laid down on the sofa. Lee Churan went to the closet and chose a large t-shirt and went to the restroom. Not long after, Lee Churan washed up and walked out. Her hair was slightly wet, a few water droplets hanging on her face, crystal clear. She was wearing Su Chen's plus-size t-shirt on top, all the way to the thigh position, showing two long white and long legs flashing under the light with a healthy and enticing luster, and the whole person revealing a leisurely and lazy beauty. When Su Chen saw Lee Churan in this state, he was also a bit lost in thought for a moment. Seeing this, Lee Churan straightened her chest wax. You have a good figure. My figure is not bad either. A small hint of arrogance flooded within her. Whoops. A vibrating sound came from Su Chen's old cell phone from before. WeChat call. Lee Churan hesitated and clicked to answer. Lee Churan, what's going on tonight? I asked you to properly accompany Zhou Xiao, but you actually ran away. Zhou Xiao said that he was stirred up by you and is now very angry. Chapter 11 Perfect Body. On the other end of the phone, a furious voice came. Lee Churan gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. The person on the other side of the phone sighed and said, Didn't you say you helped Dad this time? Why did you run away? Do you know that if you run away this time, all of Dad's previous efforts will be wasted? Dad, I did promise to help you by going to meet that blind date, but you didn't tell me that that person was Zhou Long. What kind of person is Zhou Long, don't you know well, Dad? How many good girls have he spoiled over the years? He's a complete scum. A devil. You are clearly pushing your daughter into the fire pit. Lee Churan's voice was a bit out of control. Lee Father paused for a moment and said, Zhou Long is the crown prince of the Zhou family, representing the face of the Zhou family. It's normal for him to play along sometimes. Just don't take it to heart. Besides, when you get married, Zhou Long will naturally tighten up. Dad, you are still speaking for Zhou Long. Do you know that tonight my daughter was almost drugged and spoiled by him? If not for me running fast, he would have gotten me. Lee Churan said with a sobbing voice. Lee Father's voice was a little agitated at first, and quickly regained his composure, saying, You are about to be Zhou Xiao's person. Even if he did something to you, it's actually no big deal. Are you still my father? Lee Churan angrily hung up the phone and cried out. Looking at the way Lee Churan cried sadly, Su Chen's head got big all of a sudden. Comforting people, he doesn't know how to Here, tissue paper. Su Chen handed Lee Churan a pack of paper. The pear blossoms brought rain, making people's hearts ache. Lee Churan cried for a while, gradually calming down. I'm sorry, let you see the joke. What happened? Su Chen asked. Lee Churan wiped her tears and said, My dad has failed to invest in the past 2 years and owes a lot of money. Seeing that he is about to mortgage the company, he put his hopes on me. hoping to salvage the company through marriage. Tonight was a blind date that my dad arranged for me. And I didn't refuse because I knew that the privileged life I grew up with was all given to me by my dad. And I was willing to help him if I could salvage his career by letting me marry someone. But I didn't realize that the person he was going to make me marry was Joe Lone. He's the most disgusting person I've ever met. And in the middle of dinner, I heard him ask the waiter to drug my cup. And when I saw that it wasn't the right time, I ran out. And then I met you. Your father this. Su Chen had nothing more to say. Although Lee's father had nurtured Lee Churan. But just because of that he pushed his daughter into the fire pit is outrageous. If you take me in, with Joe Long's personality, he will definitely find trouble with you. So I will leave first thing in the morning. Lee Churan added. Where are you going to go? Su Chen said. Lee Churan was silent for a while. Her bank cards were all frozen by her dad. And it was hard to move an inch without money. Just stay here with me for now. The thing I'm least afraid of is trouble. Su Chen said with a relaxed face. Su Chen, you be my boyfriend. Lee Churan suddenly said. What the hell? Su Chen was a little confused. However, he quickly reacted and seriously said, if you think that you will bring me trouble if you live here with me, and that's why you choose to be my girlfriend, then there's no need for that big time. It's not like I'm helping you to figure out that you're pretty. Lee Churan did have this aspect in mind, but more than that, she realized that she really kind of liked Su Chen. Handsome, with excellent cooking skills, and then considerate. It perfectly fit her criteria for picking a boyfriend. To say that Su Chen's only shortcoming at the moment was probably that he was a bit poor, but Lee Churan believed that as long as two people were willing to struggle, they would have everything. Alright, it's getting late. Take an early rest. Su Chen laid down on the sofa. Okay, but before going to bed can you give me a hug? Lee Churan opened her hands. Su Chen had no choice but to get up and hug Lee Churan. Feeling the softness of Lee Churan's chest and the aroma emanating from her body, Su Chen's heart swam, and he suddenly regretted a little bit for refusing to become Lee Churan's boyfriend. Thank you. During the hug, Lee Churan sloppily kissed Su Chen on the cheek, then quickly ran back to the bedroom. Is this considered me being taken advantage of? Su Chen froze for a moment, and then fell asleep beautifully. The next day, Su Chen prepared breakfast early, and when Lee Churan came out of the bedroom, he said, how did you sleep last night? Very fragrant and solid. Lee Churan was radiant and her face value was revealed. That's good. I was afraid that you wouldn't be used to sleeping. Hearing this, Lee Churan's cheeks reddened a tiny bit, because the bed she slept in last night had been slept in by Su Chen, and it had Su Chen's scent on it. After eating breakfast, Su Chen took Lee Churan out to acquire supplies. Su Chen, wait for me first. When she almost reached a supermarket, Lee Churan gave Su Chen a greeting, then walked towards a cafe. Su Chen didn't follow and went into the supermarket first to shop for supplies. Ran, this way. As soon as Lee Churan entered the cafe, there were two young and pretty girls shouting at her from the window position. Lee Churan quickly walked over and called out towards the two respectively. Qian Meng, Song Qi. Qian Meng, Song Qi, her two best girlfriends. Qian Meng, a girl with heavy traces of makeup, said, Ran, are you sure you're not going back to Lee's house? Not going back, Lee Churan said decisively. It's good not to go back, lest your father sell you again. Song Qi had short hair. Heroic, said, Ran, I told my dad to lend you some money. I got it together. Here is a total of 1 million. You take it first. The password is your birthday. Lee Churan took the bank card, was very moved and said, thank you. Song Qi looked at Qian Meng and said, Qian Meng, how much are you going to lend to Ran? Qian Meng glanced at Lee Churan and said, I have 200,000 here. Only 200,000? Song Qi frowned and said, Qian Meng, you should have more than this much money. Right, and I remember that you haven't paid back the 800,000 that Ran lent you before. Right, now that Ran is in trouble, how can you lend Ran a little more? Qian Meng face calmly said, one size fits all. Lee Churan borrowed me 800,000 before because I have that strength to pay back. Now Lee Churan is determined to leave the Lee family. Hell knows if she has the ability to pay back the money. I can borrow 200,000 is already good. When Song Qi heard these words, she instantly became furious and said, Qian Meng, what are you talking about? Ran is our best friend. Need to be so calculating? He. Qian Meng let out a cold laugh and said, the moment she chose to detach herself from the Lee family, she is no longer my friend. Qian Meng, don't make friends with poor people. Qian Meng's words were like a needle that pierced into Lee Churan's heart, making her angry and uncomfortable. And Song Qi had long ago lost control of her emotions and said, Qian Meng, what are you talking about? Have you forgotten how Ran helped you in the past? Now that Ran is in trouble, is this how you treat Ran? White-eyed wolf, Chi, stop it. Since she doesn't treat us as friends, I don't want her money anymore. Qian Meng, let's end our relationship here. Lee Churan's eyes hid a trace of sadness in the depths. Chen Meng was after all her friend that she had played with since she was a child. Good. Save old lady $200,000, Chen Meng said with a cold smile on her face. Let's go. Chapter 12, Be My Boyfriend. Li Churan left the cafe with a lack of interest. Hey, Li Churan, don't leave in a hurry. Zhou Xiao wants to see you. Chen Meng called out to Li Churan, who was about to leave, the corner of her mouth lifting up a hint of a smile. You told me, Zhou Long, I'm here? Li Churan was shocked. Yes, Zhou Xiao spent $1 million to buy your news from me. Li Churan, I am truly surprised that the Li family is about to cross over, and you are still so valuable. I really don't know what young Zhou sees in you. Chen Meng's words carried a sourness. Chen Meng, you're shameless. Li Churan was truly furious. Ran, you've made me look for you. As soon as Li Churan's words fell, a domineering voice came from outside the cafe, and a tall, well-dressed youth appeared in Li Churan's line of sight. Zhou Long. A look of panic appeared on Li Churan's face. Ran, am I that scary? Zhou Long grinned a somewhat sickly smile. Young Zhou, you're here. Chen Meng greeted him with a smile. However, Zhou Long just coldly flung Chen Meng a $1 million check and said, get lost. Chen Meng's face stiffened and she honestly left Zhou Long. Get out of the way. I'm going shopping with Ran. Song Chi straddled the middle of Li Churan and Zhou Long, looking at Zhou Long with a displeased face. Splat! Zhou Long directly threw an ear slap on Song Chi's face. Bitch, get the hell away if you don't want to die. After doing this, Zhou Long's expression changed, and with a gentle smile, he looked at Li Churan and said, Ran, you've made enough of a scene. Come back to the Zhou family with me. I really like you with all my heart. Li Churan first hugged Song Chi, then coldly looked at Zhou Long. Unless I die, you don't want to touch me for a second. Ran, I'll be sad when you say that. Zhou Long took a step forward and reached out his hand wanting to caress Li Churan's cheek. Scram! Li Churan casually picked up the display on the table and hit Zhou Long's hand. Roaring! Zhou Long took half a step back to avoid the blow, his complexion steeply cold. Sure enough, a embryo. Your father has sold you to me. How dare you disobey? Bring her to the car for me. At Zhou Long's command, the bodyguards began to close in on Li Churan. Run. Song Chi was very righteous and intercepted the bodyguards for Li Churan. Get lost. A burly bodyguard pushed Song Chi away in one go and reached out his hand to grab Li Churan. Dare to touch my people. Do you know how to write the word death? Just when the bodyguard was about to grab Li Churan, a cold voice rang out from behind the crowd, immediately followed by a flash of black shadow. The bodyguards flew across the room. Su Chen appeared in front of Li Churan. Zhou Xiao, this is the one who stopped us last night, a bodyguard immediately said to Zhou Long after seeing Su Chen. Friend, do you know what will happen if you steal a woman from me? Zhou Long coldly looked at Su Chen with a condescending arrogance. Don't know. I don't want to know either. Su Chen sneered coldly. Still quite wild, but I hope you're still wild next. A cold light flashed in Zhou Long's eyes, and several bodyguards rushed up towards Su Chen. Be careful. Li Churan and Song Chi both called out nervously. Crackling. In less than 10 seconds, all of Zhou Long's bodyguards were lying on the ground. The cafe, a mess. This is it? Su Chen was disdainful. It couldn't even achieve the effect of warming him up. Zhou Long's eyes gradually darkened. Humph, you're wild enough, but not enough. Zhou Long struck out. He threw a punch towards Su Chen's cheek. His momentum was like thunder. His movement was like lightning. Zhou Long was not useless. At least his taekwondo black belt strength was real. Ka. Just when Zhou Long was confident of getting his hands on him, Su Chen reached out a hand to easily grip Zhou Long's fist and then exerted force with his 5 fingers. Ka-ching! Clear bone cracking sounds reverberated through the air, and Zhou Long's mouth let out a pig-killing howl. You can't do it either. Su Chen disdainfully looked at Zhou Long in the midst of his miserable screams. I want to kill you. Zhou Long roared hysterically. Snap! Su Chen let go of his hand and slapped Zhou Long in the face, sending Zhou Long flying backwards. Do you have that strength? Su Chen sneered. You wait for me. Zhou Long was in cold sweat from the pain and let out a vicious sentence to Su Chen. Slap! Su Chen slapped again. What do you want me to wait for? Aha! I'm going to kill you. Zhou Long was infuriated. Slap! Su Chen continued with a slap. What do you want me to wait for? Bastard! I'm a member of the Zhou family in Zhonghai. The Zhou family has tens of billions of assets. I can easily finish you off. Zhou Long's expression twisted. Slap! Su Chen still slapped. I'm asking you, what do you want me to wait for? The pain coming from his face gradually covered Zhou Long's anger. Zhou Long realized that the corners of his eyes were slightly moist. It was the pain. I'm asking you, what do you want me to wait for? Su Chen continued to swing a slap on Zhou Long's face, his expression indifferent. Zhou Long finally couldn't take it and started begging for mercy. Big brother, I'm wrong. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have grabbed a woman from you. Just let me off the hook. I promise not to look for trouble from you in the future. He has seen arrogant. never seen Su-chen so arrogant. Wimped out. Saying that earlier, is it necessary to get so many slaps? Su-chen laughed, laughing with a few more moments of innocence. It's me who's stupid. Pussy, big brother, you let me off. Zhou was like a meek little sheep. Scram, Su-chen said. Swish, Zhou scurried out of the cafe in a flash, fearing that Su-chen would regret it. Su-chen, I'm sorry for causing you trouble again. Li Churan bit her lips and said with an apologetic face. It's nothing to do with you. It's mainly because I don't like looking at that SB. Su-chen laughed. During the conversation between the two, Song-chi also sized Su-chen up from top to bottom. His face value was not to speak of. His body was extraordinary and had a personality. He was a man that people were interested in. The only thing that was lacking was that he was dressed in ordinary clothes. Handsome guy, I'm Ranran's best friend. My name is Song-chi. It's the first time I know you. What's your relationship with Ranran? Song-chi had a curious look on her face. Relationship? Su-chen was stumped by the question. Ordinary friends? Shared roommates? Li Churan jumped ahead and replied. Chi-chi, I forgot to tell you. Su-chen is my boyfriend. Li Churan naturally hugged Su-chen's arm and then stuck on Su-chen's body. Her expression was satisfied and intoxicated. Boyfriend? What boyfriend? Su-chen was a bit confused. Stare. The host currently has two choices. Choice 1. Help Li Churan and admit to being her boyfriend. Reward a set of henteing manner. Worth 4.7 billion. Choice 2. Dismantle Li Churan rewards a broomstick. Worth 1 billion Chinese dollars. The system's mechanical-like voice appeared in Su-chen's mind once again. It could still be played like this? Su-chen was small surprised for a moment and silently recited choice 1 in his mind. That's right. I'm Ranran's boyfriend. Su-chen changed his name to Li Churan. Stare. The host helped his friend to complete the cover, letting the light of the righteous path shine on the earth, rewarding the host with the cloud-top manner. Ranran, you're not lying to me, are you? Song-chi looked at the duo suspiciously. Kiki, when have I ever lied to you? Li Churan asked in return. Song-chi thought about it. Li Churan had indeed not lied to her and believed in Su-chen's identity. However, when she saw Su-chen dressed in plain clothes, she was a little worried for Li Churan and said, What do you do, Su-chen? Chapter 13 What is meant by arrogance? Li Churan also perked up her ears because she still didn't know what Su-chen did. Doing a little business, have a restaurant and entertainment company, Su-chen calmly said. However, Song-chi frowned when she heard this answer. According to Su-chen, it wasn't as if he was wearing such a robe. Could it be that he was a relationship scammer? Song-chi was instantly alert, because some time ago, the news often reported that there were men who specialized in cheating money and sex on the basis of their good looks. Li Churan was the type of person who could easily be cheated. Thinking this way, Song-chi instantly lost her favor with Su-chen and said somewhat cynically, I really didn't see it. Li Churan thought that Su-chen said this also to maintain his face, and hurriedly changed the topic and said, Let's go shopping for a while Zhou is beaten away by Brother Chen. Song-chi agreed. Su-chen had no choice but to carry a pocketful of supplies to accompany the two girls for a stroll. Song-chi loved to look at clothes and shopped around trying on one, but didn't buy any of them. Not that she didn't want to buy them, but the money was all lent to Li Churan. Soon Song-chi finished trying another dress. It was a cheongsam with exquisite workmanship and a novel design, and when worn on Song-chi, it perfectly showed her figure. Ran, does it look good? Song-chi asked. Li Churan nodded. Su-chen, what do you think? Song-chi turned her head to ask Su-chen's opinion. Su-chen casually swept a glance. This cheongsam wrapped Song-chi's front and back, full of tantalizing flavor. But Su-chen had little interest and faintly replied, It's okay. Looking at Su-chen's calm expression, Song-chi snorted coldly in her heart. Humph, pretending to be quite decent, you emotional liar. With me here, you'll never think of cheating Ranran for a single penny. At the same time, there were two more customers in the Chanel store, a man and a woman. The man had a tycoon look and was covered in luxury goods. The woman was heavily made up and demonic and arrogant. Welcome Mr. Xia, MS. Fong Qin is here. The female store manager of Chanel immediately greeted them with a warm face. As soon as the female entered the store her eyes landed on Song-chi, whining to the tycoon man, Brother Xia, I want this dress. Good, buy it for you. Brother Xia made a wink to the Chanel female store manager. The female store manager whirled to Song-chi and said, Excuse me, ma'am, this cheongsam you're wearing has been bought by someone. Song-chi was a bit upset when she heard this and said, I tried this dress on first, and I didn't say I wouldn't buy it. You tried so many clothes before and I didn't see you buy them? The female store manager gave Song-chi a blank look. Song-chi's face stiffened for a moment, but this dress she really liked, and after a moment of silence, she said, I'm also going to buy this dress. Brother Xia, she's robbing clothes from others. Fong Qin started whining again. Brother Xia was rich and generous, waving his hand. I'll pay double the price. The female store manager's eyes lit up. This lady, you've heard it, Miss Fong Qin really likes this dress. Why don't you be an adult? I like it too. Why don't you let them fulfill me? Song Chi was very dissatisfied. The female store manager laughed and said, just because Mr. Xia and Miss Fong Qin are our store's regular customers, spending millions in our store every year. Hearing this, Fong Qin was also very pleased and said, don't be so opinionated if you don't have any money. Isn't it good to be honest with your tail between your legs? You guys? Song Chi was furious. If placed in the usual, she definitely took out hundreds of thousands of dollars to smash to the female store manager to be convinced, but now her money are lent to Lee Charan. The bag is shy. Hey, if you don't have money, you can honestly take off your clothes and give it to me. After wearing it for a long time, the clothes are all covered with your poor scent on top. Fong Qin is again a face of ridicule. Song Chi was furious and gritted her teeth, but there really wasn't much else she could do. Lee Charan hesitated for a moment and was about to take out the $1 million that Song Chi had lent her to salvage Song Chi's dignity when Su Chen spoke up. Isn't it just that they spent more than us at your store? Simple. I've bought everything in your store today, so settle the score. The crowd froze for a moment when they heard this. Fong Qin carefully sized up Su Chen and said, if you want to pretend to be a pussy in front of us, please pack yourself properly. This is what you look like. Whether you can take out $100 from your body or not is still a matter of fact. Song Chi also didn't believe that Su Chen could come up with this amount of money, so she had to pull Su Chen and said, forget it, don't generalize with them, let's go. Don't worry, I still have this amount of money. Su Chen smiled. Put. Fong Qin laughed indulgently. This amount of money? Do you know how much it costs to buy the clothes from this store? It's estimated that you won't be able to earn it in your entire life. I've never seen such a poor and stupid fool like you. Any of you who think I have this purchasing power, bring the card swipe machine over. Su Chen ignored Fong Qin's mockery but said towards the group of employees in the Chanel store. A young and pretty female sales clerk hesitated for a moment and walked over with the card swiping machine and weakly said, hello sir, I've done the math. Buying all the clothes inside our store, a total of 5,370,000. Within my authority, I can discount it to 5,110,000 for you. When the other store employees saw this female employee stand out, a mocking smile appeared on their faces. Yang Jing, you're crazy thinking about money. It's good enough that he can buy a dress in his condition. All inclusive? Dream on. In the end, you're a newbie employee, thinking of beautiful things all day long. Yang Jing, your behavior makes me doubt your business ability. Yang Jing bit her lip. She just felt that Su Chen opened his mouth. If no one took care of him it looked pathetic, and she didn't think that Su Chen really bought these clothes. Swish. Facing everyone's skepticism, Su Chen took the card swiping machine, entered the amount of 5,377,000, and clicked on payment. 5,370,000. Payment successful. The sound coming from the card swiping machine made everyone shut their mouths at once, all revealing an expression of having seen a ghost. He really bought it all? Fong Qin's eyes almost stared out. Lee Charan and Song Chi were no better, with disbelief on their faces. Damn! Encountered the wealthy master on a private visit. Xia's face turned a little green. Ran. Song Chi, see if there are any more clothes you like, take them away if you have them, and just put the rest in the store for now. Su Chen calmly said to the two girls, Lee Charan and Song Chi. Su Chen, I love you to death. Song Chi no longer treated Su Chen as an emotional liar and said bashfully, starting to pick out her favorite clothes after saying that. Lee Charan pinched the $1 million that Song Chi had lent her, her expression somewhat complicated. This $1 million, she was prepared to give to Su Chen. She saw Su Chen living in a simple rental house and thought that Su Chen's financial condition was average. It seems that she overthought it. And in the face of a one-of-a-kind, multi-talented Su Chen, Lee Charan had some inferiority complex. No wonder last night Su Chen did not even think about it and refused to be his boyfriend. It seems that he does not see himself. Lee Charan's heart is a bit bitter. Brother, just now it was my dog's eye view. Really sorry. I apologize to you here. Brother Xia came in front of Su Chen and said with some embarrassment, and Fong Qin also lost his previous arrogance, shrinking his head, like a quail. Su Chen didn't bother with him. Brother Xia's expression became even more awkward. Brother, just now it was our SB. We won't bother you now. Bye. Brother Xia hurriedly left the store with Fong Qin. Chapter 14, All Inclusive. The female store manager of Chanel also wanted to come up to Su Chen to talk to her, but Su Chen directly ignored her and said to Yang Jing, it should be no problem to temporarily put the clothes you can't take away in the store. In the past, Yang Jing definitely didn't have the right to make the decision, but she had just completed a super order of more than $5 million now, and her bottom line was full of energy. Of course there's no problem. In a short while, Song Chi and Lee Charan had each chosen 2 large bags of clothes. Song Chi in particular basically took all of them as long as they fit her size. Too good. The first time I've had such a good time shopping. Song Chi had a satisfied face. Su Chen looked at the time, close to noon. The two women had another big bag of things. So he said, let's find a place to eat. Good. Song Chi agreed without even thinking. It just so happened that Victoria restaurant was not far from here, and the Maybach was still sitting there, so Su Chen decided to go there to eat. Taking a taxi, the two quickly arrived at the restaurant. Young Su, you're here. Zhao Xiaoyan saw Su Chen followed by two sisters around him. She did not point out Su Chen's identity, but only received him warmly. Arrange a quiet room for us. Su Chen said, okay, this way please. Zhao Xiaoyan brought Su Chen to a grungy room, the most luxurious private room in the Victoria restaurant. Su Chen, you must be a regular customer of this restaurant. Song Chi asked, why do you say that? Victoria restaurant. As a restaurant with a long-standing reputation in Zhonghai, the waiters inside are all snooty, and the one who was still the manager of the restaurant just now, hey, is still so courteous to you? It must be because you're a regular customer of this store. Sort of, Su Chen said casually. Order your meal. Feel free to order. Su Chen handed the menu to Li Churan's two daughters again. The two people each ordered a few dishes, none of which were expensive. There's no need to save money for me. Oh, Su Chen laughed. He still had over $10 billion inside his bank card right now, and money would always be a number if he didn't take it out to spend it. Enough, just enough to eat, Li Churan said gently. Song Chi followed and said, Su Chen, first of all, I want to thank you properly, because you have maintained my face, and also let me have so many more good-looking clothes, but I feel the need to remind you, this kind of big spending behavior still needs to be a little less. You still have to live with Ran. Don't worry, a few $1 million is just a drop in the bucket for me. But thanks for the reminder. Su Chen was full of bravado, rich and capricious. Song Chi skimmed her mouth as she continued to ask, Su Chen, what exactly do you do? Didn't I say it before? Doing a little business, have a restaurant and an entertainment company. What's the name of the restaurant? Victoria. And the entertainment company? Watson Group. Hey, don't joke around, okay? Song Chi gave Su Chen a blank look. Wasn't Victoria's boss surnamed Sun? And the Huaxing Group was even a listed company with a market capitalization of several $100 billion. How could the owner be a young man in his early 20s like Su Chen? She didn't believe a word of Su Chen's words. At the same time, a few more fashionably dressed young men came into the Victoria restaurant. At the head of the group was a young man dressed extravagantly and wearing earrings. Although Victoria restaurant is a bit lower grade, the flavor is not bad. Let's eat here today, the ear-studded youth said. No problem. We'll all listen to Wan Xiao's arrangements. The few people around the earring youth said, Young Master Wan is here. Zhao Xiaoyan warmly received the group. Manager Zhao, take us to the most luxurious private room, the studded youth said. Sorry, Mr. Wan, the private room is already occupied. Zhao Xiaoyan replied politely. It's occupied? That's not easy. Just tell them to change the place. Wan Xiao said very forcefully. Facing the strong Wan Xiao, Zhao Xiaoyan was a bit embarrassed, because this Wan Xiao was not a small person. He was the son of the vice chairman of Huaxing Group, Wan Qinghe, one of the top young masters in Zhonghai. Before, every time Wan Wei came to dinner, their former boss had to come out to accompany them. Zhao Xiaoyan couldn't decide, so she politely said, I'll go ask them if they're willing to change the private room first. Hurry up, I'm a person with limited patience, Wan Wei said impatiently. Boss, the son of Huaxing Group's vice chairman Wan Qinghe, Wan Wei, has come and named this private room for dinner. What do you think? Zhao Xiaoyan entered the private room and whispered in Su Chen's ear. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Tell him to either eat or get lost. Zhao Xiaoyan was startled by Su Chen's forcefulness and said, The Huaxing Group is doing a great job in this area of the media. If it deliberately smears our store, I'm afraid. Zhao Xiaoyan voiced out her concerns. Su Chen smiled. Your worries are a bit redundant. Zhao Xiaoyan was indeed worried. The boss was still too young in the end. Victoria restaurant was not at all in the same volume as the Huaxing Group. Perhaps the boss just didn't want to lose face in front of the two beauties. Zhao Xiaoyan thought helplessly. What is the restaurant manager looking for you for? After Zhao Xiaoyan left, Song Chi asked curiously. Nothing special. It's just that a man named Wan Wei came and wanted us to change rooms. Wan Wei? Then how did you answer? I told the manager to tell Wan Wei, either eat or get lost. No way to change the private room. You're too impulsive. Li Churan and Song Chi frowned. Li Churan softly explained. Wan Wei's father, Wan Qinghe, is a media bigwig worth tens of billions of dollars. It's not good to start a conflict with him. So little confidence in me? Su Chen said. A little bit. You don't really think you are the president of Huaxing Group, right? Song Chi honestly said. Not like that? Hey, let's not joke around now. Eat, there's nothing to worry about. Su Chen didn't care. However, Li Churan and Song Chi were still worried. Zhao Xiaoyan explained the situation to Wan Wei. Of course, she couldn't relay Su Chen's original words to Wan Wei, but instead told Wan Wei that Victoria's boss was dining at the deluxe package. Fatty Sun has grown in temper, huh? Not even putting me in your eyes? Wan Wei said very nonchalantly. Fatty Sun was the previous owner of Victoria Restaurant. Zhao Xiaoyan stiffened. Our boss has changed to another person. Oh, I'd like to see who it is that doesn't even give face to me. Wan Wei. Wan Wei didn't care who the boss was and barged inside with a few of his fox friends. The restaurant staff all knew Wan Wei's identity and didn't dare to stop them, thus allowing Wan Wei to enter into the luxury package. Who did I think it was? It turns out to be Miss Li and Miss Song. Wan Wei first focused on Li Chuan and Song Qi as soon as he entered and said in a teasing tone. Song Qi was a small rich second generation, completely incomparable to him. Before the Li family fell apart, they still had some energy, but now that they've fallen apart, not to mention Li Chuan, even if it's Li Chuan's father, he, Wan Wei, doesn't put it in his eyes. You are the new owner of Victoria Restaurant? Afterward, Wan Wei dropped his gaze onto Su Chen again and said with less certainty. Li Chuan and Song Qi froze for a moment when they heard Wan Wei's question. The new owner of Victoria Restaurant? It was hard to believe that Su Chen hadn't been joking before. If Su Chen was really the owner of Victoria Restaurant, wouldn't that mean that Su Chen was also the owner of the Huaxing Group? That's right, I am. Chapter 15, Dog Eyes Look Down on People. Su Chen lightly glanced at Wan Wei. Who allowed you to barge in? This son of Wan Qinghe was too unruly. When Wan Wei heard this, his nose was almost askew. Who was this guy? Actually more arrogant than him. Wan Wei's little brothers stood out one after another. Damn, do you know who you're talking to? A tiny restaurant owner dares to be so arrogant. Believe it or not, we'll destroy your restaurant in minutes. Wan Wei narrowed his eyes. I'll give you a minute to think about it. Either serve me tea and apologize, or I'll destroy your restaurant. You're so arrogant. Does your father know? Su Chen glanced at Wan Wei. Damn you, picking on me, right? Wan Wei became even more angry. Forget it, I'd better ask your dad personally. Su Chen picked up his cell phone and dialed Wan Qinghe's number. What did it mean? Su Chen's set of maneuvers instead made Wan Wei a little confused. This guy knows my dad? Wan Wei was a little skeptical. In his impression, his dad's friends were basically all bigwigs who were in their 40s or 50s and worth billions or tens of billions of dollars. There were no friends as young as Su Chen. Pretending. This was the only possibility Wan Wei thought of. However, the phone dialed, and the sentence that came from inside the phone almost brought Wan Wei to his knees. Mr. Su, what are your orders? It was his father's voice, all right. Brother Wan, your son is quite arrogant. I'm eating at my own restaurant, and your son actually wants to kick me out. Su Chen said. Wan Qinghe's body trembled. Somewhat nervous, that bastard didn't do anything out of the ordinary to Mr. Su, right? No. Phew, that's good. General Manager Su, don't mind taking the cell phone to reverse Sun to listen to the call. Su Chen threw the cell phone to the pale-faced Wan Wei. Your dad told you to answer the phone. Dad? Where Wan Wei could not figure out the situation. He opened his mouth with trepidation. If the president doesn't forgive you, you won't be able to set foot in the Wan family's door for the rest of your life. Wan Qinghe coldly said. What a thing. Even the president dares to offend. Don't you know that even my old man is just a part-timer in front of Mr. Su, President Su. This bastard is at your disposal. The phone returned back to Su Chen's hands, and after expressing his apologies again and again, Wan Qinghe uttered these words. Su Chen hung up the phone and looked at the sweaty Wan Wei with a calm expression. Uncle, do you think I still have a chance? Wan Wei squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying. As for why he called Su Chen uncle, it was all because Su Chen had called Wan Qinghe brother Wan. If calling Su Chen an uncle could gain Su Chen's forgiveness, Wan Wei wouldn't mind doing it every day. You are threatening me. A light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. In a recent hit TV series, every time an important character asked the other party, do I still have a chance? After this sentence, if the other party answered no, then there was only a way to die. Wan Wei also thought of this point, and quickly slapped himself. Uncle how dare I threaten you I am sincerely apologize to you. Fist heart, heaven and earth can see Su Chen also didn't make things difficult for Wan Wei. After all, he called himself uncle. Then how can he be considered as his little nephew? So after saying a sentence to get lost, he let Wan Wei rolled and crawled out of the luxury package. What? Something on my face? After Wan Wei's gang rolled away, Su Chen realized that Li and Song were staring at themselves in death, and said with some surprise, Are you really the boss of Huaxing Group? Li Chuan and Song Qi said in unison. After receiving Su Chen's affirmative answer, Song Qi became even more excited and at the same time felt happy for Li Chuan. With Li Chuan having such a powerful boyfriend, she wouldn't have to worry about her life in the future. However, Li Chuan was not happy. She knows that her identity as a girlfriend is fake, and before she had the confidence to make it real. After all, she was pretty. from a famous family, and had top-notch abilities, so as long as she took the initiative, she still had a good chance of taking Su Chen. After all, when a woman chases after a man, there is a veil between them. Now it seemed that it was going to be more difficult for her to turn the tables, because with Su Chen's status, there were plenty of women to choose from, not necessarily looking at her. Boss, you're really unexpected. For example, right now, Zhao Xiaoyan was looking at Su Chen with glowing eyes. It was as if she had seen some rare treasure. What woman wouldn't like a talented young fresh meat? Li Churan was despondent. Where are we going to play this afternoon? When lunch was about to end, Song Chi's eyes rolled straight up. Su Chen thought for a moment and said, I'm going to look at the house in the afternoon. He hadn't taken over the Hentaying Manor yet. It was a multi-billion-dollar super mansion. Su Chen also wanted to see what a multi-billion-dollar house was like. Look at the house? Song Chi instantly became interested. Li Churan also looked over. In fact, Li Churan was puzzled by one thing about Su Chen. Obviously so rich, why did he have to live in a humble rented house? Couldn't it be that rich people all had some strange fetishes? Yes, just got my hands on a house, over at the Hentaying Villa area. According to the system, the Hentaying Manor was located in the Hentaying Villa area. Over the years, because of the Wan Rong Group's vigorous development, the Hentaying Villa area had already replaced Thompson's First Class as the place with the highest house prices in Shanghai. Hentaying Villa area? The houses there casually cost hundreds of millions of dollars a set. But I heard that the scenery there is very good and is based on the mountains and the water. Even Thompson Epine can't compare to it. Song Chi lamented. No, I have to go to this top mansion to take a stroll. Song Chi looked at Su Chen with an expectant face. Su Chen did not refuse and drove the Maybach to carry the two girls. Song Chi couldn't help but ask again. Didn't we just take a taxi over? Su Chen explained. I drank more wine one night and threw the car here. Millions of dollars of things dare to be thrown casually. It's really trenchant. Song Chi rolled her eyes. In the car, Li Churan was quiet, not knowing what she was thinking about. Song Chi's questions were still quite a lot, saying, I heard that the houses in the Hentaying Villa area are categorized into 4 grades based on the environment of the construction location. The 4th grade is the cheapest, almost a few $100 million. 3rd grade is a bit more expensive, going for about $1 billion. The 2nd product, on the other hand, almost touches the ceiling of Shanghai's housing prices, at around $2 billion, with a total of 10 sets. And the 1st product is the most exaggerated. It's a manor. The price has drifted up to $4 billion. So far there's no deal. The Wan Rong Group had publicly announced that the only person who can stay in the Hentaying first product Hentaying Manor is the richest man in China. Su Chen, your house in there is considered a few grades? Just go and take a look and you won't know, Su Chen said casually. Hearing Su Chen say this, Song Chi thought that the house Su Chen bought was only a 3rd or 4th grade house, so he was unwilling to say it, so he didn't continue to pursue the matter, but only said with some anticipation, if I can take a stroll inside the Hentaying Manor, this is a cow I can blow for the rest of my life. This shouldn't be a problem, Su Chen faintly said. You know the owner of the Hentaying Manor? No, isn't the Hentaying Manor not sold out yet? Are you recognizing someone from the Wan Rong Group? That's right, it's normal for you, the owner of the hallowed Huasheng Group, to know someone from the Wan Rong Group. Song Chi kept guessing. The vehicle was on its way when a call came in. Hello, may I ask Mr. Su when you will come over to take possession of the house? A young and polite voice rang out. It's already on the way. Chapter 16, do I still have a chance? Alright, Zhou Huaxian is waiting for Mr. Su's visit. The phone was cut off. Su Chen noticed through the rearview mirror that both Li Churan and Song Chi's expressions were a bit surprised. Without him asking, Song Chi said in an incredulous voice, You know Zhou Huaxian? What? Su Chen felt a little strange. Zhou Huaxian is the son of Zhou Beixiong, the chairman of Wan Rong Group, the top young man in Shanghai, comparable to Wang Sickhong of the Northern Yida Group, known as North Sickhong South Huaxian. Song Chi explained. Don't look at her and Li Churan are both from the rich 2nd generation, but compared to Zhou Huaxian, it is completely one underground and one heavenly. It was only when Su Chen heard Song Chi say this that he remembered this Zhou Huaxian person. If it was before, he would have been equally shocked, but now, he was a godly man with $100 billion company, $10 billion deposits, and living in a multi-billion-dollar mansion. There was nothing to be surprised about. No, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with Zhou Huaxian knowing you. After all, you're the boss of the Huasheng Group, so it seems like we can really go to the Hentaying Manor and take a stroll today, Song Chi said to herself, her eyes bright. She touched Li Churan next to her again and said, Ran, are you excited? Hentaying Manor hey, humph, when I stroll around send a friend circle, be jealous of that group of little es. Li Churan was not excited, because the more excellent Su Chen is, she feels that the gap between the two people is bigger and bigger, and she is not worthy of Su Chen. Song Chi looked at Li Churan's appearance, was first puzzled, but very thought to understand. Vicious said to Su Chen, "Humph, Su Chen, you cannot rely on their own money to do wrong ran things, or I cannot forgive you." Not long after, the Henteing Villa area arrived. At the gate location of the villa area, there were hundreds of people standing in the crow's feet. Most of them were Wan Rong Group's employees. There was also a portion of them that were some of the owners of the Henteing Villa area, who were curious about the owner of the Henteing Manor. It couldn't be helped. The Henteing Manor was known to be exclusive to the richest man, and now that it had been bought by an unknown young man, there was no way that these great tycoons wouldn't be curious. The Maybach stopped in front of the main gate. Su Chen opened the car door and walked out. Li Churan and Song Chi followed behind somewhat nervously. "Su Chen, why are so many bulls guarding the door?" Song Chi poked Su Chen, puzzled. Su Chen didn't know why, and had no way to answer Song Chi's question. "Mr. Su, hello, I am Zhou Huaxian." A young man around 30 with hard features and an extraordinary aura came in front of Su Chen. It was none other than Zhou Huaxian, China's top rich second-generation Weibo celebrity, and actress Reaper. "Hello, young Zhou." Su Chen politely shook his hand. "The Henteing Manor you purchased, Mr. Su, has been sorted out and is ready to move in at any time." Zhou Huaxian quietly sized up Su Chen. He hadn't reacted until now. The #1 mansion in China had just been pocketed by a young man. Li Churan and Song Chi stopped in their tracks after hearing Zhou Huaxian's words. "What? Henteing Manor? Su Chen directly bought the Henteing Manor?" This Nemo was outrageously trenchant. Not only were Li Churan and Song Chi shocked, even the other owners of the Henteing Villa were surprised. They knew that the owner of the Henteing Manor was young, but they didn't expect it to be this young. This son, he must be a big shot. A group of tycoons secretly said in their hearts, generating the idea of befriending Su Chen. "Hello Mr. Su, I'm." They enthusiastically introduced themselves to Su Chen. Some of these people Su Chen recognized. After all, they often appeared on the major financial channels and the Forbes rich list. Some he didn't recognize, but these people had one common characteristic. None of them were worth less than $5 billion. Su Chen looked at this group of people that he had once been unattainable, warmly greeted himself. Su Chen was somewhat dazed. Thanks to the system in the future, he would have to work harder to do good deeds. "Hello Mr. Huang. Hello Brother Lu. Brother Zhang. I've heard a lot about you. My name is Su Chen. Just call me Little Fan." Su Chen responded to everyone's enthusiasm. After greeting, Su Chen followed Zhou Huaxian's fleet to the Cloudtop Manor located at the top of Cloudtop Mountain. Magnificent atmosphere was Su Chen's first feeling towards the Cloudtop Manor. At a cursory glance, the Henteing Manor covered an area of at least tens of thousands of square meters. Sure enough, under Zhou Huaxian's introduction, the Henteing Manor covered a total of 38,888 square meters, and a standard soccer field was only 7,000 square meters. The residential area of the manor's internal building had a total of 88 rooms, while the recreational area had a swimming pool, a soccer field, a basketball court, a golf course, and so on. These places alone had up to 30 daily caregivers. When Su Chen entered the residential area, he was also shocked by the internal decoration. Completely how rich how to come. Inside a random part may be an ordinary person's lifetime salary. Facing such a luxurious and atmospheric place, Su Chen said that it is shameful to waste, but he loved it. Seeing Su Chen reveal a satisfied expression, Zhou Huaxian then let out a sigh of relief. Then, he took Su Chen to visit various rooms, among which the one that left the deepest impression on Su Chen was a collection room. There were all sorts of collections inside, antiques and paintings, exotic treasures. Zhou Huaxian said that the collections in here were worth roughly $800 million. "These things are all gifts?" Su Chen casually picked up a diamond worth $8 million, weighed it, and said. The corner of Zhou Huaxian's eyes jumped. The information on the sale of the Henteing Manor stated the obvious. Buy the house and get $800 million of collectibles as a gift. And this great young master in front of him actually didn't know about it? Wouldn't this mean that he had directly sold the house without even reading much of the sale information? Enough luxury. Zhou Huaxian thought that he had spent millions on a meal and that was enough. But when he met Su Chen, he realized what it meant to be a hoe outside of a hoe. A hoe is more than a hoe. After introducing the house, Zhou Huaxian and Su Chen left a contact information with each other before leaving the manor. Comfortable. Su Chen found a bedroom with the best view and laid down on it at once. In the afternoon, Song Chi had been shooting inside the manor, while Li Churan cleaned and organized the manor. Although it was said that it was not necessary, because the Wan Rong Group had assigned 50 staff members to the Henteing Manor. There were nannies, bodyguards, and cooks. Well, except for the bodyguards who were all big and bold men, the nannies and cooks were all young beauties, the kind with high face value. Su Chen did not stop Li Churan, because he had already sensed some thoughts within Li Churan's heart. If he didn't let Lee Churin do anything, Lee Churin would probably be even more unsettled. Sometimes being overly excellent isn't necessarily a good thing. Su Chen narcissistically shook his head. When it was almost evening, Song Chi left the manor. One was to leave space for Lee Churin and Su Chen. The second was that she couldn't wait to show off what she had seen at the Henteing Manor to her group of little sisters. When Su Chen asked Lee Churin what she wanted to eat in the evening, he realized that Lee Churin's face was a bit off. Ran, did something happen? Su Chen asked with concern. Lee Churin hesitated and said, my dad asked me to go back. Also, he said he wants to see you for a while. It should be because Zhou Long said something about us. Go, what's there to worry about? Su Chen didn't care. Lee Churin nodded and gratefully glanced at Su Chen. She knew that Su Chen actually had no need to go, and chose to go, but only because he didn't want to make things difficult for her. Chapter 17 Trench Outrageous. Su Chen pondered for a moment. After all, he is still pretending to be Lee Churin's boyfriend. Go to see Lee Churin's parents how to also have to show a little. So came to the collection room to take 2 pieces of collectibles, and then drove the Maybach rushed to the Lee family. Lee Churin's father is called Lee Hongyao. Do logistics business started. The peak period, worth up to 1 billion, although now declined. But the road wheel of the thin death and the horse is big, still live in a building of 500 or 600 square meters inside the mansion. Today, inside the Lee family mansion, in addition to the Lee Hongyao family, there is also Lee Hongyao's elder brother Lee Hongming and his third sister Lee Hongjiao, who are all at the decision-making level of the Lee family. Allowing Lee Churin to marry Zhou Long and thus save the Lee family was the common decision of the 3 of them. Humph, oldest too, look at the good daughter you taught. Rejecting Zhou Xiao, not to mention, she even teamed up with unsavory people to injure Zhou Xiao. If it wasn't for Zhou Xiao's magnanimity and willingness to give us another chance, I definitely wouldn't have spared that little, Lee Hongming said very nonchalantly to Lee Hongyao, and the little in his mouth was naturally Lee Churin. Second brother, if tonight Lee Churin is still unwilling to marry Zhou Xiao, I will not be polite and directly serve her with the family law. Our Lee family gave birth to her and raised her, holding her like a little princess in the palm of her hand. Now that the Lee family is in trouble, how can she have the nerve to not help? Besides, where is the harm in marrying Zhou Xiao? The Zhou family has assets of nearly $10 billion. Letting her marry Zhou Xiao is completely cheap. She actually still disagrees, Li Hongjiao said with the same forcefulness. Li Hongyao sighed and said, Ran said that she has found a boyfriend and is not married to that person. Humph, isn't it just a shield? Your daughter really thinks we're stupid, Li Hongjiao said disdainfully. If that kid is sensible and honestly leaves Lee Churin, I'll let him off. If he's not sensible, don't blame me for breaking his legs, Li Hongming said coldly. Tick tick. At this time, Su Chen had already driven Lee Churin to the Lee family villa. The 3 siblings of the Lee family looked through the window, seeing a Mercedes Maybach driven by Su Chen. They didn't put Su Chen in their eyes even more. $2 or $3 million of Mercedes Maybach in the eyes of other people is certainly considered a luxury car, but the Lee family 3 siblings really do not see. Zhou Long's car is even more 10 million. When compared to the 2, the difference was immediately judged. Su Chen followed Lee Churin into the Lee family's villa. The Lee family's 3 siblings were sitting steadily, looking at each other with cold eyes, not saying a word. It was Lee Churin's mother who heard the commotion and walked out from the kitchen, looking Su Chen up and down, sword brows and starry eyes, handsome and imposing. Mother Lee was very satisfied with this son-in-law. A warm smile spread on her face and said, You are Su Chen? Don't mind if I call you little fan. Brother Chen, this is my mom. Knowing that her boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Su Chen was fake, but when it really came time to meet her parents, Lee Churin was still a little nervous. Hello auntie, call her however you feel is smooth. Su Chen responded politely. He, what a polite child. The more Mother Lee looked at him, the more satisfied she became. However, once she thought of her own husband's intentions, a trace of gloom grew in Mother Lee's heart. She looked towards Li Hongyao, wanting to know her husband's opinion. Li Hongyao expressionlessly said to Su Chen, I am Ran's father. I don't think the 2 of you are suitable. You go. Opening the door and showing no mercy, Lee Churin was a little chilled. Lee Churin, there is no place for you to speak here. Shut up. You think you don't have to marry Zhou Xiao if you find a shield to come? You're overthinking it. Li Hongjiao's charming face was written with indifference. Lee Churin, you teamed up with unsavory people to injure Zhou Xiao even if it's not enough. Now you're casually bringing a man towards your home. Do you still have us elders in your eyes? Li Hongming said with the same cold face. Ran, they are? Su Chen did not directly answer Li Hongyao's question, but glanced at Li Hongjiao and Li Hongming. One of them is my third aunt, and one is my eldest uncle. Lee Churin was a little confused as to why Su Chen asked this question. Are they related? Su Chen continued to ask. Yes. Lee Churin was even more confused. This is strange. What kind of elder pushes his own niece into the fire pit? Su Chen's face showed incomprehension. Li Hongming and Li Hongjiao initially did not know what Su Chen meant, but now they understood. This was burying the two of them. Little bastard. What are you? You dare to speak disrespectfully to us? Believe it or not, I'll make it impossible for you to leave the Li family gate. Li Hongjiao's face was morose. You scolded me? Su Chen raised his eyebrows. What's wrong with me scolding you? Li Hongjiao disdainfully said. Splat. As soon as Li Hongjiao's words fell, Su Chen bullied his way forward and directly swung an earslap on Li Hongjiao's face. And what are you? How dare you scold me? Su Chen's eyes had more than a hint of coldness in them. From the attitude of the Li family's three siblings towards Zhou Long, it could be seen that these three were bullies who were afraid of the strong. If Su Chen acted weak, the Li family's three siblings would definitely not take him seriously. Moreover, with Su Chen's position today, there was absolutely no need to lower his voice. How dare you hit me? Li Hongjia covered her face, her eyes full of disbelief. As she was Li Churen's elder, shouldn't Su Chen be polite and courteous? You don't weigh your own status either, and you dare to scold me? Su Chen had a haughty face. As soon as these words came out, the three siblings of the Li family who were on the verge of going berserk calmed down instead. They began to seriously scrutinize Su Chen. Could it be that he wasn't Li Churen's shield, but a certain rich young man? However, they racked their brains and did not think that there was a great young man named Su Chen in Zhenghai. But Su Chen's performance eventually made them a little more scrupulous, and after Li Hongjiao snorted coldly, he quieted down instead. Su Chen turned to Li Hongjiao and said, Uncle, I respect you because you are Ranran's father, but to let me separate from Ranran with just one word from you, it's impossible. Su Chen was a bit twisted when he said this. After all, he and Li Churen weren't really male and female friends, and he didn't have this idea either. Because of Su Chen's actions just now, Li Hongyao was also subdued, and after thinking for a while, he said, the reason why I don't agree with your relationship is because Ranran already has an engagement partner. His name is Zhou Long. He's the eldest young master of Zhou Enterprise. I know. I just beat him up today. Su Chen calmly said. What? You're the one who beat up young Master Zhou? The three siblings of the Li family were even more shocked. Stealing my girlfriend from me. Don't even look at what he is. Su Chen acted arrogantly. The Li family's three siblings couldn't see through Su Chen even more this time. Cough cough. Li Hongyao pretended to cough twice to ease his surprise, and at the same time began to sidestep Su Chen's bottom line. I wonder what your parents do. My parents are both retired at home, Su Chen said casually. When Li Hongyao heard this, he frowned again. How much energy could two people retired at home have? And what do you do? Li Hongyao continued. Doing some small business, Su Chen replied. Li Hongyao's frown deepened. Su Chen did not specify what he did, so there was only one possibility, not doing very well. Looking at it this way, Su Chen's background was very limited. One seemed to have been bluffed by him. Thinking of this, Li Hongyao couldn't help but shout for security to blow Su Chen out. Chapter 18, Super Mansion. But before he could say anything, Su Chen took out two items from inside his handbag. The first one was a pair of jade bracelets. The second piece was a painting. Auntie and uncle, this is a gift for you. Su Chen handed these two items to Li's father and mother. Mother Li picked up the jade bracelet and took a look at it. Crystal clear and green. The workmanship was incomparably delicate, and it shone brightly under the light. Li Hongjiao also couldn't help but look over. After looking at it for a couple of moments, she realized that this jade bracelet looked a bit familiar, and after a careful thought, she fiercely opened her mouth and said, isn't this the superb natural full-green glass-seated jadeite bracelet that Wanrong Group's crown prince, Zhou Huaxian, bought a while ago? Spring full of earth? When she said this, she immediately attracted the gazes of Li Hongyao and Li Hongming. The two looked at it again and again. It was indeed very similar to that pair of spring-filled earth that was priced at $40 million. It is rumored that this pair of bracelets was put into the Hentang Manor by Zhou Huaxian and became the collection of the owner of the Hentang Manor. Li Hongming murmured. After giving Su Chen a deep look, Li Hongyao opened the painting. It was a vivid and exquisite picture of a vegetarian girl by Tang Yin Tang Bohua from the Ming dynasty. Light flashed in Li Hongyao's eyes. This painting, Li Hongming looked over, and his face was suddenly more than a little strange. Soon, the dissimilarity on his face transformed into anger. With one hand, he pulled over the painting and threw it on the ground, and drank towards Su Chen. I knew you were a pretender, and giving away jade bracelets and famous paintings. Do you think we're just going to be intimidated by you? Humph, it's also your bad luck. Tang Yin's vegetarian girl was long ago given to Lao Er by Zhou Shao, and you're trying to hide it from the world by taking a fake painting. Also, do you know that the real spring-filled earth has already been placed in the Hentang Manor? You really think we're easy to fool, right? Li Hongjia was even more furious and shouted, security guards, give me to beat him to death. Stop. Looking at the security guards rushing in from outside the villa, Li Churen subconsciously wanted to protect Su Chen. You eat and eat, you still want to protect this little thief? Li Hongjia was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. The slap that Su Chen had given her was still hurting even now. It would be better to wait until now if she didn't take revenge at this time. Su Chen frowned. He didn't expect that he casually took out 2 pieces of collectibles that had such a big article inside them, and said to the crowd, I can guarantee that the jade bracelet and the calligraphy and painting are real. There was no need for the Wan Rong group to lie to themselves with fake goods. Humph, how dare you sophistry. Lao Air, bring out the vegetarian maiden picture that Zhou Xiao gave you. Li Hongjia was filled with hatred. Soon, the calligraphy and painting that was exactly the same as the vegetarian girl picture that Su Chen had given him appeared in front of Su Chen. Su Chen gazed slightly and laughed. Laugh now, there will be a time for you to cry later. Li Hongjiao coldly said, act like it too. You think everyone is Zhou Xiao. The moment you make a move, it's tens of millions of dollars of calligraphy and paintings? Li Hongming followed and mocked. Tens of millions of word painting? Su Chen disdainfully laughed, picked up the Zhou Long sent the vegetarian girl figure violently ripped. The whole piece of calligraphy and painting was torn into 2 halves in the crowd's horrified gaze. What have you done? Compensate. Must compensate. The 3 siblings of the Li family were going crazy. This was something that cost tens of millions of dollars. Compensate? No problem. $100 is enough. Su Chen pulled out a silk thread from the crack and placed it in front of the 3, saying, synthetic nylon thread. Not bad. Worth $100. The 3 siblings of the Li family were immediately dumbfounded, especially Li Hongyao. His face turned green. What Zhou Long had given him was actually a fake painting. If this vegetarian girl painting was a fake, then wouldn't that mean that the one Su Chen sent him was the real one? The trio's faces immediately shifted, but, very quickly, they dismissed the thought again. Li Hongming laughed coldly. You think that this proves that the vegetable maiden picture you sent is real? Unfortunately, the real Chun Man Earth is placed inside the Hentang Manor. The painting you sent can only be as fake as the Chun Man Earth. Trying to bluff us with 2 fake things? No way. Su Chen's expression was calm as he said, this jade bracelet and painting is what I took from the Hentang Manor. Put. The 3 siblings of the Li family laughed, and Li Hongjiao said with eyes full of sarcasm, you might as well say that you are the owner of the Hentang Manor. That's right. Saying you're fat and you're still gasping. If you're the owner of Hentang Manor, my mother is still Zhou Beixiong. Li Hongjiao didn't put Su Chen in her eyes even more. Hongjia, there's no need to bother with him. Call security to blow him out. Li Hongming was also too lazy to look at Su Chen again. Keep playing the music. Keep dancing. Suddenly, Su Chen's cell phone rang. Remarks a Zhou Huaxian. Mr. Su, I took the liberty of disturbing you to ask if you have time recently. My father would like to invite you for dinner. Zhou Huaxuan's polite voice came from inside the phone. Such a mysterious and luxurious young man. Even Zhou Beixiong moved to befriend him. Security guards, beat him out for me. Li Hongjiao didn't care what Su Chen was doing. Mr. Su, have you encountered any trouble? Zhou Huaxian hurriedly asked. A little trouble. Su Chen blinked. Zhou Huaxian immediately said loudly through the phone. Mr. Su is my Zhou family's most honored guest. Please ask this friend to give my Zhou family face. Li Hongjiao did not hesitate. Zhou family? Bull asterisk 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 Zhou family. The old lady can do this if she wants to. Zhou Huaxuan's face immediately went over the top, and his tone added a touch of coldness, saying, can't the face of the Wanrong Zhou family do the same? Wanrong Zhou family? Li Hongjiao had wanted to continue to start cursing, but as soon as he heard the 4 words Wanrong Zhou family, he was dumbfounded. Even Li Hongming and Li Hongyao had a nervous face. Who didn't know that the Wanrong Group Zhou family was the local snake in Zhonghai? If an ordinary enterprise offended the Zhou family in Zhonghai, the life of this enterprise would be at an end. And Li's group happens to be a general enterprise. Li Hongyao asked tentatively towards the cell phone. Which one of the Wanrong Zhou family are you? Zhou Huaxian. Zhou Huaxuan's voice had a few more points of coldness and hardness. The Prince of Wanrong? The 3 siblings of the Li family couldn't sit still at once, each of them sweating coldly. Su Chen actually knew the Zhou family's crown prince. Moreover, Zhou Huaxian even said inside the phone call that his dad was preparing to invite Su Chen for dinner. Who was Zhou Huaxuan's father? That was the top 3 giants of the real estate sector in China. The richest man in Shanghai. Zhou Beixiong. I'll give you a reply when I've thought about the dinner. Su Chen hung up the phone. Now, the eyes of the 3 Li siblings looked at Su Chen differently again. Everything he did before wasn't an act? Of course, there was another possibility that Zhou Huaxian on the other end of the phone was also pretending. Thinking of this, Li Hongjiao regained some of his bottom line and laughed coldly. Finding someone to pretend to be Zhou Huaxian, you think you can scare us off? Before Su Chen could answer, the phone rang again. Mr. Su, there's a document that needs your personal signature. Look, when do you have time? If you're not busy, I'll personally send it over to you. The call was from Wan Qinghe. Su Chen thought about it and called out to Wan Qinghe to come directly to the Li family villa, then hung up the phone. This voice is a bit familiar. Li Hongyao slightly revealed his thoughts. It seems like Wan Qinghe's voice. Li Hongming muttered. Li's group had a few collaborations with Huasheng group, and they had seen Wan Qinghe a few times, so they couldn't talk about Wan Qinghe's voice as unfamiliar. But, what kind of big brother was Wan Qinghe? How could he be so polite to a young man? Chapter 19, Gift Giving. Could it be that it was faking again? This time, the three siblings of the Li family were a bit uncertain and froze there. Tick-tock. Not long after, the sound of a horn came from outside the Li family villa. Wan Qinghe stepped down from the Rolls-Royce, saw Su Chen inside the villa, and walked straight over. President, I've brought the document. Please sign it. Wan Qinghe handed a document to Su Chen with a respectful look. As for the three siblings of the Li family, he did not even sweep a glance. Although there had been several previous collaborations, the Li family's three siblings were too low grade for him to remember. Chief, President, looking at Wan Qinghe's real person, listening to Wan Qinghe's name for Su Chen, the Li family's three siblings were completely dumbfounded, their brains buzzing. After signing the documents, Su Chen put away the jade bracelet and the calligraphy and painting and said indifferently, since you guys think this is fake, I'd better take it back. Ran, let's go. After saying that, he pulled Li Churen towards the outside of the villa, and the old-fashioned Wan Qinghe had already guessed what was going on, walked to Li Hongyao's three siblings, pointed at Su Chen's back and said, introducing, this is the president of our Huasheng group, Su Chen. By the way, I heard that Mr. Su just got his hands on the Hentaying Manor. The transaction price? $7 billion. At that moment, the three siblings of the Li family's intestines turned green with remorse. Li Hongjiao touched her cheeks and it didn't seem to hurt so much. The next day, when Su Chen woke up from the luxurious big bed of the Hentaying Manor, he found that Li Churen was no longer in the manor, but left him a message. The general content of the message was to thank you for taking care of her in the past 2 days. She felt that the gap between herself and Su Chen was too big, and that she had to go and become even better so that she would be worthy of Su Chen. Su Chen looked at this message. His heart sighed with emotion. Sure enough, excellent people are lonely. Coming to the living room, there was already a nanny who had prepared breakfast. There were all kinds of things. After eating breakfast in a few moments, Su Chen played around in the manor, playing golf, kicking a ball, swimming. Su Chen felt that such a day is really plain and boring. Fortunately, Qi Shaoqing called him and asked him to go out for a day trip to his alma mater. Su Chen immediately agreed. Driving that Maybach, he arrived at the place where he met up with Qi Shaoqing in a short while. Su Xiao, here are the keys. Qi Shaoqing threw the bat chariot's car keys to Su Chen with one hand. What? Don't want to drive it? Su Chen was puzzled. Here, can't eat anymore. Qi Shaoqing pointed to his waistband. The charm of this car is too big. Moving a girl drunk to the car. I have no choice but to send the girl home. Who knows? Hey, it's all a setup. The girls are too nasty. Qi Shaoqing has a look of a cheap but also good expression. You come less. Su Chen blanked Qi Shaoqing. Afterwards, Su Chen drove the bat chariot. Qi Shaoqing drove the Maybach, and rushed towards Shanghai University in an exceptionally windy manner. Along the way, the Batmobile once again transformed into the center of attention, becoming the most beautiful car on Shanghai's road. Fortunately, when Su Chen arrived at the parking lot of Shanghai University, there weren't a lot of people, otherwise it would have caused a sensation. As soon as they entered Shanghai University, a cool air came to them. Su Chen and Qi Shaoqing immediately felt dazzled. Watching actresses is just a figure of fun. To really want to see beautiful women still have to be inside the university. Now that it was summer, there were tantalizingly long legs everywhere. Senior Qi? As the two of them strolled around, a slightly surprised voice came from behind Qi Shaoqing. Qi Shaoqing turned his head to look. 3 meters away stood a 1.7 meter tall, fair-skinned, delicate features, schoolgirl-level beauty wearing a short skirt. Su Yan? Qi Shaoqing said uncertainly. I didn't realize that Senior Qi still remembers me. Did you come to play inside the school? The young girl that Qi Shaoqing called Su Yan said. When her gaze landed on Su Chen, a flash of light rose in her beautiful eyes and she said, Senior Qi, is this your friend? It's really handsome. Qi Shaoqing glanced at Su Chen and skimmed his mouth. Sure enough, with this guy, he was only worthy of being a backdrop. Finishing his bellyache, Qi Shaoqing made an introduction to each other, saying, this is my brother, Su Chen, also your senior, in the same year as me. This is Su Yan, our elementary school sister, also the vice president of the student union. Once when we pulled the investment, we got to know each other. Hello, Su Chen Senior. My name is Su Yan, Su Qin Su, female Kai Yan. I'm glad to know you. Su concubine sincerely extended a hand. Su Chen, Shuang Mu Su. Morning's morning. Su Chen gave Su Yan a small handshake. It's a pity that I'm not in the same class as Senior Su-chen, otherwise I could have met Senior Su-chen earlier. Su-yen fluttered her big eyes and said. This little girl spoke and was quite provocative. Su-chen was a bit overwhelmed and could only smile faintly. Su-yen, are there any interesting activities inside the school lately? Your Senior Su-chen and I are just bored with idleness. Shi Xiaoqing hurriedly changed the topic. Song Siwei could still be waiting for Su-chen. Interesting things? There just happens to be one. It's about the martial arts club. A few days ago, a group of South Korean foreign students set up the Changbai Martial Arts Club, targeting the other martial arts clubs in our school at every turn, and causing several large-scale clashes. A few of the president of the martial arts clubs discussed it, and decided to end this matter once and for all in the school's gymnasium today. I was just about to go watch. This matter is quite interesting. Young Su, go and take a look. Su-chen was self-effacing. It was just the right time to see the level of the martial arts club. Soon, the gymnasium arrived. The gymnasium that usually has not many people can be described as a sea of people today. The drums and gongs are noisy, and the red flags are waving. After this period of time of rendering, the contradiction between the several major martial arts clubs has already evolved into a traditional martial arts and taekwondo fight, and it can be said that it has attracted a great deal of attention in Zhonghai University. By the time Su-chen and the others entered the gymnasium, the match was already halfway through. On the side of the traditional martial arts, the morale was low, while the Changbai Martial Arts Club, representing taekwondo, was highly demoralized, and each one of them flaunted their weapons. Bang! Another member of the martial arts club representing Chuanwu was kicked out of the ring, and the tall South Korean foreign student on the stage thumbs down and said in not fluent Chinese, with all due respect to Chinese Chuanwu, they're all garbage. With all due respect, Chinese martial arts are all garbage. Facing the arrogant words of the tall South Korean students, although the several members of the Transmission Martial Arts Society were furious, they really didn't know how to retort for a moment. They were not as skilled as the others, so what could they do? The students from China Sea who came to watch the battle were even more downcast, finding it hard to accept. I'll do it. A girl wearing snow-white practicing clothes, with a well-built body, a ponytail, and a clear face with a bit of ink chi between her eyebrows jumped onto the ring. In the end, she was still allowed to stand out. The faces of the presidents of our several major martial arts clubs can be said to be finished losing their faces. Seeing the ponytailed woman on the stage, the presidents of the other several martial arts club points had a face of shame. Go Shenyao! Go senior sister! Under the stage, a mountainous shout of support rang out. 8 extremes. Shenyao, please teach me. Shenyao went up to the stage and stood still, clasping her fists at the South Korean youth with a solemn face. The hallowed Zhonghai University, tens of thousands of students. In the end, you still have to rely on a little girl to come out. I feel ashamed for you all. The South Korean youth Choi Hengjiang sneered. Defeating me is the only way to qualify for stronger people from the Zhonghai Martial Arts Society. Shenyao coldly said. When the members of the martial arts club under the stage heard this, their expressions became even more ashamed, because they all knew that Shenyao was actually the #1 expert of the Zhonghai Transmission Martial Arts. Chapter 20, The Li Family's Remorse. Is that so? I'd like to see who else dares to come up to the stage to fight me after defeating you. After Choi Hengjiang spoke, he let out a deep shout and violently rushed towards Shenyao. Bang bang bang! Shenyao saw the moves, and the two of them immediately fought into a ball. These South Korean students are arrogant. Chi Xiaoqing took in the previous scene and his tone was a bit cold. Su Concubine sighed next to Chi Xiaoqing and said, these foreign students still have real talent and have the South Korean Martial Arts Association standing behind them. That's why they dare to be so reckless. Young Su, do you want me to go find some people and beat them up when no one is around? Damn! A few Koreans dare to be lawless in our territory. Chi Xiaoqing whispered. Su-chen laughed and said, no need. This will instead make them think that we don't have much temperament. It's mainly because it doesn't hurt my heart to see them being so arrogant. Chi Xiaoqing grinned. Bang! The battle in the ring had entered white heat. After the two of them clashed their fists, Shenyao took 3 steps back, her chest heaving and her breath unsteady. On the other hand, Choi Hengjiang only retreated a step. His face wore an expression of swimming ease. Chick, get lost. He smiled smugly and swung his fist out again, carrying a whistling strong wind like a raging storm. Shinyao's face changed and she gritted her teeth to resist. Lost. Su-chen slightly sighed. To say that Shinyao's strength was not bad, it was not a problem to fight 5 or 6 ordinary people, but Choi Hengjiang was not a flowery fighter, and with the advantage of his body shape, Shinyao was naturally unable to defeat him. Sure enough, when Shinyao finished resisting the 10th punch, she couldn't catch up in time, and was kicked in the abdomen by Choi Hengjiang, and rolled out of the ring. Shinyao's defeat represented the complete defeat of Zhonghai Chuanwu. The Zhonghai students who supported Chuanwu were disheartened. Could it be that Chuanwu was all flowery and can't be practiced in real combat, and can't compare to Taekwondo? Ha ha, I've said it all before, Chinese martial arts transmission are all garbage. Hundreds of transmission martial arts students can't even beat me. The vice president of the Changbai Martial Arts Society. I think you guys still need to hurry up and join our Changbai Martial Arts Society so that you can learn the real thing. Cui Hengjiang were laughing loudly. With these words, many Shanghai students and members of the martial arts club fell into deep thought. We sign up. A few gaudily dressed female students even hurriedly ran to the Changbai Martial Arts Club's location and shouted, "You guys!" Some Shanghai students looked over with righteous indignation. Che, the transmission of martial arts is not good in the first place, but we are not allowed to learn better things? These voluptuous women raised their heads. How shameless. People have stepped on our faces, and they still go to curry favor with the Changbai Martial Arts Society. Su Yan raised her eyebrows, a few moments of anger clouding her face. With so many Chinese people, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be a few SBs. Qi Shaoqing was equally angry, and when he looked at Su Chen, he realized that Su Chen was no longer next to him, but was walking towards the ring step by step. What is Su Shaoqing up to? Qi Shaoqing muttered. The others also noticed Su Chen's movements, and one by one, their faces were puzzled. Who said that transmission of martial arts doesn't work? Just like that, Su Chen came to the ring in the eyes of the crowd and said indifferently, "Who is this guy? Don't you think we haven't lost enough? Don't know. Doesn't seem to be a member of our school's martial arts club." Su Chen's words caused quite a stir in the gymnasium. Qi Shaoqing was also filled with consternation. Holy, what kind of operation is this for young Su? Senior Su-im? Su Concubine asked Qi Shaoqing somewhat nervously. Don't ask me. I don't know what young Su is doing either. Qi Shaoqing let out a bitter smile. On the stage, Cui Hengjiang, who was about to jump out of the ring, looked at Su Chen. Ha, another one who seeks humiliation. National art, Su Chen. In a crowd of uncomprehending gazes, Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Still national arts. It's all garbage just the same." Cui Hengjiang threw down a sentence and immediately rushed towards Su Chen. Snap! Traveling to halfway, Cui Hengjiang came a front flip, in the air to leap up a touch of very ornamental amplitude, and then the left foot a hook, a whip leg whistling towards Su Chen hit, clean and sharp, full of power. Oh no! This friend is in danger. Many members of the martial arts club pinched a cold sweat for Su Chen. Cui Hengjiang had defeated quite a few martial arts transmission presidents with this move. Bang! Cui Hengjiang's whip leg slashed through the air, resounding with an audible explosion, and was about to land on Su Chen's head. At this moment, Su Chen finally moved. He slowly stretched out a hand and lightly flung it out, and afterward, he avoided the whip leg and landed on Cui Hengjiang's face. Splat! A crisp sound resounded in the gymnasium, and immediately afterward, Cui Hengjiang's tall body flew out horizontally, diving headfirst into the middle of the Changbai Martial Arts Club. In an instant, people were tumbling and screaming. One. The gymnasium fell silent for 2 seconds before a deafening roar erupted. Shanghai students stared blankly at this, somewhat unable to regain their senses. Su Xiao is actually this fierce. Qi Shaoqing also stared wide-eyed, not quite believing what he saw in front of him. Su Concubine, on the other hand, was like a little fangirl, looking at Su Chen with eyes full of little stars. Tap tap tap. Another young strong man appeared in the ring. Could it be that Chinese transmission martial arts can only rely on sneak attacks to win? The participants in the gymnasium immediately booed when they heard this. It was clearly Cui Hengjiang who had struck first, but he could actually call it a sneak attack. The South Koreans' ability to reverse right and wrong was truly extraordinary. However, after the boos, they were nervous for Su Chen. After all, this burly man was the president of the Changbai Martial Arts Club, a more powerful character than Cui Hengjiang. Since you think I'm going to win by sneak attack, then let your people go together. Su Chen swept a glance at the president of Changbai. Mad. Full of madness. The members of the Changbai Martial Arts Club were all so angry that their heads were smoking. President Changbai's face was even filled with rage, and after reciting the phrase seeking death, he fiercely launched an attack towards Su Chen. When President Changbai moved, Su Chen also moved. Su Chen's movements were faster and swifter. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of President Changbai, and in the middle of rolling around, he violently threw his arm horizontally. Tai Jiquan. Moving blocking punch. President Changbai's face changed wildly, and he set up his arm to block. Ka-ching! His entire person was as if he had been hit by a high-speed truck. His arm instantly snapped and flew out horizontally, driven by the huge force. Orbital dang! President Changbai fell to the ground, his entire body fainting. You guys, come together. Amidst everyone's shock, Su Chen looked towards the members of the Changbai Martial Arts Society. Avenge the president. These members were already on the verge of going berserk. And now that they were so provoked by Su Chen, each and every one of them had red eyes, and when they rushed towards the ring like a madman, the The ring was filled with hundreds of Changbai Martial Arts Society members. Get him! After a roar, these southern students swarmed the ring. Good timing. The corner of Su Chen's mouth hung up a merciless smile as he flew and kicked the two members who were approaching him. Then with his right hand Baji fist and his left hand Shingi fist, he rushed into the crowd as if a submerged dragon came out of the abyss. A fierce tiger descended from the mountain, and a Kuanping spread its wings. With one enemy above the ring, screams continued to be heard, and the students of the Changbai Martial Arts Club rolled down the ring like sandbags. A few moments later, the ring was clear, and when you looked around, all of the 100 long white society members fell to the ground. Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back, spotless, his eyes deep, as if he was an immortal in the dust. South Korean martial arts, nothing more than that. Chapter 21, Central Sea University. Su Chen placed himself in the ring and hammered away. Ding! The host promotes the national art and makes the light of righteousness shine on the earth, rewarding the host with 20% of San Xin Group shares. The system's voice appeared in Su Chen's mind. Shares of San Xin Group. Su Chen's eyes lit up. San Xin Group was the largest group company in South Korea, ranked 12th among the world's top 500. With annual profits of 2 to 300 billion Huaxia coins, it was a truly rich and powerful enterprise. According to Su Chen's knowledge, the Li family, the controller of San Xin Group, only holds 15% of San Xin's shares. Doesn't this mean that he is now the largest shareholder of San Xin Group, and can completely sway the decision-making of San Xin Group? If I suddenly sell off this 20% of shares, I wonder if San Xin Group will be thrown into chaos, Su Chen secretly guessed. Of course, it was impossible for him to actually do so. With these shares, he was the supreme emperor of San Xin Group, and could sway San Xin's decision-making, and it could also bring him tens of billions of dollars of net income every year. Snap! Just as Su Chen's mind was flooded with all sorts of thoughts, thunderous applause erupted in the stadium. Applause that went on and on. All Shanghai students were caught up in excitement. The gazes of the several hundred members of the martial transmission looked at Su Chen were the same as looking at Huang Feihong and Hui Yuanjia, full of admiration. Su Chen gave a friendly smile to the crowd and jumped down from the ring. Young Su, you are truly awesome. Qi Shaoqing gave a thumbs up towards Su Chen. At this moment, a fragrant wind swept past him. Su Yan rushed to Su Chen and gave him a big hug. Senior Su Chen, you're fantastic. Only after the hug, Su Yan felt something was wrong, and hurriedly let go of Su Chen. Her small face was red. She no longer had the courage to look directly at Su Chen, and said in a small voice, I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself just now. Su Chen touched his chin. Was this considered being taken advantage of? Senior Su Chen, you helped us teach that group of arrogant South Korean students a lesson, and redeemed our school's dignity. I would like to treat you to dinner as a token of appreciation. Then, Su Yan said in a sincere tone and with a few hints of anticipation, Senior, can you teach me martial arts? Without waiting for Su Chen to reply, another clear female voice rang out from beside Su Chen. Shen Yao walked over, looking at Su Chen with an admiring face. Am I that old? Su Chen asked with a smile. Shen Yao was a little embarrassed. At first, I didn't know how to address you, so I had to call you senior. After all, you're so powerful. My name is Su Chen. You are called Shen Yao, right? Your 8 extremes boxing is good. Su Chen looked with a touch of appreciation. Shen Yao was even more embarrassed and said, compared to Senior Su, it's nothing, so I want to learn boxing from you. Senior Su, don't call me Senior Su. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Chen. As for the matter of learning boxing, I need to think about it. Let's wait until I've thought about it. Su Chen pondered for a while and said, okay, then can I invite you to dine with me now, Brother Chen? Shen Yao added, President Shun, I can already invite Senior Su Chen for dinner. Oh, you have to line up behind me. Su Yan sniffed and hurriedly said, her beautiful eyes shining. The surrounding Shanghai students saw that the school's 2 major school beauties had successively issued invitations to Su Chen, and their hearts were envious. If this matter was placed in normal times, it would definitely cause a great sensation, and at this moment, every single one of them felt that it was quite normal. Then why don't we simply go together? Qi Shaoqing stepped forward and said. Both Shen Yao and Su Yan had no opinion, so a group of 4 people came to a Chinese restaurant with the best flavor near Shanghai University under Su Yan's arrangement. Along the way, both Shen Yao and Su Yan were extraordinarily enthusiastic about Su Chen, having endless questions, and Su Chen patiently did the answering, taking good care of both of them. In a short while, the 4 of them arrived at the restaurant recommended by Su Concubine, called Maple Bridge Night Poetry. After Su Yan chose a private room, the 4 of them waited for the food to be served. While waiting for the food, Su Yan came to the restroom to fix her makeup. Just as she finished her makeup, a few drops of water dripped onto her face. She looked towards the side. A few girls who were dressed up and flamboyant were waving their hands after washing their hands, making the water droplets splash everywhere. And naturally, Su Yan was victimized. What are you looking at? Airfield. A girl wearing a cool dress, front and back, with a demonic makeup noticed Su Yan's gaze, glared at Su Yan and said fiercely. Originally, Su Yan hadn't planned to be general with these people, but once she heard the demonic woman call her an airfield, she couldn't bear it anymore. It was clearly be okay. Don't know that there is someone next to you, also flinging around? Quality? The old lady wants to fling as much as she wants. When the demonic woman heard this, she intensified and flung a few times at Su Yan's face. Su Yan got angry and pushed the demonic woman. The latter almost fell down. How dare you push me? Hit her. The demonic woman was furious and screamed shrilly. Su Yan sniffed and gave the demonic woman a kick with a lift of her calf, causing the demonic woman to collide with her companion. Su Yan took the opportunity to slip away. Good hanging. Entering the private room, Su Yan patted her chest. What's wrong? The three of them, Su Chen, were concerned. Su Concubine told what happened in the bathroom. Resourceful. The three gave Su Yan a nod for her determination. If it wasn't for her decisive kick, she probably wouldn't have been able to escape. I was afraid that it would cause some kind of trouble. Su Yan flooded with a hint of worry. Not afraid. There's Su Xiao. Su Xiao is fierce as hell. Qi Shaoqing exaggeratedly hugged Su Chen. Su Yan and Xin Yao both laughed. However, Su Concubine was still a little worried. She was afraid that the demonic woman she kicked over had some kind of background. At that time, no matter how good Su Chen's hands were, they wouldn't be of any use. Moreover, Su Concubine was even more worried about involving Su Chen and the others. After a few more minutes, all the ordered dishes were served. The four of them happily ate the dishes and chatted, and Su Yan forgot about this matter. However, when they were halfway through eating, the door of the private room was violently kicked open. Which one dares to hit my woman? A dozen raging silhouettes barged into the middle of the private room. The leader was a tattooed bald man, in his 30s, who was looking at Su Chen's four people with a vicious face. Su Yan was startled. Once she saw this man, her heart thumped even more, and she was flooded with unpleasant thoughts. The bald man was called Brother Scorpion, the boss of a piece of university near Zhonghai University, raising 100 or so people under his hand, notoriously ruthless and always lawless. When Brother Scorpion entered, the relaxed atmosphere of the private room changed. Brother Scorpion, it is this little who beat me. The demonic woman hugged Brother Scorpion's arm and pointed her finger at Su Yan and said petulantly. Brother Scorpion looked over and his eyes lit up. Extremely good ah. He licked the corner of his mouth and said, dare to hit my woman. Not a small amount of guts, but I see on the basis that you are also a woman. I will give you a chance. Su Concubine's heart was furious. Of course she knew what the chance in Scorpion Brother's mouth meant. She was about to utter a sneer, but she was pressed by Su Chen's shoulder, only to see Su Chen spit out the word get lost towards Brother Scorpion with a cold expression. Kid, where the hell are you from? Dare to be so arrogant in front of Brother Scorpion. Brother Scorpion's nose was almost askew. He was a bully in the university town. Which one dared to belittle him like this? Look it up yourself. Right under the gaze of the equally surprised Su Yan and Xin Yao, Su Chen took off the Patek Philippe Ref 1518 watch on his wrist and threw it into Brother Scorpion's hands. Chapter 22, 1 against 100. Damn. What's so great about a piece of broken watch? Brother Scorpion was stunned and cursed before checking it anyway. Patek Philippe Ref 1518. Price, $16 million. Instantly, Scorpion's gaze towards the phone froze. This thing was actually worth 16 million rice dollars? That was almost 100 million Chinese dollars. Brother Scorpion's scalp was a bit numb, and when he looked at Su Chen again, Su Chen's body seemed to be flickering with the light of luxury. Brother Scorpion, isn't it just a watch? Look at you. You're still not helping me get revenge. Seeing the situation is not right. The demonic woman again charmingly blowing towards Brother Scorpion's ear. Brother Scorpion swept his eyes at his woman, as well as the more than 10 minions present, and clenched his teeth and said, this friend, I'm Shangshur Entertainment's Wang Scorpion, and the lady next to you did indeed beat up my woman, so I must seek justice today. I also ask my friend to give me face. What if I don't give it? Su Chen said indifferently. The veins on Wang Scorpion's forehead throbbed, saying, friend, if you don't give me this face today, I'll have to find Wan Xiao to help me seek this justice. You should know about Wan Wei, the only son of Huaxing Group's general manager Wan Qinghe. After mentioning the word Wan Wei, Wang Scorpion's backbone seemed to be quite a bit stronger, and his voice was a degree louder. Wan Wei? Qi Shaoqing frowned when he heard this name. This was one of the top young masters in Zhonghai, especially his father, Wan Qinghe, a media tycoon. His circle of contacts was not generally wide. Although Qi Shaoqing knew that Su Chen's background was definitely not ordinary, he really didn't dare to be sure if he could overpower Wan Wei. Shi Shaoqing was a little worried, not to mention Su Yan and Xin Yao. Su Yan was now incredibly regretful. If she had known earlier, she would have just let them beat them up in the bathroom, so she wouldn't have made such a big deal out of it. And just as the crowd's minds were divided, Su Chen spoke again. Wan Wei? You call Wan Wei here. Let's see if he dares to tie this knot. Upon hearing this, Wang Scorpion's face also turned cold and said, Friend, you're bullying people too much. After saying that, he called Wan Wei. Scorpion, what is it? Wan Wei's voice revealed a wave of impatience. It was because he was being grounded by Wan Qinghe for a month, and he couldn't go anywhere for that month. And the reason for being grounded was naturally because he had offended the big boss of Huaxing Group. When he thought of Su Chen's figure, Wan Wei couldn't help but shudder. Being so young to be his dad's boss was enough to indicate a background. It might be the crown prince from the capital. Wan Xiao, good noon. I've encountered a little thing here. I had no choice but to report your name, Wan Xiao, but the other party didn't give a, so I had to call you to ask if you know this person. Who the is it? Dare to be so arrogant, not even putting this young in his eyes? As soon as Wan Wei heard this, he was instantly on his head. Tell Wan Wei that my name is Su Chen. Su Chen took the initiative and said to Brother Scorpion. He said his name is Su Chen. Brother Scorpion turned to speak to Wan Wei. Orbital dang. The sound of something hitting the ground came from the other end of the phone, followed by a murmur of voices ringing beside Brother Scorpion's ears. Wan Wei? Scorpion Wang couldn't figure out the situation. What did you say his name was? 30 seconds later, Wan Wei's voice came from the cell phone again. He said his name is Su Chen. Wan Xiao. As far as I know, there doesn't seem to be such a number amongst our great young men in Zhonghai. Wang Scorpion was not too sure. Scorpion, you turn on the speakerphone. The louder the better. In the cell phone, there was another word that made Wang Scorpion puzzled. However, Wang Scorpion did as he was told. The sound is turned up to the maximum. Wang Scorpion, Nima, you want to kill me. Do you know that Su Xiao can poke me to death with a single finger? Lousy words put here. If Su Xiao today because you have any unhappy place. Lousy minutes destroyed you. Ashes are to you Yan Luo. Wan Wei felt like a dog had died. Wang Scorpion first froze in place, and when he looked at Su Chen again, it wasn't just a simple matter of seeing a tycoon, but was filled with fear. Who didn't know that Wan Wei Wan Daoxiao had the best face? The person who could make Wan Daoxiao say something like this in public. That background was estimated to be as big as the sky. Gulp. Wang Scorpion swallowed his saliva. In the end he was just a punk. Where would he dare to arm wrestle with a great god like Su Chen? The result was that Wang Scorpion fiercely gave himself 2 slaps, then looked at Su Chen with a pleading look. Su Xiao, I have eyes but I don't recognize MT. Tai. I have bumped into Su Xiao, but please ask Su Xiao to be magnanimous and treat me like a fart. Let go of me. Wang Scorpion's actions made his junior brothers look confused, especially the demonic woman. She was even more furious, saying, Brother Scorpion, what do you mean? Isn't he just a rich second-generation guy with a bit of history? Do you need to be afraid like this? You have more than 100 brothers. Cut him down in minutes. Asterisk 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 mudhorse. It's all because of you. Brother Scorpion sniffed and was so angry that he grabbed the demonic woman's hair and yanked it so hard that the demonic woman fell to the ground with a bang. Wimp. The demonic woman climbed up from the ground and gave Brother Scorpion a vicious kick before rushing out of the private room. Brother Scorpion stood there with an embarrassed face, waiting for Su Chen's decision. Get lost, don't let me see you again, Su Chen coldly said. Brother Scorpion's body tightened, and he hurriedly replied, Okay, young Su, I promise to disappear from amongst your sight from now on. This is your watch, here you go. After saying that, Wang Scorpion quickly disappeared into the private room with his minions. Before leaving the restaurant, he also didn't forget to help Su Chen settle the bill. As soon as Wang Scorpion left, the other 3 people in the private room looked at Su Chen with different eyes again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Xiao, deep hiding awe. Even Wan Wei was eaten to death by you. Honestly, what exactly is your identity? Shi Shaoqing said in surprise, facing the 3 people's gazes full of curiosity. Su Chen decided to be frank and lenient. Isn't Wan Wei's father the deputy director of Huaxing Group? I, on the other hand, am the president of Huaxing. President of Huaxing? What president of Huaxing? Shi Shaoqing was so surprised that he almost jumped up from his. It was no wonder Shi Shaoqing wasn't surprised. Huaxing Group was a listed company with a market capitalization of hundreds of billions. How old was Su Chen? He was the head of this super company. The young men in Zhonghai who were the same age as Su Chen were still showing off their luxury cars on Netflix. It could be said that all the rich second generation in Zhonghai were younger brothers in front of Su Chen. I've heard that many big stars are employees of Huaxing, so won't you be able to meet these big stars at any time? Brother Chen? Su Yan gushed. Su Chen froze for a moment. He, the president of Huaxing, was a handful. and really didn't care about which stars Huasheng had signed up. Shen Yao, on the other hand, deflated her mouth and said, "You're so rich, it's not possible that you can't look at the tuition fee I gave you and then not teach me." Su Chen had a black question mark on his face. He hadn't agreed to take on an apprentice yet. "Young Su, what is this treasure of yours again?" It actually subdued what's-his-name brother Scorpion all of a sudden. Qi Shaoqing picked up the Patek Philippe Ref. 1518 watch. "Oh, just a watch worth $100 million. Su Chen said carelessly. Qi Shaoqing shivered and hurriedly put the watch on Su Chen's hand. Afterward, the four of them finished the lunch amidst laughter. "Hey Dad, I'm only 22 this year, and I'll definitely choose to go to graduate school later on. So what's the point of dating? What are you in a hurry for every day?" Chapter 23 Invitation from the two big schoolgirls. No go. It's no fun to say no. Must go? Dad, are you still being reasonable? Dad, actually I have a boyfriend. There's no way I'm going on a blind date. What? You want to meet my boyfriend? After leaving the hotel, Su Yan answered a phone call. It was his dad calling, saying that he had prepared a blind date for him. It was the son of the head of the company his dad worked for. Hanging up the phone, Su Concubine had a bitter face. Just now she forced herself to lie that she had a boyfriend. Who knew that her dad asked her to bring her boyfriend to a meeting? Where would she find a boyfriend from now? And when Su Yan's eyes fell on Su Chen, immediately appeared the color of intention. Voice weakly said, "Chen brother, you can pretend to be my boyfriend once? Just help me muddle through my dad tonight when we have dinner. He's willing." Qi Shaoqing pushed Su Chen out with one hand. Su Chen had no choice but to agree to pretend to be Su Yan's boyfriend. "It's okay, but only this time, ha." Su Yan was happy and a little depressed at the same time. She herself was at least a school flower level beauty. Listening to Su Chen's tone, it seemed like she wasn't very happy about it. There's this time and there's the next time. Sooner or later the fake becomes real. Su Yan secretly gritted her teeth and drummed up energy. "Brother Chen, my parents are also forcing me to go on a blind date during this period of time. You'll have to pretend to be my boyfriend at that time as well." "Oh." Shen Yao stared with bright big eyes and said, "Again?" Su Chen was nodding his head. When would the system be able to reward him with something that lowered his charisma? Because both Su Yan and Shen Yao still had classes in the afternoon. After lunch, both of them went back to school with great reluctance. On the way to the parking lot, Qi Shaoqing yawned. "Su Shao, I didn't sleep well last night. I need to find a place to catch up on my sleep." "All right." Qi Shaoqing drove the car and killed all the way to a certain small netizen's home. Once Qi Shaoqing left, Su Chen didn't really know what to do for a while. After thinking about it, he decided to go to Victoria to take a look and buy some fruits as an employee benefit. Driving the car, Su Chen came to a fruit zone not too far from Victoria, and picked up fruits inside. What kind of bali? Durian, amethyst grapes. Anyway, what is expensive to buy? Not bad money. Handsome guy, I'll give it for you. When checking out, a voluptuous woman appeared in front of Su Chen, pulling out her cell phone to help Su Chen check out, and at the same time also threw a wink at Su Chen. Su Chen looked at the woman. Early 30s, a designer label, and a greasy face. Diaphragmatic. Su Chen hurriedly said, "No need, I'll give it to myself." The woman looked at Su Chen with two glowing eyes, and at the same time was a bit unhappy, saying, "Don't be in a hurry to reject sis. Sis will be unhappy." Su Chen had another bout of nasty chills, and said in a cold tone, "If I say I don't need it, I don't need it." The woman raised her eyebrows and pulled out a bank card from amongst her LV bag. "Can't see this point? Good, there's $500,000 here. Take it." Su Chen's expression froze slightly. "What do you mean?" The woman smiled smugly. "Can't you see this? I'm going to adopt you. You just need to make the service comfortable, and have whatever you want," the woman said, but also stretched out a hand towards Su Chen's chest to touch it. Su Chen's head was filled with black lines. Today, he had encountered a strange person. He smacked away the woman's outstretched hand. "Please also show some self-respect. I'm not interested in this kind of thing." "Yo, you still think the money is small? Greedy enough? $500,000 is not enough, then 1 million. The woman again fumbled for the bank card inside the bag, with a look of determination on her face. "You still can't afford me. Get out of the way." Su Chen was not interested in spending time with the woman, and pulled the woman in front of him to the side. "Egu," the woman exclaimed exaggeratedly. At this time, a tall man entered the store and looked at Su Chen angrily. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Dare to bully my sister." Su Chen stopped his movements. The woman, on the other hand, said excitedly towards the tall man, "Brother, I like him. You quickly let him be my lover." The tall man obviously didn't expect things to be like this. His face slightly darkened, continued to look at Su Chen and said, "Damn, at a young age you don't learn to be good. You learn from other people's little white boy to seduce people. You're not afraid of pissing your parents off. Why don't you go and be a duck for us sake?" Thing 1. Su Chen looked at this strange two siblings, finally moved to anger, coldly drank. Scram! The tall man first froze, and then a hunting smile emerged from the corner of his mouth. Still dare to be arrogant in front of me? I'll smash your face, let you not even be a duck in the future. After saying that, he swung his fist towards Su Chen. Su Chen impatiently kicked out, directly sending the tall man flying. Don't leave if you have the damn guts. I'll call someone to kill you. The tall man covered his chest and screamed. Seeing her elder brother being kicked away, the woman finally got scared and flashed to the side. Su Chen came outside the store unimpeded, took out the key to the bat chariot and pressed it. Beep! The bat chariot next to him opened its wings as if it was flying, and the door opened. Are you sure you want to call someone to get me? Su Chen indifferently looked at the tall man. Cold sweat slid down the tall man's forehead. This was a billion-dollar bat chariot. He went limp and sat down on the ground. The voluptuous woman was also almost dumbfounded as she watched the scene. She finally understood what Su Chen meant by can't afford to support. Well, really can't afford it. At the same time, the woman's heart was filled with endless fear. To be able to become the owner of the bat chariot, one finger could probably poke her to death. What stupid things had she done? Su Chen didn't have the time to pay attention to that strange brother and sister, and drove straight to the Victoria restaurant. As soon as he arrived at the restaurant, he realized something was wrong. There was not a single waiter or security guard at the entrance. With curiosity, Su Chen came inside the restaurant. It was found that the employees of the restaurant were all concentrated in one place. Mr. Su is here. Good day, Mr. Su. At this moment, someone spotted Su Chen's figure and hurriedly shouted respectfully. What's going on? Su Chen frowned. Mr. Su is always like this. Zhao Xiaoyan walked over with a touch of sadness. According to Zhao Xiaoyan's description, a South Korean star came at noon, and a waitress was quietly groped on the butt by this South Korean male star while serving food. The waitress was so angry that she threw a glass of red wine on the South Korean male star. Then the two parties got into a fight. This guy thinks this is South Korea. Su Chen was slightly angered. You're the owner of the restaurant. You have to give the gentleman an explanation for this matter. As Su Chen walked over, a woman in her 30s with exquisite makeup and fashionable clothes said forcefully to Su Chen, "Who are you?" Su Chen glanced at this woman. A little strange. At a glance, this woman was obviously from China. Why was she helping the South Koreans? The woman's neck was angled, and she said somewhat smugly, "I am Mr. Park Hoon-sung's manager. My name is Yang Jinjin." During the woman's speech, Su Chen also looked towards the South Korean male star. It looked a bit familiar. It seemed like he was the male lead of the two Korean dramas that had recently become a big hit, and had many female fans in China. After listening to Yang Jinjin's, Su Chen coldly said, "What explanation do you want? He took advantage of my store's waitress. I didn't break his hand even if I gave him enough face." Yang Jinjin smiled coldly and said, "Who is Mr. Park? How could he take advantage of a waitress?" Chapter 24, Su Chen's Identity. It was clearly your store's waitress who saw Mr. Park's good looks and took the initiative to seduce him. However, Mr. Park cleaned himself up and didn't pay any attention to her, so she got annoyed and poured red wine on Mr. Park instead. I didn't. It was him who started it. The young and beautiful waitress on the side said weakly. Is there a surveillance? Su Chen said to Zhao Xiaoyan. There is. Zhao Xiaoyan hurriedly called up the surveillance and took a look. It was indeed that Park Hoon-sung who first stretched out his Lushan hand and attacked the waitress's sensitive part. The evidence is overwhelming. What else is there to say? Su Chen looked at Yang Jinjin with cold eyes. Yang Jinjin obviously didn't take the surveillance seriously. Still sophomoric, this surveillance only captured their backs. What can it mean? Maybe she was making some kind of harassing innuendo to Mr. Park on her face during the delivery of the food. Yang Jinjin pointed at the waitress, being slandered so plainly. The waitress almost cried out. I didn't do anything. I believe you. Su Chen comforted the waitress, then suddenly struck out and threw a slap onto Yang Jinjin's face. Splat! Yang Jinjin was staggered. What are you doing? You dare to hit me. I'm going to call the police. Yang Jinjin was first dumbfounded by the sudden slap, and then nearly growled. That's right, I did hit you. Who told you to make harassing facial gestures at me in the beginning? Su Chen said indifferently. You fart. When did I make harassing gestures at you? Yang Jinjin said angrily. Everyone saw it. Su Chen pointed at Zhao Xiaoyan and dozens of other Victoria staff. That's right, we saw it clearly. It was you who first made harassing gestures towards Mr. Su. Mr. Su was forced to use his slap to break your fantasy. After all, Mr. Su is so handsome. Right, if it wasn't for Mr. Su waking you up with a slap, you would have undressed in front of Mr. Su. A crowd of employees spoke up. Come on, if you want to be shameless, I will be more shameless than you. You, guys. Yang Jinjin was so angry for the first time that she couldn't speak. Shameless Chinese. I will definitely let Hwashing Group block your restaurant and launch a public opinion attack on you online. Park Hoon-sung, the South Korean male star who had been as steady as a mountain, stood up and threatened in half-baked Mandarin. You're related to the Hwashing Group? Soo Chen glanced at Park Hoon-sung. What? Afraid? Mr. Park is an artist who was just signed by the Hwashing Film and Television Department. As long as Mr. Park gives a word, the entire Hwashing Group will operate, and use the network's voice to shoot your restaurant to the point where there's not even any dregs left. Yang Jinjin thought that Soo Chen was afraid and said with incomparable complacency. Park Hoon-sung was even more arrogant, saying, if you kneel down and lick the soles of my shoes, maybe I'll even let your restaurant off the hook. How the hell are you talking to Mr. Soo? Some security guards had been looking at Park Hoon-sung in a bad light for a long time, and when they heard this, they immediately stormed out and went up to give Park Hoon-sung a big mouth. Don't look at Park Hoon-sung's interpretation of martial arts masters in the 2 Korean dramas that have recently become a big hit, Fighting Lively, but in fact, that was all done by a stunt double. He didn't have any martial arts skills at all, and he received a solid slap from the security guard. You actually dare to hit the honorable South Korean friend. I'm going to sue you until you lose all your money. Yang Jinjin was furious. Park Hoon-sung even screamed, ACI bar. I'll make sure that Hwashing Group humanizes you guys and let my fans in China spray you to death. Did you just say that he's a new artist signed by Hwasun? No, he's not. Soo Chen finished the sentence to Yang Jinjin and picked up his cell phone to dial. Yang Jinjin didn't put Soo Chen's words in her eyes at all. A small restaurant owner dared to say that he swayed Hwashing's decisions? This was clearly hilarious. You Chinese people are really just pretending. Park Hoon-sung was equally unconvinced and covered his cheeks, a spiteful light shining through his eyes. Hello, Mr. Soo. The phone was connected and Wan Ching-ha's respectful voice came out. Did the movie and television department sign a South Korean star called Park Hoon-sung? This person I dislike very much. Fire him, right. Don't forget to ask for compensation from him. The reason for this is to shame the countrymen. Discrediting Hwashung. Soo Chen faintly said, yes. Hearing the command, Wan Ching-ha immediately acted and called the manager of the movie and television department. Still Wan Ching-ha, pretending to be quite decent. Unfortunately, what kind of status Mr. Wan has? It's also something you can access. Yang Jinjin clasped her hands and sneered from the sidelines. Park Hoon-sung didn't take it seriously either, crossing his legs and being proud. However, it was less than a minute. Yang Jinjin and Park Hoon-sung's cell phones rang successively. After they answered the call, their entire body was bad. Mr. Park, you've been fired by Hwasung and you're facing a $30 million breach of contract. I was fired by Hwasun, and Hwasun requested that the national movie and television industry block me on all fronts. And even on the South Korean side, I'm not allowed to be activated again, or else Hwasun will crack down on all South Korean artists. Yang Jinjin and Park Hoon-sung said at the same time. The shock and fear of the other could be seen in their eyes. Flop! The two men paralyzed on the ground at the same time, like dead ashes. In the end, the South Korean male star and Yang Jinjin, the South Korean lickspill, were naturally thrown out by the restaurant's security personnel. TSK, I didn't realize that besides having such a big restaurant, the boss is also so well connected to Mr. One of the Hwashing Group. What's so good? Didn't you hear Sister Xiaoyan say that the Hwashing Group is also owned by the boss? What? The boss is too rich. I don't know if the boss has a girlfriend. How can he not have one? The boss has brought several girls to our restaurant for dinner. Then I don't know if the boss doesn't mind having another girlfriend. Boing boing. The restaurant's employees also gossiped around Soo Chen, until they saw the Bat Chariot parked at the entrance. What kind of car is this? It's also too cool. This you don't understand. Right, the Bat Chariot, the only one in the country. The selling price is said to be as high as $1 billion. $1 billion? Who can afford it? That's unknown. Several waitresses chattered around the Batmobile. Soo Chen walked over with the car key and pressed it. Beep, the car door opened. Old bosses. All the female waitresses were about to drool as they looked at Soo Chen. Hundreds of millions of restaurants, $1 billion luxury car, and $100 billion group. The key was also ridiculously handsome. Fallen, completely fallen. To ask why my eyes often contain tears inside. It's all because we love the boss so much. Snap. Soo Chen snapped his fingers and said, don't all be flamboyant, there are fruits inside the car. Everyone take it out and share it. Also, I'm happy today. Each person's monthly salary will increase by $1,000 from today. Long live the boss. The restaurant's employees became even more excited. A few female employees even prepared to give Soo Chen a hug without any reserve. Soo Chen had no choice but to accept their hugs. The waitresses who had hugged Soo Chen each had a red face, just as if they had drunk too much wine and couldn't walk very steadily. What are you doing? Don't go to work yet. Zhao Xiaoyan came out in time to solve the problem. The few waitresses spat out their tongues and honestly went to work. Ahem. That Boss, people want a hug too. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoyan said towards Su Chen with a shy face. Su Chen chose to slip away. Chapter 25. Sure you want someone to get me? Stare. The host has raised the wages of his employees, allowing the light of the righteous path to shine on the earth, rewarding the host Rolls-Royce Phantom 10. Just as Su Chen got into his car and skipped, a message came into Su Chen's brain. In the face of 10 Rolls-Royces that were $7 to $8 million, Su Chen said that his heart had no fluctuations, and he even wanted to laugh. What do I need so many Rolls-Royces for? It's impossible to use them to open a wedding car store. Su Chen shook his head, but he was still quite fond of the Rolls-Royce. This car was luxurious, atmospheric, and stable. Before there was a system, Su Chen's dream was to drive a Rolls-Royce one day. Go back and try the car first. According to the system's prompts, Su Chen already knew that the cars were lying inside the Hentang Manor's garage. Whoops! With a windy ride, Su Chen returned to the Hentang Manor garage. Entering the garage, Su Chen really saw the 10 Rolls-Royces quietly parked there. It had to be said that although the 10 Rolls-Royces were not as expensive as the Batmobile, but with 10 of them parked together, the sense of shock was something that a Batmobile could not bring. Su Chen began to test drive them. This test, until the evening, until Su Yan sent him a WeChat message. Let Su Chen go to the AG&C restaurant to pretend to be her boyfriend. Su Chen changed into a Givenchy suit that the manor had originally prepared, and drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom with license plate number Zhonghe 00001 towards the AG&C restaurant. And in the restaurant, Su Yan and her father Su Dahai had already arrived. Su Yan's blind date, Chen Yuanhui, had also arrived. Chen Yuanhui was tall and good-looking, and his body exuded the temperament of an elite from a large company. It was the type that many girls liked. However, after meeting Su Chen, Su Concubine always has a feeling of not a cloud except for the Witch Mountain when she sees other boys. Compared to Su Chen, all the boys were nothing. Chen Yuanhui was the same. Moreover, when Su Yan saw Chen Yuanhui constantly fiddling with the Bentley Continental's car key, she became even more disgusted with Chen Yuanhui. Yuanhui introduce me, my daughter, Su Yan. You can just call her Yin Yin. Su Dahai enthusiastically introduced Chen Yuanhui. Concubine hello, my name is Chen Yuanhui. Uncle Su should have told you. I'm the Xiaoyang Group's young proprietor. I heard Uncle say that you're preparing to go to graduate school? In fact, there is absolutely no need for you to go to graduate school. As long as you marry me, you will immediately be a young grandma of a wealthy family. There is no need to work hard. Besides, why do girls read so many books? Giving birth to children and doing housework is what a woman should learn the most. Chen Yuanhui fell in love with Su Yan as soon as he saw her. Su Yan frowned and nonchalantly refuted her dad's words. Chen Xiao, we are not that familiar. It's better for you to call me by my full name Su Yan. Besides, I have a boyfriend. I'm afraid if you call me that I'll cause him to misunderstand. Boyfriend? What boyfriend? Is your boyfriend still even more outstanding than Chen Xiao? Anyway, I don't care who your boyfriend is. I won't agree. Humph. My boyfriend is naturally 100 times better than him. Su Yan said confidently. Chen Yuanhui proudly smiled. Concubine, you are still small. Do not understand. I do not blame you. Look at the whole of Zhanghai can talk about 100 times better than me is estimated to be only Zhou Huaxian Zhou Daoxiao. You're not talking about Zhou Huaxian Zhou Daoxiao. Towards the end, Chen Yuanhui laughed even louder. Although he liked Su Yan very much, but he also had to admit that Zhou Huaxian could not see Su Concubine yet. Zhou Huaxian. Hearing this name, Su Yan frowned slightly. Although she knew that Su Chen was the president of Huasheng, it really wasn't certain if he could be better than Zhou Huaxian. And right at this moment, Su Chen parked the Rolls-Royce and entered the restaurant. Brother Chen. Su Yan hurriedly gave a greeting. Su Chen walked over and naturally placed the Rolls-Royce keys on the table. Dad, this is my boyfriend, Su Chen. Su Yan introduced with great pride. Su Dahai shot a glance at Su Chen, technically looking at Su Chen's attire and that Rolls-Royce Phantom car key. It seemed that this person in front of him seemed quite good to be his son-in-law. He was much more handsome than Chen Yuanhui. The car he drove was also much better than Chen Yuanhui's car. I just don't know how the specific family background is. Good day, uncle. Su Chen politely shouted at Su Dahai under Su Yan's prompting. Su Dahai was even more satisfied. Handsome, golden and polite. He is the material to be the son-in-law of the Su family. At this moment, Chen Yuanhui, whose face was somewhat gloomy, suddenly opened his mouth and said, My friend, how much is the Rolls-Royce rented for a day? As soon as Su Chen entered the door, Chen Yuanhui was sizing him up, and after thinking for half a day, he didn't remember that there was such a big young man in Zhanghai, so he concluded that Su Chen's Rolls-Royce was mostly rented. Sure enough, once Chen Yuanhui said this, Su Dahai was immediately on guard. His circle of friends had a son-in-law who had been cheated by his son-in-law. That son-in-law luxury car mansion. Decent work, his friend is very happy. Decisive marriage daughter. Who knows that after the marriage only to find that the son-in-law's luxury car mansion are rented. His friend was so depressed that he was about to commit suicide. Su Dahai didn't want to make such a mistake himself. Chen wouldn't rent a car. Chen is so rich. Su Yan's pretty face turned cold and said unhappily. One of Su Chen's wristwatches was $100 million. How could he rent a car? Chen Yuanhui looked at Su Chen. The corner of his mouth arched up. Since concubine Yan said that your car couldn't have been rented, may I ask which Ford store did you buy it from? This question also put Su Chen on the spot. The car was given to him by the system. Hell knows where it came from. Seeing Su Chen's silence, Chen Yuanhui was even more pleased. Can't say it, can you? Young and not learning, renting a car and cheating. Can you stand up to your parents? Can you stand up to the public? Chen Yuanhui said when he was complacent, and then looked toward Su Dahai. Uncle, these days there are too many crooks. A moment of inattention will be fooled. Sometimes you still have to keep your eyes peeled. Young concubine is young. You can make this kind of mistake. We cannot be guilty of Young Chen has a point. Su Dahai nodded his head repeatedly, then looked at Su Yan with a bad tone. This is the boyfriend you found. Disgraceful or not, listen to Dad. Split it up, and live a good life with Chen Xiao. Dad is not. Su Yan was a little anxious. What is not? Today if it is not, Chen Xiao recognized this liar. In the future there is a place where you regret. Chen Yuanhui smiled smugly. Uncle, this is not to blame Yi Yan. To blame this guy. He pointed at Su Chen and said, still have the face to stand here? If you don't get lost I'll call security to blow you out. I'll see who dares. Just as Chen Yuanhui's words fell, a furious voice with majesty rang out, only to see a middle-aged man of about 40 with a majestic face walk over. Wang Wanyu, Mr. Wang? Chen Yuanhui looked at the visitor and was slightly puzzled. Wang Wanyu was a billionaire worth billions of dollars. How could he speak for a crook? Mr. Su. Wang Wanyu first quickly came in front of Su Chen, respectfully bending over and shouting respectfully. This was what made Su Hai and Chen Yuanhui look dumbfounded. Chen Yuanhui hurriedly said, Mr. Wang, what are you up to? This guy is a con man who rents a Rolls Royce to cheat his feelings. Are you mistaken? Wang Wanyu raised his head and coldly glared at Chen Yuanhui. Renting a car? Mr. Su bought the $1,080 million bat chariot without batting an eye. Do you think Mr. Su needs to rent a car? The moment these words came out, the entire room was shocked. Chapter 26, Sealing the Popular Star. Even Su Yan did not expect Su Chen to be the owner of the bat chariot. Chen Yuanhui even stammered. What? He is the owner of the bat chariot? Recently, every now and then, someone uploaded a video of the bat chariot appearing on the streets of Shanghai on the internet. Everyone basically guessed that the bat chariot had an owner. However, not many were clear about who the owner was. Chen Yuanhui had never expected that the owner of the $1 billion super luxury car was this Su Chen whom he had called a liar. At this time, Su Chen also opened his mouth. He spread his hands and said, there are 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms in the family. I really don't remember which 4S store I bought the one you asked about if it was placed before. Su Dahai and Chen Yuanhui would definitely not believe what Su Chen said. However, if Su Chen had bought the $1,080 million Batmobile, what was 10 Rolls-Royces worth? Gulp! Chen Yuanhui swallowed his spit, cold sweat falling from his forehead. Damn! Why didn't this guy say this earlier? This is not a pit. Yo, Su Xiao, you are also eating here. At this time, another young voice came over. The crowd followed the voice and took a look. It was Zhou Huaxian, the son of the richest man in Shanghai, who had his arm around the popular young flower. As soon as they saw Zhou Huaxian walk over towards them, Su Yan, Su Dahai, and Chen Yuanhui stood up in a flash. Good day, young Zhou. Several people shouted respectfully. Even Wang Wanyu smiled and greeted them. Zhou Huaxian, however, ignored these people and came in front of Su Chen, politely saying, Su Xiao, what a coincidence. Are you free to come and sit in my private room? This restaurant happens to be my major shareholder. I took it upon myself to exempt Su Xiao from this order. Su Xiao won't be angry. Su Chen smiled faintly. Thank you in advance then. Which private room are you eating in? Hearing this conversation, the hearts of the crowd were not calm again, especially Chen Yuanhui. His little heart almost jumped out of his throat. Who the hell was this guy? The bat chariot was bought at the drop of a hat. Even the son of the richest man in Shanghai had to be so polite to him? Chen Yuanhui's little legs couldn't help but tremble. Su Dahai similarly didn't dare to breathe. When he thought of the words he had said to Su Chen earlier, his heart hated Chen Yuanhui to the extreme. Damn it, if it wasn't for you Chen Yuanhui, we don't know how well our son-in-laws would have talked. On the contrary, Wang Wanyu was more calm. After all, a magnate who couldn't find out anything about his background did have a bit more cowhide than Zhou Huaxian. Zhou Huaxian laughed, inside the Supreme Hall. Had I known that Su Xiao was coming, I would have left the Supreme Hall for you. And they are? Zhou Huashuan's words turned to Su concubine and the others. This is Su Yan, my girlfriend. Su Chen first introduced Su Yan, but hesitated when talking about Su Yan's identity. After all, he was only acting as Su concubine's temporary boyfriend for a day, and left after pretending. Oh, so it's sister-in-law. Hello sister-in-law, Zhou Huaxian said with some exaggeration. Su concubine's face flushed red, first glancing at Su Chen with full of affection, then whispered, hello, Zhou Xiao, this is Uncle Su. Su Chen introduced Su Dahai again. Good day uncle, Zhou Huaxian shouted politely. With this good day, Uncle Su, Su Dahai almost floated to the sky, and said with a face full of excitement, you are welcome, Zhou Xiao. After saying that, he looked at Su Chen. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. If it wasn't for Su Chen as his son-in-law, would the son of the richest man in Shanghai call him uncle? Don't dream about it. Young Su, I won't need to be introduced to young Zhou. As Su Chen was about to introduce Wang Wanyu took the initiative to say, young Zhou, Mr. Wang. The two people greeted. While Chen Yuanhui Su Chen was not introduced, Zhou Huaxian was also a man of the people and instantly understood that Su Chen did not like this person. He looked at Chen Yuanhui and said in a cold voice, friend, this place is not for you to stay. Get lost. Chen Yuanhui's face was full of embarrassment. Shivering, he left the restaurant. Today, he had lost his face to his grandmother's house. Afterward, Zhou Huaxian invited Su Chen and the others into the Imperial King Hall. Wang Wan didn't have to make this mess and skipped out first. Su Dahai similarly didn't go. First seriously warned to Su Yan, with Su Xiao together you can curb those little temperament of yours, otherwise dad can't spare you. And then, also smiling to Su Chen said, good son-in-law, research sometimes love to play sex. You must not let her. What to do on what to do. After saying that, Su Dahai left the restaurant with satisfaction, and also sent a message inside the Prestige extended family group. It was to the effect that his daughter had found a boyfriend. How excellent this boyfriend was. Clouds and clouds. AGNC's Imperial Hall is indeed much better than the ordinary tables outside. The style was elegant and low-key luxurious. In the room, was Zhou Huaxian's gang of minions, the same group of rich second generation. This is Su Chen. Young Su. Everyone toast to young Su. Zhou Huaxian called out to the crowd. Although this group of rich second generation felt that Su Chen looked very strange, but the boss had opened his mouth. They all raised their cups towards Su Chen. Everyone is polite. Su Chen picked up the red wine that Zhou Huaxian had poured for him and drank a glass with everyone. After a glass of wine, everyone ate and drank, and the conversation started. The chat was nothing but luxury cars, beautiful women and watches. One of the rich second generation intends to show off, smiled and said, yesterday just got a watch. Patek Philippe pin gold 5002p. After saying that, he took out the watch and displayed it. Xiao Zhuang, this thing is more than 17 million There is a price Not bad, Xiao Zhuang said haughtily, while his gaze quietly looked towards Su Chen. He was actually curious about Su Chen's identity and why Zhou Huaxian was so polite to him. Dazzle Watch also wanted to see Su Chen's reaction and make some cuts through Su Chen's reaction. As a result, Su Chen didn't react half-heartedly. This guy, Xiao Zhuang muttered, and his gaze suddenly fell onto Su Chen's wrist. He couldn't help but shout. What is Xiao Zhuang up to? The other rich second generation threw in puzzled gazes. Xiao Zhuang stood up and stretched his neck towards Su Chen, saying politely, young Su, is this watch of yours called Patek Philippe Ref 1518? Patek Philippe Ref 1518. These rich second generation were all startled. This was a luxury watch among luxury watches. That's right. Su Chen nodded with a smile. How much did it cost to buy? I remember that this thing seems to be the treasure of the town in Patek Philippe's store. Saying that it's not for sale, Xiao Zhuang was filled with curiosity. 100 million. Su Chen spoke in a casual tone. Young Su, it's still you who's trenchant. The crowd of rich second generation all gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Even Zhou Huaxian couldn't help but look at the Patek Philippe Ref 1518 more. Midway through the wine, Zhou Huaxian finished toasting Su Chen with a glass of wine and said, Su Xiao, tomorrow night my dad is going to organize a reception. I don't know if you'll appreciate your face. Zhou Huaxian was quite right for Su Chen's appetite, so Su Chen didn't hesitate much and said, if Zhou Xiao invites me, I will definitely go. After eating a few more mouthfuls of food, Su Chen realized that Su Yan was actually a little bit uncomfortable in this environment, so he got up and toasted towards everyone. That's right. I still have some things to do, so I'll take my leave first. Zhou Xiao, you guys have a good meal and a good drink. After a few more polite words with the crowd, Su Chen left the private room. As soon as Su Chen left, this group of rich second generation couldn't control their curiosity, and hurriedly asked Zhou Huaxian, Zhou Xiao, what is this Su Xiao's origin in the end? He can afford to buy $100 million watch, but he hasn't heard that we have this big bull in Shanghai before. Chapter 27 Rolls-Royce How much money to rent? Zhou Huaxian, therefore, showed a deep smile. Before I also do not know that we Shanghai have Su Xiao this number of characters, until Su Xiao a shot on the purchase of the henteing manor which only entered my line of sight. To be honest, I couldn't see through Su Xiao this person until now, so he's the one who bought your family's henteing manor. Even Zhou Xiao can't see through it. I guess it's from over there. Xiao Shuang pointed to the sky. This group of rich second generation all understood what Xiao Shuang meant. It came from the capital. In short, when dealing with Su Xiao, let's be as polite as we can. If anyone messes with Su Xiao, don't blame me for kicking him out of the circle. Zhou Huaxian sealed the deal. Understood. The group of rich daughters hurriedly nodded their heads. Sorry, that environment just now actually made you uncomfortable, right? After leaving the restaurant, Su Chen sincerely spoke to Su Yan. Su Yan was first stunned, then her face was written with emotion. She didn't expect Su Chen to even notice such a detail. A little bit, in fact, I can only be considered as a small rich second generation. Suddenly sitting with a super rich young man like Zhou Huaxian, there is a little bit of nervousness. You're not nervous when you're with me? Su Chen suddenly smiled. Because you are very gentle. Su Yan revealed a sweet smile towards Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head. It was the first time someone had evaluated him like this. Will I send you home next or what? Su Chen blew on the wind, making the smell of alcohol on his body not so great. Why should I let you send me home? You can still pretend to be my boyfriend for 4 hours. Su Yan gazed at Su Chen, her eyes like water. Alright then, where are we going to play next? Su Chen's answer made Su Yan slightly disappointed. Wouldn't the correct answer be, I can always be your boyfriend? Of course, Su Yan only thought about it in her heart. She actually knew that she was not worthy of Su Chen. Let's go to the Central Sea Bund to play. Su Yan cherished the remaining 4 hours, and the Shanghai Bund was the favorite place for couples to go. Su Chen did not refuse. Because of the alcohol, the two had to take a taxi. More than 20 minutes later, the Bund arrived. A light reflected the beach waves, complementing the neon lights next to it, outlining the wonderful scenery of the Bund. Su Chen and Su Concubine walked amongst them, strolling through the strange little stores. Su Yan loves to eat. She liked to try whatever kind of snacks she came across, and when she came across a good flavor, she wanted to share it with Su Chen. Su Chen did his best to play the role of a one-day boyfriend. It's so lively in front. As the two strolled around, they realized that there were people piling up in front of them, with cheering sounds coming out from time to time, so the two of them drew closer towards the pile of people. Upon approaching, they found vendors fiddling with force gauges and hawking them. Force gauge ow, 50 a time. If you can hit 500 pounds you'll be rewarded with $1,000. The vendor's Mandarin was a bit awkward, a bonobo with a patch of beard under his nose. A few young adults jumped at the chance to pay to measure their strength. It turned out that they all measured only 300 or 400 pounds of strength. Let me do it. At this time, another awkward Mandarin rang out, and the visitor was an undersized, somewhat dry and thin bonobo. Can you do it? So many of us big men can only hit 300 to 400 pounds. How many pounds can you hit with your skinny body? A spectator teased. Boom! The dry and skinny Japanese hit hard and actually hit 610 pounds. You, Chinese, are still greatly incapable. The dry and skinny Japanese gave a thumbs up, then jerked downward with a disdainful look. You, Chinese, still greatly fail. The dry and skinny Japanese's words and actions could be said to have greatly irritated the hearts of the surrounding audience. What the hell are you talking about? Daring to say we can't do it? The crowd was filled with righteous indignation. You guys, if you're good, why can't you hit my power? The dry and skinny bonobo looked at the crowd with slanted eyes. The scene was a bit awkward. The facts were in front of the eyes. Quite a few tall and strong young men couldn't hit the dry and thin bonobo's score either. Slipped away. Seeing that the scene could not be recovered anymore, the general people chose to bail out before they could continue to lose face. I'll do it. Right at this moment, Su Chen stood out from the middle of the crowd. Young man, it's better not to try. An uncle beside him glanced at Su Chen. He was handsome, but the key was not to compare who was more handsome. Don't worry guys, I was born with divine power. Su Chen smiled towards the crowd, then swept the code to give money. Watch this. After doing this, Su Chen swung his right fist and ruthlessly smashed it towards the force measuring device. At the same time, his left hand ejected the stone he had prepared long ago. Ouch! The Japanese vendor let out a scream as his cell phone fell to the ground. And at that moment, Su Chen's fist also hit the force gauge. The number on the display screen jumped crazily, eventually settling at 940 pounds. The surrounding crowd gulped in amazement as they watched this number. And then came the thunderous applause. Little brother cowhide. They cheered. Who says we Chinese can't? Su Chen coldly swept the Japanese hawker and the dry and skinny Japanese man and said, The two bonobos looked at Su Chen, their eyes transmitting a touch of hatred. But in the end, they didn't say anything. Su Chen looked at the dry and skinny Japanese man and said, "If you can still hit more than 500 pounds of power, I'll give you my 1,000, and I'll take an additional 100,000 for you." The dry, skinny bonobo smacked his lips and quietly exchanged glances with the bonobo vendor. "Yossi, deal." The dry and skinny bonobo reappeared in front of the force gauge. "Little brother, what are you up to?" Someone was puzzled. Just now, this dry and skinny Japanese man had struck out a huge force of 600 pounds, and hitting out another force of more than 500 pounds was not a difficult task according to the reasoning. "Isn't this giving away money to people?" Su Chen smiled but did not answer, and just as the dry and skinny Japanese man roared and swung his fist out, Su Chen once again used the stone to knock out the Japanese vendor's cell phone. Thud! The impact was complete, and the number ended up just stopping at 230 pounds, worse than any of the previous scores. "Hey, what's going on?" The audience was confused. "It's a problem with his cell phone." Someone noticed this detail of the bonobo vendor dropping his cell phone twice, and it suddenly dawned on them. More than likely this son of a is manipulating the numbers with his cell phone. An older man cursed. "No, there's no such thing." The Japanese vendor looked at the angry crowd and instantly panicked. He's panicked. Good, two guys are singing a duet here. Faced with a group of people surrounding him, the Japanese peddler was completely intimidated, and with a swish, dragged out the machete hidden behind the dynamometer. "Get lost, all of you, you bunch of fools." After saying that, he waved it in the air twice. The crowd was instantly scared back. Swish! Su Chen suddenly flew and kicked, cleanly kicking off the machete in the hands of the Japanese peddler. "Beat him." The watching uncles immediately rushed up, punching and kicking the Japanese peddler for a while. Even the dry and skinny Japanese man from before was not spared until a police officer arrived. After the police arrived, they soon found the control chip among the dynamometer, confirming the fraud of the two Japanese. As for them being beaten up, it could only be said that the righteous masses had acted in self-defense. They deserved it. "Hey, where's that little brother just now?" After beating the comfortable uncles, they were about to find out the first culprit, Su Chen, who had already disappeared into the crowd. Chapter 28, Disgrace to the grandmother's home. After the matter is over, he will go away and hide his body and name deeply. Stare. The host recognizes the treacherous plan, teaches the villain a lesson, and allows the light of the righteous path to shine on the earth, hereby rewarding the host with a World King level zither skill. The system's voice appeared in Su Chen's mind. World King level zither skill? Come on. In the future, even if there's no more system, I won't starve myself. Su Chen muttered for a 10. Brother Chen, you were too handsome just now, especially when you kicked away the Japanese's machete, leaving from the middle of the crowd. Su Yan looked at Su Chen with eyes full of peaches. Su Chen stroked his chin and waved his hand carelessly, routine operation. Looking at Su Chen's breezy appearance, Su Yan fell even more in love. And at this time, a call was made to Su Concubine. After Su Concubine answered the call, he looked at Su Chen with some embarrassment and said, "Brother Chen, my cousin said she wants to meet you. How does your cousin know about me?" Su Chen was somewhat puzzled. Cough cough. "It's all because my dad sent out a message in the family group, saying that I found a boyfriend. How excellent." And then it aroused their curiosity. Su Chen's face was a bit dark. If this went on, Su Yan's family knew that he was Su Yan's boyfriend, and he was just making a guest appearance for a day. In case he left any bad influence on Su Yan, it would not be good. "Brother Chen, actually it's fine if you don't go." Seeing that Su Chen's face was a bit off, Su Concubine quickly said, "It's fine, go." Su Chen adhered to the principle of helping others to the end and sending the Buddha to the west. Thus, the two people took a taxi towards Su Yan's cousin's house. In the car, according to Su Yan's description, her cousin Su Yu had been at odds with her since she was a child and liked to compare herself to her. Nah, the face value. The face value is no match for the grades. The grades are no match for the grades. The degree of popularity in the Su family was also no match for Su Yan. Later, Su Yu found a rather rich boyfriend. Only then did she get her self-esteem back, and at the same time, she also liked to show off how rich and excellent her boyfriend was in front of Su Yan when she was fine. "I guess cousin, she just heard my dad saying how you are so excellent and got a little worried." Su Yan gently looked at Su Chen and pursed her lips. Coincidentally, the house that Su Yu's husband bought was also in the Henteing Villa area, but it was only the cheapest 4 sets, and it was still paid in installments. Staring when, after arriving at the place, Su Yan rang the doorbell. A servant opened the door. "Yo, Yen Yen is here." So you look 2 or 3 years older than Su Yan, and was still dressed exquisitely in the middle of the night, with makeup on her face, holding a man in his early 30s, a little balding, with a slightly chubby figure. "Cousin, brother-in-law, this is my boyfriend, Su Chen." Su Yan summoned up the courage to hold Su Chen's left hand and walked towards the duo. Suyu looked at Su Chen and her eyes lit up. His face was like a knife, sword eyebrows and starry eyes, and he had a good appearance. Compared to her own husband, she didn't know where to be handsome. She was sour again. But it's not like she was with her husband for his face value, but for his wealth, so she narrowed her eyes and asked, "Research boyfriend, how did you guys get here?" "Came by taxi," Su Chen answered truthfully. Suyu instantly came into the spirit, thanks to the second uncle praising how excellent and outstanding. Turns out to be a poor bastard who can't even afford a car. Worried for nothing. Recently things are finally not so much. Speed up the update. I'm going to ask for a wave of 5-star reviews. The old iron people. Rushing. Ali give. Of course, there are any comments can also write in the comments section. Do down Moncler pa share every day have to look at the loo. Put. The first time I saw a car. I saw a car. The bald man Lu Donglai who was held by Suyu directly laughed out loud. Cough. Suyu lightly coughed twice, crossed Lu Donglai a glance. Don't show so obvious. It's very embarrassing, okay? She smiled even more and said, well, indeed a talented person. That concubine research boyfriend, where are you high up in the world? Su Chen thought for a moment and said, he opened 2 companies by himself, and then he is the major shareholder of a foreign company. This in turn made Suyu wary, and carefully said, then how much income can you get every year? A few tens of billions. Su Chen didn't even think about it and blurted out, ha. Lu Donglai completely couldn't hold it together and laughed so hard that the fat on his face shook. Suyu also laughed out loud. Ha, yen, your boyfriend is quite humorous. In her heart, she was taking Su Chen even less seriously. Humph. So what if you look prettier than me and have a higher education than me? Finding a boyfriend like this will sooner or later become the joke of the Su family. Suyu stared at Su Yen. Her heart was soothed. This point of boyfriend, Su concubine was a complete failure. Little Yu, your cousin hasn't come to our house yet. Take her to take a good look at the Henteing Villa house. Of course, her boyfriend earns tens of billions of dollars a year, most likely not interested in our small house. Lu Donglai said in a conspiratorial manner. Concubine, come, take a good stroll around our house. When we bought it, we spent $200 million for the down payment. Suyu pulled Su Yen to stroll up inside the villa. Su Yen helplessly looked towards Su Chen. Su Chen gave her a look that signaled to just go and stroll. So Su Yen then walked around inside the villa with Suyu. Although the villa was expensive, it wasn't very large, almost 2,000 square feet, and it was over within a few strolls. But Su concubine had to admit that the houses in the Henteing Villa area were really good. Whether it was the building materials, the decoration style, or the design of the villa, it was considered top of the line in the country. Yen, tonight you will stay here with your boyfriend. There are many rooms anyway. After strolling around, Suyu said with a smile. No, it just so happens that I also have a house in the Henteing Villa area. So I won't bother you guys. Just as Su Yen didn't know how to reply, Su Chen grabbed the opportunity to speak first. Put. Suyu and Lu Donglai laughed again. Suyu gave Su Chen a blank look. Research boyfriend, just pretend to be almost on the line now. You think that if you brag that you earn tens of billions of dollars a year every year that you really have tens of billions of dollars. Said in the cloud top villa area has a house really have house. I am embarrassed to expose you. How do you still say more and more powerful it? Lu Donglai said with disdain. Your words can only fool those young girls. Do you know what the concept of annual income of tens of billions of dollars? Put in the country. That is also the top 10 tycoons. Bragging also don't blow so outrageous, okay? Suyu pulled Su Yen said, research. You look for a boyfriend's vision is really not good. Even if you cannot find with your brother-in-law is good. There is no need to find a bragging king. Well, how to affect our Su family's reputation? Su concubine was a bit anxious, saying, cousin, brother-in-law, Chen he didn't lie. Lu Donglai let out a cold laugh. Didn't lie? Does he dare to say where his house in the Henteing Villa area is? Dare he take us there? What's there to dare? Su Chen was calm from the beginning, still pretending, not afraid of making people laugh their asses off. Let's go. We're inclined to go and take a look today. I'll see that he won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. Suyu and Lu Donglai said contemptuously. So the 4 of them walked out of the Lu family villa. Lu Donglai drove a Bentley and hitchhiked Su Chen's 3 people on. Point out the way properly. Lu Donglai sneered. All the way up. Su Chen responded. Hey, you shouldn't have said that you live in the 3rd grade villa area. Suyu covered her mouth and laughed. The cheapest house in the 3rd grade villa area was around $1 billion. And a braggart could afford it? No, it's the topmost Henteing manor. Su Chen shook his head. Chapter 29 Don't mess with Su Xiao. Lu Donglai's face instantly pulled down and said, you're shelving here to amuse me? Do you know what kind of people live inside the Henteing manor? They can totally beat us up if we rashly barge in. Yen, it seems that your boyfriend did his homework before bragging. knowing that the henteing manor cannot be ventured into. That's why he said that the henteing manor is his. Su Yu gloated. Just go, Su Chen faintly said. Lu Donglai clenched his teeth and gave Su Chen a cold look. Good, I'm going to completely expose you today. You may not know that I have a bit of friendship with the owner of the henteing manor. Even if we venture into it, he won't make things difficult for us. After saying that, he drove all the way up. And Su Yu was a little surprised in her heart when she heard her husband's words. She instantly understood that her husband was bragging. Not long after, they arrived at the entrance of the manor. Two tall iron gates connected to a high fence protected the manor inside. Outside the gate, there were bodyguards patrolling. When the bodyguards saw the unfamiliar vehicle, they were about to stop it when their earphones heard a message from the manor's head housekeeper, Gu Xiaodai. It said that the boss had returned. These bodyguards immediately looked solemn and hurriedly opened the iron gate. Lu Donglai nervously watched the scene and muttered a little in his heart. It was hard to believe that the owner of the henteing manor had actually seen him. However, Lu Donglai thought for a moment. Anyone who could drive into the henteing villa area was the owner of the henteing villa. Perhaps it was the owner of the henteing manor who wanted to make friends with him, the owner of the same henteing villa. At the thought of this, Lu Donglai puffed out his chest and became even more proud. At the same time, he quietly shot a glance at Su Chen, thinking that this time, let's see how you can pretend. The Bentley arrived on the parking pad of the manor. The first thing that caught his eyes was the bat chariot. Gulp! Lu Donglai swallowed his saliva. $1 billion luxury car. The owner of the henteing manor was really trenchant. Next were the 9 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. The 9 Rolls-Royces were in a row, which also ruthlessly stimulated Lu Donglai's little heart. After Lu Donglai got out of the car, he found that there were 40 to 50 people standing in the parking lot, and these 40 to 50 people stood in 2 rows. At the head of the line was a big beautiful woman with outstanding temperament, excellent appearance and wearing a cheongsam. Lu Donglai subconsciously thought that this person was the owner of henteing manor, so his greasy face was filled with a pleasing smile as he took small steps towards the cheongsam beauty. Lu Donglai was inwardly incomparably pleased. However, the cheongsam beauty didn't even look at Lu Donglai, and almost jogged in front of Su Chen, bowing and saluting. She shouted with incomparable respect, "The boss is back. Boss is good." More than 40 manor servants bowed together at the same time and shouted loudly. On the parking pad, the sound shook the sky, while Lu Donglai and Su Yu were dumbfounded. Looking at the scene in front of them, Lu Donglai and Su Yu were dumbfounded. They had counted on everything, but they did not expect that Su Chen was really the owner of the henteing manor. Then their previous words? The two of them winced. Boss, they are? The manor housekeeper Gu Xiaomai looked at Lu Donglai curiously. Oh, they are my friends. Friends? Even recognizing who was the owner of the henteing manor? Gu Xiaomai muttered in her heart. Want to go in and take a look? Su Chen looked at the sweaty Lu Donglai and Su Yan and said. Originally, the two were prepared to find a crack in the ground and disappear from Su Chen's eyes as fast as possible. But for one, they were worried about Su Chen retaliating against them. Secondly, they also wanted to see what this mansion, which was called the #1 mansion in China, was like. So the two people shaded awkwardly and nodded. Can you? Su Chen called on Su Concubine to walk in the forefront, and Lu Donglai and the two quietly followed. As soon as they entered the interior, Lu Donglai and Su Yu's gazes were attracted. It was the same henteing villa, but the henteing manor was far beyond the other villas in terms of design, style, and decoration, worthy of being the #1 mansion in the country. The two people sincerely lamented, but once they thought that the house was Su Chen's, their hearts were complicated as hell. Young Su, just now it was us who had the eyes to recognize him. Taiyan spoke SB. I still hope that young Su won't take it to heart. Lu Donglai came to the side of Su Chen and drooped his head. For the sake of Concubine's face, I won't bother with you guys in general. Su Chen waved his hand with a cold expression. Su Yan sniffed and was sweet inside. Thank you, Xiao Su. Thank you, Xiao Su. Lu Donglai and Su Yu were like amnesties. Are you guys hungry? I'll go get some dinner. Su Chen asked Su Yan and the others again. It was actually him who was a bit hungry. Gu Xiaomai immediately acted and prepared to order the kitchen to cook. I'll do it myself. Su Chen stopped Gu Xiaomai. Brother Chen, you can still cook. Su Concubine's small mouth slightly opened in surprise. Lu Donglai and Su Yu also looked over. Your cousin's brother-in-law is here, so it only seems more respectful if I personally cook. Su Chen laughed. Upon hearing this, Su Yan was extraordinarily warm inside. Because of her, Su Chen, the titular 100 billionaire, was actually willing to cook in person. Could it be that Brother Chen actually likes me as well? This thought popped up in Su Yan's mind, and her face instantly turned red. On the other hand, Su Yu was sour inside. She had been married to Lu Donglai for so long, and Lu Donglai had never done a few things for him, let alone cooking. Where did Su Chen know that the two women had so much drama inside? He put on his girth and went to the kitchen. After staring and pounding for a while, 4 dishes and 1 soup appeared. 8 treasure duck, crystal shrimp, sonjang fish, hibiscus crab dipper and a simple seaweed egg drop soup. The crowd was instantly shocked at the sight of these dishes. It was important to know that these were all famous series of dishes from China Sea. It was easy to make them, but hard to get the flavor right. But they didn't have much hope for the flavor either. After all, no one would ask how good or good a tycoon's cooking skills needed to be. I'll taste it first. Su Yan couldn't wait. After all, this was made by Su Chen himself. She picked a chopstick of shrimp up and sent it into her mouth. Instantly, Su Yan's expression froze. This was too delicious. How's it? Not bad. Su Chen wiped his hands and smiled. Awesome. Su Yan's beautiful eyes shone. Looking at Su Yan's expression, Lu Donglai and Su Yu were not quite convinced. There was no such exaggeration. So the two picked up their chopsticks and tasted it. Froze. The two people looked at each other and confirmed their eyes. It was a delicacy that had never been eaten before. Su Yu impatiently picked another chopstick of sonjang fresh fish. It was equally delicious to the point of tears. While her taste buds went wild, Su Yu's heart was bitter. On what grounds? On what grounds was Su Yan's boyfriend handsome and rich, and his cooking skills were a mess? She was sour as hell. Next, it was time for a few people to feast. Snapping. The sound of chopsticks picking at the rice was like a war. In less than 10 minutes, the 3 people who weren't too hungry and were screaming about losing weight had eaten all 4 dishes in 1 soup. One by one, they touched their rounded tummies and licked the corners of their mouths, unable to finish. Brother Chen, I love you too much. Su Concubine cozily reclined on the chair, looking towards Su Chen's impeccable side face, and suddenly said. Only after saying this did Su Yan realize that it was too revealing and made another big red face. Su Chen didn't think it was anything, and just smiled towards Su Yan. This smile made Su Yan sink quite a bit more. Brother Chen, can I try this piano too? Su Yan had long ago discovered that there was a piano placed in the living room, and after eating, she came to the piano. Chapter 30, Su Yan's cousin. Just try it if you want to. Su Chen didn't care. Dum. Su Concubine played at 2 tigers and a fairy tale on the piano. After playing, he smiled rather sheepishly. I only know this one. Su Yu suddenly remembered that didn't her husband learn the piano when he was young? And he had also received a grade 10 certificate for piano. Hubby, you go and try it. Su Yu touched Lu Donglai. She now hoped that Lu Donglai could surpass Su Chen in a certain aspect, so that she would be balanced in her heart. Lu Donglai also moved this thought, lest he look like a loser in front of Su Chen. He was the boss of Lu clan group. I'll offer a little bit of ugliness as well. Lu Donglai came and sat down in front of the piano, and with his dual conductor dancing, he played a classic piano song, Autumn Whispers. Staring, the notes rang out like a clear spring flowing, graceful and melodious. A song was played. Lu Donglai straightened his chest wax. Today was considered to be a superb performance. When Lu Donglai came to Su Yu's side, Su Yu quickly picked up his arm and then glanced towards Su Yan. At least her own husband still had something better than Su Chen. She inquired, Young Su, you have a piano placed in your home, so I'm sure that young Su usually plays it. Just a little bit. Su Chen shook his head. Well, a billion dots. World King level piano skills. Then play one for us. Su Yu couldn't help but say, okay ba. Su Chen came to the piano and sat down. The 3 people all revealed a look of anticipation. Staring when Su Chen's fingers moved slightly, and the same piece of Autumn Whispers was played. His 10 fingers were like elves dancing and skipping on the keys, while a section of beautiful notes rang out in a sharp and measured manner. Listening to this tune, the crowd felt as if they were in another world, a dreamlike world filled with the feeling of autumn. The music, too, made them become soothing and leisurely. The mental fatigue was swept away. When the music ended, the 3 still closed their eyes, enjoying that wonderful world. It was only after a while that the 3 detached themselves from the fantastic world. This is already the world's best zither art, isn't it? Lu Donglai muttered. As much as he didn't want to admit it, it was the truth. And at this moment, Su Yu felt as sour as a lemon had become. Su Yan's boyfriend was also too perfect. Can't compare. Lu Donglai and Su Yu finally chose to slip away. Nothing can be compared to it, so don't leave it here to be humiliated. Early to go back to think about life, and because it was too late, Su Chen had no way to send Su Concubine back, so he had to arrange for Su Concubine to stay at the manor. What does Brother Chen mean? Su Yan came to the bedroom that Su Chen had arranged and realized that there were 2 pillows inside the bedroom. Su Yan expressed her nervousness. At the same time, she was looking forward to it, because her mom had told her that a girl who meets an outstanding boy has to do it early. And was there any boy more outstanding than Su Chen? No more. For the sake of the wonderful things that were about to happen later, Su Yan drilled into the bathroom and had a burst of wash and aroma, then dried her body and came to the bed, only exposing a head outside, waiting for Su Chen's arrival. 10 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour. Su Yan still did not wait for Su Chen. What did Su Chen do? Su Chen fell asleep. Women's colors and stuff. Not interested. Ow. What? Didn't rest well? The next day when he got up, Su Chen realized that Su Concubine had a bit of dark circles under his eyes. Stinky brother Chen. Stupid brother Chen. Su Yan secretly cursed Su Chen in her heart, thanks to her waiting for so long last night. As a result, Su Chen actually didn't come. Su Yan realized that she had made a fool of herself. There is a little bit. Thinking about what happened last night, Su Yan actually felt a little embarrassed. After eating breakfast, Su Chen heard Su Yan say that she still had classes today, so he casually chose a Rolls-Royce to send Su Yan to Shanghai University. Su Yan got out of the car despondently. Boyfriend expired. Sad. And after sending Su Yan, Su Chen pondered where to spend his time today. He now also realized that the life of rich people was often plain and boring. At this time, a call came in. Hello, are you Mr. Su? I am Li Jianfu, the president of San Xin Group, and I would like to ask you, Mr. Su, to meet me. An old and powerful voice came from the phone. Li Kin-fu, isn't this the richest man in South Korea? Can't it be that he had to run to South Korea just to meet? It was too troublesome. So Su Chen asked where the other party was. It's at San Xin's head office in China in Shanghai. Li Jianfu replied. No problem then. Su Chen drove towards San Xin's head office in China. On the other side, Li Jianfu, who was already over 80 years old, hung up the phone and looked at Su Chen's message a little depressed. How did a person who occupied 20% of San Xin's shares come out of nowhere? And still a Chinese. This is very unfavorable to their Li family rule San Xin. After being depressed, Li Jianfu still wanted to meet Su Chen. Su Chen, on the other hand, followed the address given by Li Jianfu to the downstairs of San Xin's head office in China. Hello, may I ask who are you looking for? Although this was San Xin's head office in China, there were still more Chinese employees. That pretty receptionist girl was Chinese. Hello, my name is Su Chen. It's your company's president Li Jianfu who asked me to come. Su Chen replied. The receptionist girl's brain was confused. The president personally called? If she hadn't looked at the Rolls-Royce car keys in Su Chen's hand, she would have directly taken Su Chen for a psychopath. Because of this, the receptionist decided to go and find the president's secretary to confirm. So she revealed a polite smile and said, I'll go inform the president's secretary. Go. Su Chen put the car keys away and found a sofa to sit on. Su Chen? After a minute or two, a man in a suit about Su Chen's age appeared in front of Su Chen and shouted in a less than certain tone. Jiang Yang? Su Chen recognized the visitor and frowned. This was one of his college classmates. Due to the fact that this guy was quite fond of pretending when he was in college, the two had quite a lot of friction, and even less interaction after graduation. Su Chen also did not expect to meet Jiang Yang here. Yo, come here to look for a job. Jiang Yang sized up Su Chen for a moment, then embraced his hands, condescendingly looking at Su Chen with a sharp expression. I heard that Chen Kurson dumped you? You won't even lose your job now. Put it aside and stay there. Su Chen didn't want to bother with him. Jiang Yang revealed a cold smile and said, Su Chen, you probably didn't think of it. I'm now in the personnel department of San Xin Group. If you want to come to San Xin to work, you have to go through me. Otherwise, the door is not even there. But for the sake of everyone's old classmates, you only need to send a message inside the classmate group, saying that you used to be the one who looked down on people, and now begging for my forgiveness. I'll let you off the hook for today's interview. Pushing without end, is it? Su Chen impatiently looked at Jiang Yang and said, I'm also giving you a chance now. Send a message inside your classmates group to apologize for your previous behavior, or else get the hell out of San Xin. Jiang Yang laughed out loud. And tell me to get the hell out of San Xin? Let's talk about it after you get into San Xin first. Su Chen, why haven't I seen you bragging so much before? Believe it or not, I'll give you the chance anyway. After saying that, Su Chen lazily leaned on the sofa. Chapter 31, Good Boss. Jiang Yang took out his cell phone and prepared to send what Su Chen had just said inside the university's classmate group, so that his classmates could properly mock and ridicule Su Chen. Sure enough, as soon as the message was sent out, someone replied below. Ha, is Su Chen stupid for mixing inside the society? He still wants Brother Yang to get out of San Xin. Funny, right? Who does he think he is? Brother Yang is the personnel director of San Xin's head office in China. He thinks he's the president of San Xin. And Brother Yang, his father, is still a leader in the administrative side of San Xin. I think Su Chen is just too jealous of Brother Yang. There were 10 or so replies in a row, all of which were detrimental to Su Chen. Su Chen, take a good look at the classmate group. Jiang Yang smiled and said towards Su Chen. Su Chen didn't bother with him. Now, Jiang Yang got a bit annoyed and lifted Su Chen's collar with a somewhat nettlesome expression. Show me. Stop. Right at this moment, an old and majestic voice rang out from behind Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang looked back. Chief, President. He shivered in fear. He actually saw Li Jianfu, the president of Sanqing Group, who was a dragon and would not appear in Zhonghai Company for several years. Finished, being seen by the president beating himself up. This is dead. Jiang Yang was quite uneasy inside. At the same time, he hated Su Chen to the extreme. If it wasn't for Su Chen, he wouldn't have been seen by the president in this scene. Although Jiang Yang wanted to give Su Chen a punch at the moment, he knew he couldn't and could only loosen his grip on Su Chen's collar. Mr. Li, that what? Jiang Yang hurriedly explained to Li Jianfu in Korean. Li Jianfu, on the other hand, ignored Jiang Yang and brought the Sanxin Group's top management to Su Chen's front, then slightly bent down and used fluent Chinese with the right words. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I'm late. Sorry, Mr. Su, we are late. The dozens of Sanxin executives behind Li Jianfu bent down in unison and spoke out respectfully. Su Chen straightened his clothes, looked at Jiang Yang and said, from now on, you're fired. Pack up and get lost. I said. Su Chen walked away, leaving behind a desperate Jiang Yang. There was also the administrative director who was arranged by Li Jianfu to handle this matter. Uncle Song, what the hell is going on here? The administrative director was Jiang Yang's father's old boss. The executive director, who was called Uncle Song by Jiang Yang, looked like he was avoiding the plague and said, don't call me Uncle Song, we don't know each other very well. Jiang Yang did not die, pestered Uncle Song said, Uncle Song, just now that person is my college classmate. What his family situation I know exactly. Why is Mr. Li so polite to him? Could it be the wrong person? Uncle Song had a hateful expression on his face. Do you know that Mr. Su, the university classmate you despise, has become the largest shareholder of our company, owning 20% of the shares, and is the person who has the most power of speech in the entire Sanqing Company. Jiang Yang was directly stunned. How is this possible? He couldn't accept this reality. An ordinary college friend suddenly became a 100-billionaire all of a sudden. This was too fantastic. Humph. Mr. Su's identity we have checked many times. It is impossible to have a mistake. You can obviously rely on Mr. Su's identity as a university classmate to soar to the sky. But instead, you made a death wish to offend Mr. Su. If I were your father, I'd be directly pissed off by you. Right, I think you'd better beg for Mr. Su's forgiveness so much, or else your dad will only follow and roll away. No one can protect him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yang finally panicked. Their family was counting on his dad. If his dad was fired as well, their family would collapse. Oh no! Group message. Jiang Yang violently remembered the message he had just sent to the group. In case Su Chen read it and got angry, his dad would most likely suffer along with him. When Jiang Yang opened the university class group again, he found that there were already hundreds of replies. Su Chen's wave of operation, I would call it a head show. It is estimated that the once proud son of heaven suffered from the poisonous beatings of society, and his psychology is distorted. Watching our male god of Zhonghai reduced to this, I really cannot help laughing out loud. Ha ha ha. Basically, they are all damaging Su Chen. Of course, this is not to say that Su Chen had bad interpersonal relationships in college. It was more about being handsome and talented and being envied. That's why they seized this opportunity to make a big detriment to Su Chen. I Nima. Looking at this one reply, Jiang Yang almost cried. After thinking about it, he hurriedly sent a message. Brothers, stop joking around. I'm really fired by Su Xiao now. As soon as this message was sent out, there were even more messages in reply. Brother Yang played well with this wave. He. If I didn't see that the BMW in Brother Yang's friend circle was still there, I almost believed it. Su Chen, don't peep the screen come out and say how you fired Brother Yang. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yang looked at these messages and cried even more. I was really fired by Su Xiao. I cry. Everyone quickly don't make fun of Su Xiao, otherwise I'm dead. Jiang Yang also sent an expression of kowtowing and begging for mercy. Brother Yang, your acting skills are a waste if you don't go to the theater. To say that my brother Yang is really giving Su Chen face. Su Chen, why don't you come out and thank Brother Yang? However, no one still chose to believe it. At this time, someone suddenly sent a sentence out. I believe Jiang Yang was really fired by Su Chen. The crowd took a look at the ID and it was actually Chen Kurson. Chen Kurson, didn't you break up with Su Chen? Someone asked. Chen Kurson did not respond. Immediately after Chen Kurson, someone else spoke. I also believe that Jiang Yang was fired by Su Chen. In fact, we all underestimated Su Chen. The speaker, Chen Chao. The crowd was confused. Wasn't Chen Chao not dealing with Su Chen? Why was he still speaking in favor of Su Chen? Please believe me everyone. Don't ever make fun of young Su again. Jiang Yang saw that someone finally had someone believe him and spoke again. Dead silence fell inside the group. Those who sent messages to mock Su Chen withdrew their messages one after another. and those who couldn't withdraw their messages rushed to send a private message to Su Chen. Asked Su Chen what he was doing recently. The words inside the group were all jokes, hoping that Su Chen would not take it to heart. Blah blah blah. A number of female classmates opened the door and sent an invitation to Su Chen, asking Su Chen if he could come out for a drink in the evening. When these university classmates were frantically sending messages to Su Chen was sitting with the richest man in South Korea and chatting. Mr. Su, drink tea. Li Jianfu handed Su Chen a cup of tea. Guanyin. Mr. Li has a lot of work to do in the day. He wouldn't specially run from South Korea to China to call me for tea. Su Chen took a sip and said, ha ha, Mr. Su is a refreshing person, so I'll get right to the point. I want to acquire 20% of our San Xin Group's shares in Mr. Su's hands. Li Jianfu stared at Su Chen's eyes and said, he, how valuable San Xin is. I think Mr. Li is more clear than me. 20% of the shares. How can it be worth 60 billion rice dollars? Although Mr. Li is the richest man in South Korea, I'm afraid that it's also impossible to come up with 60 billion rice dollars in one breath. Su Chen smiled faintly. Li Jianfu let out a bitter smile and said, it's definitely impossible to settle this money in one go, so I will choose to give it in installments. Su Chen put down his teacup and said, Mr. Li, don't think that because I'm young, I'm easy to fool. Would you choose to sell off your Li family's shares in San Xin at this time? Mr. Li's purpose is actually very clear to me. It's nothing more than worrying that I'm relying on 20% of my shares to meddle in the internal affairs of your San Xin Group. Chapter 32, Losing Completely. You can rest assured on this point, Mr. Li, I just want to simply make money. I'm not interested in things that require brainpower. So, as long as the annual dividends arrive on time, you San Xin Group can play as you like, provided of course that it doesn't harm our country. Otherwise, even if I don't earn this money, I will still seek justice for our country. Su Chen finished his speech and patted his ass and left. Mall gaming, he was not good at all, especially facing an old fox like Li Jianfu. The less said the better. I'll see Mr. Su off. Li Jianfu knew that even if he talked a lot behind him, Su Chen wouldn't listen, so he had to recognize Su Chen's statement. It seemed that in the future, he had to take care of San Xin's relationship with China. Li Jianfu made a decision. Zhang Yang stood outside San Xin, waiting for Su Chen to come out of the company. He wanted to go up to Su Chen to beg for forgiveness. As a result, Su Chen is still accompanied by the president. The bodyguards closed the road. There is no opportunity to talk. Zhang Yang completely died. He only hoped that Su Chen wouldn't jerk his dad to the end because of him, or else their family would really be finished. In fact, Su Chen didn't even know that Zhang Yang's father was also working at San Xin. Coming to the driver's seat of the Rolls-Royce, Su Chen subconsciously looked at his cell phone, finding that he had received hundreds of messages at once. Among them were those that apologized to him, and those that invited him for dinner. Su Chen was a bit puzzled. It wasn't until he tapped on the class group and scrolled all the way up that he finally understood it all. Then he threw his cell phone aside and seriously drove his vehicle towards Huasheng Mansion. After all, Huasheng was his own son, so he still needed to care more. After parking the car in the underground garage, Su Chen was a little thirsty, so he found a convenience store in the neighborhood and bought a bottle of water before continuing to the company. When crossing the crosswalk, a silver-haired old man walked next to Su Chen with his hands behind his back. Su Chen wanted to help the old man. At this time, a Maserati came whistling from not far away. Even when he saw the crosswalk, he didn't have any intention to slow down. The old man also saw this raging Maserati. His heart was in a hurry. A step did not step steadily, fell to the ground. Agoo! The old man's knee was skinned, and he screamed out in pain. And when the Maserati saw this, it slammed a brake and stopped in front of the old man. Ka! The car door opened and down came a polished, high-flying man in a suit. He frowned and looked at the old man. Drinking, old man. I didn't touch you. Don't think of blackmail. Su Chen went to help the old man up, and when he heard the Maserati man's words, he was instantly offended. If it wasn't for you crossing the crosswalk without slowing down, the old man wouldn't have fallen. Is it hard for you to have no points in your own heart? The Maserati man looked at Su Chen and said disdainfully, which onion do you count as meddling here? Besides, which one of your eyes saw that I didn't slow down? Oh, you're with this old man, right? You want to blackmail someone, right? He intentionally said the word blackmail very loudly, instantly attracting a lot of attention. Su Chen coldly looked at the Maserati man and said, firstly, I don't know the old man. I helped him, purely because you disgusted me. Secondly, whether your car has exceeded the speed limit or not, has its own surveillance to testify. Do you dare to go with me to see? Maserati man impatient, you think everyone is as idle as you. Today I have a lot of things. Count me unlucky, lazy to continue to gab with you here. Here is $1,000. Take it to buy medicine to eat. After saying that, the Maserati man took out a stack of bills from his wallet and threw it on the ground at once. I don't want money, but old man, I was indeed scared by your car. You have to apologize to me. At this time, the old man also slowed down. Old undead, let me apologize. Put aside here to dream, the Maserati man said in a cold voice, and there was even a hint of cold light in his eyes. Do not apologize. Su Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense, went up and lifted the Maserati man's collar, lifted the Maserati man up in place and said indifferently. Maserati man did not expect Su Chen to be so strong, instantly panicked, worried that Su Chen really beat him up, and quickly said, I apologize. I apologize. Dao. Su Chen threw it in front of the old man. The Maserati man gritted his teeth, thinking that a good man should not be beaten up, so he said towards the old man, Old man, it's me who has a problem with driving, scaring you to come. I apologize. I apologize. The old man is still more generous, nodded to express forgiveness, while reminding the Maserati man next time to drive a little slower. Human life is at stake. The Maserati man pretended to listen to the advice. While waiting for him to get back into the car, he directly accelerated away, faster than his previous speed. AI. The old man sighed, together with the fact that it was all said in vain just now. Old man, your leg is fine. Su Chen, however, had expected it. It's fine. Thank you, young man. You're welcome. As long as you're not in any serious trouble, then I'll leave first. Seeing that the old man was indeed not seriously hurt, Su Chen said goodbye to the old man and continued to rush towards Huashing Mansion. Stare. The host helped the disadvantaged old man and let the light of the righteous path shine on the earth, hereby rewarding the host Zhenghai Global Plaza. The system's voice rang out. Su Chen's footsteps were all slightly lurched. Zhenghai Global Plaza was the largest plaza in Zhenghai, more than 300,000 square meters, valued at $10 billion, and because of its fine design and decoration, it was also selected as a 5-star shopping mall, another addition to the Su Group. Su Chen stroked his chin and quickly digested the news. Taking the presidential elevator, Su Chen directly arrived at the presidential office. President Su. Wan Xinghe listened to the commotion and came to the president's office. Brother Wan, go do your thing. I'll just take a casual look. Su Chen greeted. That's good. Wan Xinghe started to get busy with his business again. Su Chen was idle and bored, and relied on playing games to kill time. After playing a few games of King, he came outside to get some air. It's you? He had just appeared in the corridor when an excited voice sounded behind him. Su Chen turned his head to look. Coincidentally, it was actually the Maserati man that he had met not long ago. The Maserati man was wearing an expensive suit with a nameplate on his chest. Du Ziteng, the head of Huashing Group's Human Resources Department. Kid, which department are you from? You didn't expect to meet me here. The corners of Du Ziteng's mouth lifted up in a sardonic smile. He was pondering how to report Su Chen, but he didn't expect Su Chen to directly send him to the door. I didn't expect to meet you here either. Su Chen glanced at Du Ziteng's nameplate. Minister of Human Resources. Scum. No wonder he didn't even recognize him. Kid, I'm asking you, which department? Seeing that Su Chen was still acting so relaxed, Du Ziteng was upset. I don't belong to any department. Su Chen grinned and laughed. Du Ziteng raised his eyebrows. Then you are not from our company? You couldn't have come to our company to steal. Right. Security guard, arrest this person for me. Du Ziteng didn't care. He would first deduct a big hat before saying anything. The security guard on the 33rd floor heard the commotion and hurriedly ran over. Minister Du, what are your orders? The 4 security guards looked at Du Ziteng and said respectfully, I suspect he's here to steal. Arrest him for me. Du Ziteng pointed at Su Chen. When the 4 security guards heard this, their faces changed slightly. If it was really as Du Ziteng said, this person was here to steal, then they were also responsible. Chapter 33, Firing Another One. They thought, and began to lean towards Su Chen to draw. Du Ziteng couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. What are you guys doing? Suddenly, a sharp, deep voice came from behind Du Ziteng. Mr. Wan. Du Ziteng was not unfamiliar with this voice. Huasheng Vice Chairman Wan Xinghe. So he hurriedly turned around and nodded his head. Wan Xinghe looked at Du Ziteng indifferently, and even kicked Du Ziteng to the ground as he passed by him. Du Ziteng was at a loss, and the 4 security guards also looked at each other. However, the next thing that happened made their souls tremble, only to see Wan Xinghe quickly came to the young man they were just about to grab, and said with a nervous face, Mr. Su, they didn't hurt you, did they? Mr. Su, Du Ziteng's scalp instantly exploded. This young man was the mysterious president of the company? Mr. Su, it's fine. Su Chen mopped his head, then looked at Du Ziteng and said, this guy's character is questionable. Fire him. No problem. Wan Xinghe didn't even bring hesitation. Orb when. Du Ziteng's feet went limp and he collapsed on the ground. The blood color on his face faded to nothing, like a ghost. Finished, all finished. As for the few security guards, Su-chen did not bother with them. After all, they were only being utilized by Du Zitung. After such a small episode, Su-chen began a day of paddling in the company. It wasn't until 5 or 6 in the afternoon that Su-chen remembered that he had promised Zhou Huaxian to attend his father's reception tonight. So Su-chen drove his car towards the address given by Zhou Huaxian. The place where the reception was held was called New World Club, located in the Kowloon Bay in the suburbs of Shanghai. It was the private property of Zhou Huaxuan's old son, Zhou Beixiong. Because of this, the New World Clubhouse is also the clubhouse with the highest threshold in Shanghai, and without billions of dollars, one would not even think of receiving an invitation to the New World Clubhouse. Almost 40 minutes of driving, the clubhouse arrived. The clubhouse looked nothing special from the outside, just like an old mansion with higher walls and larger area. However, when one really went inside, it was a different world. A European-style villa, a Su-shade path, a rockery fountain, and black-clothed bodyguards wearing headsets and constantly shuttling around the venue. When Su-chen arrived at the clubhouse, he found that there were already many cars parked at the entrance. What Bentley, Rolls-Royce are the most common. Multi-million-dollar supercars were everywhere. From these parking alone, one could tell the class of the guests who came to the clubhouse, because Zhou Huaxian had greeted them in advance. As soon as Su-chen reported his name, the well-trained security guards chose to release him. Su-chen entered the hall of the reception, wanting to take a look alone first, so he didn't send a message to Zhou Huaxian. The people attending the cocktail party are basically Shanghai's long-famous tycoons, either following their parents out to see the rich second generation. These people have their own circles. See Su-chen eyes, did not bother. Su-chen is happy to be quiet, but this clean did not last long. Su-chen once again encountered an acquaintance, Zhou Long. He was the one who pursued Li Churen but was beaten up by him instead. Zhou Long was the first to discover Su-chen. He brought a few of his rich second-generation friends to look for beautiful women in the clubhouse and happened to see Su-chen. I actually met you here. Zhou Long stopped Su-chen and gritted his teeth. He hadn't forgotten how Su-chen beat him up that day. Now that he remembered, Zhou Long's face was vaguely painful. What? Didn't beat you up enough that day? Su-chen lazily raised his eyelids and glanced at Zhou Long. How the do you talk to Brother Long? Looking for a beating, right? Zhou Long's rich second-generation friends saw Su-chen's eyes and spoke nonchalantly. Don't gab a few crooked things here. Get lost. Su-chen waved his hand like he was swatting a fly. I Nima, actually dare to disregard our brothers so much. Zhou Long and these rich second generation were even more furious. But nay, this was Zhou Beixiong's place. Even if they were so angry that their heads were smoking, they didn't dare to make a move against Su-chen, or else they would be dead if Zhou Beixiong was angry. Brother Long, this guy is too cheap, but we can't move him here. You have to think of a way. These rich second generation looked towards Zhou Long. Zhou Long's head flashed in a flash of anger and thought of a problem. He coldly looked at Su-chen and said, if you want us to roll, tell me how you got in here first. But anyone who is invited by the Zhou family has an invitation issued by the Zhou family. Where is yours? It occurred to Zhou Long that even he hadn't seen much of this Su-chen person. Would the Zhou family also issue an invitation to this kind of person? Unlikely, right? So Zhou Long decided to bet on whether Su-chen had an invitation or not. Right, kid, do you have an invitation letter from the Zhou family? A rich second generation followed suit and opened his mouth, wanting to put pressure on Su-chen. Su-chen was too lazy to bother with this group of people. Picked up a glass of red wine and drank it on his own. Damn, how dare you ignore people. If you can't get the invitation today, even if I beat you up, the Zhou family won't do anything to me. The rich second generation who started to open his mouth once again drank. Kid, if you're told to take it, take it. What's the point of dilly-dallying? I think he snuck in. That's why he couldn't take the invitation. A few more rich kids who were on good terms with Zhou Long jumped out. I don't have an invitation. In the midst of the crowd's murmurs, Su-chen finally spoke. The moment these words came out, the entire room was in an uproar. Dare to be so arrogant without an invitation, living impatiently right. Zhou Long also had a smirk on his face. Unexpectedly, he had really guessed right. Su-chen really didn't have an invitation. Wouldn't this be at their mercy? Thinking of this, Zhou Long stretched out a hand and prepared to slap Su-chen's face. As a result, he was slapped open by Su-chen, while Su-chen directly gave Zhou Long a kick. Orb dang. Zhou Long was instantly kicked 3 to 4 meters away. How dare you make a move? Zhou Long's rich second-generation friends were stunned, and the moment Zhou Long was sent flying out, a middle-aged man in a suit also walked over. Who dares to cause trouble at the reception? He coldly stared at Su-chen and the others. Supervisor Fong, you're finally here. It's this guy who's causing trouble. We suspected that he blended in without an invitation letter. who knew that he got annoyed and directly moved against Brother Long. A rich second generation jumped the gun and said. Supervisor Fong was aware of Zhou Long and the others. While taking a look at Su Chen, who had never seen him before, he subconsciously favored Zhou Long and the others, and said to Su Chen, this friend, where is your invitation letter? I don't have an invitation. Su Chen wrapped his arms around himself and said indifferently. When Supervisor Fong heard this, his face instantly became gloomy. No invitation. Then how did you get in? I was invited here by Zhou Huaxian. You can ask the security guard if you don't believe me, Su Chen said with a calm face. Supervisor Fong hesitated. If this person was really Zhou Xiao's friend, it was true that he didn't need an invitation to come in, and he couldn't be offended. Supervisor Fong, don't listen to his bragging. I know this guy, just a poor person. And what kind of person is Zhou Xiao? How could he possibly know him? Zhou Long hurriedly opened his mouth, a touch of resentment shining through his eyes. Supervisor Fong had already felt that Su Chen was unfamiliar, and now with Zhou Long's endorsement, he was even more skeptical that Su Chen was mixed in, and stared at Su Chen with an unkind gaze. I've basically seen all of Zhou Xiao's friends. And when did you get to know young Zhou? Chapter 34 Desperate Jiang Yang. Zhou Long continued to add fuel to the fire, saying, Supervisor Fong, don't look at this guy as a beggar. His hands are not bad. He can completely avoid the security guards and tumble into the clubhouse. I'm afraid that his purpose is not just to come in and see what's going on, as simple as that. In case the guests who came in would have a big problem if they lost some valuables. As soon as these words came out, Supervisor Fong's gaze towards Su Chen steeply turned cold, saying, go somewhere with me. I want to search my body. What if I don't? Su Chen raised his eyelids. No? Then I'll only call security to invite you. Supervisor Fong's face was chilly. Hey, is it so hard to go to security and ask? Su Chen motions. At least he was a supervisor of the clubhouse, foolishly being used as a gun. I don't have time to spend with you here. Security guard, come here. There's a thief in the clubhouse. Arrest him for me. Supervisor Fong picked up the intercom and shouted. Watching Supervisor Fong call for security, Zhou Long and the gang of rich second-generation friends all had a quick smile on their faces. Making Su Chen lose face on such an occasion was far more pleasurable than beating him up. They couldn't wait to see the scene where Su Chen was thrown out of the clubhouse. Who are you arresting? Suddenly, a voice filled with coldness came from behind the crowd. Supervisor Fong shivered when he heard this voice. This was because the voice belonged precisely to Zhou Huaxian. Zhou Xiao. He turned his head to look at Zhou Huaxian, whose face was filled with chilling intent, and immediately realized that it was not good. Snap. Without saying a word, Zhou Huaxian ruthlessly gave Supervisor Fong a slap. Asshole. After hitting, Zhou Huaxian quickly stepped in front of Su Chen, full of apologies. Young Su, it's my poor hospitality that caused this to happen. I recognize the punishment. After saying this, he picked up the red wine inside the waiter's tray and drank it in one go in the midst of the crowd's dumbfoundedness. What is the situation? Zhou Long and the others were dumbfounded. Su Chen actually really knew Zhou Huaxian, and Zhou Huaxian was still so polite to Su Chen. An uneasy thought surfaced in the hearts of Zhou Long and the others. It's fine. I should have informed you when I arrived. Su Chen smiled carelessly. Seeing that Su Chen didn't take it to heart, Zhou Huaxian let out a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Supervisor Fong with a cold gaze and drank. Fong Lei, I need you to give me an explanation for today's matter. Su Chen could say that he didn't care about anything, but he, Zhou Huaxian, could not do nothing. Fong's Supervisor Fong Lei's face was pale. Shivering, he said, it's Zhou Long and the others. They clashed with Su Xiao. I came over to inquire about the cause. Zhou Long claimed that Su Xiao didn't have an invitation letter, and most likely he was mixed up. That's why I told the security guards to kick people out. Snap. Zhou Huaxian gave Fong Lei two more big mouths. You believe whatever others say? Also, is it hard to go to security and ask? Luckily, Su Xiao was generous and didn't take this matter to heart. Or else I'll machine you, but Wanrong Group has no more place for you. Pack up and get lost. Fong Lei covered his cheeks. Heard Zhou Huaxian want to let him roll away. Immediately disobedient. Stalking his neck said, Zhou Young, I am with the Zhou General 15 years of the old man. Even if you want to fire me, but also have to look at the Zhou General with or without consent. Zhou Huaxian gave Fong Lei a disdainful look. As long as it's about Su Xiao, my opinion is my father's opinion. Get lost. After saying that, Zhou Huaxian directly called the security guards to blow Fong Lei out. The other guests of the club saw this scene, and their minds were flooded with doubts. Boy, what kind of person is this Su Xiao? He actually made the Zhou family's father and son think so highly of him. When Zhou Long and the others heard these words, their bodies trembled and they almost couldn't stand still. It's over. It's over. They constantly wailed in their hearts. As expected, after Zhou Huaxian drove Fong Lei away, his attention fell on Zhou Long. Zhou Long? Zhou Qian's son? Zhou Huaxian looked at Zhou Long coldly. Zhou Xiao, I am. Zhou Long shrank his head, like a quail. Don't look at everyone as Zhou Xiao. Zhou Huaxian. This Zhou Xiao was the top young master in Zhonghai. He, Zhou Long, on the other hand, was second-rate at best. In front of Zhou Huaxian, he was the younger brother of younger brothers. Snap! Zhou Huaxian unceremoniously slapped Zhou Long. What kind of thing are you? How dare you target young Su, Xiao Zhou? It's all a misunderstanding, Zhou Long said stiffly. Slap! Zhou Huaxian gave Zhou Long more than 10 slaps in a row and cursed. Misunderstanding nigga. Being taught such a lesson in public, Zhou Long was also beaten out of his anger. His neck jacked up and said, Zhou Xiao, I'm not convinced. Isn't he just a friend of yours? Our two families have so many dealings in business. Why should we be so right? On what grounds? On the basis that Su Xiao is our Zhou family's most honored guest. Also, from today, the cooperation between our two families ends here. Security guards, see off the guest. Immediately, there were security guards holding Zhou Long and his gang of friends and rushing them outside. Zhou Xiao! Zhou Xiao! As soon as he heard that Zhou Huaxian was going to cancel the cooperation between the two families, Zhou Long was so anxious that he was close to tears, and hurriedly begged. But no matter how much he begged, Zhou Huaxian didn't even look at him. It's all because of that damned scumbag. After being driven out of the clubhouse, Zhou Long was so angry that his face was nettlesome, while at this time, none of his gang of friends dared to chime in. Bunch of goons. Zhou Long glared at his group of friends in an unfavorable manner. Just as his words fell, the phone rang, and it was his father calling him. Grass mud horse. Zhou Long, what have you done outside? Now Wanrong Group is going to cancel all cooperation with our Zhou family. Do you know that this will cost us more than $1 billion? Zhou Qian cursed profusely. Zhou Long felt aggrieved. Wasn't he just messing with an outsider? How did he know that he would poke such a big hole? He said, I just offended a friend of Zhou Xiao. Friend? Is it Xiao Zhuang and the others? Zhou Qian's voice calmed down quite a bit. If it was just that, then there was still room for things to be salvaged. No, Xiao Zhuang brother and the others I know. How dare I offend? It's an inconspicuous guy called Su Chen. Mentioning the name Su Chen, Zhou Long gritted his teeth again. Su Chen? Asterisk 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 mud horse. You bastard killed our Zhou family. Zhou Qian stormed out even more. Zhou Long didn't expect Zhou Qian to react so greatly at the mention of the name Su Chen, and queried, Dad, what kind of god is this one called Su Chen? How come I haven't heard of such a person like him before? What person? The Hentang Manor, which is worth more than $4 billion, was bought by him. One day I had dinner with the president of the Chinese Bank of China in Zhonghai. He told me that we have one more super tycoon in Zhonghai. The liquidity of the bank card alone is more than $10 billion. This person is also called Su Chen. Zhou Qian was so angry that his voice trembled. Dad. Swell. Zhou Long really panicked. The person who had more than $10 billion in bank card liquidity alone. Hell knows how much money there really was. It was like their Zhou family, which claimed to have tens of billions of assets. It would be nice to actually have $1 billion in liquid assets. Don't call me dad. You're the one who's my ing dad. Zhou Qian once again cursed. On the other side, the undying Fong Lei also learned from Zhou Beixiong that Su Chen was the owner of the Hentang Manor, and completely died. It is not wrong to roll your own store and get out of here. If you want to hate, you should hate that Zhou Long who used himself as a gun. Asterisk 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 you. Zhou Long, Fong Lei thundered. Su Chen did not know that Zhou Long and Fong Lei, who had been kicked out of the clubhouse, still had so much drama. Chapter 35, rewarding 10 billion square. He was eating a big meal with Zhou Huaxian, drinking red wine, and babbling about the south and the north. And during this process, from time to time, people came over with wine glasses to toast Su Chen. Among these people were those who were curious about Su Chen's identity. There were also those who had met Su Chen on his first day at the Hentang Manor. Su Chen responded politely. After another while, the chairman of Wanrong Group, the initiator of the reception, the richest man in Shanghai, Zhou Beixiong, led a large group of people to appear in the hall. Mr. Su, long time no see. As soon as Zhou Beixiong entered the hall, his eyes locked onto Su Chen for the first time. Then he flung his steps and walked towards Su Chen. Good day, Mr. Zhou. Looking at this big brother in front of him, who was on par with Northern Yida Group's Wang Jiansen, Su Chen appeared calm. Hey, don't call me General Manager Zhou, just call me old brother Zhou. Zhou Beixiong showed extra enthusiasm. As the richest man in Shanghai, he had collected a lot of information about Su Chen, Victoria's boss, the owner of the Bat Chariot, the owner of the Hentang Manor, tens of billions of cash in bank cards, the owner of the Huasheng Group, and 20% of the San Xin Group's shares, all kinds of wealth added together. It was already richer than even he, the richest man in Shanghai. Of course, this wasn't Su Chen's scariest point. Su Chen's most frightening places in the family background is actually so simple. In the end, what kind of identity is it that can make the family background so clean? Zhou Beixiong didn't dare to think about it. Originally, the group of tycoons felt that they had already overestimated Su Chen, but after seeing Zhou Beixiong's attitude towards Su Chen, they realized that they had still underestimated Su Chen too much. At the same time, they became even more curious about Su Chen inside. As for Zhou Huaxian, who was on the side, when he heard that his father told Su Chen to call him old brother Zhou, his face suddenly became bitter. Then wouldn't he become Su Chen's great-nephew? This wave of blood loss. Before the reception officially started, there was actually a charity auction. This charity auction was also the highlight of the evening. When Zhou Beixiong appeared, it also meant that the charity auction had officially begun. The crowd moved to a new venue. Zhou Beixiong strongly invited Su Chen to sit at the first place. Su Chen refused on the grounds that Zhou Beixiong was the master. Then the problem of seating was solved. Zhou Beixiong was in the first place. Su Chen was second. The one sitting in the third position was the second richest man in Shanghai. After everyone was seated, the auction host came on stage and blah 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 said a big paragraph. To wit, today's auction was a donation for the recent floods in the south. Natural disasters are merciless, but people have feelings. And the auction items come from the personal belongings of all the tycoons. This is a very interesting auction. It's the equivalent of taking your own stuff and selling it, then buying it back. And therein lies a very key point. Basically what you put up for auction represents the amount you donate. No one is new to this auction model and pondered what to take to the auction. Too cheap, inappropriate, too expensive. People were heartbroken for money. By the time they started to collect the auction items, most of them were diamond rings, pearl necklaces, emerald bracelets, keys to luxury cars. Most of them were worth between $5 and $10 million. The expensive ones were only tens of millions. When it came to Zhou Beixiong took out a jade wrench. The gazes of the crowd immediately lit up. This jade trigger finger is Mr. Zhou's favorite item. It was worn by a certain emperor in the Qing dynasty. It's worth 200 million. Mr. Zhou is generous. Zhou Beixiong just smiled faintly. In taking out $200 million for the jade trigger meant that he would have to spend at least $200 million to buy it back again. Then it was Su Chen's turn. Su Chen also wanted to do something with the people in the disaster area, and looked at the most valuable thing on his body. Besides the Rolls-Royce keys, it was the Patek Philippe watch, so he put the Patek Philippe into the tray. How much can a watch be worth? This Mr. Su is a bit stingy, a rich man muttered in a low voice. Don't talk nonsense, this is a Patek Philippe Ref. 1518, top-class luxury watch, worth more than $100 million, and it's the only one in the country. Someone stood out and explained. Only then did the skepticism die down. The auction items were collected and the auction officially began. The first item up for auction was a string of pearls, worth $5.5 million. When the host shouted out the base price, someone symbolically added 100,000 on top of it. The necklace was then bought back by the original owner for $5,800,000. Such an auction didn't have too many waves. Everyone each shelled out money to buy back what belonged to them. Soon, it was time to auction the jade trigger finger. Qing Dynasty jade trigger finger. Starting price, $200 million. The host cleared his throat and shouted, $250 million. Naturally, no one went to compete with Zhou Beixiong for his favorite item, and after a moment of silence, Zhou Beixiong added another 50 million to the original base. Pa pa pa. The applause was thunderous. The crowd of tycoons all applauded Zhou Beixiong's bravado. Next, it was Su Chen's item, the last auction item, Patek Philippe Ref. 1518. Starting price, $110 million. Because this was the last auction item, plus Su Chen was already the center of attention of the entire venue. The attention of the hundreds of tycoons in the auction hall was focused on Su Chen. I guess he'll spend $150 million to buy it back. More than that, more than likely around 300 million. After all, it's all a finale. It's meaningless if it doesn't exceed Mr. Zhou's 250 million in terms of price. I also think around 300 million. They discussed Su Chen's donation amount in whispers, and after a moment of silence, Su Chen finally raised his card as he shouted, I'll offer $10 billion. Hearing this figure, the entire room was silent, deathly silent. There were even a few big tycoons who dug their ears without caring about their image, doubting whether they had heard it wrong. Are you sure? Only after a few dozen seconds did the host ask Su Chen with a trembling voice. Sure. Su Chen nodded his head affirmatively. Anyway, he had more than $10 billion lying inside his bank card. It was useless to use it for nothing, and now that he took it out, he could also share his worries for the country. Snap! After getting Su Chen's affirmation, Zhou Beixiong was the first to stand up and applaud, and the others followed, frantically clapping their hands. The thunderous applause was like a mountainous roar, and it resounded for several minutes before it stopped. Mr. Su, first of all, On behalf of the people in the disaster area, I would like to thank Mr. Su. May I ask if Mr. Su has anything to say at this moment? The host was so excited that his face turned red, trembling as he moved the topic to Su Chen. Su Chen stood up and said after thinking for a moment, maybe many people present will be curious about why I will donate so much money at once. In fact, it is very simple. I have no interest in money. Stare. The host donated money for the people in the disaster area, allowing the light of the righteous path to shine on the earth, hereby rewarding the host with $60 billion. No one could have imagined that the amount of donations from tonight's charity fundraiser could reach $10.8 billion. Even more so, no one could have imagined that 10 billion of those $10.8 billion would all come from the same person. And when the crowd of tycoons at the venue heard Su Chen say, I'm not interested in money, not a single person was actually skeptical. Others have donated $10 billion. It seems that they are really not interested in money. After the auction was over, it was time for the dinner. This time, Su Chen was pushed up to the main seat by everyone. Su Chen also sat in the main seat to talk and laugh with the major tycoons. He realized that these people didn't only have the serious side shown in the media. Chapter 36 New World Clubhouse. When they are surprised, they also say, when it comes to unhappy things will also come to a asterisk. At the same time, Su Chen also discovered one of the biggest characteristics of this group of people. That was the ability to talk. He originally thought that this dinner party would almost be over by 10 o'clock. As a result, it was 10:30 and the dinner was only halfway through. Su Chen decided to sneak out early. Because of the alcohol, Su Chen contacted a chauffeur. The New World Clubhouse was located in the suburbs, and many chauffeurs would choose not to take orders because it was far away. And for this reason, Su Chen added $1,000 as a token of appreciation. Soon, someone took the order. By the time the chauffeur master was almost there, Su Chen also indicated that he was leaving. If it was someone else who left in the middle of such an occasion, Zhou Beixiong and the crowd of tycoons would definitely be very unhappy in their hearts. But not to Su Chen. Which one dared to be unhappy to go and donate $10 billion first? Elder brother Su, I'll see you off. Zhou Beixiong stood up from his position. Mr. Su, I'll see you off as well. One after another, people got up. Soon, hundreds of tycoons all said they wanted to see Su Chen off. Su Chen had no choice but to let them follow. As Su Chen was walking towards the outside of the clubhouse, the valet Gu Jie had already arrived. Gu Jie was not very old, 25 or 26 years old, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, looking very spiritual. TSK, the identity of this guest today must be quite extraordinary. Looking at the environment of the clubhouse as well as a luxury car on the parking pad, Gu Jie couldn't help but think. And when he saw a rich man walking out from amongst the clubhouse, he was inwardly shocked again. Isn't this Yang Qi, the old boss of ULI Technology? This is a tycoon worth tens of billions of dollars. He had a new understanding of the status level of the clubhouse guests. He then realized that Yang Qi was acting as if he was leading the way, looking back from time to time with a smile on his face. Who is Mr. Yang looking at with a pleasing smile? Gu Jie was secretly surprised in his heart. Soon, Gu Jie saw the second person who walked out of the clubhouse, Gui Guanghong of Fuxing Group. No wonder General Manager Yang is looking at him with a pleasing expression. So it's General Manager Gui. Gu Jie had an expression of sudden realization. Gui Guanghong was the second richest man in Shanghai after Zhou Beixiong. However, Gu Jie quickly realized that something was wrong. The look on Gui Guanghong's face was actually the same as Yang Qi's, smiling and looking towards the back. Can it be that it's Zhou Beixiong? Gu Jie secretly speculated. Looking at the entire Zhanghai, only Zhou Beixiong could make Gui Guanghong so polite. The one who showed up next was indeed Zhou Beixiong. My Nima, this clubhouse is also too lively today. Huashan sword debate. I just don't know which one of my guests will be. Gu Jie let out a sigh of relief. And when he shifted his gaze to Zhou Beixiong, his expression froze, because Zhou Beixiong's face also wore the same smile as Gui Guanghong's and theirs. Can't it be that it's little Ma and Jack Ma who have come? At this moment, the only people Gu Jie could think of were these two. After all, these two were the regulars on the throne of the richest man in China. In the next second, a young and unfamiliar face appeared in front of Gu Jie's eyes. This young and unfamiliar face was surrounded by dozens of Shanghai tycoons. Zhou Beixiong's pleasing smile was directed precisely at him. Gu Jie was stunned. Gu Jie could not have dreamed that the person who made all the major tycoons in Shanghai, including the richest man, curry favor, was a young man. Which family's young master is this? So fierce? Gu Jie's brain was a bit confused. And Su Chen, who walked out of the clubhouse, also noticed Gu Jie's presence and knew through the chauffeur avatar that this was the chauffeur he had called. So Su Chen said towards Zhou Beixiong and the others, "Alright, the chauffeur I called has arrived, so you guys don't have to send it." Zhou Beixiong and the others' expressions froze. Someone as trenchant to the point of outrageousness as Su Shao actually didn't have a chauffeur assigned to him? If I had known, I would have let Hua Xian send you Mr. Su. Zhou Beixian was filled with regret. It's fine. I'll leave first. Old brother Zhou, you guys eat and drink well. Su Chen took out his cell phone and dialed Gu Jie's number. I'm in front of you. Gu Jie picked up the phone and answered it. And when he heard this, he happened to meet Su Chen in a four-way glance. It was certain that this terrifying to the extreme young man was his guest today. Mr. Su. His voice was a little shaky as he came to Su Chen and shouted, "Let's go and fetch the car." Su Chen patted Gu Jie's shoulder. Good, good. The two people arrived in front of the Rolls-Royce. As soon as Su Chen threw the car keys to Gu Jie, he said, "This car can drive, right?" Because he had seen Zhou Beixiong all having to smile in front of Su Chen. The shock brought by the Rolls-Royce to Gu Jie was not that great, and he hastily nodded his head and said, "Can drive. The company has trained." "That's good. The destination is the Henteing Villa area." Su Chen got into the car and found that Gu Jie the kid looked nervous. The hands holding the steering wheel were shaking. Frowning slightly. This can't go on. What if there is a car accident? So he took the initiative to find a topic to talk to Gu Jie. Gradually, Gu Jie found that although Su Chen's identity is horrible, but there is not much of a frame. The nervousness also dissipated. 40 minutes later, the Henteing Manor arrived. When Gu Jie saw the Bat Chariot and the other 8 Rolls-Royces parked in the manor, he was again slightly shocked. Was this the life of the rich? Big manor, super luxury cars. Love it, love it. Stare. The cell phone arrived at $1,200. Seeing that Su Chen had already settled the bill, Gu Jie took out the battery car in the trunk and prepared to leave. Open your WeChat collection code down, Su Chen suddenly said. Gu Jie didn't understand what he meant and showed his Weixin collection code. WeChat arrived at $6,666. A mechanical voice sounded and Gu Jie froze at once. Mr. Su, what are you doing? Oh, during the chat just now, didn't you say that you just got married not long ago? This red packet is considered a wedding red packet for you, so I'm troubling you tonight. Su Chen smiled and said. Gu Jie's eyes were a little moist. Who the hell said that those who are for the rich are not benevolent? Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Su. Your family's wife is still waiting for you, so I won't keep you. Be careful on the road. Su Chen said. I will. Looking at Su Chen's back as he left, Gu Jie had one thought in his heart. Serves you right for being so rich. After calming down his excitement, Gu Jie rode on the battery bike and went all the way down the mountain. Stare. The host is kind and charitable, letting the light of the righteous path shine on the earth, hereby rewarding the host with an AW-139 helicopter, worth $120 million. After Gu Jie left, the system's voice sounded in Su Chen's mind. There was an orbital dang. A helicopter that flashed with a cold metallic light appeared on the parking pad. Traveling tools +1. The next day, Su Chen woke up at 6 o'clock. It was woken up by a phone call. Su Chen wanted to get angry, but immediately calmed down when he saw that the note displayed on his cell phone was Chao Gang. Chao Gang was his childhood friend and old friend. When he was young, the two were so close that they wore the same pants. It was only due to Chao Gang's unsatisfactory results in the college entrance examination that he went out to work early. Su Chen, on the other hand, went to the campus. The two people's contact then gradually less and less, but also just get together every year during the new year. But Su Chen has never forgotten the friendship between the two. Su Chen knew Chao Gang's character very well, and would call at this time. He must have encountered something urgent. Gongzi, what's wrong? The phone was connected and Su Chen asked, Brother Chen, do you have a generous hand now? Can you lend me $10,000? Chapter 37. Who are you going to arrest? Chao Gang's voice was anxious. Wilson, collect the money. Su Chen returned these words, and Wilson immediately transferred $100,000 to Chao Gang. 100,000? Seeing this amount, Chao Gang was clearly shocked. Gongzi, did something happen? Su Chen continued to ask after him. My mother got acute leukemia. The county hospital did a night of surgery last night. The results of the surgery failed. Must be transferred to the Shanghai City Hospital to go. The doctor estimated that the cost of surgery is just around 600,000 or 700,000. Chao Gang was silent for a moment and said, Gangzi, such a big thing, spending money must be more. I'll transfer another 900,000 to you. Su Chen tapped on the WeChat. Transfer is a burst of operation. Looking at the 50,000 transfer, Chao Gang's entire body was stunned. Didn't Su Chen say that he had just found a job during the new year yesterday? So he just opened his mouth to borrow 10,000. How did he suddenly become so rich all of a sudden? Of course, besides being puzzled, Chao Gang was more moved. $1 million to borrow just to borrow. Simply more than a brother. Brother Chen, a great favor is not appreciated. When my mom's disease is cured, I'll work for you as an ox. Family, 2 brothers, let's not talk about this. How is Auntie's situation now? Chao Gang's voice revealed a wave of sadness. It's very unsatisfactory. It must be transferred to the city hospital immediately for surgery. Otherwise it's very likely that it won't be saved. Su-chen suddenly remembered the helicopter given to him by the system last night, and said, "You guys stay put in the hospital first. I'll come over from the city immediately. There's a way to make Auntie receive treatment the fastest." "Really?" Chao Gang subconsciously asked. "It depends on whether you want to believe me or not," Su-chen said in a deep voice. Chao Gang clenched his teeth and said, "Brother Chen, I believe you, but I can only wait for you for an hour at most. Otherwise my mom really won't be able to hold on." Su-chen thought about the distance of his old home from downtown Shanghai. A helicopter flight for an hour was more than enough. Okay, no problem. However, when Su-chen stood in front of the helicopter he was confused. He did not know how to fly a helicopter. It was too late to find a helicopter pilot now. This was nigh embarrassing. Stare. The host has generously helped his friend, hereby rewarding the host with helicopter piloting skills. The system's voice came, followed by information about piloting a helicopter poured into Su-chen's brain. "System, I love you to death," Su-chen said excitedly. He climbed into the helicopter and first made a call to Wan Xinghe. He asked Wan Xinghe to contact the Beihui County People's Hospital where Chao Gang's mom was currently located, and that a helicopter was about to dock. When Wan Xinghe received the call, although he felt that it was a bit strange, he still immediately mobilized his connections and took care of all this after making the call. Su-chen operated according to the information in his mind. Tap tap tap. The helicopter lifted off, made a spin in the air, and flew towards Beihui County. In less than 20 minutes, Su-chen had already entered over the Beihui County People's Hospital. After spending another 3 minutes, Su-chen parked the helicopter on the roof of the People's Hospital. On the roof, there were leaders of the People's Hospital waiting. Although these leaders couldn't understand what kind of operation this was, they still greeted Su-chen with smiles on their faces. Just that time was pressing. Su-chen didn't bother with them and called Chao Gang again to determine the specific room. "Gongzi, I'm here. Where are you now?" "Arrived." Chao Gang was once again shocked. This was too fast. Driving from the city to Beihui People's Hospital even faster would take 40 to 50 minutes. Su-chen arrived in less than half an hour. How did this happen? How did he do it? Can't he fly? But now was not the time for Chao Gang to think about this question. He quickly said the room number. Su-chen quickly found Chao Gang. "Gongzi." Su-chen came up and had a hug with the haggard-looking Chao Gang. "Brother Chen." Looking at Su-chen's messy hair, Chao Gang was indescribably moved inside. "Auntie now?" Su-chen asked carefully. "My mom is still inside the ICU. Her situation is critical." "Brother Chen, you arrived so soon. Can you help me send my mom to the hospital inside the city? I am really unwilling. My mom raised me so big, and hasn't enjoyed a single day of blessings." Chao Gang looked sad. "There is no need to go downtown," Su-chen said. "What do you mean, Brother Chen?" Hearing Su-chen's words, Chao Gang was filled with confusion. "Take me to see Auntie first." Su-chen did not explain directly. Chao Gang brought Su-chen into the intensive care unit where his mom was. Trustingly, Su-chen took a look. Chao Gang's mom had already been tortured by the disease. Her description was withered. Her face was bloodless, and her body was filled with all sorts of tubes. There was a young nurse observing Chao Gang's mom. "Have you considered it? Do you want to arrange for a transfer to the hospital?" the nurse asked as she saw Chao Gang appear and walked over. "We want to see Auntie first," Su-chen answered for Chao Gang. "Alright, but you guys need to decide as soon as possible. The patient's current condition is very unsatisfactory. One more second of delay will be more dangerous for the patient," the nurse reminded. Su-chen nodded and came in front of Chao Gang's mother, pulling out a small pill bottle from his pocket. Inside the bottle was a reddish elixir. The fragrance of the elixir filled the air. "Being able to live and die. Flesh and white bone great restoration pill. As long as there was still a breath left, it could restore the other person to their original state." This was a reward that the system had given him a long time ago, but he had never used it. "Brother Chen, what are you doing?" Chao Gang was even more confused this time. The nurse stared at Su-chen with a wary face. Swish! Su-chen endured his heartache and stuffed the great restoring Dan into Chao Gang's mom's mouth. After all, this thing was life-saving, and there was only one After using it, it was gone. However, being able to save Chao Gang's mom's life, Su-chen still felt it was quite worth it. "What are you doing?" And when the nurse saw Su-chen giving something to the patient, she was instantly enraged. Running over, she was about to get the great returning Dan out, but was stopped by Su-chen. "You are trying to kill the patient." The nurse was sweating anxiously and rushed out of the room to find the doctor. "Gongzi, if you believe me, just wait and see." Su-chen glanced at Chao Gang who had incomprehension written on his face next to him. Of course, Chao Gang would not think that Su-chen was deliberately harming his mom. But what was the operation of feeding his mom an inexplicable pill? However, seeing the look of certainty on Su-chen's face, Chao Gang took a deep breath and nodded his head. "Okay, Brother Chen, I believe you. Immediately, he looked at his old mom with a tense face, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Soon, Chao Gang discovered the abnormality. His mom's pale face was returning to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her dry and gray skin started to become shiny a little bit, and the instrument detecting the body's condition next to her began to pulsate, the data gradually appearing normal. This, Chao Gang was stunned. Dr. Hua, they gave the patient a strange thing to eat. You should hurry and take a look. Miss Nurse led a middle-aged doctor over with an anxious face. It's simply nonsense. The middle-aged doctor carried an angry look. However, when the two of them entered the ward, they found that the patient, who was originally left with only one breath, slowly sat up from the bed. Spirits were full and glowing. See, a ghost? The doctor and nurse were dumbfounded. Mom! When Chao Gang saw his mom wake up, he finally couldn't control his emotions and collapsed sideways next to Chao's mother, crying out. Su Chen saw the scene and quietly exited the ward. Chapter 38. I'm not interested in money. Go home. Catch up on sleep. Stare. The host cured the mother of a good friend, letting the light of the righteous path shine on the earth, hereby rewarding the host with 10 great restorative pills. The corners of Su Chen's mouth unconsciously rose. Dog system, awesome. Chao Gang, who had finished talking to Chao's mother, wanted to look for Su Chen to express his gratitude, but realized that Su Chen was no longer there. Brother Chen has not become a god. Su Chen drove the helicopter back to the Hentaying Manor and dove headfirst into the bedroom to catch up on his sleep. When he woke up again, he picked up his cell phone and saw that it was already close to 11 o'clock, and on his cell phone, he received a lot of thank you messages from Chao Gang, as well as the transfer of that $1 million. On top of that, there was also an unanswered call. Su Chen chatted with Chao Gang for a couple sentences before calling the unanswered call back. Hello? Soon, the call went through. May I ask if you are Mr. Su? I'm the person in charge of the management of Zhonghai Global Plaza. My name is Yuan Wenhe. Regarding the transfer of the plaza's property rights still needs to be signed by you. Mr. Su, may I ask where you are now? Mr. Su, I can bring the contract over. A polite voice came out from inside the phone. Oh, that's right, then I'll come over to you. Okay, Mr. Su, I'm waiting for your arrival at Universal Plaza. After the call, Su Chen got up and briefly washed up, then chose a new Rolls-Royce to drive towards Universal Plaza. Isn't it time for me to get myself a chauffeur? Sitting in the driver's seat, Su Chen suddenly thought. Zhonghai Global Plaza was formally completed in 2013, and is the largest shopping center in the central city of Zhonghai as a combination of the three central functions of commerce, tourism, and culture. The total construction area reaches more than 400,000 square meters. In addition to shopping and entertainment venues, there are 100,000 square meters of high-level office buildings and 50,000 square meters of five-star hotels. If a family has such a large plaza, basically the 18 generations of ancestors will not have to worry, and all generations will be tycoons. When Su Chen arrived at the square, he didn't notify Yuan Wenhe at the first time, but strolled around inside the square. At this time, it was already close to noon, and the square's flow of people was still very large. The business of the stores stationed inside the square was also very good. Su Chen looked at the bustling scene and pondered how this plaza could bring him more than $1 billion a year. Strolling around, Su Chen came to the training area on the 5th floor. What dance, calligraphy, piano, all kinds of training courses, and there were dozens of children inside each training room. Kids nowadays are also too miserable. Su Chen saw a child who had just come out of a dance training class and immediately went to a piano training class. After taking 2 more steps, Su Chen found several martial arts centers. There were martial arts training centers, free fighting centers, and foreign influxes of taekwondo, karate, and whatnot. After strolling around for almost as long as he could, Su Chen was about to call Yuan Wenhe, when suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of an acquaintance, Shen Yao, that girl with a handsome and ironic appearance. And at this moment, Shen Yao was standing in the ring sparring with a 30-ish refined pole bald guy. Su Chen quietly entered the martial arts center and stood on the side to watch. Voices came from beside his ears. Ma Weigua, this old thing is really shameless. He himself pretended to be a Taiji master to coax the students' parents to sign up and pay the fee. And as a result, he was dismantled by Sister Yao Yao. And now he actually found a practitioner of free sparring to say that he is his disciple to fight with Sister Yao Yao. Su Chen listened for a while and finally understood. There were a total of 2 martial arts schools inside this venue. One taught Baji Quan and one taught Taiji Quan. The 2 families did not deal well with each other in the beginning. This was because the 8 extremes instructors, including Shen Yao, could not stand Ma Weigua, the owner of the Tai Chi Center, who was a fake Tai Chi master. What mixed Yuan Xingyi Taiji Quan master? What receiving and transforming hair? What lightning 5 consecutive whips? How outrageous it is! What is even more disgusting is that this fake master also invited a European boxing champion to fight with him, and under the power of the banknote fist, the European boxing champion lost to Manhwa's punch. This game was also Manhwa made into a video in the martial arts museum to play back and forth. This move, and deceive a lot of parents who do not know the truth, have to pay money to learn lessons. One day, the 8 Extremes Martial Arts Center really cannot see, and Manhwa conflict. I do not know whether Manhwa is not to fool themselves all lame, actually ran to the ring, said willing to accept the challenge. One of Shinyao's disciples immediately rushed to the ring and fought with Manhwa. Unfortunately, the situation imagined by the parents who signed up to learn Tai Chi, in which the Jianghu seniors taught their juniors a lesson, did not occur. Within 30 seconds, Manhwa was knocked down 3 times by Shinyao's disciple. Now, those parents finally realized that Manhwa was a liar, and they all screamed for a refund. Manhwa instantly panicked, stating that he was knocked down only because he had eaten bad food and finished his strength inside the toilet, and the shoes were not right today, too slippery and easy to fall. He was not defeated by others, but by himself. At the same time, asked for another match with the 8 Extremes Martial Arts School. The time was set for today, and this time, instead of Manhwa going up himself, he spent $50,000 to hire a sparring champion, Meng Bao. He also packaged Meng Bao as his disciple. After Meng Bao got on stage, he swept all the way through the 8 Extreme Martial Arts School student coaches, and Shinyao was already the last line of defense. It doesn't matter if we lose the match. We're afraid that this old thing Manhwa will use this match again to publicize how great his disciple is and get people to rush to sign up for his martial arts school. Then our previous efforts will be wasted. A few young 8 Extremes trainees were worried, watching the match in the ring with full attention. The match had already reached the end. Facing the blistering punches and continuous leg sweeps of Sanso champion Meng Bao, Shinyao finally couldn't hold on any longer. Snap! With a slip, Shinyao was kicked out. The pain and dizziness made Shinyao unable to stand up for half a day. Meng Bao, on the other hand, arrived in front of Manhwa. Master, it's a pleasure. Meng Bao arched his hand towards Manhwa. Although he also looked down on Manhwa, he still cooperated with the act for the sake of money. Well, this untalented little disciple of yours has finally shown some promise. Manhwa smiled to himself. Then he said towards the parents who were watching the show, Meng Bao is just one of my most dispossessed little disciples, and he was able to penetrate the entire 8 Extremes Martial Arts Center. So I believe that everyone has come to the conclusion of whether I, am a real master or a fake master. Do you guys still want to refund your tuition now? As soon as Manhwa's words fell, the TO in the middle of the crowd immediately used an excited voice. Master Ma is invincible. It's my child's honor to be able to learn martial arts from you. I'm not going to refund this tuition, and I'm going to add another year's tuition. When the other parents heard this, it seemed quite reasonable. It seemed that the previous match was really Master Ma eating badly and not bringing his strength out. Thinking about this, these parents all said that they wouldn't refund the tuition. There were even quite a few parents who had their children learning martial arts at the 8 Extremes Martial Arts School who were ready to transfer their children to the Taiji Martial Arts School. When the group of instructors from the 8 Extremes Martial Arts School saw this scene, they almost didn't die of anger. Who said the 8 Extreme Martial Arts School lost? I haven't fought yet. At this time, a cold example of a voice rang out. Who said that 8 Extreme Martial School lost? I haven't fought yet. The person who said this was naturally Su Chen. At this time, no matter how he tried to demolish Manhwa, the fake master, these parents would be biased in favor of Manhwa, and would even ridicule 8 Extremes for not being able to afford to lose. Chapter 39, The Stunned Valet. The best way was to knock out Meng Bao in the ring. The people from the 8 Extremes Martial School all looked at Su Chen with bewilderment. When did the martial arts school have such a new trainee? Only Shinyao was filled with joy. Brother Chen. She looked excited. It was finally time to see Su Chen again. Is the injury serious? Su Chen gently inquired. Shinyao shook her head. Seeing that Su Chen and Shinyao knew each other, the 8 Extremes Martial Hall didn't have too many doubts about Su Chen's identity. They were more worried about Su Chen's strength. Su Chen didn't look like a martial arts expert with his white appearance. How could he fight against Meng Bao, the free fighting champion? He might not even be able to last a round, further reducing their 8 Extremes Martial Arts School to a laughingstock. Ha ha ha, here comes another one who is not afraid of death. Little brother, can you do it? Go down. You 8 just honestly admit defeat. Don't toss it. The parents watching the show also booed. Su Chen didn't care about the questions and boos, came to the ring, looked towards Meng Bao and said, 8 Extremes, Su Chen. After saying that, Su Chen hit a starting stance of 8 Extremes. The movements were clean, swift and powerful. Apprentice, finish him off as soon as possible. It's almost time for lunch. Manhwa shouted from the stage, clearly not taking Su Chen seriously. Meng Bao also didn't put Su Chen in his eyes. After the referee shouted for the start, Meng Bao casually swung a fist towards Su Chen. However, just as his fist was swung out, he saw Su Chen slice vertically with a palm, as if Pango had opened the sky and Tarzan had pressed down on him. 8 extremes. Open mountain split. Meng Bao's eyelids instantly jumped, retracting his fist and elevating his hands to meet this chop. Bang! Palms met, and a majestic huge force directly pressed Meng Bao to his knees. The crowd who had thought that Meng Bao would win easily were dumbfounded. Meng Bao let out a deep cry, using all his strength, trying to push Su Chen away. Su Chen did not move at all. In the end, it was Su Chen who took the initiative to back away. Meng Bao realized that Su Chen wasn't that easy to deal with, and summoned up all his strength as he clenched his fists and swung them towards Su Chen. However, before his fists could touch Su Chen, he was sent flying by Su Chen's fists in return. 8 extremes. 5 mountains toward heaven cone. Meng Bao let out another loud scream and rushed towards Su Chen like a madman. Su Chen slammed his palm against Meng Bao's body, sending Meng Bao flying 7 to 8 meters away and falling down from the ring. 8 extremes. 6 harmonies pouncing ground Jean. Meng Bao lay on the ground, his face pale. He finally realized how big the gap between his strength and Su Chen's was. Moreover, he clearly felt that Su Chen had still retained his strength. Otherwise, this palm alone could have crippled him. Junior disciple, stand up and fight him. What are you afraid of? Seeing Meng Bao lying on the ground with little movement, Ma Weigui came next to Meng Bao and anxiously said, I'll fight Nima. Meng Bao made a carp and stood up, followed by a kick on Ma Weigui's body. Ma Weigui was kicked 3 meters away. Still letting me fight this kind of expert? Aren't you letting me die? Those parents were confused. How did the disciple even beat up the master? And how come the master couldn't even catch a single move from his disciple? After Meng Bao kicked Ma Weigui, he arched his hand towards Su Chen and said, I admit defeat. Junior disciple, how dare you hit your master? I'm going to expel you from the division. Ma Weigui covered his chest with a furious expression. Bah! I'm clearly the actor you hired for $50,000 a day. And you really take me as your disciple? This $50,000 I don't want it. Take up and roll. I'll learn Baji from Master Su now. Meng Bao took out $50,000 in brand new cash and threw it in front of Ma Weigui. Now, these parents came to a realization. It turned out that it was all a fake. Refund. These parents went crazy. Seeing Meng Bao dismantle everything for him, Ma Weigui was so angry that he vomited blood on the sky. Su Chen calmly returned next to Xinyao. Su Chen, thank you, Xinyao said with gratitude from the bottom of her heart. Brother Su, your 8 extreme fist is too powerful. Can you teach me? As soon as Su Chen stepped off the ring, there were students from the 8 extremes martial arts pavilion immediately surrounded towards Su Chen, and even some of the coaches had a face of admiration. Pavilion master, I want my child to learn martial arts from little brother Su. How much is the tuition fee? I'll give it right away. These parents were not calm anymore, and Ma Weigui looked at this scene with pain and hatred, picking up the phone and dialing. Xiao Guo, aren't you the administrator of Zhonghai Plaza? Uncle is looking for you to do an errand. Drive the 8 extremes martial arts school out of Zhonghai Plaza. After making the call, Ma Weigui looked resentfully at the 8 extremes martial arts school crowd. I hope you guys will still be laughing later. The 8 extremes martial school side was indeed happy. After Xinyao was defeated by Meng Bao, these members were ready to resign themselves to their fate. Who would have thought that things would take a turn for the worse? Not only did they completely expose Ma Weigui as a fake master, they also attracted a large wave of students to the martial arts school. Little brother Su, thanks to having you today, otherwise our martial arts center would have been damaged, not to mention that Ma Weigui, this fake master, would have cheated even more people. The owner of the 8 extremes martial arts school was called Shinhun, Xinyao's cousin. After arranging for enrollment, he came in front of Su Chen with a warm face. Su Chen smiled faintly. I just did what I should have done, and it was you guys who were the first to expose the fake grandmaster. You are the real heroes. Stare. The host has succeeded in fighting the fake, allowing the light of the righteous path to shine on the earth, rewarding the host with 51% of the shares of Cat Tooth Live. Receiving the system's reward, Su Chen acted calmly. As the #1 live broadcasting platform in China, the market capitalization of Cat Tooth Live was almost around $30 billion, and 51% of the shares was $15 billion. 150 billion. Su Chen said it was a small amount. Pocket money. When Shinhan heard Su Chen say that they were the real heroes, he was a bit embarrassed, but his heart was very happy. Good words, everyone loves to hear them. Yao, don't you introduce little brother Su? Shinhunter said with a smile on his face. Brother Chen is one of my seniors. I've always wanted to learn Kung Fu from Brother Chen. It's Brother Chen who hasn't agreed, Xinyao said with a smile, and as she spoke, she crossed Su Chen's eyes. Su Chen revealed a polite but not embarrassed smile. Since the last time they parted ways, Shin Yao did send him several messages, asking how the matter of accepting her as a disciple was being considered. Su Chen didn't know how to resolve it, so he didn't reply. Brother Chen, do you not like me sending you messages? Shin Yao blinked her soulful and godly eyes at Su Chen. Cough cough, not sprinkle. Su Chen coughed twice. Then why don't you reply? Shin Yao gave a blank look. Hearing this conversation, a few martial arts school students who were about the same age as Shin Yao covered their chests. They actually came to the martial arts school to learn Baji in order to facilitate their pursuit of Shin Yao. And now seeing their goddess so humble in front of other men, they expressed that their hearts ached. Heartache for themselves and heartache for the goddess. So what? I just didn't think of how to reply to you. Let's do it this way. In the future, I will come to this martial arts school to teach for one day during the weekends every week. Su Chen thought about it and made a decision. Since the system had rewarded him with the cultivation of a grandmaster of national art, he had the responsibility to carry it forward. Moreover, coming to the martial arts school to teach would be like going to work. How could he be like a salted fish every day? Well, working one day a week. It's really great that little brother Su can come to our martial arts school to teach. Thank you, little brother. Thank you, little brother. Shinhan was a little excited. Chapter 40, Private Helicopter. Su Chen's strength was there for all to see. Beating a free sparring champion was like hitting a sandbag. With a great god like him around, was there any fear that the martial arts center's business wouldn't flourish? Most importantly, they would also be able to learn the more profound 8 extremes fist technique from Su Chen. From today onwards, Master Su Chen Su is the gold medal instructor of our martial arts school. Weekend lessons every week. Worried that Su Chen would back out, Shinhan immediately said with the loudest voice he could muster, with little brother Su and 8 extremes, we'll sign up for as much money as we want, as long as we can learn real kung fu from little brother Su. After the parents confirmed that Su Chen was the coach of the martial arts school, more people signed up. What made Shinhan laugh and cry was that a large number of the enrollers were big sisters in their 30s and 40s, and these big sisters were not enrolling their children, but themselves. In the process of enrollment, they didn't even listen to what Shinhan was saying. Their attention was on Su Chen. Handsome, too handsome. Shinhan sort of understood that these big sisters were not here to learn martial arts at all, but purely because of Su Chen's face value. But there was one thing to say. Su Chen's face value. He also sour. Just when the 8 extremes martial hall was hot and lively with a warm atmosphere, a bald man with beckoning ears walked over with more than a dozen plaza security guards. From the 8 extremes martial arts center, your lease has expired. Pack up and get out. The bald man came with an aggressive voice and shouted. The martial arts hall quieted down. Shinhan looked at the visitor, and bad thoughts immediately surfaced in his heart. The bald man was called Guo Sihai. It was a management of the Zhonghai Global Plaza. Usually like to extort them these tenants. In order to save trouble, these tenants also pinched the nose to recognize. To Guo Sihai take some benefits. And look at this situation today. Guo Sihai is not good At the same time, Shin Hunting is also very puzzled. On weekdays, the benefits of their own should be point is also in place. Guo Sihai how suddenly looking for their own trouble. The next second, he saw Ma Weiguo in the crowd. Ma Weiguo was looking at him with a smug expression. It's this again. Shinhan cursed angrily in his heart, but on his face, he was smiling as he handed Guo Sihai a cigarette. Brother Guo, come smoke a huazi. Snap. Guo Sihai knocked off the china that Shinhan handed over and coldly said, don't give me this. Your rent is due. Hurry up and pack up and get out. Shinhan took a deep breath and said, Brother Guo, it's reasonable to say that our lease should still have 2 months before it expires, and we will definitely choose to renew it. He rented this venue on August 8th yesterday. Today is June 13th, and how the future of the martial arts center is good. Shinhan definitely chose to renew the lease. Bull asterisk 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 there's 2 months left. See for yourself. Guo Sihai took out the store lease contract from inside his briefcase. Shinhan took it over and took a look, only to see that the date August 8th on the contract had been changed to June 6th by Guo Sihai. I'm not sure if this is okay. Shinhan's head was so angry that it smoked. He was no longer polite to Guo Sihai and said, Guo Sihai, you forgot that the contract was in duplicate. We have a contract in our hands but we also have a contract. After saying that, Shin Hunter called for someone to get the contract. Soon, the contract came. It was clearly written that the starting date of the rent was August 8th. Zhonghai Plaza is not up to you alone. I'll take the contract to your manager now. Shin Hunting angrily raised the contract in his hand. Put. A security guard suddenly threw a bucket of liquid at the contract on Shinhan's hand. The contract in black and white was instantly black. The security guard splashed a bucket of ink, a few sheets of black, unmarked paper, and you say it's a lease contract. I damn well say it's evidence that your wife is cheating on you. Obviously, Guo Sihai came prepared. Shinhan completely did not expect Guo Sihai to have this kind of flirty maneuver and was confused. When he reacted, He couldn't wait to beat Gui Sihai up. However, once he thought of Gui Sihai's identity as the administrator of Zhonghai Plaza, Shinhan forced himself to calm down and said in a cold tone, Gui Sihai, is it fun to do this? Hey, Shen Hunting, even if you expose the old man, so what? The old man cannot earn money. You do not want to be good. Ma Weiguo looked at Shinhan's helpless appearance. His heart was extraordinarily painful, and he mercilessly mocked at Shinhan. Gui Sihai clasped his hands, facing Shen Hunting's question, proudly said 4 big words. Lousy likes it. You're so arrogant. Does your boss know? Su Chen, who had been watching the show, finally couldn't help but stand out. You're so arrogant. Does your boss know? Su Chen's indifferent voice instantly attracted the attention of the crowd. Gui Sihai similarly squinted over and said nonchalantly, what? It's hard to believe that you still know our boss? I'll tell you, even if you know our boss, it's useless. In this matter today, it's the old man who has the final say. Gui Sihai actually didn't think that Su Chen knew their boss. That's why he dared to speak so arrogantly. Really? If your boss was here, it would also be your call? Su Chen faintly asked back. Gui Sihai raised his eyebrows and said, less ing pretending to me here. I've seen a lot of people like you. If you can know our boss, I'll ing call you grandpa. Gui Sihai was used to being arrogant and domineering, and simply didn't take Su Chen's words to heart. Su Chen coldly smiled. Coincidentally, I really do know your boss. HM? Looking at Su Chen's certainty, Gui Sihai's heart panicked for no reason. Little Gua, don't be afraid. That kid is just a coach from the 8 Extremes martial arts school. How could he possibly know your boss? Seeing this, Ma Weiguo said beside Gui Sihai's ear. Gui Sihai was relieved when he heard that Su Chen was just a martial arts center coach. What kind of person was the boss of Zhonghai Global Plaza? That was a tycoon worth tens of billions of dollars. How could he be friends with a martial arts instructor? This was too much of a price drop. Gui Sihai wasn't the only one who didn't believe it. Shinhan and the others subconsciously chose to be skeptical as well. If Su Chen knew the owner of the plaza, how could he still be willing to be a coach at this martial arts school of theirs? Shouldn't he be in a luxury car with beautiful women and a clubhouse with young models every day? Only Shin Yao had no doubts, because she already knew that Su Chen was the owner of Victoria Restaurant and the president of Huaxing Group in 2 identities. Even if she knew the owner of the plaza, it wasn't strange. Damn, almost bluffed by you dog. Gui Sihai wiped a handful of cold sweat on his head that wasn't even there, then turned his head to look at Shinhan and said, I'll give you an hour to pack up and get lost, or else I'll sue you for encroachment on the stores. Shinhan gritted his teeth, and was so angry. Seeing that his martial arts school was about to flourish, he didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing, but he obviously couldn't fight Gui Sihai. What can he do? Still only honestly pack up and leave. Suffocating, completely suffocating. Not only Shinhan, even the other coaches of the martial arts school, including those students who had just enrolled, all felt incomparably suffocated. Are you sure what you want to do? Su Chen asked again. You're not ing finished, are you? You really think you're number one? Get lost. Gui Sihai cursed at Su Chen. Su Chen sighed. Why did someone have to bump into his gun? Then he could only be shot on the spot. So Su Chen dialed Yuan Wenhe's number. I'm currently at the 8 Extremes Martial Arts Center on the 5th floor of the plaza's training area. I'll be right there. Yuan Wenhe immediately responded. And when he finished the call, he looked at the senior management of the plaza in the office who had long been ready to greet the new boss, and said, let's go. Greet the new boss. Chapter 41, Harry's Crisis. Greet the new boss. These plaza executives looked excited. Tap tap tap. A group of people set off with great vigor. Yo, you really called up someone. I'm going to see who you can call up today. Seeing Su Chen call, Gui Sihai didn't care at all. Instead, he revealed a provocative expression to Su Chen. Coach Su, who did you just call? The members of the 8 Extremes Martial Arts School couldn't hold back their curiosity. Yuan Wenhe. Su Chen said. What? Yuan Wenhe? Shinhan exited in surprise. Yuan Wenhe was the number 2 person in Zhonghai Global Plaza after the plaza's owner, and was the general manager of the plaza's property management. Put. Is general manager Yuan also something you can call? Don't ing tease. It seems like you don't know our plaza's boss, but you think of yourself as the boss. Hearing that, Gui Sihai couldn't help but laugh and sneer. Shinhan also scratched his head awkwardly. In fact, he also didn't believe that Su Chen could call Yuan Wenhe here. And just as the crowd was thinking like this, a group of middle-aged men with powerful auras and suits came in a vast manner, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Mr. Yuan, Mr. Gao. Gui Sihai first froze when he took a look. When he saw Yuan Wenhe, Gui Sihai didn't connect Yuan Wenhe with Su Chen at first, and thought that Yuan Wenhe had brought people to a meeting. Then he hurriedly ran to meet the group of people with a fawning smile on his face. Mr. Yuan, good noon ah. Yuan Wenhe's eyes were this kind of small roll. It was like pushing garbage. Casually pushed Gui Sihai away. and just as Guo Sihai's face was filled with embarrassment, Yuan Wenhe brought a group of Plaza's executives in front of Su Chen, then bowed violently. "Boss." The dozens of suited executives behind him bowed at the same time. "Good day, boss." The entire scene was dead silent. A pin drop could be heard. The martial arts hall crowd all looked at Su Chen with unbelievable gazes. Guo Sihai, on the other hand, was dumbfounded as a whole. What the hell is this situation? At this moment, Guo Sihai felt his brain buzzing, but although he was arrogant enough, he wasn't a stupid pussy. Where else could he not see that Su Chen was the boss of Zhenghai Global Plaza? And after thinking of that, Guo Sihai's legs and stomach were shaking. He hadn't forgotten what he had just done and said in front of Su Chen. Ka ka ka. Guo Sihai stood in place with difficulty, his body trembling and his teeth rattling. While facing the respectful-looking Yuan Wenhe and the others, Su Chen appeared quite cold. The fact that even someone like Guo Sihai was able to become the management of the plaza was the dereliction of duty of the group of people in front of him. "Boss, I'm Yuan Wenhe. We've set up a banquet for boss at the Oriental Hotel." Yuan Wenhe sensed the coldness in Su Chen's tone and was a little uneasy in his heart. "Let's put down the matter of dinner first. I have a matter regarding the management of the plaza that must be dealt with immediately." Su Chen carried his hands behind his back and said indifferently. When Yuan Wenhe and the others heard this, their scalps immediately went numb. The new boss only came on the first day and had a problem to deal with, so it must be that there was something they hadn't done right. Who recruited Guo Sihai? Su Chen's gaze landed on this group of plaza executives and said slowly. A manager surnamed Zhao's scalp exploded at the words. His head filled with cold sweat as he stood out with trepidation. "I'm the one who recruited him. From now on, he is fired." Su Chen looked at this manager Zhao expressionlessly. At the same time, when he was the plaza administrator before, all the money he got from backroom operations was recovered and sent to the police to bring to justice. Manager Zhao greeted Guo Sihai's ancestors for 18 generations while nodding his head in a hurry. As for Guo Sihai, when he heard Su Chen's decision, he fell to the ground with a thud, and he had already fainted from fear. For what he had done in the plaza over the years, sentencing him to 10 or 8 years in prison would not be a problem at all. Since Yuan Wenhe and the others appeared, Su Chen didn't even look at Guo Sihai out of the corner of his eye as he continued to say to the plaza's senior management, "If there are still people like Guo Sihai inside the plaza, all of them will be dismissed, and whoever dares to plead for leniency, will be dismissed altogether." Yes, Yuan Wenhe and the others nodded in panic. Tenants of the square like Shinhunter couldn't help but clap their hands after hearing this decision from Su Chen. There was more than one person like Guo Sihai in the plaza. Opening all of them returned a clear sky for them tenants. "Alright, this is also the only thing. You guys can now go about your business." Su Chen waved his hand. "Okay." Yuan Wenhe and the others left again one after another. Guo Sihai, who had fainted in fear, was also carried away by the security guards of the plaza. After Yuan Wenhe and the others returned to their posts, they immediately audited the staff under them. Not surprisingly, people like Guo Sihai were also found, and what awaited them was dismissal of all of them. The ethos of Zhenghai Plaza was cleared, and it became the first choice for more businesses to rent space, causing the rent Su Chen received each year to rise quite a bit. Of course, this was an afterthought. After Yuan Wenhe and the others left, the members of the 8 Extremes Martial Arts Center all looked at Su Chen with a strange look in their eyes. "Little brother Su." "No, Mr. Su, you're really the owner of Zhenghai Plaza." Shinhan stuttered in his speech. "Not like that?" Su Chen stroked his chin and smiled at them. This smile made the crowd relax. "It's not unlike, it's just a little bit thrilling." Shinhunter thought about it and finally found a suitable word to describe it. "Brother Chen, just how many identities do you have?" Shinyao's eyes sparkled as she stared at Su Chen. In her heart was a shock that could not be calmed for a long time. Su Chen just smiled faintly. Shinyao's heart became even more unsettled. She read from this smile that Su Chen still had identities that she didn't know about. This was too terrifying. "So what, Mr. Su, your previous promise to serve as our martial arts school's gold medal coach still counts, right?" Shinhunter asked somewhat nervously. "Naturally, it counts." Su Chen nodded his head. "Yay!" Shinhan was incomparably ecstatic inside. With Su Chen sitting in the martial arts center, let's see which other ungrateful guy dares to come looking for trouble. "Enrollment, I want to enroll my child." "How old is your child?" "Hasn't been born yet." "I don't care. I just want to enroll my child first, and when he's born he'll learn martial arts from Mr. Su." The watching parents were once again abuzz. Parents with or without children were signing up. By joining the martial arts school, they would be able to get in touch with a great tycoon like Su Chen, and it didn't matter how much money was involved. All of a sudden, the 8 Extremes Martial Arts School had a few hundred more students. Not a single student from Ma Weigua's Taiji Martial Arts School was left, and all of them ran to the 8 Extremes Martial Arts School. Ma Weigua, on the other hand, didn't dare to say a word, squatting alone in the corner, shivering, afraid that someone would notice him. Right, where is that fake master? Where is he? Hasn't refunded our tuition fees yet. The parents who had previously paid their students at the Taiji Martial Arts Center suddenly remembered this matter. Over there, a parent spotted Manhwa. The next moment, Manhwa was surrounded by this group of aggressive parents. By the time Manhwa escaped from amongst the parents, his clothes were rotten, his shoes were lost, and his pants had a hole in them, exposing his butt. When the wind blew, it was extraordinarily cold. You're all bad people. Manhwa wanted to cry. For the next period of time, Su Chen stayed behind at the martial arts center, teaching the members Baji Quan, until Chao Gang called him and asked him to have dinner. Chao Gang's purpose of asking Su Chen for dinner was simple, to thank him for what happened this morning, and the place for the meal happened to be booked at a Chinese food restaurant inside the Shanghai Global Plaza, the name of which was Jin Ding Xian. Chapter 42 Great Restorative Pill Saves the Day. Su Chen greeted the Shen family siblings and went to the golden tripod Shen to wait for Chao Gang. Not long after, Chao Gang arrived. Brother Chen. A long-lost smile appeared on Chao Gang's face as he looked at Su Chen with eyes filled with gratitude. How is Auntie doing? Su Chen said with concern. My mom has completely recovered. After Brother Chen you left, the doctors in the hospital couldn't believe that my mom was in such a good state, and then used the hospital instruments to test my mom's various data. Completely healthy. Those doctors said it was a medical miracle, and frantically pestered me, asking for information about you, Brother Chen, and I didn't say anything. Brother Chen, honestly, to this day I feel like I'm dreaming. After I finished dealing with the hospital, and seeing that my mom's indeed no longer having any problems at all, I rushed from my hometown to the city. Brother Chen, a great favor. I'll toast you with this glass of wine. Chao Gang excitedly said a bunch of words, then poured himself a glass of white wine and gulped it down. It's good that Auntie is fine. Cheers. Su Chen completely breathed a sigh of relief, then poured himself a glass of wine and clinked it with Chao Gang's glass. After finishing the wine, Chao Gang took out a bank card from his pocket and said, Brother Chen, you cured my mom. I already don't know how to thank you. I can't take the million you borrowed from me. Before I came to downtown, I deposited this money into this bank card. The password is your birthday. Su Chen pushed the bank card back and said, it's too much of a favor for us two brothers to say this. Do you still remember? I didn't have the money to buy a gift for my girlfriend before, and looked for you to borrow money. You transferred a month's salary to me without saying a word, and didn't say a word about returning it from start to finish. It's not the same. Chao Gang let out a bitter smile. His monthly salary was only 5 or 6,000. Here it was $1 million. Seeing Chao Gang's resolute attitude, Su Chen pondered and said, Gongzi, is there any intention to do business? Chao Gang did not understand why Su Chen suddenly asked this question, but still said straightly, haven't I been working as a chef in a restaurant for the past few years? I've always wanted to open my own restaurant, and I've saved up some money before, but because of my mom's illness, it's all been spent, so I might just have to wait for the future. Just right, this 1 million you accept. We two partner to open a restaurant. I contribute money, you contribute effort, the proceeds will be divided 50/50ths. Su Chen said, Brother Chen, this is too much of a loss for you. Chao Gang understood Su Chen's meaning, and he repeatedly mooted his head. Gongzi, are you not treating me as a brother? Su Chen's face suddenly became serious. Chao Gang was silent for a moment and put the bank card back. Split the bill 37, me 3 and you 7. Okay, cheers. The two raised their glasses once again and clinked. Right, Brother Chen, where's your girlfriend? Split up. The two people ate the wine and food and chatted about the past. Midway through the wine, Su Chen went to the restroom to drain the water. Chao Gang ate alone in the restaurant lobby. He looked towards the surroundings with nothing to do. When his gaze landed on the body of a sultry woman in a dress, his face stiffened. Then he hurriedly buried his head, as if he was worried about being seen by the other party. However, what was feared came to pass. The moment Chao Gang lowered his head, the woman's gaze happened to sweep towards him, and then a playful smile appeared on the woman's face. She rubbed up against a 30-something, somewhat balding, greasy fat man who was very close. The fat man followed the woman's gaze and smiled back. Then, the two walked hand in hand, intimately toward Chao Gang. Yo, Yuan, isn't this your ex-boyfriend? You've made a fortune. You've got money to spend at the Golden Tripod Cuisine. When the two were about to get close, Fatty said loudly. The sultry woman made a surprised look. Yo, it's really my ex-boyfriend. The two people asked and answered questions and had arrived in front of Chao Gang. Chao Gang clenched his fists when he heard the two people's voices, and a touch of hatred surfaced on his face. The demonic woman's name was Chun Yuan, and she was his girlfriend that he had talked about for 5 years. During these 5 years, Chao Gang had treated her with nothing but the best, and he gave Chun Yuan whatever she wanted. Once in order to buy a necklace that Chen Yuan liked, Chao Gang did 3 jobs in that month. and only saved up enough money. However, Chao Gang's hard work did not pay off. Chen Yuan cheated on her husband in the second year she was with him. The person she cheated on was the fat guy, Ma Bo. The reason is simple. Ma Bo is very rich. Chao Gang has been wearing this hat for 4 years. After learning the truth, he went to find this Manhwa to fight for his life, but was Ma Bo's little brother beat all over the body, but also by Ma Bo ridicule. No money, don't learn others to talk about feelings. Now that a few months had passed, Chao Gang had thought that he had let go of this matter. However, when the duo appeared in front of him again, he still couldn't hold back his anger. Chao Gang, why don't you say anything? When you saw me before, weren't you like a dog in front of me to curry favor? A mocking smile was written all over Chen Yuan's face. Chao Gang's fists were clenched straight and he coldly shouted, "Get the hell out of my way!" Ha ha ha. Ma Bo laughed disdainfully and said, "Telling me to get lost? Do you know that this is my hotel?" Chao Gang really didn't know that this was Ma Bo's restaurant. His expression slightly stagnated. He's angry, but unfortunately it's not much use. He's still the same waste as before. Chen Yuan's face was full of contempt. 3 years east of the river, 3 years west of the river. Don't fool the youth. Chen Yuan, Ma Bo, don't go too far. In the past, Chao Gang would have definitely gone up and punched someone, but today he was afraid of involving Su Chen. And Nima Mo Jue Jr. Poor, I think you've read too many novels. Old me could step on you before. I can step on you now, and I'll still step on you in the future. You still want to turn over? Dream on, Ma Bo said with a proud face. As soon as his words fell, a crisp voice rang out from the side. Young master, I've parked your car. Su Chen said towards Chao Gang with a polite face. After saying that, he casually threw the Rolls-Royce Phantom car keys on the table. Young master, I've parked your car. Accompanied by Su Chen's appearance, both Chen Yuan and Ma Bo were stunned. Young master? In doubt, the duo saw the car key and froze even more. It was actually the Rolls-Royce Phantom's car key. This was a car that sold for $6 to $7 million. Although Ma Bo had a small fortune of around $100 million, he only had around $10 million in liquidity, and his car was only a Mercedes-Benz with a price tag of around $1 million. Generally, being able to afford a Rolls-Royce Phantom, one would at least be worth several $100 million. Isn't this guy just a cook? How could he possibly afford to drive a Rolls-Royce? Ma Bo was a bit terrified in his heart. Chen Yuan, however, quickly laughed out with a smile full of ridicule and contempt for Chao Gang. Yo, Chao Gang, haven't seen you in a few months. You've gotten smarter and learned to buy a fake car key to pretend to be a bully. Unfortunately, what's the situation of your family is still unclear to me. Save your breath. I guess the money for this meal at noon today is the income of most of your month, but also a ing Rolls-Royce. When I'm SBA. In fact, Chao Gang is also a bit confused. What kind of operation is this for Brother Chen? He muttered in his heart. Without waiting for Chao Gang to say anything, Su Chen indifferently stared at Chen Yuan and said, "What are you? How dare you insult the young lord?" After saying that, he slapped Chen Yuan on the face. Slap. The sound of the slap was crisp and powerful, and half of Chen Yuan's face quickly swelled up. You are looking for death. Chapter 43, Tai Chi Master. Ma Wei Gua. Ma Bo was furious. Dare to curse. Chao Gang was about to say dare to curse Brother Chen, and then stormed up to beat up Ma Bo, but was held down by Su Chen with one hand on his shoulder, and moved. Su Chen's eyes coldly stared at Ma Bo, and said, dare to humiliate the young master. This is what happens. Asterisk mud horse. You guys are crazy Buy a fake Rolls-Royce car key on a certain treasure and really think you are a tycoon Still dare to hit my mother. See if my mother doesn't scratch your face. Chen Yuan rushed up towards Su Chen, scratching her nails like a shrew. Splat! Su Chen backhanded another slap, sending Chen Yuan flying. Then as soon as he picked up the car keys, he pressed down, staring. Instantly, the Rolls-Royce parked in the parking lot outside the hall immediately rang, and the lights began to flash. The few people around the dining table could see it clearly. Fake keys? What kind of status does my young master have? Need to adorn himself with a fake key? Dog's eyes. Su Chen had the decency to play the role of a cold bodyguard of a powerful young lord. Now even in broad daylight, Chen Yuan felt that the Rolls-Royce's headlights were so blinding. Chao Gang really had a Rolls-Royce? Is he really some kind of luxurious young lord? Chen Yuan's red and swollen cheeks were written with an expression of disbelief, and Ma Bo, who was ready to make a move, also immediately stopped his action when he looked at the flashing Rolls-Royce lights. There really is a Rolls-Royce? The corner of his mouth twitched. Should it be so outrageous? How did the little cook who was still being taught by himself like a dead dog a few months ago become a big young man of a luxurious family? Ma Bo was a little apprehensive inside. At this time, Chao Gang also understood what Su Chen meant and cast an incomparably grateful gaze at Su Chen, then took a tone and said, as I said, 3 years east of the river, 3 years west of the river. Don't deceive the youth. I just told you guys to roll away. You guys are not rolling away. You have to make a fool of yourselves. I can't do anything about it. Hearing Chao Gang say this, Chen Yuan's face changed for a while, then she took a deep breath, looked at Chao Gang with affection, and said in a weak tone, "Why didn't you tell me your real identity before?" Chao Gang smiled. As soon as he heard this question, he knew that Chen Yuan regretted it. Well, enough of a gold digger. Whoever has money follows whoever. Very strong. He said indifferently, "You didn't tell me when you cuckolded me with this dead fat guy." When Ma Bo heard Chao Gang call him a dead fat man, the corners of his eyes danced viciously, hating Chao Gang to the bone, but not daring to show it. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, snapped to her knees and immediately burst into tears. "Chao Gang, I know I'm sorry, but at that time I had no choice. My roommate dressed up every day, wearing expensive clothes and using luxurious perfumes, but I had nothing, and you could not afford these things at that time when your salary was just a few $1,000s a month. And that's when Mabwa showed up and said he could buy these for me, and that's when I agreed to him. As a matter of fact, every moment I was with him, the person I was thinking about was you, hubby. For the sake of the 5 years of affection between us, please forgive me this time. I know you still like me. I like you numbnuts ah." Chao Gang patiently listened to Chen Yuan's words and finally chose to give Chen Yuan a slap. Disgusting. Extremely disgusting. He was blind to have fallen for such a woman in the first place. Chen Yuan's face flashed with a trace of incredulity as she was hit. In the past, Chao Gang couldn't even move a single finger of hers. Where would he slap her? However, she didn't care about this at all now. As long as Chao Gang was willing to let her be his girlfriend, she could beat herself up every day. After all, not every woman has the chance to sit inside a Rolls Royce and cry. She hugged Chao Gang's pants leg again. "I really know I'm wrong. Forgive me. Asterisk 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 asterisk." Now, even Ma Bo couldn't stand it anymore and kicked Chen Yuan. Pa! Chen Yuan hit the table and almost fainted. Because of Mabwa's kick, Chen Yuan did stop for a while. Ma Bo picked up a cup on the table, then poured it full of wine and faced Chao Gang, saying, "Brother, I have wronged you in the past, now I apologize to you. I'll drink this cup." After saying that, he drank the wine inside the cup in one go. How could Chao Gang forgive Ma Bo so easily? 4 years of cuckolding, the beating and humiliation he received at that time, he couldn't forget it. He knew that the identity of this young master was fake. It was purely packaged for him by Su Chen. Even if he didn't forgive Ma Bo, there was nothing he could do about it. Chao Gang fell silent. Su Chen similarly understood this and looked at Ma Bo with a cold smile, saying, "Forgive? What you have done to the young master, you know it in your heart, a light-hearted forgiveness and you want to go through with it? You're dreaming." Facing Su Chen's ridicule, Ma Bo finally couldn't hold back his anger. His tone was slightly cold, saying, "Brother, some things are almost enough. Today you guys have gotten back what you were looking for. Continue on. Don't really think that I, Ma Bo, am easy to bully." Chao Gang sniffed and threw a look at Su Chen, meaning forget it. Ma Bo was not simple either. Chao Gang was afraid of bringing trouble to Su Chen. "Ha ha ha, who are you looking down on? It's just a matter of words for our major to move you, right? Didn't you just say that this is your hotel? I can now tell you on behalf of our young master. This land square is not rented. Pack up and get out." Su Chen first laughed out loud, and then looked at Ma Bo with a face full of disdain. "What do you mean?" Ma Bo's eyes flashed. His heart was in a bad mood. "Do you know that Zhonghai Global Plaza is our young master's family's? If we say to rent it to you, we will rent it to you, and if we say to let you roll, we will let you roll. Do you understand?" Su Chen arrogant full said. "It's over. Brother Chen has blown his bullskin big time." Chao Gang let out a bitter laugh in his heart. Zhonghai Global Plaza was something that amounted to tens of billions of dollars. If he said that, wouldn't he be completely out of luck? Sure enough, after Ma Bo heard Su Chen's words, his eyes narrowed and said, "My friend, the cowhide is big enough to blow, but unfortunately, it's broken." He's the young master of Zhonghai Global Plaza? Didn't bother to check before bragging. The owner of Zhonghai Global Plaza is called Zheng Shixiang, and only has one daughter. Trying to scare me. It's not that simple. The more Ma Bo said, the more confident he became. "Don't you know that just today, the plaza has changed to a new owner?" Su Chen said indifferently. Ma Bo felt that Su Chen was purely bluffing him, saying, "Less here gibbering a few crooked. Not forgiven. Not forgiven. Driving a Rolls Royce terrific me ah. I don't believe that he moved me." "Yes?" Su Chen took out his cell phone and gave Yuan Wenha a call, shouting him to come to the Golden Tripod Cuisine. "Pretending. Who are you scaring?" Ma Bo snorted coldly. "Wait slowly." Su Chen threw down a sentence and said no more, playing with his cell phone with a breezy face, at the same time sending a message to Yuan Wenha, asking him to cooperate and act. On the contrary, it was Chao Gang who couldn't calm down and fidgeted, because he knew in his heart that he was not the young master of the square. Ma Bo noticed Chao Gang's behavior and became more confident. I'd like to see how you guys can clean me up today. He found a stool and sat down, not panicking at all in his heart. Even if Chao Gang was really able to call in the plaza's people to go against him, he wasn't afraid. It wasn't like he didn't know the higher-ups inside the plaza. A short while later, 9 middle-aged men with straight suits and an imposing appearance walked over. The leader was Yuan Wenha. Chapter 44, Learning Taiji from Master Su. Following Su Chen's cue, Yuan Wenha didn't give Su Chen a greeting, directly locking onto Chao Gang and bowing his head. Young master. The other few did the same. Young lord. Chao Gang was completely confused, and as Ma Bo watched this scene, his face changed wildly. This was because the senior of the square he recognized was actually amongst the crowd, and was paying homage to Chao Gang with a respectful expression on his face. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. People that had been completely dumbfounded. Cough. Su Chen cleared his throat and said towards Yuan Wenha, Mr. Yuan, the young lord is looking for you because he has something to do with you. Yuan Wenha hurriedly turned around and said to Su Chen, may I ask what is it? You go and check the rent of the golden tripod Xian, whether there are any problems, as well as whether there are any things done to violate the plaza's regulations. Among the crowd, the senior of the plaza that Ma Bo recognized immediately broke out in a cold sweat, and hurriedly came to Su Chen, saying, reporting to the old. He swallowed back the word boss, and continued, the contract of the golden tripod Xian was signed by me. Currently, Jinding Xian has already owed us a quarter's rent, and there have been incidents of hygienic poisoning of guests in the restaurant. For this reason, we asked Jinding Xuan to sort out the hygiene situation, though they didn't do what we said. Why do we still stay inside the plaza with such a business? Su Chen glanced towards the senior. The senior's heart beat hard and said, I understand. Hearing this conversation, Ma Bo's face bristled and turned pale, shaking with infinite despair in his heart. It was obvious that it was impossible for him to renew his lease at Zhonghai Global Plaza, and the only reason he was able to make money by opening the restaurant was because the location of Zhonghai Global Plaza was too good. If he opened the Golden Ding Xian to other places, it would be good if he could not lose money. Ma Bo felt like his life that was so wonderful and colorful in the last moment had instantly grayed out. It's all because of you. Ma Bo looked at Chen Yuan with eyes filled with hatred. If it wasn't because of Chen Yuan, how could he have offended Chao Gang, the young master of Zhonghai Global Plaza? Chen Yuan did not notice Ma Bo's hateful eyes. Endless remorse had already taken over Chen Yuan's heart. Young lord, is there anything else you want to do yet? Su Chen ignored Ma Bo and Chen Yuan because the moment Yuan Wenha appeared meant that the big picture had been decided. He looked towards Chao Gang who was still limited and somewhat confused. Ha! Chao Gang first froze, then said, it's alright, let's go. You guys stay and take care of the golden tripod Xian's matter. I'll leave with the young lord first. Su Chen added to Yuan Wenha and the others. Yuan Wenha and a few others nodded their heads. In their hearts, they all secretly said, it's still the boss who knows how to play. Brother Chen, you're actually the owner of Zhonghai Global Plaza, right? After leaving the restaurant, Chao Gang also gradually came back to his senses and asked Su Chen. His heart was uncontrollably shocked. Boss of Zhonghai Global Plaza. This was an identity that he didn't even dare to dream about. Su Chen frankly nodded his head and said with deliberation, Gongzi, I am indeed the boss of Zhonghai Global Plaza. This I can't explain it to you clearly for a while. Anyway, it is that a lot of miraculous things happened to me during this period of time. Hearing Su Chen admitted himself, Chao Gang still couldn't avoid the shocking waves in his heart. Only after a long time did he slowly spit out 4 words. Brother Chen Cowhide. Su Chen smiled and patted Chao Gang's shoulder, saying, no matter how my identity changes, I am still your good brother. Right, good brother. Chao Gang gave Su Chen a bear hug. The two came to the Rolls-Royce's car. I didn't think I'd have a day to sit in a Rolls-Royce. I have 9 more of these. You can take one to drive if you like. What a nigga dog big account. By the way, brother Chen, did you also drive a Rolls-Royce to the hospital this morning? Is this thing that fast? No, it's a private helicopter. Brother Chen Cowhide. Su Chen drove Chao Gang to the high-speed train station. He originally wanted to stay Chao Gang for the night, but Chao Gang insisted on going back. Brother Chen, thanks for today. The moment he entered the high-speed train station, Chao Gang turned back and said to Su Chen with incomparable sincerity. Su Chen smiled faintly. After sending Chao Gang off, Shen Yao called and asked him to have dinner together, or to thank Su Chen for everything he did for them at the martial arts center today. Before Su Chen could answer, Qi Shaoqing sent another message to Su Chen. He said that a new bar had opened in Zhonghai. South Koreans opened it, and also prepared to make this bar the #1 bar in Zhonghai. It was very lively, and asked Su Chen if he wanted to go. Su Chen did not even think about it, rejected Shen Yao and chose Qi Shaoqing. The beautiful girl is not as important as her brother. When Su Chen arrived at the bar, Qi Shaoqing said, Qi Shaoqing was already waiting. Holy, brother Chen, Rolls-Royce changing cars again? Is this the life of your tycoons? Love it, love it. When Qi Xiaoqing saw Su Chen come out from inside the Rolls-Royce, he said with an exaggerated face. And besides Qi Xiaoqing there was also Song Siwei at the scene. As soon as Su Chen appeared, Song Siwei's gaze landed on Su Chen, her eyes like water. Su Chen glanced at Song Siwei. Obviously, the Song Siwei tonight was specially dressed up. It appeared even more beautiful than the Song Siwei that Su Chen had seen for the first time. Long time no see. Su Chen greeted Song Siwei. In his heart, he recalled the day when he sent Song Siwei home. Song Siwei asked him if he wanted to go upstairs for a drink of water. Although at that time, he had a small regret after choosing to refuse. But if he was called to choose again, he would still choose to refuse. It wasn't that Song Siwei wasn't pretty. The main thing was that he didn't have any feelings for Song Siwei and treated her purely as a friend. Humph. You still have the nerve to say it's been a long time since I've seen you. Obviously I've asked you out to play a few times and you didn't even come out. Song Siwei crossed Su Chen's eyes. The corner of her mouth turned away. Su Chen scratched his head, his face a little embarrassed, because what Song Siwei said was the truth. Alright, Miss Song, didn't I help you call young Su out? Let's go. Let's see what the one bar in Shanghai that the South Koreans are preparing to create looks like? Qi Xiaoqing said with a smile on the side. After saying that, the three of them entered the bar. As soon as they stepped in, the loud music made Su Chen's ears feel uncomfortable. Under the illumination of various colored lights, Su Chen surveyed the environment of this bar. He found that this bar, which was called the one bar in Shanghai by the South Koreans, was actually just that. It is just a bit bigger than other bars, better decorated, and more special people. Other than that, there are no special features that make people's eyes stand out. The three people found a card seat and sat down, chose a drink, and began to chat with one another. This bar is quite lively. Su Chen observed the passenger flow. It could be completely described as terrifying. I heard that the owner of this bar has a very good background. It's a person from South Korea's Lee Zaibatsu, and this South Korea's Lee Zaibatsu controls a quarter of South Korea's economy. It's not too much of a stretch to say that it's the supreme emperor of South Korea. Qi Xiaoqing said the gossip he heard from somewhere. Lee Zaibatsu? Su Chen's eyes moved slightly. Wasn't Li Jianfu the head of the Lee Zaibatsu? As for why there are so many people, it's because the owner of the bar, in order to make a name for himself in the early stages, specially invited Kim Young-sung, the most popular male star in South Korea at the moment, to sing on stage. That's why there are so many people in the bar today. I estimate that Golden Age's revenue from drinks these days won't be less than $30 million. Damn. If I say that guy Kim Young-suk's acting skills are not good, only his looks are okay, his singing is average, I really don't know why so many girls in our country like it. Chapter 45, Humble Goddess. Qi Xiaoqing took a sip of wine and continued, slightly depressed in his tone. Su Chen also had a strong impression of the name Jin Zhengxi. He had acted in several explosive Korean dramas and had attracted a large number of fans in China. It had been exaggerated to the point that he could be on a hot search just by having breakfast. He was even more famous than the South Korean star Park Hoon-sung that he had met in Victoria before. Actually, I don't get it either, but I would be able to understand if he was half as handsome as Su Xiao. Song Siwei continued her words at the side, while giving Su Chen a small tease. Unfortunately, Su Chen didn't have much of a reaction. Su someone, Numo get feelings. Qi Xiaoqing chatted with Su Chen and the two of them for a while longer. Then he twirled his body tartly and went to the dance floor to hook up with the girls. Su Chen and Song Siwei were left looking at you and me. I'm going to the restroom. In the end, it was Su Chen who spoke first. Go. Song Siwei gave Su Chen a blank look. Would. Su Chen weaved his way through the crowded crowd and just arrived at the door of the restroom. An 18 or 19-year-old girl's feet didn't step steadily. Her body lost Su Chen's quick hands and eyes, helped the girl, and said with concern, "Is everything alright?" The girl raised her head and looked at Su Chen's flawless face slightly stunned, then said with a red face, "I'm fine, thank you." After saying that, she ran away quickly. Only when she was halfway there did she remember that she didn't ask for Su Chen's contact information just now, and her heart burst with regret. And after the girl ran away, the system's voice suddenly rang in Su Chen's mind. The host prevented others from falling and allowed the light of the righteous path to shine on the earth, hereby rewarding the host with divine singing skills. Su Chen smelled a hint of something unusual. According to his current understanding of the system, this kind of small good deed of helping others was not rewarded. Why did it suddenly appear today? The system is trying to make things happen. Su Chen rubbed his chin and muttered. After returning from the toilet after draining the water, Su Chen chatted awkwardly with Song Siwei for a while, and the entire bar suddenly stirred up. Oh. Screams rose and fell. Jin Zhengxi is coming out. Just when Su Chen couldn't comprehend it, Qi Xiaoqing walked over, with a lipstick mark of death Barbie powder on the side of his mouth. On your face. Su Chen gave him a finger. Chi Shaoqing casually wiped it off and looked towards the countless frantically writhing bodies at the bar and said, "This Kim Youngshi guy is still really popular." Just as Chi Shaoqing said, under the bar's atmosphere team's 1-2 punch, above the stage, an upright figure slowly stepped out of the smoke. He had fair skin, was dressed in a trendy outfit, and his handsome face carried a bit of frenzy. Kim Youngshi. The voices in the bar became even more frantic. Especially some of the little girls were roaring at the top of their voices, looking a little crazy. "Good evening, dear friends," Kim Youngshi said in a raw and awkward Chinese. "Ow." Off stage, there was another intense howl. Feeling the enthusiasm of the crowd at the bar, the smile on Kim Young-suk's face grew even wider before he said loudly, "Here's the bang 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 bit for everyone. I hope you all enjoy it." Bang 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 was a very classic pop song in South Korea, and it was very popular in 2015 when it was located at number 1 on the South Korean JN's annual song composite list. When they heard that Kim Young-suk was going to sing this song, the stage cheered again. TT Whetstone Gouge 14 verses. Thorium Cheol Arsenic Cheol Lai. A string of Korean lyrics sang out from Kim Young-suk's mouth. The stage lights changed and the atmosphere was electric. In a short while, Kim Young-suk finished the song. Papa 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 pa. The applause roared under the stage, and the cheers and roars were intertwined. Kim Young-suk's popularity was evident. Soo-chen looked at the reaction of the crowd at the bar and shook his head. He had heard bang bang bang, and Jin Zhengshi's singing was actually quite average. Jin Zhengshi enjoyed the applause with a satisfied face, and said after the applause gradually subsided, "Tonight I will randomly select a guest to sing on stage, and the lucky one who is selected will receive my critique of his singing skills as well as an album with my autograph." Hearing this, the guests at the bar once again fell into a frenzy, all hoping that they would be chosen. Only the 3 people at Soo-chan's table didn't move much. A beam of white light lit up in the dimly lit bar, flashing everywhere. Eventually, the white light was fixed on Soo-chen. Soo-chan's appearance was also projected onto the big screen. "This person is so handsome." Someone couldn't help but let out a gasp as they looked at Soo-chan's appearance. Jin Zhengshi was a bit uncomfortable when he heard the praises for Soo-chen from the stage and said to Soo-chen, "Let's congratulate the lucky winner and ask him to go on stage and sing." Soo-chen actually didn't want to go at all. For one, he didn't like the way this Jin Zhengshi guy spoke. What does it mean to be the lucky one? Being able to get a review and an autograph from you is lucky? It's a joke. Secondly, Soo-chen actually didn't like being in the limelight. Obviously, it was for him to use at this time. Soo-chen calmly walked up to the ring, took the microphone from Jin Zhengshi, and looked at the crowd. "I don't have anything to sing, so I'll give you all a song called Jingjong's Wangwa, Jing Loyalty to the Nation." The bar's guests pulled out their ears and had odd expressions on their faces. This was a bar. Even if they couldn't sing club songs like 5 Hours or Spectre, they could still sing Coyote Disco. "What's the matter with singing Jingjong Jinbabwa? I'm here for the 12-9 singing competition." There was a chorus of boos from the stage. Even Song Siwei couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. "The nightclub singing Repaying the Country with Loyalty is very strong," Chi Shaoqing said to Song Siwei while bursting into laughter. "Miss Song, when Su Xiao opens his mouth to sing later, you'd better plug your ears." Although Su Xiao's voice is very magnetic, his pentatonic voice isn't very good. Song Siwei sniffed, not as unconscionable as Chi Shaoqing. Instead, she worried for Soo-chen. So many pairs of eyes had Soo-chen staring at him. If he sang and flipped the car it would probably be embarrassing. "Hurry up and sing, we're still waiting to hear boy god Jin Jinshi continue to sing to us." Under the stage, there were already people who were impatient. Soo-chen ignored these boos from the stage, quietly stood on the stage, brewing his emotions and slowly opened his mouth. The wolf smoke rises. The river and mountains look north. As soon as Soo-chen opened his mouth, the first one to freeze was Chi Shaoqing. He was full of consternation. When did Su Xiao sing so well? And the booing of the others also came to an abrupt end. With a look of concentration on their faces, the dragon rises and rolls, the horse tears long, and the sword is as frosty as. Soo-chen's voice was extremely infectious. As the song rang out, the crowd at the bar seemed to see the scene of an enemy country invading, mountains and rivers shattering, and human lives being like grass. And each person's expression instantly became heavy and sad. The country is broken. What should be done? Hate wants to go crazy. Long sword too. How many hands and feet loyal souls buried bones in its home? Soo-chen's powerful voice changed, full of sadness and endless. People seem to see themselves in the country in times of crisis to come forward. Incarnation of the sands of generals, Jingo and Iron Horse. A wave of the sword. The enemy's head rolled. However, back to look. Around the side of the common combat comrades have been very few. In an instant, from the sadness, tears cannot help but slide down from the corner of the eye. Why hesitate to die 100 deaths? To report the family and the country. Soo-chen's voice changed again, full of determination. Chapter 46 Meeting the New Boss. The emotions of the crowd on stage followed suit. Even if they are empty around them, their own lone army will drive away the enemy thieves and defend their family and country. I would like to defend the land and reopen the border, the Hall of China to make the 4 directions come to congratulate. At the end, Su Chen's voice became high and impassioned, resounding. The crowd seemed to see themselves incarnated as a veteran general. Although the war has been settled, the country is safe, but in order to not let their own country once again be infringed upon, the veteran general chose to sit on the border, never to return for life, for the country to fix the frontier forever. Here, Su Chen's song stopped. There was not a single reaction from the stage. The crowd was still immersed in the story, and their minds were hard to settle. Some people were already in tears, and some were already sobbing in low voices. Snap! Time flowed slowly. This bar was surprisingly quiet, and the first applause sounded at an unknown time. Snap! Immediately following, the second applause sounded. Then, there was a mountain of thunderous applause. Strangely enough, aside from the applause, there were no sounds of praise. They knew in their hearts that no amount of praise could match Su Chen's song. By the time the applause ended, the bar was a third less crowded. Listening to Su Chen's song Jingjong Weigua, it was as if they had one more life. That kind of life was a meaningful life, not what they were doing now, wasting their time in the bar. After these people left, the first thing they did was to check the conscription. Don't ask. To ask is to go to the army. Su Chen also didn't expect his song to run away 1/3 of the bar's guests. Is this the power of divine singing? Sure enough, it was as terrifying as it was. Which, Kim Young-suk, who was on the side, gradually walked out from the middle of his emotions, looking at the bar with 1/3 fewer guests and a low atmosphere, immediately fell into another kind of emotion. Sadness. He was one of the bar's shareholders, and if he kept screwing up like this, he wouldn't be able to make a load of money. He had to get the atmosphere moving. Ahem. Kim Young-shi cleared his throat and said, "This gentleman must have graduated from a professional music academy, so I won't comment on his singing ability. However, sir, I would like to have a match with you." As soon as they heard that there was a competition, the emotions of the remaining guests who hadn't left began to be mobilized again. Male god, how can I compete? Someone responded to Kim Young-shi's words, only this time, the response was much less than before. It was even a bit cold. Kim Young-suk's heart was irritated. If this went on, he, a popular South Korean star, was going to go out of fashion inside this bar. Obviously, he was still so popular at the last moment. The culprit of all this was undoubtedly Su Chen. So when Jin Jingshi looked at Su Chen, although there was nothing on the surface, inwardly, he actually hated Su Chen to the point of gnashing his teeth. Like this gentleman's singing skills are so great, he must have heard many songs. The rules of the game are, I choose a song to sing, after I finish it, this gentleman sings it once again, so that the audience can vote and see who sings better. After the song I chose is finished, then this gentleman chooses a song that he is good at, and I sing after he sings it. Kim Young-shi said nonchalantly. This game was a great test of the singer's amount of songs as well as his ability to memorize them, and it immediately aroused the interest of the bar guests. This game is fun. Many people gave their reactions. Su Chen also accepted this game, and he asked Kim Young-suk to choose the song. Kim Young-suk thought about it and said to the bar guests, "Recently, we have a new song in South Korea called Summer. It's quite hot, so I'll sing this one." Summer? A number of bar patrons showed puzzled expressions, especially some veteran South Korean fans who had never heard of this song. Strange. Could it be that I still listen to too few South Korean songs? They muttered in their hearts. And in fact, Summer was a song that Kim Young-suk had just recently created and had never been released. Therefore, he was quite confident about the next competition. So what if a person is handsome and sings well? This is my home ground, so I can still let you steal the show? Jin Zhengxi was secretly pleased in his heart. Amidst a sea of puzzled gazes, Jin Zhengxi began to sing. Just as Qi Shaoqing said, Jin Zhengxi's acting skills were not good, but he still had a knack for singing. At first, the crowd at the bar didn't have much of a reaction, but as Jin Zhengxi continued to sing, the crowd began to listen carefully. It seemed that it was quite good. In a short while, Summer was finished. Jin Zhengxi handed the microphone to Su Chen and said, "This gentleman's turn. This gentleman's turn." Because of a divinely sung Jingjong Weigua, Su Chen's popularity in the bar at this time was no less than Jin Jingxi's. He was a handsome man with a good song, and he loved. Handsome man with a good song, loved and loved. Road to fan. Therefore, when Jin Jingxi took the microphone and passed it towards Su Chen, the crowd's gazes followed suit and converged on Su Chen. Good. The moment Su Chen opened his mouth, all the audience froze once again. The sound of the song surrounded the beams for 3 days. Su Chen's voice seemed to have a magical power, able to bring the audience into the song, and all of them listened to it as if they were mesmerized, their faces filled with intoxication. After the song was finished, the audience was once again immersed in Su Chen's voice, And at this time, Su Chen, still holding the microphone, asked Kim Young-suk, Mr. Kim, this song shouldn't have been a small hit in South Korea as you said, but it was just created not long ago, right? Because the song's tune obviously had a few common sense mistakes, and I just casually gave it a change when I was singing it. Su Chen's question instantly brought the audience back to reality. As they thought carefully, the tune that Su Chen sang was indeed different from Kim Young-shi's, and Su Chen's tune clearly made the song seem more natural and melodic. Jin Jingshi was looking at Su Chen with a look of a monster. He hadn't thought at all that Su Chen would learn a song that had clearly not yet been released on the market by listening to it once, and sing it better than him. However, in the face of Su Chen's question, of course Jin Jingshi could not admit it. If he admitted it, wouldn't it mean that he had cheated? He said, this gentleman is joking. This is indeed a song that is currently a small hit in our country. Moreover, if you haven't heard this song in advance, how could you sing it? It won't be that this gentleman has the ability to overhear it. You'll learn it after I sing it once. Jin Jingshi's reply was expected by Su Chen. He said, I guess there should be students from the music academy on stage. Let me talk about the problems about the tune in it when Mr. Jin sang this song. Su Chen named 5 or 6 problems in a row. There were indeed music academy students under the stage. And once they heard the questions Su Chen pointed out, they pondered slightly. These were indeed common sense questions. And even if a song that was already a small hit in the market had these mistakes when it first came in, even if it was a small hit, could it be that the creator hadn't revised it? This is clearly illogical. Could it be that Kim Young-suk was lying? They had an answer in their hearts. These music academy students were all fans of Kim Young-suk. And at this moment, the powder turned to the road, while the road turned to Su Chen. He was able to repeat the song just by listening to it once, and he was also able to modify the problems within the tune. This was a true top-notch singer. A master worthy of their study. Whether it was in terms of singing or character, Kim Young-sung had lost completely. Mr. Kim, I want to ask you, since you said that Summer is currently a small hit in South Korea, why is it that I couldn't find anything after searching online for so long? Chapter 47, directly fainted in fright. A female voice suddenly rang out in the quiet bar. Song Siwei stood up with her cell phone. At this statement, Jin Zhengshi's face instantly changed. The bar guests, on the other hand, took out their cell phones and searched for the song Summer. The result was naturally nothing. The truth spoke for itself. Kim Young-seal, I didn't realize you were actually this kind of person. Some fans were indignant. Humph. A competition is a competition. Why would you cheat us with a new song that hasn't even been released yet? And you still won't admit it. They looked at Kim Young-shi with abnormal dissatisfaction. Roll on. I don't know who said this. Followed by a loud get off. Everyone was furious at Kim Young-suk's deception. This kind of idol wasn't a fan. Kim Young-suk's face had darkened into a potbelly. He had originally come to China to make money. Looking at this situation, not only would he not be able to make any money, it was estimated that his reputation would be severely affected. He glanced at Su Chen with a face full of resentment. If it wasn't for Su Chen, he wouldn't be in such a mess tonight. Jin Jingshi didn't think about the fact that it was clearly him who had first counted on Su Chen, but he had just lifted a stone and smashed his own foot. In the end, after giving Su Chen a glance, he flung his hands and left the stage. Being stared at by Kim Young-shi, Su Chen helplessly shrugged his shoulders and then went off the stage. And unlike Jin Jingshi's 1,000 fingers, Su Chen now became the most popular person in the bar, with countless girls flocking towards him. Male god, what's your name? Male god, I'm going to give you a monkey. One isn't enough to give you 2. My good girlfriend wants a contact from the male god before she dies. Su Chen was surrounded by enthusiastic sisters. Luckily, his hands were good enough, which prevented him from being taken advantage of. He quickly came to the side of the card seat of Chi Shaoqing and Song Siwei. The wind is tight. Rip Hu, meaning the situation is not right. Hurry up and slip away. Chi Shaoqing glanced at Su Chen prominently and said, Su Xiao, don't be afraid. I've already opened a private room. If you have your eye on any of the sisters, just take her there directly. What are you saying? You're not afraid that these girls will swallow all of Young Su's bones? Song Siwei viciously pinched Chi Shaoqing. Chi Shaoqing hurriedly raised his hands in surrender and said, Joking. Our Su Xiao is not this kind of person, but the private room I really opened up, so we can move our position and continue to get high. Su Chen thought, there is nothing to go back now. So then, the 3 people moved to the bar private room. Staying in the private room, Su Chen was naturally less noticeable. Cheers to celebrating Su Xiao's defeat of that Jin Zhengshi guy. Chi Shaoqing raised his cup. Stare. The 3 cups clinked. Xiao Su, didn't you girl have a bad pentatonic voice before? How come your singing is so good today? You don't even know that your song Jing Zhong Weigua earned me a lot of tears. The sense of immersion at that time was so strong that I almost signed up for the army. Miss Song was even crying beside me. said she wanted to be the contemporary Hua Mulan. Qi Shaoqing said, and was viciously pinched by Song Siwei again. Just kidding. Qi Shaoqing hastened to accompany the smile. Continued, Su Xiao. Seriously, you the girl will not be a god immortal descended to earth. Rich martial arts is good even if it is not. Even singing is also sung so well. And over the ear, only listen to the song once will also. You still let us these men how to live Although Qi Shaoqing had a joking tone, but it could be heard that he was really sour. The three people were chatting like this, and the atmosphere in the private room was very happy. Suddenly, the door of the private room was slammed open. A tall silhouette rushed in, her face full of anxiety. When her gaze landed on Su Chen, help was written all over her eyes. Su Chen frowned slightly. What is the meaning of this? Seems to be over here? Outside the private room, a voice rang out. After hearing this voice, the girl accelerated towards Su Chen, and then fell down smoothly, lying in Su Chen's arms, with a pair of jade arms hooked around Su Chen's neck. Su Chen subconsciously wanted to break free, but looking at the girl's eyes full of anxious help, also did not act. Who knew that the next moment, the girl suddenly kissed him. As his lips warmed up, Su Chen's eyes widened. I was kind enough to help you. You actually took advantage of me. With Su Chen's reflexes, it wasn't that he couldn't hide. Rather, he completely did not expect the girl to kiss him with a single bite. He was blinded, which gave the girl an opportunity to take advantage of him. Qi Shaoqing and Song Siwei also froze. Su Chen had actually been forcibly kissed? Song Siwei froze as she looked at the scene in front of her. Her heart was very unfavorable, and there was a wave of inexplicable annoyance. She wanted to rush up and peel the girl away. At this time, 10 or so big men in black suits appeared in the private room, their gazes looking around as if they were searching for something. Didn't I say? Don't come in without us calling. Waiters. Qi Shaoqing instantly understood that these people were here to look for the girl, so he stood up and said with some displeasure. These people lingered on Su Chen and the girl without paying much attention, and after hearing Qi Shaoqing's voice, they said, all right, we'll go out now. Soon, there were movements coming from the next private room. It seemed that they found the next room to go to. Beautiful girl, almost on the line, people are gone. If you kiss anymore your mouth will go numb. After another second or two, the girl's lips were still imprinted on Su Chen's mouth. Qi Shaoqing smiled on the side and said, only then did the girl stand up from Su Chen in a hurry, her face already as red as a ripe apple. I'm sorry, just now the situation was urgent. I had to do this. If it made you feel uncomfortable, I'm willing to make compensation. The girl's voice was soft and melodious. While saying these words, the girl also sized up Su Chen, with his sword brows and starry eyes, clear outline and deep eyes. He was more handsome than any man she had ever seen. And just now, when she pressed herself against Su Chen's body, she felt a breath of freshness and unprecedented peace, as if she could forget any troubles as long as she stayed by this person's side. That was why, after the man in black left, she didn't leave Su Chen's body the first time. This feeling was too intoxicating. Thinking of this, the girl's ears turned red. However, she still looked straight into Su Chen's eyes. With the help of the soft-colored lights of the private room, Su Chen also saw the girl's looks. Her skin was like snow, her features were like jade, her face was absolutely beautiful and elegant, especially the girl's eyes, which gave people a very spiritual feeling. Su Chen suddenly felt that this girl looked somewhat familiar. You are Yan Qianxue? Next to him, Song Siwei looked at the girl and said with some disbelief. When Su Chen heard this, he suddenly realized why he felt familiar. Recently, a TV series called Western Palace exploded in popularity, telling the story of a woman who avenged her father's death, and Yan Qianxue starred as the TV series heroine. She portrayed the character's innocence in the early stages, her stinginess in the middle stages, and her ruthlessness in the later stages. As a result, Yan Qianxue also jumped into the hotspot as a popular traffic starlet. I am. In the face of Song Siwei's not-so-certain voice, Yan Qianxue then admitted it with a big smile. It's really Yan Qianxue. I'm your fan. After receiving Yan Qianxue's affirmative answer, the one who reacted the most exaggeratedly was Qi Shaoqing, his face full of excitement as he looked towards Yan Qianxue again and again. Cough cough. No wonder you look a bit familiar. So you're a big star. Su Chen didn't avoid Yan Qianxue's gaze and continued. As for what just happened, well, it was an emergency. I can understand. It's nothing. Chapter 48, Young Master. Thank you. Can I know your name? Yan Qianxue was still gazing at Su Chen. Su Chen, I've memorized it. A smile blossomed on Yan Qianxue's face, as if a snow lotus was in full bloom. Unrivaled. Big star. What was the situation just now? Why are they looking for you? Qi Shaoqing said with a curious face. Yan Qianxue found a cup and said, don't mind if I have a glass of your wine. After saying that, she poured herself half a cup and then drank it all in one go. Minding is not minding, but can you not use my cup? Su Chen had a depressed expression. Yan Qianshue's stunningly beautiful face was slightly darkened. She herself seemed to be disliked, and she didn't know that this was Su Chen's kappa. It seems that Su Xiao is so straight to everyone. Song Siwei laughed in her heart. Let's just listen to the big star tell us what happened. Qi Shaoqing hurriedly stepped forward to defuse the cover-up, and Yan Qianxue began to narrate what exactly happened. The Western Palace was not only a hit in China, but also set off a lot of heat in major Asian countries, especially in South Korea, where the extent of the fire was no less than in China. Yan Qianxue was even selected by the men of South Korea as the most beautiful woman of the past 2,000 years. Taking advantage of this wave of popularity, Yan Qianshue's agency, Songran Media, was ready to collaborate with the South Korean side on a TV series. After hearing that the owner of the Golden Age Bar is the son of the Lee family, who has a lot of power in South Korea, Songran Media brought Yan Qianxue to meet the Lee family's son in the hope of getting in touch with him. The next step is the subterfuge that is so popular in the entertainment industry. The son of the Lee family is called Lee Wanhee, and he took a liking to Yan Qianxue at first sight, so he said that he could go to South Korea for development. But Yan Qianxue had to accompany him for a few days. Yan Qianxue directly refused. However, Sungman Media kept putting pressure on her at the reception. Yan Qianxue had no choice but to leave with the help of urination, and Li Wanqi seemed to know Yan Qianshue's intention and sent someone to follow her all the way. Yan Qianxue found an opportunity to avoid Li Wanqi's men and then came to the private room where Su Chen was just as she was about to be caught. Alright, the story is finished. I should go. Yan Qianxue pondered that Li Wanqi hadn't been able to find himself and had mostly given up now, so it was just the right time to escape from the bar. Big star, you let Li Wanqi off the hook. Songran Media will more than likely come after you. Qi Shaoqing was also not surprised by things in the entertainment industry, and was not too surprised by what happened to Yan Qianxue. It was the basic operation of the entertainment industry. Yan Qianxue shrugged helplessly and said, "This time, our boss will definitely take out the contract to claim compensation from me, saying that I've harmed the company's interests, and then it's just a snowballing, right? My acting career is more than likely finished. You have a pretty good mindset." Qi Shaoqing gave Yan Qianxue a thumbs up. Alright, enough talk, I have to slip away. I'm sorry for disturbing you guys just now, especially for handsome Su Chen. Yan Qianxue looked towards Su Chen. Su Chen didn't react much. After listening to Yan Qianxue, he was now remembering someone. Li Charan. Li Charan was the one who went to Hangdian, which was the largest movie and television base in the whole of China, because Li Charan felt that she wanted to become a big star, so that she would be qualified to stand beside Su Chen. Well, don't you have anything you want to say to me? Like asking for an autograph or something, while I'm still being snowed in? Yan Qianxue saw that Su Chen didn't say a word and didn't even listen to her seriously, so she spoke again in a depressed manner. Ah, no, good luck. Su Chen came back to his senses and quickly replied. In front of Su Chen, Yan Qianxue doubted her charm for the first time. She could see that Su Chen wasn't one of those people she had met before who played lustful tricks. Su Chen just didn't think much of her from the bottom of his heart. Borrow your good advice. Yan Qianxue could only say this. After saying that, she walked towards the outside of the private room. Snap! Suddenly, a large group of people rushed into the private room. I knew you were here. A smug voice rang out, and the one who spoke was a woman in her early 30s, fashionably dressed, who was looking smug. Seeing the sudden group of people, Yan Qianshue's face changed drastically, because this group of people was clearly the group of Li Wanqi and Songren Media, and the woman who spoke was Yan Qianshue's manager. Rose. Sister Rose, still you know her well enough. Standing in the first place among the crowd was a 27 or 88, tall and handsome youth, who looked towards Rose with a smirk on the corner of his mouth, and then turned his head fiercely towards Su Chen and the others inside the private room. Who was the person who was just cuddling with Yan Qianxue? Get the hell out. The youth was none other than the first eldest grandson of the South Korean Li family, Li Wanqi, and he had obviously heard the report from his men and knew about the situation inside the private room just now. Li Wanhee, this matter has nothing to do with these people. Don't you just want me to drink with you? Let's go, or go to your place. Yan Qianxue sniffed. Her face changed again. It was obvious that Li Wanqi was preparing to find trouble with Su Chen. She said in a hurry. Li Wanqi glanced at Yan Qianxue, then snapped a slap and threw it on Yan Qianshue's face. His action was so fast that everyone didn't react to it, only to hear Li Wanqi coldly say, "Bitch, dare to stand me up. Don't think that you're terrific because you're a popular star of China. In the eyes of this young man, your Chinese female stars are nothing more than expensive prostitutes, and you dare to pose in front of this young man? This slap is to give you a good long memory." Yan Qianxue was enraged by Li Wanqi's words, and just when she wanted to counterattack, she was controlled by Sister Rosa's people who told Songren Media to take control of her, and racked to the side. I'll ask again, who was just hugging Yen Qianxue. Get the hell out. After beating Yen Qianxue, Li Wanqi continued to look at Su Chen's trio. Li Wanqi, this matter has nothing to do with them. You let them go. Don't you just want me to accompany you? I'll just accompany you. Yen Qianxue shouted anxiously from the side. Too late. Li Wanqi smiled cruelly towards Yen Qianxue, the woman that he, Li Wanqi, had his eyes on. He hadn't even started to touch her before she was kissed by someone else. How could he stand this? It's me. Su Chen stood out with a calm face. It's actually you. When Su Chen stood out, a voice filled with anger came out. Jin Zhengsheng was clearly standing in the middle of Li Wanqi's team, looking at Su Chen with a face of hatred before whispering a few words in Li Wanqi's ear. Interesting, not only did you touch the woman I fancy first, but you also damaged Kim Young-sung's reputation. Tonight is destined to be a night you won't forget. Li Wanqi looked at Su Chen, the corner of his mouth lifting up a fierce smile. Su Chen was calm from the beginning. He similarly laughed. Tonight on will also be a very unforgettable night for you. Where did the little pussy brat? Do you know who you're talking to? Sister Rose said with a look of disdain. And do you guys know who you're talking to? Su Chen looked indifferent. Always calm. Ha ha ha. Li Wanqi laughed. Sister Rose laughed. Li Wanqi's cadre of henchmen, including Jin Zhengxi, all laughed non-stop. Stupid. Stupid thing. Do you know that standing in front of you is the first and eldest grandson of the South Korean Sanqin Li family? The future chairman of the Sanqin group. What kind of thing are you? You are also worthy of being bold in front of young Li? Sister Rose looked at Su Chen with contempt. In South Korea, Li Wanqi was the undisputed #1 young man in South Korea. Even in China, there weren't many young people whose status could press Li Wanqi. Chapter 49 Oddball Gold-Digging Woman. Therefore, Sister Rose had ample confidence in Li Wanqi. Is the first grandson of the Li family great? Su Chen once again asked rhetorically. Li Jianfu didn't even dare to talk to him like this. What was Li Jianfu's grandson worth? Su Chen's calmness caused Li Wanqi to frown. Could it be that the other party really had something to offer and wasn't afraid of him? The young master of San Xin at all? Yo, isn't this young master Qi Shaoqing Qi? What is the origin of your friend? How come he is so? Even Li Xiao is not in his eyes? A hangdog Chinese youth amongst Li Wanqi's team stood out, staring at Qi Shaoqing with a face of contempt. When Li Wanqi saw this, his heart was instantly solidified. This dangling young man was the lowest status within their group. His words were undoubtedly telling Li Wanqi that the level of this group of people was actually not high. Damn. Almost subdued. Li Wanqi was a bit annoyed. No one can belittle our San Xin Li family. Tonight you won't be able to walk out of this bar. As soon as Li Wanqi's words fell, there were immediately more than a dozen black-clothed hunks rushing up towards Su Chen. Song Siwei was unusually bold as she copied a bottle of wine and prepared to go up to help Su Chen, but she was pulled back by Qi Shaoqing. What are you doing? Why are you stopping me without helping? Song Siwei was so angry that she almost swung a bottle at Qi Shaoqing's head. These few rotten stinking bird egg, where is Su Young opponent? Watch the show on the line. Otherwise we are not helping but to add hemp to Su Young. Qi Shaoqing, neck shrinking, hastily said. He has personally saw what he saw. Su Chen to 1 against 100. These individuals. Sprinkle water law. Song Siwei put down the bottle of wine with confidence. And just at the moment she put down the bottle, the black-clothed men who attacked Su Chen had all fallen to the ground. And only then did she really breathe a sigh of relief. Also relieved was Yen Qianxue. Just now, she was feeling incomparably guilty because she had dragged Su Chen down. And looking at this scene, her heart also relaxed a lot. Li Wanqi was slightly shocked when he looked at Su Chen unharmed, but he didn't care much about it. Instead, he sneered. No wonder he's so crazy. So he's a martial arts expert. But so what if you can fight? This is my territory. If I want you to live, you live. If I want you to die, you die. Slap. After saying that, Li Wanqi clapped his hands, and the dark crowd madly surged into the private room. At a rough glance, there were at least hundreds of people, and these people were also holding machetes and electric batons in their hands. Su Chen's calm face finally changed. His brows slightly wrinkled. He was not afraid of not being able to fight, but he was afraid that someone would hurt Qi Shaoqing and Song Siwei during the fight. However, Su Chen quickly thought of a way to capture the thief first. Without waiting for Li Wanqi to give orders, Su Chen rushed to Li Wanqi with a sprint, reached out and grabbed Li Wanqi's neck. Do you so much? Does your grandfather know? Su Chen used his other hand to slap on Li Wanqi's face and said indifferently. Li Wanqi was angry like never before. The first was because Su Chen actually dared to pinch his neck and slap him. How could the Crown Prince of South Korea suffer such humiliation? The second was because Su Chen had mentioned his grandfather so casually. His grandfather, Li Jianfu, was the richest man in South Korea, so rich that even the head of South Korea had to bow when he saw his grandfather. Su Chen's attitude was as if his grandfather was just an insignificant figure, not even the slightest bit placed in his eyes. This made Li Wanqi completely intolerable. and with a maniacal expression. He said, "I must get you killed. Get you killed." As for Li Wanqi's follower minions, when they saw Li Wanqi being grabbed by Su Chen, their faces turned pale in fear, and they all voiced out, "Bold, how dare you disrespect young Li? Let go of Xiao Li, or I'll let you die without a burial place. If you dare to hurt the slightest hair on young Li, all these friends of yours will be buried with him." Another well-dressed and well-groomed young man with a deep expression stood out and said to Su Chen in a nonchalant manner, "This friend, young Li, is not only the future chairman of San Xin Group, he is also an honored guest of ours in Shanghai, because young Li came to Shanghai this time with thousands of jobs. First you made a move on the woman that young Li has his eye on, and now you are blackmailing young Li. If young Li gets angry and withdraws from Shanghai with his funds, then you will surely become a sinner in Shanghai. My friend, for your own selfish desires, you made thousands of people lose their jobs. Won't you feel ashamed because of that?" The young man's words carried an air of superior arrogance. "Humph, what a big hat. You said he brought thousands of jobs to Shanghai. He brought thousands of jobs and, just because he can provide a few thousand jobs in Shanghai he has privileges, right? Does a cosmopolitan city like our Shanghai need to lick him as a foppish young master? I think you've just been kneeling for too long and can't stand up." Song Siwei sniffed. Her almond eyes rounded up as she glared angrily at the young man. It had to be said that Song Siwei's words were very sharp, actually causing the young man's expression to stutter as he narrowed his eyes and said, "My name is Wu Jing, and my father is Wu Shihao. I'm just speaking in terms of things." When she heard the name Wu Jing, Song Siwei did not have much of a reaction, but after hearing Wu Shihao, Song Siwei's complexion changed and her expression was heavy. Wu Shihao, a top 5 big shot in the Shanghai officialdom. His son siding with Li Wanqi was undoubtedly unfavorable to Su Chen. When Wu Jing saw Song Siwei fall silent, he smiled proudly and said, "Friend, if you are sensible, let go of young Li and don't be a sinner of Shanghai. Whether I am a sinner of Shanghai or not is not up to you." Su Chen indifferently glanced at Wu Jing, then his gaze fell back to Li Wanqi, saying, "I know you're very unconvinced right now. Call someone, call everyone you can. You wait for me." Although Li Wanqi didn't understand why Su Chen had the courage to do this, he had to grasp this opportunity. Li Wanqi's first call went to his grandfather. This was because his grandfather, Li Jianfu, was in Shanghai during this time. More importantly, he believed that as soon as his grandfather arrived, he would definitely be able to defeat Su Chen from the soul. "Grandpa, this is Sheer. I'm in danger now. Only if you come here in person." Li Jianfu frowned after answering the phone. Someone had actually threatened his grandson. With an order, he unleashed all his energies in Shanghai. For a while, Shanghai was in flames. "Let's go. I want to see who dares to detain my grandson." Li Jianfu rushed towards Golden Age with a large group of people. Among them was Wu Jing's father, Wu Shihao. 1 on 3. Wang bomb. ******* Brother Chun. No way. I have a pair of 3s and you bombed it too? No way. The cards are good. It's impossible to lose this hand. While waiting for Li Jianfu to arrive, Su Chen, Shi Shaoqing, and Song Siwei fought landlords as if no one else was around. Li Wanqi was controlled by one of Su Chen's hands, looking at Su Chen with a face full of resentment. If his eyes could kill, Li Wanqi would have already cut Su Chen into 1,000 pieces. Li Wanqi's henchmen were constantly clamoring, "Humph, when Chairman Li comes, you'll be waiting to die without a burial place." The Chairman Li they were talking about was Li Jianfu, who was not only the chairman of San Xin, but also the chairman of the South Korean Chamber of Commerce. Sister Rose glanced at the uneasy Yan Qianxue, a mocking smile on her face as she said, Yan Qianxue, wasn't it good for you to have obeyed young Li back then? Once Chairman Li comes later, do you think these friends of yours will still have a chance to live? Chapter 50, Puffing on the Cow's Feet. I see that they'd had the bad luck of 8 lifetimes when they got to know you. At this time, Yan Qianxue's heart was indeed filled with worry and self-blame, full of torment. Li Jianfu was the richest man in a country, so what could Su Chen do to fight them? Moreover, Su Chen had humiliated the titular San Xin crown prince. How could the Li family let Su Chen off? Yan Qianxue was in pain in her heart. If it wasn't for her, Su Chen wouldn't be in such a situation. Looking at Yan Qianxue's painful appearance, Sister Rose's heart was very soothing. She looked at Su Chen again, her face full of contempt, saying, "Little thing, you really think that you're invincible just because you know a little bit of martial arts? In this world, there are a lot of people who can cure you. Once Chairman Li comes later, I'll see what else you can do." With so many people in the private room, the one who made Su Chen most disgusted was Sister Rose. Yan Qianxue was working for Songren Media, and when she ran into trouble, Sister Rose didn't help. Even if she didn't, she even followed and pushed Yan Qianxue into the fire pit. This kind of person, full of material to be a traitor. So he disliked back impatiently, "SB woman, think that if you say a few words for Li Wanqi, you can get benefits from the Li family? I'm telling you, the Li family can't give you any benefits, and you can't stay in Songren Media. If any other agency in the country dares to hire you, there's one I'll destroy. I, Su Chen, will do what I say. Put. Sister Rose was amused as she laughed out loud. No wonder you dared to make a move on Mr. Li, so you're a retard. Still want to drive me out of this industry. Get past Yun Li first. Wu Jing pushed the glasses on the tip of his nose at this time, and said with a cold and arrogant face, counting the time, Chairman Li and the others should be arriving soon. Cough cough. Brother Chen, are you really sure? Shi Shaoqing whispered to Su Chen, although he was clear that Su Chen had a billion-bat chariot in his name, and was the owner of the Huaxing Group with a market capitalization of 100 billion. His status was extraordinary. However, Li Jianfu was even more important. He was the richest man in a country and was a fierce dragon. Shi Shaoqing's heart was not solid. Song Siwei was even more so. She knew even less about Su Chen than Shi Shaoqing, and didn't think Su Chen had the strength to fight the richest man in South Korea. She was filled with worry, and the only thing she could do now was to face it together with Su Chen. Don't worry, Li Jianfu doesn't dare to do anything to me yet. Su Chen was very calm. Hearing this reply, Shi Shaoqing laughed bitterly in her heart and secretly prayed, Xiao Su, don't roll over today. Tap tap tap. Outside the private room, dozens of footsteps suddenly sounded, and the bar bouncers trembled as they saw the visitors and quickly made way. President Li has arrived. My father has also arrived. Friend, get ready. Wu Jing took a distant look and bottomed out towards Su Chen. Su Chen buried his hair cards and ignored Wu Jing. Wu Jing snorted coldly, still pretending, let's see how you die later. Grandpa. Soon, the group of people arrived in the private room. Li Wanqi looked at one of them and said with a face full of excitement. That person was none other than Li Jianfu. His face was majestic, hale and hearty, and his eyes were incomparably cold as he swept around inside the private room. And when his gaze landed on Li Wanqi, his eyes instantly became cold. Li Wanqi was the future helmsman of San Xin Group. Humiliating Li Wanqi was humiliating their South Korea San Xin. San Xin must not be humiliated. His gaze continued to move, first staring at Shi Shaoqing. The name of a man is the shadow of a tree. Being stared at by Li Jianfu, Shi Shaoqing's entire body tightened, his heart trembled, and he was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Li Jianfu let out a cold laugh before looking at Song Siwei. Song Siwei's face was pale, her jade hands were clenched, and her palms were filled with sweat. Li Jianfu's face was full of disdain. His eyes turned again and looked at Su Chen, who was still dealing cards with his head down. Without seeing Su Chen's appearance, he said, You're the one who detained my grandson? Su Chen continued to deal the cards. Daring, President Li is asking you, do you hear me? Humph. I don't know which family's son is so unbridled, detaining someone when he says so, and the one who was detained is still Li's son. Lawless, Zhenghai having people like you is simply Zhenghai's misfortune. Seeing Su Chen's lack of reaction, the group of Zhenghai bigwigs brought by Li Jianfu immediately opened fire. Swish! After Su Chen dealt the last card, he slowly raised his head and said indifferently, President Li, it's been a long time, nice to meet you again. Click. This raising of Su Chen's head also allowed Li Jianfu to completely see Su Chen clearly, and his expression suddenly stagnated. As for the group of Zhenghai bigwigs that Li Jianfu brought with him, there were also quite a few people who were dumbfounded. Isn't this Mr. Su? Mr. Su? Li Jianfu's throat was a little dry and he opened his mouth with difficulty. To say that looking at the entire business world of China, who was he, Li Jianfu, most afraid of? Su Chen belongs to the first. If Su Chen is just the largest shareholder holding 20% of the shares of their San Xin Group, Li Jianfu has not been so scrupulous. Not long ago, Li Jianfu heard about Su Chen's donation of $10 billion to a charity gala. For this reason, he went to Su Chen's identity to do the investigation. Nothing else was investigated, but Su Chen's Swiss bank's 60 billion meters was investigated. When Li Jianfu saw this piece of information at that time, his heart set off a shocking wave that could not be calmed for a long time. What is the concept of 60 billion rice dollars? It should be known that he, the richest man in South Korea, was only worth more than 20 billion meters, and most of it was in the form of stocks. And Su Chen's 60 billion meters is not stocks, bonds, real estate, but actual liquidity. Terror. Extremely scary. This was Li Jianfu's definition of Su Chen. He would now rather offend China's Xiaoma and Jack Ma than offend Su Chen. What? Can't recognize me? Richie Rich Li? Su Chen released Li Wanqi and said indifferently. As soon as Li Wanqi was released, he immediately ran towards Li Jianfu, almost frantically saying, Grandpa, I want him to die. I want to tell everyone in the world that this is what happens when you offend the San Xin Li family. Bang! Li Wanqi was kicked out, and the one who kicked him was no one else but Li Jianfu. Li Jianfu stormed out. You're the one who should ing die. The entire room was petrified at these words. You should die. Looking at Li Jianfu's furious appearance, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. What's the situation? Shouldn't Chairman Li vent his anger on Su Chen? Why did he give his own grandson a kick? Moreover, looking at Chairman Li's face, he seemed to be afraid of Su Chen. But who is Chairman Li, the richest man in a country? Why should he be afraid of a young man? They felt that their brains were not enough. As for people like Wu Jing, Sister Rose, and these people, their faces had stiffened, and an unpleasant thought flooded through their hearts. Young Su, good evening. The Shanghai bigwigs could no longer afford to be shocked, and hurriedly ran to Su Chen, greeting him with fawning faces. Without exception, they had all seen Su Chen at the charity dinner, and had seen his bravado of throwing tens of billions of dollars. And the reason why they appeared in this private room today was all to sell Li Jianfu a face. If they knew that the person Li Jianfu was dealing with was Su Chen, no amount of face would be enough. Didn't they see that Li Jianfu himself had knelt down first? How are you, Mr. Su? I'm Wu Shihao. I've heard a lot about you. Thank you for your contribution to the people of the disaster area in the south. On behalf of the people of the disaster area as well as Shanghai, I thank you. A middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit, who had his hair meticulously groomed, stepped out and said to Su Chen with full of respect. And Wu Jing was truly dumbfounded as he watched the scene. Wasn't Wu Shihao his father? It turned out that this young man even had to compliment and please his dad. Chapter 51, Still the boss knows how to play. Ridiculous, he had just taunted Su Chen as the sinner of Shanghai. Wu Shihao, sounds familiar, right? Come to think of it, just now your son said that Su Chen is the sinner of Shanghai for going against Li Wanqi, and asked Su Chen if he has any shame. Shi Shaoqing muttered, he did it purely on purpose. When Wu Shihao heard this, the smile that was full of currying favor towards Su Chen suddenly stalled. He turned his body around, and sure enough, he saw his own son, Wu Jing, whose gaze was averted. Damn, little. Wu Shihao's lungs were about to explode with anger. He walked to Wu Jing's front, snapped a slap and threw it out. Scolding, Su Xiao donated $10 billion in one breath and didn't know how many people's lives in the disaster area have been saved. In your mouth it has become a sinful person of the Central Sea? Who the hell gave you this right? After a slap, Wu Shihao was still not relieved. Another 7 or 8 slaps fell on Wu Jing's face. Wu Jing's face was swollen. The others, after hearing Wu Shihao's words, their hearts were hit hard again. Donation of $10 billion. This time, everyone looked at Su Chen differently. How damn rich was this to donate $10 billion? No wonder he didn't put the Prince of San Xin in his eyes. No wonder the richest man in a country had to grovel. And those who had offended Su Chen were now as upset as they could be. Especially Sister Rose. She couldn't even stand up. Her face as white as a ghost. Grandpa, why are you hitting me? That scumbag doesn't put our San Xin Li family in his eyes. You should hit him. After being kicked, Li Wanqi's entire body was confused, not yet realizing the situation, looking at Li Jianfu incredulously. Snap! Don't look at Li Jianfu more than 80 years old. His strength is not small. Picking up Li Wanqi from the ground snapping is a few slaps thrown out. You can die if you want to. Don't drag the Li family down. At this level of Li Jianfu, the Li family is always more important than his son and grandson. Li Wanqi completely froze. Li Jianfu had said such words. How could he not understand that Su Chen was not something he could afford to mess with? Even the entire Li family could not afford to offend him. However, Li Wanqi was still unconvinced. The San Xin Li family. One family in South Korea. What was the need to be so afraid of a young man from China? If this matter was spread, it would be strange if it wasn't laughed at by other families in South Korea. Even the people of South Korea will say that their Li family is soft. So Li Wanqi gritted his teeth and said, I'm not convinced. It's just a young man. Why did he scare your old man like this? Grandpa, if you do this, you'll bring shame to the Sanxing Li family. If he could, Li Jianfu wanted to directly strangle this grandson to death. He threw out a few more slaps, using all his strength, hitting Li Wanqi so hard that blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. If I don't do this, the Li family will be gone. If you want to die, don't drag the Li family along with you. After beating, Li Jianfu threw Li Wanqi on the ground. Then he quickly came in front of Su Chen and fiercely bent down. Mr. Su, if you want to kill Li Wanqi, but at your disposal, my Li family will never have half a word of complaint. And this action of Li Jianfu didn't just make Li Wanqi's followers tremble. Even the crowd of Shanghai bigwigs looked dumbfounded. Su Xiao, is it that scary? Even the richest man in South Korea had to beg for mercy. It seems like we still know too little about young Su. These bigwigs secretly said in their hearts, I don't want his life, but from now on, when San Xin does business with China, it must give up 3 points of profit. Su Chen raised his eyelids, glanced at Li Jianfu, and slowly said, yes. Li Jianfu agreed without even thinking. Even if a 3-point concession would cause them to lose nearly $10 billion in revenue every year, Li Jianfu knew in his heart that if he didn't agree, not to mention that Li Wanxi's life was lost, he might not be able to keep San Xin Group. The liquidity alone is $60 billion. Ghost knows how many assets Suchun. Maybe they can buy the whole of South Korea. Therefore, Li Jianfu had to agree even if he didn't. Li Jianfu's unthinking answer shook the hearts of the crowd again. Originally, they felt that they had already overestimated Su Chen's strength enough, but they didn't realize that they had still underestimated it. Xiao Su, my son Wu Jing is the same, at Xiao Su's disposal. All this time, Wu Shihao were still calm, and hastily dragged Wu Jing to the front of Su Chen. Staged an old son be child. Su Chen calmly looked on and said, Wu, well, I don't know how to call you, so I'll just call you Mr. Wu. This son of yours is not a general crooked ass. Su Chen's simple few words made Wu Shihao straight cold sweat. What degree did he come with? Su Chen added. Graduated from Zhejiang University. Wu Shihao answered honestly. High achiever. Not bad. Send him to the mountainous region to teach. That's where he'll shine. Not a place like a bar where the lights are red. Su Chen said. Yes. Wu Shihao nodded his head in a hurry, and when Wu Jing heard these words, he directly fainted. Branching out? Wasn't that asking him to die? Big star, are you alright? Yan Xianxue had long been released by Sister Rose and was looking at Su Chen with a complicated face. After hearing Su Chen's voice, Yan Xianxue spread a smile and said, It's fine, thanks to you, it's good to be fine. Su Chen nodded. His gaze fell on the bloodless Sister Rose, then dialed a phone number. Hey, Mr. Su. The one who answered the phone was Wan Qinghe. Brother Wan, there are two things you should do. First, have Songren Media terminate Yan Xianxue's contract and sign Yan Xianxue to our company. Second, have Songren Media fire the agent, Sister Rose, and also tell the entire industry to never hire Sister Rose. Whoever disagrees, I'll make them disappear. Whoever disagrees, I'll make whoever disappear. When Su Chen made this call, Sister Rose could no longer support herself and fainted in the crowd with a snap. Not only was her career finished, her life was just as finished. When other people saw Sister Rose fall, not to mention going to help her, they all ran away as if they were avoiding the plague. Even the Sungman Media's men that she brought with her were also like this. At this point in time, who dared to make eye contact with Su Chen? Don't want to die. Ah, all is well, call it a day and go home. Su Chen stretched his back, looking leisurely. Slip away, slip away. Qi Shaoqing followed, his face an uncontrollable hiccup. Su Chen then walked out of the private room amidst the gazes of the crowd filled with awe and fear. Yan Xianxue thought about it and followed behind Su Chen. Big star, is there anything else? Su Chen looked back at Yan Xianxue. Song Siwei saw Yan Xianxue follow him out and was instantly on guard. Yan Xianxue looked Su Chen over with her aura eyes and said with a sincere expression, I'm sorry for bringing you so much trouble tonight, and then I also thank you for smoothing out the problem for me. It's fine, just don't suddenly kiss me again next time, Su Chen said with a faint smile. Yan Xianxue's expression was Johnny, and her face was a little hot. Alright, just kidding, right, big star. I took it upon myself to transfer you to Huasheng Group. You don't have any opinions, right? Su Chen waved his hand and said, Huasheng Group. Yan Xianxue's eyes sparkled. Huasheng Group was the leader in the entertainment industry. Unlike Songren Media, which had limited resources and didn't have as much nastiness as Songren Media, she had actually wanted to join Huasheng Group for a long time. But the contract on Songren Media's side hadn't expired yet, and she guessed that even if the contract expired, Songren Media wouldn't release people easily. How come? Huasheng Group has always been the place I want to go. You did me a big favor. Now, I don't even know how to repay you, or I'll give my body in return. Chapter 52, The System That Makes Things Happen. Although Yan Xianxue was speaking half-jokingly, her face uncontrollably revealed a shy expression. Cough cough. Su Chen didn't expect Yan Xianxue to be so bold. Coughed lightly and said, I don't want to be scolded by those fans of yours chasing after me. Seeing Su Chen answered so quickly, Yan Xianxue inwardly lost her mind for no reason. Could it be that he is so unattractive in front of him? That's also true. He's someone who even the richest man in a country has to bow his head when he sees him. What kind of women haven't seen before? Yan Xianxue, don't be so self-absorbed. Yan Xianxue's heart was a bit bitter. Alright, you go home early. Songren Media side will definitely not dare to make things difficult for you. When you come to Huasheng, remember to bring more good works to the audience. Su Chen gave Yan Xianxue a smile. Young Su, tonight is just too good. Son of a VIP. Snap. Prince of San Xin. Snap. Li's family head. Snap. When it was only the three of Su Chen, Qi Shaoqing finally couldn't control his excitement. His face was full of excitement, and he fanned one hand against the air. Isn't there nothing I can do about it? Su Chen spread his hands. He originally only wanted to quietly be a little transparent, but these people just wanted to send their faces to him to fight. Helpless. He was really helpless. Looking at Su Chen with a beaten expression, Shi Shaoqing punched Su Chen's arm. Su Xiao, confessing is lenient, resisting is strict. Say it, how many other things are you hiding from us? Su Chen stroked his chin and put on a pitiful look. Young Master Qi, these things aren't really that easy to explain. Either let me off the hook. Shi Shaoqing waved his big hand and said generously, "Humph, this young master will not bother with you." Song Siwei looked at the two guys acting with each other. Her eyes narrowed into the shape of a crescent moon, and her favorable impression of Su Chen deepened another layer. No matter how Su Chen's identity had changed, he treated them as friends, as equal and sincere. The three people fooled around on the street for a while longer, then each called for a chauffeur to go home. The chauffeur called by Su Chen was shocked by Su Chen's luxury car and house. Just lying on the bed, Su Chen suddenly received a call from his parents. "Hey, Dad, son, have you rested yet? There is something for you to say. Your cousin Yi just finished the college entrance exams. Want to come to Zhonghai to find a summer job to exercise a little. You see, can help take care of a little. If it is inconvenient, even if it is not." Su's father's unhurried voice came from inside the phone. "No problem, Dad. You make it clear to second uncle. Just let Yi come," Su Chen said without thinking. Their family's relatives were not bad, but the best for their family had to be second uncle's family. His first year's college tuition was paid for by his second uncle's family, who also gave him $3,000 for living expenses. This favor Su Chen has always been firmly in his heart. During this period of time, he was also thinking about how to help his second uncle's family without being abrupt, and now he finally had the chance. "That's good. Take good care of EE when the time comes. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to continue preparing for the next city strategy with your mom. Dad, do you guys still have enough money? I just happened to come down with another bonus. I'll call you guys over at that time." Enough. You saved the money well. Hang up do. Seeing his dad hanging up the phone so decisively, Su Chen shook his head. Some time ago, he had called back $400,000, and now his parents were traveling with that money. Of course, this was also strongly suggested by Su Chen. The two old men had been busy for him for most of his life, so it was time to rest and enjoy. Looking at the traveling photos that the two old men were showing in their friend circles every day, the smiles that came from their hearts, Su Chen's heart was also extraordinarily comfortable. Well, EE is coming, definitely can't continue to live in henteing manner, and the car has to be changed. Hanging up the phone, Su Chen pondered. If his cousin knew everything about his current situation, how could he explain to the second old man? Even if he told about the system, 99% of the second old man would treat him as a psychopath. For this reason, Su Chen had to choose to buy an ordinary house and car. Being too rich is also a worry. Before a certain person went to bed, he let out this shameless sentiment. The next day, Su Chen drove the Rolls-Royce straight to the Supreme Car Company. As soon as Su Chen showed up, the entire Supreme Car dealership was abuzz. "Brother Chen." Shuya acted very happy to see Su Chen. The other employees of the Supreme Car dealership looked at Shuya, who was talking and laughing with Su Chen, and their faces twisted with jealousy. This was a super godly man with a $1 billion fortune, and also ridiculously handsome. "Xiaoya, recommend me a car that's around $200,000 to $300,000. After exchanging pleasantries with Shuya for a while, Su Chen stated his purpose. "Do you drive it, Brother Chen?" Shuya was a bit puzzled. "Right." Su Chen nodded his head. Hearing this conversation, the marketing staff of the car dealership all revealed surprised expressions. The god magnate didn't drive a $1 billion super luxury car, but wanted to drive a $200,000 to $300,000 ordinary car? Could it be bankrupt? Just choose one for me at random, and send it to the henteing manor at that time, Su Chen added. Henteing manor? Hearing these 4 words, the expressions of these marketing personnel froze again. Although these marketing personnel were not at a high level, they had come into contact with quite a few tycoons, and had also learned some information about the henteing manor from the tycoons' mouths. The #1 mansion in China, exclusively built for the richest man, and this super mansion is actually Mr. Su's as well? The #1 luxury car and the #1 mansion are all wrapped up by Mr. Su. Is it still possible to go bankrupt? Don't kid yourself. I guess Mr. Su bought a $200,000 to $300,000 car purely for fun. These people spat in their hearts. Shuya was also shocked by the words henteing manor, but she quickly calmed down and started to choose a car for Su Chen. After some careful selection and comparison, Shuya recommended the Volkswagen Passat for Su Chen, priced at about $270,000. Cost-effective first class. Su Chen didn't give it much thought and swiped his card to pay. There are a total of 2 car keys. Su Chen took one. the other through the car dealership. Let the car dealership to send the car to the henteing manor. After doing everything, Su Chen was about to leave, when Shuya stopped him, with a somewhat shy and squirming expression. Brother Chen, I begged a peace talisman for you. I'll give it to you now. Saying that, Shuya took out the carefully wrapped peace talisman. Su Chen was surprised, then smiled. Thank you, you're welcome. Shuya nodded shyly. Let's go have a lunch together at noon, Su Chen added. Facing Su Chen's invitation, Shuya agreed without hesitation. Looking at Shuya who left with Su Chen, this group of marketers were not to mention how jealous they were in their hearts. If they hadn't looked down on Su Chen when he came to their car dealership to buy a car, they would have been able to become Mr. Su's friend just like Shuya. While regretting, these marketers also secretly resolved to be humble in the future and stop looking down on others. After leaving the car dealership, Shuya recommended a nearby medium-grade restaurant that cost $700, and Shuya used going to the restroom as an excuse to buy the bill. When Su Chen finished eating and settled the bill, hearing the receptionist say so, he shook his head with a smile. This little ninny is quite thoughtful. After finishing the meal, Shuya went back to work at the car dealership, while Su Chen drove the Rolls-Royce around the streets. Turning around, Su Chen arrived at Zhonghai Global Plaza. He parked the car and found a coffee shop to drink coffee and enjoy the afternoon. Chapter 53, Godly Singing, Terrifying as Hell. Hello, I'm Cat Tooth Anchor Baby Xiao. Can I ask you guys a few questions? A voice came from the side of Su Chen. A heavy makeup girl who looked like she had gotten plastic surgery held up a selfie stick and said to a man and a woman who were sitting and drinking coffee. The boy, who was probably in his early 20s, said enthusiastically, of course. While live streaming, Baby Xiao took out another cell phone and displayed a picture of a car label. Handsome boy, do you know what kind of car label this is? 4 circles, Audi. Well, this is very simple, the boy said without thinking. Baby Xiao blinked and said to the boy, then may I ask if you have one? Now, the boy was a little embarrassed, scratched his head and said, the cheapest Audi costs $200,000. I can't afford it. Baby Xiao suddenly made an exaggerated look and said, no way, no way. Are there still boys who can't afford a car that costs more than $200,000? What will you take to marry a wife in the future? And the netizens in Baby Xiao's live broadcast room also began to echo, no way, no way. Audi, this kind of car is not a handful of one? Master is not convinced. Why he does not even have Audi have a girlfriend? And I have Audi still no girlfriend. Now the 90s do not have a mobility car. No hundreds of thousands of deposits also have the nerve to say their own 90s. These poor pussy fast don't go outright, lest we give us 90s discredited. Baby Xiao thus showed the replies of the netizens in the live broadcast room in front of the boys, who looked at her face red. This girl, it seems like you need to consider changing your boyfriend. Ha ha ha. Baby Xiao admired the boy's wretched appearance, then smiled towards the boy's girlfriend. That girl also had a face that covered her embarrassment, then fell into deep thought. Su Chen was a bit displeased with the female anchor's behavior. Was it necessary to be shady? Just as he was about to go up and say a few words, Baby Xiao looked towards him, her eyes shining. Handsome guy, can I ask you this question? Baby Xiao aimed the camera at Su Chen. Holy, so handsome. Damn, this face value. I'm sour. Humph, what's so great about being handsome? What do you choose between an 80% face and $10 million? High face value, looks pleasing to the eye, attracts girls to like. Maybe there are rich women happy ball, so I definitely choose 10 million. Humph, short-sighted. Handsome can be a netizen, even can become a star, only to earn $10 million? So, I'll choose 10 million. A pop-up appeared on the screen. Ask. Su Chen drank a mouthful of coffee with a bland expression. Handsome guy, do you know what kind of car label this is? Baby Xiao repeated her trick and showed a car label photo on her cell phone. Audi. Do you have one then? Handsome? No. Oh, no wonder there's no girlfriend when you look so handsome. Baby Xiao covered a smile. The implication was also that Su Chen was poor. The pop-up screen once again brushed the screen. I told you, what's the use of being handsome? No money, can't even find a girlfriend. Baby Xiao felt that she hadn't teased Su Chen enough. High-value handsome guy, full of topics. She found another car label. Know what car label this is? Are you talking about this one? Su Chen threw the Santana's car keys onto the table. The car label shown on that photo was clearly Santana. This was Baby Xiao's turn to be embarrassed. 1 second she was mocking Su Chen for not having a car or a girlfriend, and the next second Su Chen threw out the car keys. Yo-ho! The anchor flipped the car. What car? What's so great about a Santana? Who here doesn't have a Santana? That's it. Looking at these pop-ups, Baby Xiao regained her confidence, then found another car label photo to present in front of Su Chen. It was of a Mercedes-Benz. Handsome, do you know what car's label this is? Baby Xiao asked wistfully. anyone would recognize the Mercedes-Benz logo, but not many people could afford a Mercedes-Benz. Baby Xiao didn't believe that Su Chen still had a Mercedes-Benz. Is it this one? Su Chen threw the keys of the $3 million Mercedes Maybach S-Class on the table. Ha! Anchor got hit in the face again? Bah! How can you call this a slap in the face? A Mercedes-Benz is just a Mercedes-Benz. Everyone in the live broadcasting room who doesn't have a handful of them. But don't blindly blow it. This handsome man took out but the Maybach S-Class car keys. This car is the cheapest to more than $1.5 million. The entire live broadcast room was suddenly quiet. Baby Zhao's expression also stiffened, but she was still unconvinced and flipped a picture of the Rolls-Royce's car label. Handsome guy, you can't possibly have the car keys for this car as well. As soon as Baby Xiao asked, the live broadcast room became active once again. A netizen with the ID Forever Love Baby Xiao immediately spoke. If he has a Rolls-Royce, I'll eat Ollie's live. However, just as his words fell, Su Chen took out the Rolls-Royce Phantom's car key and pressed it. The Rolls-Royce parked behind Baby Xiao rang out, and the two headlights kept flashing, seemingly saying something. Forever Love Baby Xiao exited the live broadcast room. Looking at the flashing lights of the Rolls-Royce, Baby Xiao was like petrified. Her whole body was frozen. At this moment, she felt a hot pain on her face. Originally wanted to rely on mocking passers-by to brush a wave of heat to themselves. Did not expect to encounter Big Brother to hit the face hard. At this moment, Baby Zhao's live broadcast room also exploded. Asterisk. It's really a Rolls-Royce, or a Phantom series, a $7 or $8 million car. The one who said the live room a hand a, give master roll out. Master if today cannot collect the car, within 3 days must kill you. Ashes are for you to raise. Ha ha ha. See the dog anchor live flip car. How I heart so cool. That's right. Tell her to have no education to randomly taunt others. She deserves it. The more Baby Xiao read these comments, the uglier her face became, while she could no longer find the words to say anything in front of Su Chen. Su Chen ignored Baby Xiao, but came to the boy who had been interviewed by Baby Xiao before and said, brothers, don't be angry. Those who say that the post-90s must have a car and savings are either stupid or bad. I'm also a post-90s. I have nothing like before. Work hard. Don't be influenced by these retarded remarks on the internet. The boy's spirit was lifted after hearing Su Chen's words. Then he looked at Su Chen with gratitude and became combative. Right. Just because there isn't one now doesn't mean there won't be one in the future. Su Chen's words were also heard by the netizens in Baby Zhao's live room. These netizens suddenly fell silent. Wasn't that either stupid or bad group of people Su Chen was talking about them? They couldn't even refute it. Cough cough. Brothers, this can't be sprayed. Go to the next one and spray it. By the way, before you go, give the anchor some unsubscribe points. A pop-up screen appeared in the live broadcast. Then it was, 9 dances unsubscribe. Love Shi Yen unsubscribe. I am a kitten tooth unsubscribe. Baby Zhao's subscription began to swish down. The heat in the live broadcast room was falling even more rapidly. Baby Xiao was so anxious that she almost didn't cry. Today is considered to have lifted a stone and smashed his own foot. Had I known that I wouldn't have been mouthy. Su Chen continued to sit there drinking coffee and enjoying his time. At this time, Yuan Wenhe called him. Mr. Su, this month's rent has all been collected. You need to sign before it can be credited to your card. May I ask if it's convenient for you now? Mr. Su, if it's convenient I'll bring the documents over. Chapter 54, A Sudden Kiss. Su Chen said, I'm right here at Wanderer's Coffee in Zhonghai Global Plaza. You can send it over to me. Not long after, Yuan Wenhe, who was dressed in a suit, appeared in the coffee house and handed Su Chen a stack of documents. This was the details of this quarter's rent. Su Chen looked at the total. $18 billion. 1 quarter was 1.8 billion. How could a year be 7 billion at the bottom? Worthy of being the largest and most luxurious plaza in Zhonghai. Swish swish. Su Chen signed the words with a few strokes. Soon, there was an additional remittance of $1.8 billion inside his Huaxia bank card. Looking at the long list of numbers, Su Chen acted calmly. After all, he still had 60 billion Swiss dollars in the Swiss bank, almost 400 billion Chinese dollars, 18 billion, a sprinkle. Mr. Su, when you first arrived, didn't we set up a dinner at the Oriental Hotel? As a result, due to our dereliction of duty, we defeated Mr. Su's excitement, and we cancelled that dinner. Today, on behalf of all the employees of the company, I would like to extend the invitation to Mr. Su once again. Yuan Wenhe put the documents away and carefully said to Su Chen, alright, when the time comes, you send me the location. I'll just go myself. Su Chen did not refuse. Thank you, Mr. Su. Yuan Wenhe gave Su Chen a bow. You accompany me around inside the mall now. After all, it's not a small industry anymore. I should still be on the ball. Su Chen stood up from his seat. Yuan Wenha's mouth twitched when he heard this. Tens of billions of dollars of shopping malls. At least $5 billion of pure profit every year. You call this a small industry? However, Yuan Wenha had also heard of Su Chen's extravagant gesture of throwing tens of billions of dollars at the charity gala. He understood that Zhonghai Global Plaza was just a small industry for Su Chen. Afterwards, the two of them strolled inside the mall. Su Chen looked east and west, seemingly aimless, but actually observing a lot of things. Some people who were clear about Yuan Wenha's identity, looking at Yuan Wenha respectfully following a young man, were all stunned jaws, speculating about Su Chen's identity. Walking along, the two came to a steak buffet restaurant. The reason why Su Chen stopped in front of this buffet restaurant was mainly because it was now more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were still quite a few people dining inside the restaurant. One look at the clothes of these people showed that these people were not in good conditions. Their clothes were shabby, their faces were yellow and thin, and there were quite a few cameras facing these people who were eating. Old irons, I'm your brother Hao. Today I'm bringing the people from the poor mountainous areas to the big city to eat again. Their place is so poor, it's hard to eat these great meals in front of them all their lives. Steak, lobster, crab legs, they're all good stuff. Of course, I'll pay for all of their round-trip fares, lodging, and meals, and I'll give each of them $5,000 when they go back. I hope to improve their lives. Old irons, do you think I'm doing the right thing? Speaking to the camera was a bald tattooed man with a smile on his face. Brother Hao is fantastic. This is the positive energy Ao. The light of the righteous path shines on the earth. The popularity of Brother Hao's livestream was very high, and a single pop-up screen took over the entire livestream. Hao looked at everyone so enthusiastic. The smile on his face became even brighter. Everyone eat Ao. Eat as much as you want. Don't even rush. Brother Hao said to another 200 people from the poor places in the mountains. Su Chen took the scene in, and his heart moved slightly. Although he knew that Brother Hao was hyping it up, as long as it truly helped others, this kind of hype wasn't impossible in his opinion. Instead of moving on, he found a seat and continued to observe this charity event. Brothers, in order to help more people, Brother Hao is kind of smashing it this time, and Brother Hao doesn't want anything in return. He only begs brothers to share the live broadcast more often, so that more people can see what Brother Hao has done. Brother Hao switched the camera to himself again. We can't let Brother Hao bear so much alone. Everyone gifts away. Without further ado, I'm going to steal my dad's bank card right now to swipe gifts for Brother Hao. The light of the righteous path shines on the earth. As the live broadcast proceeded, water users entered in droves, all praising Brother Hao's behavior. The heat of Brother Hao's live broadcast grew faster and faster, and all of a sudden he became the anchor with the highest heat on cat's teeth. As he watched the live streaming heat rubbing up, Brother Hao also started the main event of the day, handing out money, 5,000 per person. Brother Hao's live room also at this moment also broke the record of cat teeth, but also rose 1 million fans, 5,000 per person, more than 200 people. That's 1 million to hit the bottom. Oh, I'm too moved. Yes, not counting the money that Hao has wrapped up these people's fares, lodging, and meals. Each person in this will spend at least 1 or 2,000. That's 3 to 400,000. Master is too touched. Hao is too kind. Oh, Brother Hao is fantastic. Salute. The light of the righteous path shines on the earth. The pop-up screen boiled over. Even many big anchors entered Brother Hao's live room to express their admiration. As Brother Hao looked at the rising fans and gifts, his heart had long been happy, but his face tried to control his expression as much as possible. Soon, every mountain people got $5,000. Brother Hao showed this scene in the live broadcast again. The live broadcast room completely exploded. And just at this time, Brother Hao said to the live broadcasting room with a touching face, "Oh, old Iron Men, I still have some words that I want to say to these mountainous friends. I'm afraid that I won't be able to control my emotions when I say it, and I'll lose face if I cry in front of everyone, so I'll turn off the live broadcast first." After saying that, Brother Hao decisively cut off the live broadcast. The netizens in the live broadcast room were still unwilling to leave, leaving one touching message after another in the live broadcast room. Brother Hao, great ah. However, they think that the great Brother Hao, after turning off the live broadcast, the expression on his face suddenly became lofty. Well, don't eat. One by one with the nymphets hungry ghosts like, all the money back to me. Lessa son, I want you all to look good. When these mountain people heard this, expressions of shame and anger appeared on their faces, but they still honestly took out the $5,000. Su Chen looked at this scene and finally realized that something was wrong. It turned out that this so-called charity was a scam from start to finish. He couldn't bear it and got up in a huff and walked towards Brother Hao. Seeing this, Yuan Wenha hurriedly followed, and at the same time called the security department of the plaza. Snap! Without saying a word, Su Chen rushed up and gave Brother Hao a slap, and Brother Hao was staggered by him. What the hell are you doing? Where did this psycho come from? Grass mud horse. Sick right. The members of Brother House team were attracted by Su Chen. Each one had tattoos on their bodies, and at a glance, they were not the ones to be messed with. Humph, is this your so-called public service broadcast? It's disgusting, Su Chen coldly said. Giving and receiving money, isn't this fooling the audience? It was even more of a smear on public welfare activities. Cursed mud horse, what I do is none of your business. You're ing sick, aren't you? Brother Hao covered his face and looked at Su Chen with a face full of resentment. What did you say? As soon as he heard someone cursing his boss, Yuan Wenha didn't care about his general manager's identity and rushed out to give Brother Hao a few mouths. However, there were more people in Brother Hao's team. There were a total of 10 people in the team. Immediately someone stopped Yuan Wenha and cursed, "Be honest Ao, don't force us to beat you up." Chapter 55, Big Star Yin Xinxue. For his part, Brother Hao continued to curse. What's wrong with me even if I take back this $5,000? Their bus fare, lodging, dinner. Lousy shelled out is not money? It's better than you, the keyboard warrior. Just know to open your mouth and push. If you have the ability to do it, Su Chen sneered. Good. From now on I will take out $2 billion and set up a foundation to support the impoverished areas where these people are. Ha ha ha. When Brother Hao and the others heard this, they immediately laughed out, uttering a sneer. $2 billion? Bragging is also bragging a little more reliably. Retard, truly a retard. Still ing 2 billion. Who do you think you are? The richest man in the country? After Brother Hao finished laughing, a cruel look appeared on his face. Originally, I was in a good mood today and didn't want to be general with a psychopath, but you actually dared to slap me, so I can only leave some marks on you. As soon as Brother Hao waved his hand, more than 10 minions immediately surrounded towards Su Chen. Before Brother Hao became an anchor, he was a gangster, fighting and beating up groups. It was a common occurrence. Stop! Yuan Wenha anxiously called out to stop. I'm going to move him today. Even the god of heaven can't protect him, Brother Hao said with a smug look on his face. Tap tap tap. Right at this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the restaurant. In the next moment, 50 to 60 burly men in black suits appeared in the restaurant. The leader of the group was an inch-haired man. He first glanced at Yuan Wenha. His gaze immediately landed on Su Chen. His scalp exploded, and he hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Whoever ing dares to touch our boss, I'll kill him." After saying that, this group of black-clothed big men took advantage of the occasion of Hao's little brother froze and swarmed up, and easily put all of Hao's little brother under control. Hao was dumbfounded, and the inch-headed big man who made the most noise in the beginning hurriedly came in front of Su Chen, and then fiercely bent down. "Boss, I came a step late, please chastise me." Su Chen waved his hand and calmly said, "This has nothing to do with you." The big man with an inch head then breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Hao was even more dumbfounded. It seemed like he had messed with some unimaginable big shot, and he started to feel uneasy in his heart. "Dare I ask if brother is?" He smiled sarcastically and asked Su Chen cautiously, "What are you, worthy of calling yourself a brother to our Mr. Su?" Yuan Wenha couldn't help but scoff. Brother Hao's face darkened. However, when he thought that he was at least the number one anchor of Cat Tooth now, he recovered a lot of confidence in his heart and said, "Mr. Su, just now I was the one who spoke out of turn and said the wrong thing. Now I'm apologizing to you, and we'll all just write off this matter. What do you think? One write-off? Good unless you realize the promise of $5,000 per person, and at the same time originally tell this matter to the netizens, I can still leave you a way out," Su Chen said indifferently. Brother Hao's eyes changed. "Mr. Su, you are forcing me to the brink of extinction. If the netizens knew everything he did today, his spine would be poked out. Cat's Tooth would also choose to terminate his contract with him, and his fortune would be gone. So of course, Hao couldn't do this. In that case, you can't blame me." Su Chen looked indifferent. "What do you want to do? Do you know who owns Shanghai Global Plaza? If you dare to touch me here, the owner of the plaza will definitely not let you go." Brother Hao's first reaction was to think that Su Chen would let someone beat him up, anxiously yelling, "Ha!" Yuan Wenha let out a cold laugh, looking at Brother Hao with full of mockery. "You probably wouldn't have guessed it, but Mr. Su is the boss of Global Center Plaza." Brother Hao was completely flustered now. For the owner of the Central Sea Global Plaza to clean him up was as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. What to do? What to do? He was so anxious that he suddenly remembered that he had the phone number of Dong Songjie, the person in charge of Cat's Teeth. Dong Songjie has always been quite optimistic about him, so he quickly called Dong Songjie. Now he is at least the Cat Tooth first big anchor. Do not believe that Dong Songjie do not protect him. Sure enough, Dong Songjie immediately took action after receiving the call from Brother Hua, and drove towards Global Plaza. After learning that Dong Songjie was going to come over personally, Brother Ho once again regained his confidence. Dong Songjie was the person in charge of Cat Tooth Live, with billions of dollars, even if he was not as good as the owner of Global Plaza. Brother Ho believes that the boss of Global Plaza will also have to give Dong Songjie a face. Dong Songjie came very quickly, but in half an hour, he appeared in the middle of the restaurant. In order to prevent accidents, he also brought about 10 bodyguards. Brother Dong, I'm here. Brother Hao hurriedly waved with a pleasing smile. Dong Songjie nodded towards Brother Hao. Then his eyes scanned the restaurant, wanting to know who was making things difficult for Brother Hao. Soon his gaze landed on Su Chen, and the pupils of his eyes fiercely shrunk. Isn't this their Cat's Tooth's #1 shareholder? Dong Songjie man was dumbfounded. Although Dong Songjie had never seen Su Chen before, but that didn't affect him recognizing Su Chen at a glance. After all, Dong Songjie had repeatedly studied this Cat Tooth's first major shareholder who had come out of nowhere. Mysterious, unfathomable, and never, ever to be offended were Dong Songjie's final judgment of Su Chen, and now Dong Songjie said he wanted to cry. In the current situation, he could see at a glance that Brother Hao had gotten into trouble with their Cat's Tooth's first major shareholder. How could he still dare to take the lead? He couldn't wait to hide as far away as possible. Brother Hao didn't realize that the situation was wrong in the slightest. Seeing Dong Songjie coming, he said excitedly, Brother Jie, you're finally here. The boss of Zhenghai Plaza has a problem with me, so you can help me say a few words. Dong Songjie did not take care of Brother Hao, but hardened his head and came to Su Chen, carefully said, Ahem, Mr. Su, I am the person in charge of the Cat's Teeth. Dong Songjie, I called you once before and asked you to meet, and you said that you don't have the time for the time being. Su Chen did not wait for the Dong Songjie continued to say, look indifferent, it seems that this what ho in your heart status is not small well. A phone call to call you. Dong Songjie heart panicked, or he did not hear Su Chen this is on him, so hurriedly said, Mr. Su, I really do not know. Su Chen again interrupted. Well, do not say. One side standing to go. Dong Songjie stood aside with a face full of anxiety. Don't look at him as the person in charge of Cat's Tooth, but he actually only had 10% of Cat's Tooth's shares. Like Su Chen, this kind of controlling 51% of the major shareholders is the right to replace him. Dong Songjie how dare to go against Su Chen? And looking at Dong Songjie who was like a grandson in front of Su Chen, Brother Hao completely panicked and shouted towards Dong Songjie, Brother Jie, what are you doing? Shut up, do you know that Mr. Su is the biggest shareholder of our Cat's Teeth? Calling lousy is useless. Dong Songjie glared fiercely at Brother Hao. Brother Hao was struck by lightning and froze in place. Su Chen looked at Brother Hao and said indifferently, I'll give you a way out. First, honor your promise, $5,000 each. Second, tell the audience what you did today. Otherwise wait to go to jail. Brother Hao was now truly afraid of Su Chen, and with a crying voice, he said, Big brother, I'll do as you say, give me a way out. Act. Su Chen threw down a sentence. Brother Hao had no choice but to reopen the live broadcast. Our big brother Brother Hao is back. Watching celebrities donate money is just a figure of fun. You still have to look at our Brother Hao to truly do charity. Chapter 56 Prince San Xin. The light of the righteous path shines on the earth. There were still many netizens still squatting in Brother Hao's live broadcast, so as soon as Brother Hao opened his live broadcast, the live broadcast room was immediately lively. The first time I saw these words of praise, I couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground, so I started to talk about his fake charity business, and I was not able to find a way to get through it. For a while, the screen was full of question marks. After all this time it's another one who did fake charity hype. Damn. This time, if there was no Big Brother S, I would have been cheated by Hua. At the expense of me brushing a cat's teeth. No. 1. Trash anchor. Heaven forbid. With Brother Hao's forced confession, netizens cursed, and Brother Hao's subscriptions began to fall wildly. But Brother Hao didn't care about that anymore, because his live broadcast career was definitely over. Right now, Brother Hao's heart was filled with regret. If he had really sent 5,000 to everyone instead of doing fake charity, with this wave of heat today, the million that he sent out wouldn't take long to earn back. Why should I end up in this situation? 1 million is gone, and the live broadcast career is over. I want to cry without tears. After the original explanation of the matter clearly, Brother Hua reluctantly turned off the live room, which is estimated to be his last live broadcast. Next, Brother Hua restarted to give money to 200 mountain people. These mountain people took the $5,000 and were filled with gratitude towards Su Chen. Without Su Chen, so many of them would just be tool people for Brother Hao's hype. Big brother, I've done everything you told me to do. Can I go now? After sending out the money, Brother Hao's heart was dripping blood, and he was full of caution as he said to Su Chen. Su Chen waved his hand, signaling to get lost. Immediately, Brother Hao ran away with the people inside his team who didn't dare to stay even for a moment. Mr. Su, I really didn't know that brother How would speculate through such means. If I knew that he dared to do this, not to mention stepping in to bail him out, it would have been good that he wasn't blocked. Dong Songjie finally realized what had happened and hurriedly explained to Su Chen. You mean you don't have a bit of responsibility? Su Chen lightly glanced at Dong Songjie. Dong Songjie's forehead was in a cold sweat. Yes, it was because we didn't monitor the situation enough. Good to know. Su Chen's complexion became serious all of a sudden. If something like this happens again, it will make me doubt your ability, and I won't mind changing the head of Cat's Teeth at that time. I understand. Dong Songjie nodded solemnly. He did not have the slightest doubt about Su Chen's words. After dealing with brother Hao's matter, Su Chen called Yuan Wenhe to him again and said, I just said that I will take $2 billion to set up a foundation to help the poverty-stricken areas where these mountainous people are located. You will be in charge of this foundation for a while, and use all the money on the cutting edge. Yes, Mr. Su. Yuan Wenhe looked at Su Chen with a glance filled with admiration. Having just donated $10 billion out, and now donating $2 billion, this was the kind of bearing a tycoon should have. A chivalrous man, for the country and for the people. Stare. The host donated $2 billion for the people of the mountainous region, letting the light of the righteous path shine on the earth, hereby rewarding the host with a set of Riverside Garden neighborhood, worth $20 billion. The system's voice sounded in Su Chen's mind. It's really what's missing. It just so happens that there's a lack of a set of houses. The system directly gave a set of neighborhoods. It's just that I hope that the houses in the Riverside Garden aren't too expensive, or else I'll still have to go and buy a set of cheaper ones. Hearing the system's voice, Su Chen muttered. Then Su Chen picked up his cell phone and checked. The house price of Shanghai Riverside Garden was at 80,000 a square foot. It seems a little expensive. Whatever. When EE comes, just say it's rented. She shouldn't be suspicious. Su Chen thought carefully. These days, pretending to be poor is also a technical job. Since tomorrow was the time for cousin Xiao Yi to come to Shanghai, Su Chen decided to go and take a look at the house first. So Su Chen gave Yuan Wenhe a few words of advice, told him to arrange for these mountain people and drove off. Just as he got into the car, he received a call from Yang Hui, the person in charge of the property management of Riverside Garden, asking him when he was going to look at the house. Su Chen said he was on his way. Meanwhile, the Riverside Garden Property Management Office. Quickly, tidy up your grooming and cheer up. Our new boss Mr. Su will be arriving soon. The entire management office was immediately busy. When Su Chen arrived at Riverside Garden, the entrance was already full of people from the property management office. At the head of the group was a 30-ish woman wearing a women's suit and looking exceptionally competent. She was precisely the head of property management, Yang Hui. When Su Chen came out of the car, Yang Hui immediately greeted him and said with a respectful face, Mr. Su. Good day Mr. Su. The cadre of people from the property management office bowed at the same time. Su Chen smiled towards Yang Hui. There's no need to make such a big scene. Tell them all to disperse. Yang Hui complied, but still left 6 security guards. There was no way. Su Chen was after all the homeowner of the entire Riverside Garden. If he bumped into something, it would be a disaster. Afterwards, Su Chen followed Yang Hui into Riverside Garden, and also had a basic understanding of Riverside Garden under Yang Hui's introduction. The current situation of Riverside Garden was that it was only for rent and not for sale. Why isn't it for sale to the public? Su Chen inquired. Yang Hui replied. The previous owner felt that Riverside Garden currently has a lot of room for appreciation, and was prepared to wait for the price of the house to reach its peak before selling it, so now it's just renting out the house. Su Chen frowned. This was a bit of a waste of resources. Regarding the current 80,000 a square foot house price of Riverside Garden, for Zhonghai, it was said to be expensive and cheap. Many people were actually quite keen on it. If Riverside Garden was not sold, they would have to consider more expensive houses, and the burden would be greater. From now on, Riverside Garden will start selling. The selling price, well, set it at 20,000 square feet. Su Chen thought about it and said, What? Yang Hui had an incredulous expression, thinking that she had heard wrong. A house with an average price of 80,000 sold for 20,000 square feet. That would not be a loss. You heard it right. So many young people can't afford to buy a house now. Sell it cheaper and consider it charity. Su Chen continued, Boss, but if you do this, it will cost you tens of billions. Yang Hui was anxious. I've seen losers. I've never seen such a loser. It's fine. I'm not that bad off. Remember, 20,000 square feet. Try to sell it to the young people. Like what originally had a house in Shanghai, those people don't sell it. I don't want to be wool-gathered. Su Chen squarely said, 10 billion. Small money. Yang Hui's mouth corners madly twitching. But as the boss Su Chen all said so. What else can she do? Sell it. Moreover, Although Yang Hui felt that Su Chen's behavior was too defeatist, she expressed admiration for this move from the bottom of her heart. After all, who would really let go of tens of billions of dollars of profit and take it out for charity? It was probably only their foolish boss. Boss, is it true what you said about the 20,000 square feet house? A young security guard couldn't help but inquire after hearing Su Chen's conversation with Yang Hui. Of course it's true. Su Chen smiled and nodded his head. Then can I buy it? The young security guard nervously said. He came to work in Zhonghai from a foreign province, made a girlfriend from Zhonghai, and it looked like the two were about to reach marriage age. Since he didn't have a house in Zhonghai, the woman's parents had always disagreed, so he was incredibly eager to be able to buy a house in Zhonghai. What's wrong with that? Of course, provided that you don't have a house in Zhonghai. I still hope that by doing so I can help those in need. Chapter 57, Middle Sea, Wind and Clouds. Su Chen said, No, I don't have a house in Zhonghai. Boss, you're too good. After receiving Su Chen's affirmative answer, the security guard was so excited that his face turned red. I don't have one either. Boss, I want to buy one too. Several other security guards also boiled over. Although 20,000 square feet was also a considerable burden for them, it was better than the sky-high price of 80,000 square feet. Fine. As long as you meet the conditions, you can buy it. Su Chen nodded with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Su. These security guards looked at Su Chen with tears in their eyes, grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Stare. The host thinks about others and sells his house at a low price, allowing the light of the righteous path to shine on the earth, hereby rewarding the host with 100 billion Huaxia coins. $100 billion arrived at the Huaxia bank. The cell phone shook. Su Chen's bank card had another 100 billion inside. Su Chen looked at it and silently put the phone back into his arms. As a matter of fact, this time even if there was no system reward he would still do it. After discussing the sale of the house with Yang Hui, Su Chen and the others continued to advance inside Riverside Garden. The 6 security guards were all the more excited to guard Su Chen. Whoever dared to touch a hair on Su Chen's head now, they would fight with them. Boss, in front is the 5th unit. In the 5th unit there is a total of. Yang Hui continuously introduced the neighborhood to Su Chen. At this time, Su Chen's footsteps stopped and his gaze landed on a certain floor above the 7th unit. Yang Hui followed Su Chen's gaze and saw that a 3 or 4-year-old child was actually climbing over the guardrail of the room, and was about to fall down. Not good. Yang Hui was alarmed in her heart. Just as Yang Hui was flooded with such thoughts, the child suddenly fell down the stairs. Ah! Yang Hui subconsciously covered her eyes. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past Yang Hui. Then came the panicked voice of the security guard. Yang Hui nervously let go and fixed her eyes. It was their boss, Su Chen, rushing towards where the child was about to fall, his hands open and ready to catch the child. It's finished. It's over. Yang Hui's brain was completely messed up. The child had fallen from at least 20 to 30 floors high, and with this impulse, if Su Chen caught the child, both of his arms would be smashed to pieces. Boss, why are you so stupid? Yang Hui was so anxious that she jumped straight to her feet. The 6 security guards also frantically rushed towards Su Chen. Bang! Before they could run to Su Chen, the child had already landed in Su Chen's hands. Driven by the huge force, Su Chen lunged forward, worried about pressing down on the child. He exerted force on the palms of his feet and made a turn, turning the child face upwards, before falling into the grass with the child. Boss! The security guards rushed forward to check the situation. It was so hard to meet such a good boss. If something happened, they would have no place to cry. Move things. Su Chen stood up from inside the grass while holding the child. The crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the unharmed Su Chen, but they couldn't help but be shocked in their hearts. Catching the child who fell from such a high height actually didn't hurt him at all. Was this body made of steel? Moreover, the boss himself was so fierce. Did he really need them? The security guards? Boss, are you really alright? Do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup? Yang Hui said with a nervous face. It's really nothing. The child should be fine as well. Go and see whose child this is. Then hand him over to the parents. Su Chen handed the child to Yang Hui and twisted his arm. As a matter of fact, he was also in a fit of fear right now. If it wasn't for having the cultivation of a grandmaster of national arts, these 2 arms would definitely be ruined. The host saved the child's life and allowed the light of the righteous path to shine on the earth, hereby rewarding the host with 10 years of life. This time the system's reward made Su Chen freeze. 10 years of life? It could still be played like this? So he couldn't help but be curious to communicate with the system in his heart. System, then how much lifespan do I have now? No comment. Calm. Su Chen felt very calm. After strolling through the Riverside Garden, Su Chen chose a set of rooms for himself. Room number 6 in Unit 5 of Building 9. It was a 4-room, 2 halls, 2 baths, almost 150 square feet, fully furnished, excellent lighting, just turnkey. The main reason Su Chen chose this house was because of the matching gym and study. Although it is said that he mostly can't use it. Playing games it doesn't smell good? Alright, Manager Yang, I don't have anything else to do. So go about your business and make sure you do a good job of selling this house. Su Chen casually laid down on the imported sofa and explained to Yang Hui. Okay, boss. Yang Hui retreated out with the security personnel. After Yang Hui left, Su Chen checked the inside of the room again. The regular living supplies were there. Similar to quilts, pillows and even pots and pans. All brand new. But there was only one set of toiletries. Tomorrow his cousin Xiao Yi will arrive. These things have to be prepared for her first. So Su Chen went downstairs to acquire some supermarkets in the small area. After buying these things, Su Chen entered to the elevator. In the elevator, besides him, there was a woman holding a child. And at the woman's feet was a 5-liter bucket of cooking oil. Su Chen was about to turn off the elevator, when the voice of "wait a minute" suddenly came from outside the elevator. Su Chen pressed the door, and the elevator door that was about to close opened. I told you to wait. Are you deaf? All come out. As soon as the elevator door opened, Su Chen saw a young and gorgeous woman strutting in front of him, and behind the woman was a tall woman wearing a mask and short-sleeved hot pants. The masked woman was playing with her cell phone with her head down. There were also 4 bodyguards standing around the masked woman, staring around with a wary face. There are still stars living in Riverside Garden? Su Chen frowned, looking at the masked woman's posture. It was most likely some kind of star. I told you guys to get out. Do you hear me? Seeing that Su Chen didn't move, the voluptuous woman couldn't help but say again. At the same time, the 4 security guards also glared fiercely towards Su Chen and the young precious mom. The young mama had no choice but to hold her child in one hand and carry 10 pounds of cooking oil in the other. Struggling to get out of the elevator, Su Chen still didn't move, and asked indifferently, is the elevator a public resource of this building? Why should I let you guys? The voluptuous woman looked at Su Chen with cold eyes and said, on what grounds? Just on the basis that our family Wanwan is a big netizen with more than 20 million fans of Yunin. Yunin? Wanwan? Su Chen recognized the identity of the masked woman. Chen Wanwan, the Yunin netizen. Yunin, on the other hand, was currently the #1 short video platform in China. He had occasionally seen Chen Wanwan's videos when he was playing Yunin, and apart from scratching his head, he was just following the trend of plagiarism and had no nutrition. Hearing the voluptuous woman's words, Su Chen laughed. Where did a netizen get such a strong sense of superiority? Chen Wanwan seemed to be stimulated by Su Chen's words. Swishingly ripping off her mask, her eyes coldly looked at Su Chen. Su Chen also looked at her, and secretly said in his heart, TSK, Yunyin's beauty face is indeed quite impressive. The Chen Wanwan he saw now was completely different from the Chen Wanwan inside Yunyin's video. And when the voluptuous woman saw that Su Chen still dared to talk back, she looked at him even more sharply and said, our family Wanwan can bring happiness to more than 20 million people. Can you? Based on this alone, you must give up the elevator for Wanwan today. The voluptuous woman's tone intensified, and those 4 security guards looked at Su Chen with even more unkind eyes. Su Chen was expressionless and said coldly, what if I don't let it go? Chapter 58, The Dragon Crosses the River. Don't let me? You've got a face, don't you? How dare you say you won't allow it? The colorful woman said angrily. And at this time, Chen Wanwan finally spoke up, her face full of impatience. What's the point of talking so much nonsense with him? People like them are just jealous of my achievements. There's no need to talk so much nonsense with him. Security guard, drag him out for me. As soon as Chen Wanwan's words fell, 4 black-clothed bodyguards immediately rushed towards Su Chen. Asterisk. Something bad is happening. At the same time, in the security monitoring room of Riverside Garden, a neighborhood security guard saw the scene through the monitor and immediately freaked out. Damn, dog days dare to touch our boss. Let's see if I can't get them killed. These cell security guards dropped a sentence and rushed over towards the 5th unit of the 9th building. 80,000 a square foot house, 20,000 sold to them. Where to find such a good boss? These neighborhood security guards like Su Chen's new boss from the bottom of their hearts. Bang bang bang. On this side of the elevator, Su Chen punched twice and kicked 3 times, cleanly resolved Chen Wanwan's 4 bodyguards, and said coldly to Chen Wanwan, just a netizen. You really think of yourself as a national hero? I just didn't let the elevator go. Let the bodyguards take action against me. What a big frame. Su Chen was truly enraged. If it wasn't him but another person that this happened to, he might have been dragged out of the elevator by the bodyguards and even received a beating. These netizens took themselves too seriously. You actually dare to hit people. I want to expose your behavior. Seeing Su Chen take down 4 of her bodyguards, Chen Wanwan was startled and panicked, taking out her cell phone to shoot at Su Chen for a while. Call the police. Must call the police. Simply lawless. I really can't believe that there are still people as immoral as you in this world. The voluptuous woman also shouted with an exaggerated face. I'll shoot Nima shoot. Call the police? Come. I'll help you report it. The security guards of the neighborhood rushed over at the fastest speed, not caring that the two of them were women. Each of them rushed up and kicked Chen Wanwan and the voluptuous woman out. Bump! The two fell on the ground in a heap. And then, the neighborhood security guards dragged out the 4 bodyguards who had fallen to the ground and beat them for a while. Mr. Su, are you alright? The cell security captain looked at Su Chen with a face full of nervousness. It's fine. Su Chen shook his head and said at the same time, alright, stop fighting. According to the way they were fighting, sooner or later, they would seriously injure the person. The neighborhood security guards heard this, and only then did they stop their movements. Chen Wanwan's entire body was about to go crazy. She was as wretched as she could be in this current state, yelling, I'm going to sue you guys. I'm going to expose your behavior and tell you to go to hell. Go to hell. Go ahead and sue. My name is Dezhuang. Call the police now. My name is Eru. If you dare to make a move on Mr. Su, this is what you get. I'm your grandfather Chang Zi. Mama selling flirty little netizens still really think of themselves as a dish. I have long wanted to beat you. These neighborhood security guards are not at all wimpy. At this time, Yang Hui also led the property people over. When Chen Wanwan saw Yang Hui, it was like seeing a savior. She ran to Yang Hui and said, Manager Yang, your property security guards beat people indiscriminately. I want to complain. I want to complain to your boss. He is our boss. The entire Riverside Garden is his. Yang Hui coldly glanced at Chen Wanwan, then respectfully stood next to Su Chen. He is our boss. The entire Riverside Garden is his. Once these words came out, Chen Wanwan's expression froze on her face. The voluptuous woman also stared wide-eyed, her face full of incredulity. The one they had just aggressively tried to kick out of the elevator was actually the owner of the entire Riverside Garden? Even if the two women were brain-dead, they knew that the owner of Riverside Garden was at least a super-rich man worth tens of billions of dollars. Instantly, the two couldn't see a bit of blood on their faces. I didn't want to be general with you guys, but you guys just want to give your faces away. Su Chen looked at the two women indifferently and said, limit yourselves to get out of Riverside Garden within a day. Otherwise I'll call the security guards to invite you out. Chen Wanwan panicked. Where was she going to find a place like Riverside Garden where the rent was cheap and the environment was good? She screamed shrilly, you can't do this to me. I'm a big netizen with 20 million fans in Yunnan, a big celebrity. If you dare to do this, I'll expose you on the internet right away, and then no one will rent your house again. Big netizen? Big celebrity? Su Chen had a mocking face and said in a cold voice, not anytime soon. After saying that, a phone call was sent to Wan Qinghe. This was because Yunnan was precisely a product under the banner of Huaxing Group. After Wan Qinghe heard Su Chen's command, he immediately acted, and couldn't help but mutter in his heart, a 20 million fan internet redditor dares to call out to Mr. Su, he really doesn't know how to write the word death. Wan Qinghe did not have the slightest sympathy for Chen Wanwan, because with his understanding of Su Chen would never target someone for no reason. Immediately afterward, Wan Qinghe called the person in charge of Yunnan. In less than a minute, the voluptuous woman's cell phone rang, and when she picked it up, her face turned pale and shook. Snap! The cell phone fell to the ground. Chen Wanwan realized something bad in her heart and said towards the voluptuous woman, what's wrong? The voluptuous woman said woodenly, Wanwan, your Yunnan number has been blocked, and because it involves false propaganda, you will also face a huge amount of compensation. Rumble! Chen Wanwan felt like she was struck by lightning and her entire body was dumbfounded. When Su Chen said that she wasn't right away, she hadn't taken it to heart. After all, Su Chen couldn't affect Huaxing even if he was the homeowner of Riverside Garden. Who knew that when Su Chen made a call, she was really blocked? Who the hell are you? How did you do it? Chen Wanwan stared at Su Chen with terrified pupils. Humph! Su Chen let out a cold snort and said indifferently, it's simple, because Yunnan's boss is also me. Plop! Chen Wanwan looked like she had been drained of all her strength and fell to the ground all of a sudden, just like a dead fish. Su Chen ignored Chen Wanwan and walked into the elevator. If I had known it would come to this, I would not have done it in the first place. Returning to his room, Su Chen took a nap and waited until the alarm clock woke him up at 5:30. Tonight, Yuan Wenhe and the senior management of Zhenghai Global Plaza hosted a banquet for Su Chen at the Oriental Hotel. Su Chen estimated that he would drink at the banquet, so he didn't drive, and took a taxi directly to the hotel. Not long after, the Oriental Hotel arrived. Su Chen had just come out of the specialized car when an uncertain voice came from his ears. Su Chen? Su Chen turned around and saw a suited, tall and handsome man standing not far from him. Squad leader. Su Chen recognized the man's identity, and a few surprised smiles appeared on his face. The man's name was Yang Bo. precisely the class president of their university class, a relatively fair and responsible one. Although Su Chen did not have much contact with him, the relationship between the two was quite good. It's really you, Su Chen. We haven't seen each other for more than a year, right? Yang Bo walked over and said with some excitement, handing Su Chen a cigarette while talking. Although Su Chen didn't smoke, he still took it and smiled. I haven't seen you since graduation. AI. Yang Bo sighed and said, actually, there are quite a few classmates who stayed in Shanghai after graduation, but everyone is running for their lives, and even though they are in the same city, it's rare for them to see each other a few times. It seems that Yang Bo felt that this topic was a bit heavy, so he changed the topic and looked at Su Chen with a smile on his face, saying, I heard that your kid is mixing well. Even Jiang Yang was jerked off by you from San Xin Group. Chapter 59, The Richest Man Lowers His Head. When Yang Bo said this, he looked at Su Chen with a few more scowls. What mixing well? Jiang Yang, that was his own death and was fired by the company. It actually has nothing to do with me. Su Chen waved his hand. Yang Bo sniffed. A relieved look appeared on his face. He said, Su Chen only graduated 1 year ago. How could he be so powerful, able to jerk off Jiang Yang? It turned out to be Jiang Yang's own death. Then what are you doing now? Yang Bo said again. Doing a little business. Well, just enough to feed myself. Su Chen smiled and said. For these old classmates before, Su Chen actually did not want to expose himself too much. Not afraid of these old classmates looking for him to borrow money to help or something. More is not want to give these old classmates pressure. Right. You are also coming to the Oriental Hotel for dinner today? Yang Bo patted Su Chen on the shoulder. Yes, there is a meal. What time does it start? Yang Bo asked again. Almost 7 o'clock. Yang Bo looked at the time, put Su Chen's shoulder and said, now 6:20. There is still a while before your meal. Now go with me first. Today my birthday. Invited a few rich second generation who have a little energy in Shanghai. You are also doing business now. It will be beneficial to get to know them. Su Chen had no choice but to follow Yang Bo first. Yang Bo had chartered a private room in the Oriental Grand Hotel. Although it wasn't the most luxurious private room in the Oriental Hotel, it was still $200,000 for a consumption. When Su Chen entered the private room, the people inside were almost all seated. These people were about the same age as Yang Bo, and all of them had a bit of arrogance on their faces. Especially a young man wearing a Versace shirt and a Rolex watch had a superior expression. The others did not express dissatisfaction with this young man, but instead, all of them had a pleasing look on their faces. Brothers, I just met one of my college classmates when I went out to look for the front desk of the hotel, so I asked him to come along to liven things up. Yang Bo introduced Su Chen and said to these people with a polite look, aha, okay. These people nodded arrogantly, not responding much to Yang Bo's words. As for Su Chen, there was even more no one to take care of him. Yang Bo touched his nose, a little embarrassed. Although he was the protagonist of this banquet, yet none of the guests here had a lower status than him, so naturally they were not enthusiastic about him. At this time, the young Rolex man spoke up. Little Young, the reason why everyone came to attend this birthday dinner of yours is because they think that although you are not from a good background, you still have the ability, and you might not be able to make a name for yourself in Shanghai in the future, which is why everyone is willing to give you this face. But you don't want any cat or dog to our circle inside. Our circle some people can't get in. It's useless to squeeze hard. When Yang Bo heard these words, the expression on his face became even more awkward and a little hot. This was also too much of a loss of face. Of course, he was also clear that he couldn't afford to mess with the Rolex young man even if he spoke hard. He can only compensate with a smile on his face while glancing at Su Chen. Seeing that Su Chen didn't get angry, Yang Bo was relieved, and he smiled again to the Rolex young man. Young Zhu, actually, my college classmate Su Chen's personal ability is even more powerful than mine. Xu Xiao waved his hand impatiently and said, alright, if you have said so, then let's ask him to enter the banquet. In order to not make things difficult for Yang Bo, Su Chen casually found a seat and Yang Bo sat next to Xu Xiao. When the people were all together, the dinner party officially started. Although Yang Bo was the main character of today's dinner, the attention of the others was more focused on Xu Xiao. Only a few people toasted Yang Bo from time to time and said happy birthday. Yang Bo all responded politely. Come on, everyone toast to Xu Xiao. I don't know who mentioned it. Good, this is a good suggestion. Come on, everyone stand up and toast to young Zhu. The others echoed. Yang Bo also stood up with a bitter smile. He, a main character, made it seem like a supporting role. Only Su Chen hesitated and stood up last. And this scene just happened to fall under the eyes of Xu Xiao. A trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. To Xu Xiao. After this wave of toasts was finished, Xu Xiao's gaze fell on Su Chen, and he faintly said, friend, Xiao Yang said that you're a person with good abilities. So what do you do now? Su Chen still answered, doing a little business. Xu Xiao nodded his head. with a few moments of self-satisfaction on his face, saying, "Doing business is good. Have you heard of Shanghai Global Plaza? My old man is the vice president inside. There is a chance that I will arrange your business to go inside, and I am not afraid of not earning any money at that time." Shu said these words of course not to help Su Chen, purely in front of Su Chen to show identity. The implication was also to remind Su Chen to be careful. "Little Su, why don't you hurry up and thank young Zhu? Hurry up and toast to Zhu Xiao. Shanghai Global Plaza is our best place in Shanghai in terms of location. You can do business in it. Surely you'll be rich. This kind of opportunity doesn't come to everyone. For Zhu Xiao to be able to bring you one is a blessing you've cultivated in 8 lifetimes." Immediately, a few young men jumped out and said. Su Chen's reaction was calm, sitting in his chair without the slightest intention to get up and toast, saying, "Doing business at Shanghai Global Plaza is not a difficult task for me." As soon as these words came out, Zhu Xiao laughed first. "My friend, it's fine for you to fool other people with this statement, but fool me here? My old man is the vice president of the plaza. I know better than you how hard it is to rent the stores in the plaza. When you say this, you're treating me like a cutie, right?" Yang Bo instantly heard Zhu Xiao's displeasure and quickly stood up and said, "Zhu Xiao, this classmate of mine doesn't mean this." Zhu Xiao's face turned cold and said, "Not this meaning, then what is the meaning?" Yang Bo's face was bitter, and when the others heard this, they chided Su Chen. "Little Su, why don't you hurry up and apologize to Xiao Zhu? Young Zhu was kind enough to help you, but you choked young Zhu. You're sick in the head, aren't you? Hurry up and apologize to Zhu Xiao with a toast." Su Chen still didn't move. Instead he said with a bland face, "Toast and apologize? Is he worthy?" This statement is considered to ignite the entire package room. The crowd face righteous indignation expression, asterisk 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 asterisk. "Kid, what do you mean today? Damn, really give you face, right?" Yang Bo, now even bitter smile, cannot laugh out. Hastily to Su Chen advised, "Su Chen, you might as well." "Enough." Zhu Xiao interrupted Yang Bo's words with a deep drink, first coldly glaring at Su Chen, then shifted his gaze to Yang Bo. "Little Young, this college friend of yours is indeed very good. I like it very much. Everyone sit down and eat and drink well." How could Yang Bo not hear that Zhu Xiao was speaking backhandedly? He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, going round and round. He was clear about Zhu Xiao's temperament, and would definitely take revenge on Su Chen. AI. Yang Bo let out a sigh in his heart, helpless to the extreme. However, Su Chen was just like a nobody, eating and drinking, not caring at all. Zhu Xiao noticed Su Chen's calm face and hated him so much that he gritted his teeth, but he couldn't find a way to deal with Su Chen for a while, so he could only curse in his heart. After another while, Su Chen looked at the time. It was almost 7 o'clock, so he got up and toasted a glass of wine to Yang Bo. "Class president, happy birthday." "Thanks." Although Yang Bo no longer had the heart to celebrate his birthday, he still expressed his gratitude for Su Chen's blessing. Chapter 60, God's Hero is Broke? It's 7 o'clock soon. I'm going to attend the next one in this hotel, so I can only excuse myself. I hope the class president won't blame me. Su Chen smiled and said, "How come?" Yang Bo again came to Su Chen's ear and whispered, "Be careful." Su Chen knew that Yang Bo was talking about Zhu Xiao and gave Yang Bo a reassuring look before he was ready to leave the private room. At this time, Zhu Xiao suddenly stood up. "Don't go alone, ah. Didn't you just say that I'm not worthy of letting you make a toast? Then I'll go and see how awesome those people you dined with are. I'm going too. Let's go. Let's all go and take a look." The others responded one after another. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and faintly said, "If you guys like to follow, then go ahead." After saying that, Su Chen walked out of the private room without hesitation. "Humph, see how I'll clean you up later." Zhu Xiao snorted coldly and immediately followed. The others followed in Zhu Xiao's footsteps again, with an expression of watching a good show. Yang Bo's brain was buzzing and he could only follow. According to the address sent by Yuan Wenhe, Su Chen brought Zhu Xiao's group to the Oriental Hotel's Supreme Private Room. "It's actually the Supreme Private Room." Zhu Xiao narrowed his eyes. The Oriental Grand Hotel was a 5-star hotel, and the Supreme Private Room was the biggest, best and most luxurious of all the dining rooms. A meal would cost $388,888 to start. To be able to eat in the Supreme Private Room, to a certain extent, it shows that the economic strength of the people inside is quite good. But Zhu Xiao didn't care too much. His old man Zhu Xie is the vice president of Shanghai Global Plaza, with an annual income of tens of millions. Not bad for this money. And from some of Yang Bo's previous attitudes, he could tell that Su Chen's identity was actually no big deal. As the saying goes, things come together in groups. People come together in groups. Naturally, Su Chen's friends weren't that great either. Just as Zhu Xiao was confident and ready to step on Su Chen pushed open the door of the private room. As the door opened, the people inside appeared in Zhu Xiao's line of sight. "Ha, why are they all middle-aged? And they all look quite familiar. Right, isn't that his dad's deputy, Uncle Mo? Why is he here? Hey, why is his father also here? Sitting in the second seat seems to be the general manager of Shanghai Global Plaza, Mr. Yuan Win and Mr. Yuan, who's sitting in seat 1. I can't believe there's no one here. Zhu Xiao's brain was a bit unable to react, and as soon as the door to the room opened, Yuan Wenhe and the others also saw Su Chen and stood up as fast as they could while bending down and bowing. Good day, Mr. Su. Su Chen calmly entered the private room and sat down on the number 1 position, pulling his cell phone out of his pocket and placing it on the table. And Zhu Xiao, my ing mind has collapsed. Zhu Xiao stood in the doorway, his face full of stagnation, just like being struck by lightning. Zhu Xiao, why are you frozen here? Go in. The person who followed Zhu Xiao here didn't understand the situation and pulled Zhu Xiao a bit, saying with a smile. However, his laughter came to an abrupt end when he took a clear look inside the private room. Although he didn't know many people inside the private room, he still recognized Zhu Xiao's old man, Zhu Xi. Moreover, Zhu Xi's position didn't seem to be very forward, and the one sitting in the first place was actually Su Chen. Moreover, everyone inside the private room, including Zhu Xiao's father, were all treating Su Chen with respect. These rich kids who came along were dumbfounded. Yang Bo also looked stunned. Su Chen seemed to be much more powerful than he said. Zhu Xiao's old man, Zhu Xi, was a chubby middle-aged man. At this time, he also noticed Zhu Xiao's presence, and when he saw that Zhu Xiao had followed Su Chen, he thought that his own son had a good relationship with his boss, and said with a happy face, "Son, why are you also here? You know Mr. Su." Zhu Xiao couldn't answer. He wanted to cry. Seeing Zhu Xiao's expression of wanting to cry, Zhu Xi's elated expression froze on his face. It didn't seem right. Sure enough, Su Chen's indifferent voice came from his ears. "He's your son." "Ha?" Zhu Xi shivered and scrambled to stand up from his position. "Mr. Su, but where did my son offend you?" Watching his father, who had always been a dependent, trembling in front of Su Chen, Zhu Xiao became even more apprehensive in his heart. He had just laughed at Su Chen for being a cat or a dog, unworthy of integrating into their circle. It seemed that they were the ones who couldn't enter the circle. Su Chen said to Zhu Xi with a calm face, "It's not a big deal." Although Su Chen said so, Zhu Xi was uneasy. With a clench of his teeth, he left the seat. Coming in front of Zhu Xiao, he raised his leg and kicked. Bang! Zhu Xiao himself was sent flying end over end. His face reddened. Zhu Xi didn't care about that much. He punched and kicked Zhu Xiao again. A good father and son. Damn, told you this little day to cause trouble. See the old man today not to beat you to death. Seeing Zhu Xiao being beaten, that lad rich second generation was scared and his face went white. "Dad, don't hit. I'm wrong." Zhu Xiao repeatedly begged for forgiveness. Su Chen also spoke at the right time. "Let's forget about this matter today. Just impose discipline in the future." Zhu Xi kicked Zhu Xiao again, beating Zhu Xiao to the point of bruises before he stopped, and said hatefully, "If it wasn't for Mr. Su's generosity, I would have to beat you to death today." Su Chen waved his hand towards Yang Bo and said, "Class president, don't mind having another game with me." Until now, Yang Bo's entire body was still a bit confused. After hearing Su Chen's words, he also subconsciously entered the private room. As for the other rich second generation, where did they have the courage to do so? After smiling at Su Chen, they immediately dispersed. As soon as Yuan Wenhe heard that Yang Bo was Su Chen's class president, he hurriedly gave up his seat to Yang Bo. Yang Bo froze and sat on Yuan Wenhe's seat before he sobered up a bit and smiled bitterly towards Su Chen. "Old classmate, I was almost fooled by you." Cough. Su Chen lightly coughed twice and laughed. "Isn't this still known by you?" "Well, I'm actually the owner of Shanghai Global Plaza. I've already guessed it." Although Yang Bo said this on his lips, he still couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. The owner of Shanghai Global Plaza, that was how rich he had to be. He remembered that Su Chen still needed to do part-time jobs to support himself when he was in college. How did he become so rich? Could it be that what was written in the novel was true? What kind of rich young man was banned by his family and had to work part-time to support himself? Could it be that Su Chen is the legendary big man of the family, now that the ban has been lifted? This is the only possibility Yang Bo can think of right now. Where did Su Chen know that Yang Bo had so much drama in his heart? Instead, he introduced Yuan Wenhe to Yang Bo. "Squad leader, this is the general manager of Global Plaza Property. Yuan Wenhe, brother Yuan. If you have any use for Global Plaza, you can contact brother Yuan." "Hello, Mr. Yang." Yuan Wenhe extended his palm to Yang Bo. Yang Bo was shaken and looked at Su Chen with gratitude, then shook hands with Yuan Wenhe and was very polite. "Hello, Mr. Yuan, just call me Xiao Yang." Yuan Wenhe just smiled. Next, the dinner started. Su Chen was the well-deserved protagonist of this dinner. Yuan Wenhe's respect, Zhu Xi and the others' compliments, and Yang Bo's gratitude continued throughout the dinner. They ate and drank until 11 o'clock. When they left, Yuan Wenhe, Yang Bo and the others said they wanted to send Su Chen back, but Su Chen refused. He was alone outside for a while to blow off some steam and sober up, then used his cell phone to call an online taxi. Chapter 61, Su Chen's face punching routine. And when the online car picked up the order, Su Chen was a bit dumbfounded. He called the express car as a carpool, but Su Chen didn't care too much. Carpooling is carpooling. Not long after, a white Volkswagen appeared in front of him. After confirming his identity, Su Chen came to the back seat and sat down. In addition to him, there was also a young boy wearing a takeout suit in the back seat. The little brother was not very old, 18 or 19 years old. "Brother, I have a bit of alcohol odor on me. Sorry," Su Chen said towards the takeaway little brother with an apologetic face. The delivery boy smiled coyly and said, "It's fine, brother, but it's me who delivered the takeout for a day today. My body's sweaty odor is a bit heavy. I'm afraid that I'll smoke you." Su Chen smiled and said that he didn't care. While the two were talking, the driver had already driven to pick up the next person. The car stopped in front of an apartment building. After waiting for a while, even Su Chen was a little impatient. A young woman wearing a somewhat revealing dress, wearing heavy makeup, topped with a head of wavy curly hair which stepped on high heels, from the apartment building walked over unhurriedly. "Ha, why is there a delivery guy in your car?" The woman was about to get into the car when she saw the delivery boy in the car and retracted her body again. And when the delivery boy heard the woman's words, he immediately turned red and showed an embarrassed expression. "Carpooling? What's wrong with having a delivery boy? You'd better hurry up and get in the car. The promised arrival at 11:30. It's now 11:45. Don't delay the other passengers." The driver was a little anxious. "What's your attitude?" However, it was such a sentence that the woman directly exploded, yelling, "I don't care. I'm not willing to sit with the delivery guy. The delivery guys all look poor. I'm not willing to get into their bad luck." When the delivery boy heard this, his cheeks turned even redder. "Miss, how do you talk? It's not easy for other takeaway boys. Without them, where would there be so much convenience? Hurry up and get in the car. There's no delay." The driver aggravated his tone. "Miss? Who are you calling miss? I think your whole family is the miss." The woman kicked hard on the car with her high heels. Hissing, the driver held back his anger. "Are you getting on or not? Get on. Why not?" The woman was condescending like a princess. Said, "But the premise is that you have to drive this delivery man down. By what right? I can't do it." The driver didn't have the good sense to say, "Is this how you treat your customers?" The woman said in a cold voice, "You are still not reasonable. You are my customer is right. The other delivery boy is also my customer. Why because of your reason I have to drive the other delivery boy off? Ah, what did he do wrong?" The driver said angrily. "Anyway, I can't be in the same car with a takeaway guy." "Then you refund the order." "No refund. It's not my reason why I should refund it." "It's still not your reason?" The driver was about to explode with anger. The takeaway boy, on the other hand, was red-eyed and aggrieved by the woman's words. "Humph, I'm a senior marketing executive of the Huasheng Group. With my status, why should I ride in the same car as the takeaway boy?" The woman said unforgivingly. "You're so awesome. Why don't you buy a car yourself? Please don't take an online car, okay?" The driver was about to go crazy. "What kind of attitude is this? The customer is God. I'm going to complain about you, and I'm going to expose you with Huasheng's media," the woman said in annoyance. The driver was not too concerned when he heard that the woman was going to complain about him, but after hearing that the woman was going to use Huasheng's platform to expose him, he instantly panicked. In case the woman twisted the facts in her report, he would more than likely be scolded to death by netizens. "Is it necessary to do this?" The driver spoke with a voice full of helplessness. "Humph, now you know you're scared. Why don't you hurry up and get this delivery guy out of the car for me?" the woman said triumphantly. The driver was silent. The takeaway boy saw the driver's difficulty and whispered, "Master, I'd better get out of the car. I'm sorry to trouble you." The driver heard this, and his heart was not a good taste. He didn't want the delivery boy to get off, but there was no way. The woman was a staff member of Huasheng. If she really smeared him online through Huasheng, he would most likely lose this job, and then the family would have no one to support them. Swish! Just as the takeaway boy was about to get off, Su Chen stopped him with a hand. "You don't need to get off. Master, you don't need to be afraid of her smearing you on the internet." Su Chen indifferently looked at the woman. "From now on, you are fired by Huasheng." "Fire me?" The woman first froze, then her gaze landed on Su Chen and she was happy, full of sarcasm. "What? Huasheng Group is your family's you can fire me when you say so? I think you're delusional and sick in the head." Even the driver and the delivery boy looked at Su Chen with a surprised face. This bragging was a bit outrageous. Not to mention, if he could really fire this woman, he must be an executive of Huasheng. And would an executive of Huasheng need to take a taxi? How could it be a chauffeur transportation? "Report your name," Su Chen asked with a calm face. The woman still didn't take Su Chen seriously, and said with a confident face, "My name is Hu Mylan. If you can fire me, my mother will take your last name. If you can't, don't blame my mother for not being polite, and let you be on tomorrow's headline news." Both the driver and the delivery boy were secretly worried for Su Chen. This Hu Mylan looked to be a master who was both unreasonable and not to be messed with. Su Chen calmly picked up his cell phone and called Wan Qinghe. Wan Qinghe, who was preparing to go to bed, saw Su Chen's call and subconsciously felt that someone else was going to have bad luck. As soon as he picked up the phone, it was true. "If anyone dares to plead with Hu Mylan, fire them all together." Su Chen coldly added another sentence after conveying his meaning to Wan Qinghe. When Su Chen finished the phone call, Hu Mylan embraced her hands, looked at Su Chen with a disdainful face and sneered, "Pretending is quite like it. Say it, to whom did you call? I'll see if he has that ability to fire me." Su Chen did not respond, leaning on the backseat and resting his eyes. "Yo-ho, you're really quite good at putting up a front, but it's a pity that it's useless to pretend to be more like it. If you can even fire my mom, then my mom hasn't been in Shanghai for more than 10 years for nothing." Hu Mylan snorted. However, just as her words fell, her cell phone rang. Hu Mylan thought it was a coincidence and calmly picked it up. "Hu Mylan, the personnel department officially informs you that you have been fired from the Huaxing Group. Please come to the company tomorrow to dispose of your personal belongings." A businesslike voice rang out inside the phone. Hu Mylan froze at once. She hurriedly looked at the phone, and it was indeed a special number for the company's HR department. Didn't this mean that she was really fired? How is this possible? Hu Mylan looked Su Chen over with a face full of disbelief. "He really fired me with a single phone call? What have you done?" Hu Mylan shrilled. "You can't live with your own sins." Su Chen said coldly, "I don't believe it. I don't believe you can fire me." A look of madness appeared on Hu Mylan's face. Then she quickly flipped through her cell phone and made a call out. "Honey, I was fired by Huaxing." The call was connected, and she looked like she was on the verge of crying with anxiety. "What happened?" On the other end of the phone, it was the voice of a middle-aged man, looking a bit puzzled. Chapter 62. See again, the light of the righteous path. "When I was taking a taxi, a young man had to cross me, guessing which of the company's executives was his relative. He was unreasonable and had his relative fire me." Hu Mylan said eagerly, "There's actually such a thing? Lan, don't be afraid. I'll find someone from the personnel department to ask," the middle-aged man said. Hanging up the phone, Hu Mylan's panicked heart calmed down quite a bit. The person who had just talked to her on the phone was called Lu Hao, the head of Huaxing's finance department, and there was an improper relationship between the two. Hu Mylan believed that with Lu Hao's position in Huaxing, he would be able to help her solve this matter. At this time, Lu Hao was calling the personnel department. "What do you mean? What's wrong with Hu Mylan that you can just fire her?" The HR employee who notified Hu Mylan of her dismissal had to say to Lu Hao, "It was Mr. Wan's assistant, manager he, who notified us to do so." Lu Hao frowned and said in his heart, "Could it be that the young man who made things difficult for Lan new manager he? Then this matter will not be easy to handle." Although manager he's position in the company was similar to his, but it was because someone else was the assistant of Huaxing's second-in-command, Wan Qinghe, and his position in the company was just a cut above him. However, Lu Hao still called manager he. It was just a small matter. He didn't believe that manager he wouldn't give him face. "Manager he I'm sorry to bother you so late. I heard that our company's Hu Mylan accidentally offended one of your sons and nephews, so she was fired." Hu Mylan is a person I still know better. Her personal ability is good. She can bring benefits to the company. Manager he, do you think it's too serious to fire her? Lu Hao weighed his words. Manager he heard. This is to plead with Hu Mylan, but he didn't understand the situation, so he had to say, "This decision was ordered by Mr. Wan. What exactly is the reason for this? I'm not sure. General Manager Wan ordered it?" This scared Lu Hao to death. The young man who embarrassed Hu Mylan actually knew the second-in-command of Huaxing. This made things even more difficult. Lu Hao was torn. As the second-in-command of the group, the decisions made by Wan Qinghe could not be easily changed by him. Manager he called Wan Qinghe after hanging up Lu Hao's phone and said, "Mr. Wan." Lu Hao just called Hu Mylan to plead for mercy. Oh, Wan Qinghe didn't have much of a reaction, and there wasn't the slightest emotion in his tone. "You inform Lu Hao that he's been fired as well." Manager he was a little surprised. Lu Hao is also considered to be a senior member of the company. In the end, what is the situation? Even Lu Hao is directly fired. You don't need to be surprised. The person that Hu Mylan offended is Mr. Su. Lu Hao hit himself on the gun. "It's not my fault," Wan Qinghe explained. Gulp. Manager he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and realized the seriousness of the matter. He dialed Lu Hao's phone and said bluntly, "Minister Lu, you've been fired too. Go to the finance tomorrow and settle your salary yourself." What? Lu Hao was still pondering whether he should ask Wan Qinghe to plead for Hu Mailan's favor. How come he was also fired? He hurriedly asked. Manager what's going on here? Manager he said. Minister Lu, do you know who Hu Mailan is messing with? It's our company's Mr. Su. Mr. Su, how could it be Mr. Su? This SB woman Hu Mailan dares to trap me. Lu Hao's entire body was dumbfounded. Enraged, he called Hu Mailan. Hu Mailan thought it was some good news, and said joyfully after receiving the call, Honey, can I continue to go to work tomorrow? Nima, do you SB know who you've offended? It's Mr. Su. The entire Huasheng is his. How dare you ask me to plead with you? Now even I've been fired from the company. You damn well better not let me run into you in Zhonghai, or I'll kill you. Lu Hao cursed. Splat. Cell phone slipped to the ground. Hu Mailan, as if lost soul, muttered, How can this be? How could this happen? The person she disdained would actually be their boss of Huasheng, Mr. Su. Then, her eyes fiercely looked towards Su Chen, her face full of tears. Mr. Su, I'm wrong. I won't dare anymore. Please don't fire me. Without this decent job as a senior supervisor of Huasheng Group, what could she do to pay off her mortgage? What could she do to be superior in front of others? If you knew it would come to this, why did you have to do it in the first place? Su Chen indifferently threw down a sentence and told the specialized car driver to drive. The specialized car driver witnessed such a big drama. The whole person is excited, heard the words, immediately ignited. Before leaving, he also didn't forget to cast a mocking look at Hu Mailan. I told you to pretend to be more than you are for one day. Now you've suffered. Little brother, I really didn't see that you are actually the boss of Huasheng Group. After the car walked out for some distance, the driver said with some excitement, Huasheng Group, that was a super company with a market capitalization of $300 billion. Driving a car to receive the boss of Huasheng. This cow could let him brag for the rest of his life. The delivery boy also cast an envious gaze at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and said, I'm an incompetent boss. So much so that this kind of employee appeared in the company and caused trouble for you guys. The Huasheng Group is so big. Where can you manage it? This can't be blamed on you, the driver said in a hurry. Su Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. It wasn't that he couldn't manage it. It was that he didn't manage it at all. The driver's words purely elevated him. Soon, Riverside Garden arrived. After washing up, Su Chen lay on the bed and played with his cell phone, and saw a comment under a song, Born to be a human being. I'm sorry. Su Chen remembered his luxury car and mansion, and the endless amount of money inside his bank card. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. So rich. I'm sorry. After lamenting, he smothered his head and slept. The next day, Su Chen first drove the Rolls-Royce back to Hentang Manor, and then drove up the Passat that he just bought to pick up his cousin Xiaoyi at the high-speed rail station. People coming and going, endless streams of people. Su Chen watched the exit, keeping an eye on his cousin's figure. Suddenly, a fragrant wind came and two soft palms blindfolded him. Guess who I am? A clear and pleasant female voice sounded in Su Chen's ears. Well, F.A. Mulan. A smile appeared on Su Chen's face and said a name. Not O. The crisp female voice replied with a hint of delicate cuteness. Zhong Wuyan? Not O either. Lian Pa? Wrong guess. Xiahou Dun? Wrong again. Piggy? Wrong. Neza? Wrong again. Nacha? Wrong. The cute female voice gradually became grumpy. Ha ha, I'm not joking with you anymore. With such a nice voice? Who else is there besides my cousin Xiaoanan? Su Chen laughed. The hand covering Su Chen's eyes steeply loosened, and a delicate and pretty cheek appeared in front of Su Chen, was glaring at him with puffed up eyes. Cousin, you're just purposely pissing me off, aren't you? And is only 9 years old this year. How could she be able to blindfold you? Humph. Thanks to people arriving 10 minutes early just to give you a surprise. Su Chen rubbed Xiao Yi's hair and said, I guessed it's you. I'm just deliberately angry with you. What can you do to me, bad cousin? Xiao Yi was so angry that she clenched her teeth, dragging her suitcase and turning around to leave. Su Chen chased after her and naturally took over the luggage, then pulled out 2 tickets from her arms and said, What do you see here? Chapter 63, Exposing the Trash Anchor. Xiao Yi had originally turned her face sideways and looked at the tickets when her attention was instantly drawn and she said in surprise, Disney tickets in China Sea. Haven't you always wanted to play at Disney? These 2 tickets are what I managed to get with great difficulty. Su Chen shook the tickets in his hand. Xiao Yi took Su Chen's arm and shook it. It's still cousin who treats me the best. Su Chen smiled. Little kids were just easy to deal with. In fact, Xiao Yi wasn't small anymore. An 18-year-old girl. She had grown up to be tall, with a tall figure and outstanding temperament. Along the way, quite a few males revealed stunning eyes upon seeing Xiao Yi. Soon, the duo arrived at the parking place. Wow, when did you buy a car, cousin? Xiao Yi was a little surprised. After making a few explosive projects during this time, The company gave me a lot of rewards, so I bought a car. Su Chen said what he had thought of saying long ago. Cousin, you're awesome. Xiao Yi gave Su Chen a thumbs up, her eyes full of admiration. Yi will definitely be even more powerful than me in the future. Su Chen smiled and said, right, Yi, how did you do on the college entrance exam? Which school are you going to enroll in? Xiao Yi said, sort of normal play. If the results are nothing unexpected, I'll enroll in Zhonghai University, because in Zhonghai there is cousin you take care of it. Zhonghai University is indeed not bad. Su Chen nodded. He graduated from Zhonghai University. Cousin, what kind of car is this? How much did you buy? Getting into the car, Xiao Yi surveyed the interior decorations and curiously said, Passat, the landing price is almost 200,000 or so. Su Chen said, cousin, do you still lack a leg pendant? What do you think of me? Xiao Yi's eyes glistened and said, Su Chen directly gave Xiao Yi a brain crash. Not long after, Su Chen Riverside Garden arrived. As soon as the garden security guard saw that it was Su Chen who had returned, he immediately filled his face with a respectful smile and said towards Su Chen, good day Mr. Su. Wow, cousin, you're still quite rowdy. Xiao Yi was again little surprised. Su Chen, on the other hand, wiped a non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Luckily, he didn't call his boss, otherwise he wouldn't know how to explain to Xiao Yi, and just said, it's not that your cousin has a rowdy face, but the professionalism of the staff in this neighborhood is quite good. For these words, Xiao Yi was not skeptical. Arriving at the room, a shocked look once again passed through Xiao Yi's eyes. Wow, this house is also too big and too luxurious. Well, it's quite good. I rented it. Let me take you to see your room. Su Chen hurriedly explained a sentence. Cousin, to be able to buy a car of more than $200,000 to rent such a good house, it seems like you're really developed. I don't care. I'll be your leg pendant from now on. Xiao Yi came in front of Su Chen with a pleasing look on her face. Pop. Su Chen popped Xiao Yi's little brain again and said, you come less. After putting down her luggage and tidying up her room, Xiao Yi couldn't wait for Su Chen to take her to Disney. When she came to the neighborhood supermarket, Xiao Yi bought a whole bunch of food. What's the point of buying so much food? Disney should sell food inside, right? Su Chen said in disbelief. Cousin, you don't know. I heard someone say that everything inside Disney is old and expensive. It's not cost-effective to buy things inside. Xiao Yi replied with a little bit of smugness. China Sea Disneyland, the first Disney theme park in China's interior, is also the third Disney theme park in Asia and the sixth in the world. From the outside alone, one could feel the fantastical feeling of Disney that was full of fairy tales, dreams, and adventure. At this time, Disney's gate was even more overcrowded, looking at Su Chen directly dumbfounded. Although he had long known that there was a Disneyland in Shanghai, but considering that there should not be so many nationals who like Disney culture, he thought that Disney's traffic was average. Now it seemed that it was his shallow understanding. There were too many people. Su Chen and Xiao Yi had to queue honestly. This line, it took 2 hours before it reached them. Book bag for me to check. At the entrance, the staff member expressionlessly pointed at the school bag that Su Chen was carrying on his shoulder. Su Chen handed the book bag to the staff. The staff member opened the zipper of the school bag without hesitation. Su Chen's brows furrowed furiously. He thought that checking the book bag would just be a sweep with a machine. He didn't expect the staff to directly go through the bag. These as well as these through and through cannot be brought in. While the staff went through the bag, they also pulled out all the snacks that Xiao Yi had bought. Even a bottle of mineral water was not spared. Why can't you bring it? Su Chen said with a dark face. Paradise regulations. Just can't be brought. The staff said coldly. Who stipulated that? Do you know that this is an overbearing clause? Su Chen's complexion also went cold. As far as he knew, whether it was the bag check or the prohibition of carrying food regulations through and through, they were not in line with the laws of China. Don't tell me so much. I don't know anything. These are all stipulated by the head office of Rice. If you want to find it, find it. The staff didn't have the good sense to say. Xiao Yi put the food back into her school bag and said to the staff member with some anger. Obviously the Disneyland abroad doesn't have this rule, so you can bring food in. It's all been said. Don't ask me. Rummaging through bags and prohibiting food is all stipulated by the head office. What can I do? If you guys want to go in, you can't take this food. Otherwise don't even think about going in. Xiao Yi looked at Su Chen and said, Cousin, I'm not going in. This kind of paradise targeting the countrymen. I'm not going to see it. Su Chen showed a touch of appreciation towards Xiao Yi. Being able to give up one's own preferences in front of the great right and wrong. His cousin was definitely a qualified nationalist. However, Su Chen would not just let it go and said in a cold voice to the staff, I will let Disney give me an explanation for this matter. The staff snorted out a laugh. Just you? Still want Disney to give an explanation? Don't dream of it. If you don't want to go in, just stand to the side. Don't waste time. There are so many people waiting to come in behind you. As soon as the staff member's words fell, the tourists in the queue behind them also clamored. That's right, if you want to go in, go in. If you don't go in, get out of the way. Don't delay everyone's time. Poor S are just unbelievable. Obviously the park's regulations are said to be overbearing. If you ask me, you poor S don't deserve to come to these places to play. Love to play. Don't play, get lost. People, Disney still worse than a tourist like you. Xiao Yi listened to these voices and was furious. The overbearing terms and conditions are still reasonable, right? At the same time, she also understood why Disney had so many substandard regulations, and there were still so many people playing. Obviously some people didn't take their dignity seriously. It's all soft bones. You're all bullying us in our country and you're still on your knees. She couldn't help but voice out towards these people. What did you say? A bald man in the crowd immediately looked like he had been stepped on and became furious, swinging his palm towards Xiao Yi. Ah! Xiao Yi closed her eyes in fear. How could Su Chen let Xiao Yi be hit? He struck like lightning and pushed the bald big man out with a palm. What are you guys doing? I'm going to call security. The bald big man still wanted to fight back, but as soon as he heard the staff's voice he immediately stopped and stood there honestly. Chapter 64, Rewarding a Set of Riverside Garden. Cousin, let's go. Xiao Yi took Su Chen's hand and walked out of the crowd. Some people are truly spineless. After coming outside, Xiao Yi still couldn't help but get angry. Also, thanks to me liking Disney so much before, I didn't expect it to be such a disgusting company. I'll never like it again. Looking at Xiao Yi's face that was red with anger, Su Chen could see that the little nymph was really pissed off today. He relieved his sentence, then picked up his cell phone and searched for news about Disney in Shanghai. He didn't know until he received it, but he was shocked once he received it. There was a huge push of negative news about Disney Shanghai, flipping bags, making false accounts, selling expired food, and banning tourists from refunding tickets when a typhoon passes through. Each Disney's announcement about the negative news is even more insincere, and the word bullying is written between the lines. This made Su Chen very upset. He pretended that he went to the restroom and then called Wan Xinghe. Brother Wan, how much do you know about Disneyland Shanghai? How much money is needed to acquire it? Su Chen's question directly confused Wan Xinghe. Disney is not a small company, ranked 170 among the world's top 500. Where can you say that the acquisition of the acquisition, the headquarters of the rich? To know China's internet giant Penguin in the world's top 500 only ranked 197. To buy Disneyland in China, unless the Disney headquarters feel that Disneyland in China cannot earn money, and actively give up. He pondered for a moment and said to Su Chen, Mr. Su, Shanghai Disney almost spent more than $30 billion to be built, in which the Shanghai official accounted for 57% of the shares, and the remaining 43% was held by the Disney headquarters in the United States of America. With Disney's current situation, the official shares on hand will definitely not be sold. If someone wants to acquire Disney, the only thing that can be bought are those shares of Disney's headquarters, and those shares are worth at least $50 billion. Wan Xinghe said here and did not continue. These words could probably make Mr. Su know what to do. Wan Xinghe thought to himself. However, Su Chen said in an unusually calm manner, 50 billion? It's not much. Isn't Disney trying to make money by banning tourists from bringing food? Fine. I'll let them make enough money in one go. I'll buy the Disney in Shanghai. Wan Xinghe smiled with a bitter smile on his face as he thought to himself that 50 billion isn't much. Huaxing's yearly profit is only 10 billion or so. He couldn't help but advise Mr. Su, well, this matter still needs to think twice before acting nah. No need. You help me contact the person in charge of Disney Shanghai. Just ask him if he sells. If not, I guarantee that I will make Disney Shanghai not earn a penny. Su Chen said indifferently. Wan Xinghe sighed. He couldn't be persuaded. He had no choice but to look up Chagall, the head of Disney Shanghai, inside his cell phone. Previously, in order to publicize Disney, Chagall had a lot of cooperation with Huaxing. The phone call went through, and Wan Xinghe explained his intentions. What? Your boss is not out of his mind, right? Chagall listened and responded incredulously. It was as if Chagall had heard the biggest joke in the world. Disney, as one of the top 200 companies in the world, had never been the only one to acquire another company. No other company had dared to have the guts to acquire them. Moreover, in Chagall's opinion, although Huaxing Group was the #1 entertainment company in China, its total market capitalization was only 300 billion Chinese dollars. Disney's market capitalization was worth 200 billion rice dollars, which was close to 1400 billion Chinese dollars. Disney's acquisition of China Shang Group is more or less the same. China Shang's boss is undoubtedly in the whimsical. Chagall didn't realize that his sentence, what? Your boss doesn't have a brain problem, right? Angered Wan Xinghe. For Su Chen, Wan Xinghe was quite respectful. Firstly, Su Chen was willing to delegate his authority. The current Huasheng was almost always him, Wan Qinghe, taking the decisions, and Wan Qinghe had never felt so comfortable at work, so trusted. Secondly, Su Chen is not obsessed with money. $10 billion of cash said to donate. Look at the whole of China's rich and powerful circle. There are a few people can be as willing as their boss. Based on these 2 points, even if Su Chen was younger, even if the idea of acquiring Disney in China Sea was ridiculous, Wan Qinghe respected Su Chen as much as ever. So he replied with a cold face, Chagall, watch your words, our boss of Huasheng is not something you can humiliate at will. Chagall didn't take Wan Qinghe's words to heart and said, Boss Wan, I'm just being honest. Is it hard to believe that your Huasheng really has the courage to fight a business war with our Disney? If you Huasheng can really acquire Disney Central Sea, I'm willing to donate my entire fortune to charity. Wan Qinghe didn't continue to fight with Chagall and hung up the phone to report the situation to Su Chen. Su Chen was not surprised by this result. Disney was, after all, the second largest media and entertainment conglomerate in the meter, and was naturally proud of it. But you guys are underestimating me. Su Chen sneered in his heart. He first returned next to Qiao Yi. I told a friend of mine about what happened today, and that friend of mine promised to help us get a statement from Disney, so I'm going to cooperate with him on this later. Qiao Yi was still angry, and when she heard Su Chen say this, her eyes lit up. Really? But then she thought of Disney's power, and somewhat deflated. Disney's family is so big, so I guess it's hard to ask for a statement, right? How do we know if we don't try? If we don't go for it, he will still think that we Chinese people are easy to bully, Su Chen said in a deep voice. Right. Even if Disney doesn't give us an argument, we have to tell them that we Chinese are not easy to bully. Qiao Yi nodded fiercely. Next, Su Chen first sent Qiao Yi back to the riverside garden, letting Qiao Yi play alone first, then drove towards the Hentaying Manor. While driving, Su Chen made 2 calls out. One called Wan Qinghe. He told Wan Qinghe that in half an hour, he wanted to make the overbearing behavior of Disney Shanghai on the hot search. The second one, called Zhou Beixiong. He wanted to use Zhou Beixiong, the president of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce, to invite all the major Shanghai tycoons to come to the Hentaying Manor for a small gathering. Hello Mr. Su. When Su Chen returned to the Hentaying Manor, Gu Xiaomai rushed to greet him with his servants and bodyguards. Prepare a dinner for about 100 people. Su Chen said to Gu Xiaomai. Okay, Mr. Su. Gu Xiaodai immediately launched into action. Su Chen came to the manor hall and opened his cell phone. Staring. A piece of news titled Counting the Top 10 Sins of Disney China Sea popped up from all major software. There were Enterprise Crane, Wilson, Yunin, and Headline. Netizens who read the news carefully and expressed their dissatisfaction with Disney. This news is not wrong at all. Once I came to Disney with my family to play. I bought a big bag of snacks. The result is that all the staff to us, the food inside is expensive and difficult to eat. Yes, Disney in China Sea is a complete robber baron enterprise. I remember a typhoon crossing the border. Disney closed but do not give refunds, said what can take the ticket later to come back to play. The key is that the back I simply do not have the time. A ticket of $500 or $600, and is not cheap. All the 21st century, foreign companies still have such overbearing terms. Really think that our country of China or the Qing dynasty period it must be seriously dealt with. Chapter 65, The System's Strange Rewards. Of course, there were also people who were against this. Don't other people's Disney have rules? It's forbidden to bring food. It's you guys who want to bring it. It's really interesting that you don't follow other people's rules and still turn around and blame others. Such comments naturally led to a frenzied discussion among netizens. Some people were in favor of his statement, while others were not, and it was a noisy mess, until a lawyer threw out a sentence. The provisions of Article 27 of the Consumer Rights Protection Law of the State of China, operators shall not insult or slander consumers, search their bodies and the items they carry, or infringe upon consumers' personal freedom. This lawyer said with extreme indignation, Disney Shanghai's rules are already in violation of our country's laws, so why should we abide by them? Those in favor of that netizen are either stupid or bad. Of course, for the netizen who said that we ourselves don't abide by Disney's rules, I just want to say, if your knees are weak, just kneel honestly, don't talk to shame. Not every one of us Chinese are as spineless as you. As soon as this lawyer spoke, the people who felt that Disney China Sea had done the right thing instantly caved in. Even the netizen who had first opened his mouth directly retreated from the net. Of course, there was another person who keenly smelled that something was wrong. This is obviously a big brother is not satisfied with Disney Shanghai. Otherwise how could it be covered with negative news about Disney Shanghai? I don't know which big shot Disney has offended, actually letting so many multimedia speak out for him. Disney is most likely going to be hurt even if he doesn't die this time. These people secretly speculated. The negative news about Disney on the internet continued to ferment. and the major tycoons in Shanghai also began to rush to Hentang Manor one after another. Gu Xiaodai was receiving at the entrance with her high-color servants, and her ears were full of voices like, "Yo, brother Song, you're here too. Aren't you busy with investment matters? How come you're free? He. This time it's President Zhou personally invited. More importantly, this party was initiated by Mr. Su, the whole of Shanghai. I cannot give face to anyone. Just cannot not give face to Mr. Su. That makes sense. For the sake of the people in the disaster area in the south, Mr. Su donated 10 billion without even blinking. As a model for me in Shanghai, it is our honor to attend Mr. Su's party. That's right. It's just that I don't know what Mr. Su called us here for this time." Gu Xiaomai and the Manners group of servants heard these exchanges, and a wave of pride came over them. It turned out that their boss was much more powerful than they had imagined. An hour later, 183 wealthy Shanghai men gathered at the Hentang Manor. This included Zhou Beixiong, the richest man in Shanghai, Guo Guanghong, the second richest man in China Sea, Rong Mao, the third richest man in China. Fortunately, the hall of the Hentang Manor was large enough, otherwise there would be no place to sit when so many people came at once. Elder brother Su, almost all of the major tycoons in Shanghai who can come have come, and those who really can't come have also entrusted me to say sorry to elder brother Su. After everyone sat down, Zhou Beixiong said to Su Chen with a smile on his face. Su Chen got up and first expressed his thanks to these tycoons, then stated the purpose of his invitation to them. The purpose of inviting everyone this time is very simple. I want to acquire Disney Shanghai, and I hope everyone can help me out. The moment these words came out, the entire room boiled over. Even Zhou Beixiong slightly changed color. Disney in the United States is a behemoth. To acquire the Disney in Shanghai is not so simple. There are also tycoons immediately associated with the negative reports about Disney in Shanghai that are all over the internet, and their hearts suddenly realized, the original is offended in front of this master. A tycoon opened his mouth. I wonder how much Mr. Su is willing to spend to acquire Disney? Su Chen said indifferently, if within an hour, Disney comes to me with a contract and is willing to apologize for overbearing behavior in China, I'm willing to offer 50 billion, the kind that arrives immediately. Beyond this time period, how much to give depends on my mood. When the crowd of tycoons heard this, their complexion changed again. One was shocked at Su Chen's strong financial strength. $50 billion in cash was pulled out when he said so. You have to know that although these tycoons claim tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars, but 80% of them are in the stocks, securities, funds, 10% belongs to real estate. Only the remaining 10% is the real cash flow, and this remaining 10% can have 10 billion would be good. The second is that Su Chen's words are somewhat unimpressed. Disney is not something to be messed with. The main, said to have the strongest legal affairs. There is a paragraph as this: if you are stranded on a desert island or desert, just draw a picture of Mickey Mouse. Immediately there will be Disney's legal department to find you, pick you up to the court. How could such a company be left to Su Chen? Therefore, amongst the crowd of tycoons, not many looked favorably on the idea of Su Chen acquiring Disney Shanghai. Well, Mr. Su, I know Chagall, the person in charge of Disney Shanghai, or else I'll communicate with him first. Zhou Beixiong pondered for a moment and said, good. Su Chen nodded in agreement. Zhou Beixiong called Chagall and at the same time opened the speakerphone so that everyone was able to hear the exchange between the two. Mr. Chagall, I am Zhou Beixiong of the Wan Rong Group. I have a friend who is willing to offer $50 billion to acquire your Disney's Disneyland in Shanghai. This friend of mine is very powerful. $50 billion can come at once. I hope you will consider it. Chagall was busy because of the negative news about Disney in Shanghai on the internet, and when he heard that, he was first furious. It's that friend of yours who is using the media to smear our Disney? Simply too shameless. Just as shameless as all of you Chinese people. The faces of the tycoons in the audience were all darkened when they heard this. The reports about Disney could all be well-founded. Moreover, when it came to the ability to discredit, no one dared to recognize the first when it came to the people of Rice. Zhou Beixiong's voice sank as he said, Mr. Chagall, whether the online reports about Disney in Shanghai are smears or facts, I believe you know better than I do. As for whether the sale of Disney China Sea is for sale or not, I think you'd better discuss it with the Mi headquarters first. However, I can clearly tell you that if you don't agree to the sale, I, Wan Rong Group, don't mind being an enemy of Disney. Zhou Beixiong, are you crazy? Chagall was shocked. Zhou Beixiong was the richest man in Shanghai. His words could carry more weight than that. What's his name? The owner of the Huasheng Group. Mr. Chagall, you don't have much time. Zhou Beixiong looked at the time, then hung up the phone. Bastard. Bastard. All the businessmen in China are bastards. Chagall cursed after putting down the phone. But once he thought of the internet being full of negative news about Disney China Sea and Zhou Beixiong's threats, Chagall finally decided to call the ME headquarters. Rice headquarters clearly state that there is no negotiation, although $50 billion did make the Disney headquarters moved. But Disney Shanghai is a chicken that lays golden eggs. The future benefits will certainly be more than $50 billion. More importantly, it was impossible for them to bow down to a company in China. Unwilling? Very well. Su Chen was not surprised when he got this result, and a cold smile appeared on his face. The next step was the time to compete for strength. He swept his gaze from these tycoons, and said indifferently, I'm bound and determined to win Disney Shanghai. Those who are willing to help me are Su Chen's friends, and those who aren't willing to help me, Su Chen, won't make things difficult for him. Chapter 66, he's our boss. Before that, I don't mind showing everyone what I'm capable of. The #1 luxury car in China, the Bat Chariot, mine. The #1 mansion in China, Hentaying Manor, mine. Shanghai's Global Plaza worth over $10 billion, mine. Riverside Garden in Shanghai worth $20 billion, mine. The #1 entertainment company in China, Huasheng Group, is also mine. The #1 company in South Korea, Sanxing Group. I have 20% of the shares and am the #1 shareholder. On top of that, the Huaxia Bank, $100 billion in deposits, and the Swiss Bank, $60 billion. Although Su Chen's voice was calm and uninteresting, however, when it fell into the ears of the major tycoons present, it was like thunder in the sky, especially after hearing Su Chen say that he had 20% of San Xin Group's shares and a total of 520 billion Chinese dollars in deposits. These tycoons were even more wide-eyed. Of course, there were also people who showed doubts and expressed their doubts. In response, Su Chen directly threw out the property certificates. Zhou Beixiong looked at these certificates and let out a laugh. It seems that my name as the richest man in Shanghai is not true. The other tycoons were too shocked to speak. It wasn't just Zhou Beixiong, the richest man in Shanghai, who was not living up to his name. Even the biggest and smallest horse, the richest man in China, had to move his position. Only the young man in front of him who was less than 25 years old could truly be the richest man in China. Su Chen took in all the people's expressions, and calmly said, Gentlemen, next, I will acquire Disney at the price of $1. I wonder if you are willing to fight with me. Mr. Su commands, I dare not excuse myself. Zhou Beixiong was the first to state his position. We are willing to fight with Mr. Su. The other tycoons rose one after another, their faces full of excitement. Good. Su Chen's eyes opened steeply, shooting out two cold lights. An hour after the Hentaying Manor meeting, the news of counting the top 10 sins of Disney in China Sea had completely occupied the major news headlines. The people of China have long been outraged, and have demanded that Disney China Sea apologize for all of its previous actions. Chagall directly ignored the netizens' demands, but contacted a public relations company ready to hire a water army for public relations. However, what surprised Chagall was that no matter how high his price was, none of the PR companies chose to cooperate. It wasn't until Chagall learned the truth from the 10th PR company he contacted. All PR firms would unconditionally side with the Watson boss and refuse any cooperation with Disney. Sick. There must be a disease inside the brains of these Chinese businessmen. Chagall was so angry that he cursed. At the same time, he realized the tricky nature of this matter. But apologizing was impossible. Accepting the acquisition was even more impossible. Chagall simply let it go, knowing that although the internet had a memory, but the people of China did not. They cursed and cursed. Should come to Disney to play will still come to play. Maybe the storm will calm down in a few days. And just as countless netizens were waiting for an apology from Disney Shanghai, another piece of news detonated the internet. Riverside Garden, which has always been for rent but not for sale in China Sea, began to be sold to the public. The selling price, 21888 yuan/square meter. When this news came out, netizens were dumbfounded. In Shanghai, although the Riverside Garden is not as good as Thompson, Hentaying Villa, Dongjia No. 1, these top mansions, but it is also the middle of the property. The sale price of at least 89 million a square meter. More than 20,000? Are you kidding me? Some people will be skeptical to go to the sales department for consultation. As a result, the day of the transaction, the day of delivery, the day to move into the Riverside Garden. I didn't expect that I, a delivery man, could also buy a house in Shanghai, and the environment is so good. It's unbelievable. Here, I'm incredibly solemn to thank the boss of Riverside Garden for letting me realize my dream of buying a house in Shanghai. The takeaway boy who bought the house was ecstatic and said online, with the first comes the second. Countless people with a Triancy mentality have successfully bought a house in Riverside Garden, each smiling from ear to ear. Everyone rush, if you don't buy it, it will be gone. Thank you, Riverside Garden's owner, for your generosity. These people left messages online one after another. Those who watched these messages no longer hesitated and began to purchase the house. However, by the time they made up their minds to buy the houses in Riverside Garden were already sold out. After all, there were countless young people in Shanghai who couldn't afford a house, and there weren't many houses with 20,000 square meters. It's really too bad. Damn, shouldn't have hesitated. These young people who didn't buy a house regretted it beyond measure. At this time, there was another article in the major headlines. The title of the article is, "And obtain a wide building 10 million rooms, sheltering the world's poor people happy face." The article made a calculation. If Riverside Garden was sold at market price, it could be sold for $23.8 billion. But if it is sold at 20,000 square feet, it will only cost $6 billion. The owner of Riverside Garden had a net loss of $178 billion. Many netizens were touched when they saw this account, especially the wave of young people who had successfully purchased the house. If it wasn't for the boss of Riverside Garden, they wouldn't have been able to own a house of their own in Shanghai in their lifetime. The Riverside Garden boss became a figure of praise for a while, and at the same time, everyone was also speculating about the identity of the Riverside Garden boss. In the end, what kind of a rich man has such a broad-minded, put more than $10 billion of profits do not want? Oh, this mysterious tycoon didn't just give up more than $10 billion in profits, but he also donated $10 billion to the people in the disaster area in the south at the charity dinner in Shanghai some time ago. Guo Guanghong, the second richest man in Shanghai, said so during an interview with the media. Boom! The netizens were once again shocked. This is what a tycoon in China should be like. The ancient warrior is nothing more than that. How much money is this giving up? I'm crying. What about you guys? Without waiting for the netizens to slow down, another piece of news detonated the internet. This complaint against Disney Shanghai was also initiated by this mysterious tycoon. If Disney Shanghai doesn't give our Chinese people an explanation, I, Zhou Beixiong, will be the first to disagree. Zhou Beixiong, the chairman of Wanrong Group, said to the camera. The netizens who were informed of this had their emotions completely ignited. Disney, come out and apologize. Disney, get out of China. The day Disney doesn't come out with an explanation, I will unconditionally boycott everything from Disney. On the internet, no half-hearted voices saying Disney was good could be seen anymore. Shanghai officials decided to close Disney temporarily for safety reasons, and when Shigol in the office saw these news, the person was dumbfounded. What a good move to step in. Shigol was so angry that he clenched his teeth. He had underestimated the strength of the boss of Huaxing, and also underestimated the boss of Huaxing's character. In order to force them to Disney to bow down, tens of billions of dollars of the value of the said do not want. Where is this a qualified businessman? Is clearly a madman. Tick-tock. Just when Shigol was at a loss for words, Disney headquarters called him. Shigol, you stupid pig. How the hell did you do your job? Now the entire country of China is discussing our Disney's black history. Do you realize that our competitor Warner is using this opportunity to frantically attack us? Now even people in our own country are asking us to come out and apologize. How could Warner have known so quickly? Shigol was very puzzled by this. Warner, the world's #1 media company, their old enemy. Chapter 67, A Chance Encounter with the College Class President. How do I know? The person on the other end of the phone growled. How could they know that it was Warner who had been informed by Zhou Beixiong? The enemy of the enemy was a friend. You have to quell this matter in China for me as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't be able to do your job as Disney CEO in China. See. The caller hung up the phone in anger. Shigol froze in place, thought for a long time and did not think of any law. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Immediately called Disney's own media. Your country of China. There is a shameless businessman. In order to acquire Disney's Disneyland in Shanghai, do not hesitate to use the power of the media to slander us. Disney. I want to tell him is that Disney will not be so easy to give in. Disney sent this message to the internet, and it immediately caused a furor, with many netizens falling into deep thought. If it was true, as Shigol said, that everything that was happening now was because the owner of Riverside Garden was trying to acquire Disney Shanghai, then were they considered to have been taken advantage of? In this regard, hundreds of tycoons in Shanghai jointly spoke out. First, Disney's hegemonic behavior in Shanghai are all well-founded. Talk about slander? Second, that mysterious tycoon is indeed prepared to acquire Disney in Shanghai, but he also promised that he would donate the acquired Disney to the country without compensation. Once this statement came out, the skeptical voices on the internet immediately disappeared. Shigol, on the other hand, was so angry that he smashed the things in his office all over the place. Crazy. Lunatic. That guy is a complete lunatic. Shigol couldn't figure out why someone would do this, spending so much and not wanting any favors. Could it be that they just don't see them as Disney? In fact, Shigol hadn't guessed wrong. Su Chen was just looking at Disney in a bad light. If you open a business in China's territory, You have to do it according to China's rules, or else get lost. After Chagall finished venting, he sat disheveledly on the chair with a feeling of weakness. Right now, the entire rich and powerful people of Shanghai were all on the side of the Huasheng boss, so what was he going to do to fight with others? Moreover, the comments about Disney on the internet right now was a completely lopsided situation. Disney had become a street rat and everyone was shouting at him. Even if he chose to ignore it, Disney's popularity would plummet as a result, and maybe he wouldn't even be able to earn back the park's maintenance fees later on. Chagall gritted his teeth and first called the headquarters. This time, Disney headquarters also calmed down. Abroad, there is China's crazy targeting. Domestically, there was Warner's infinite smearing. If they didn't make the right decision, Disney was bound to suffer a great loss of energy. Let's apologize to China first, Disney headquarters said with incomparable suffocation. Chagall nodded silently. Right now, they no longer had the capital for a hard fight. Early the next morning, Chagall called in the media, stating that Disney was willing to apologize for their previous misbehavior and was willing to make compensation. However, this message was sent out but not many netizens bought it. The netizens know very well, the boss of the Riverside Garden has done so much, not Disney an apology can be resolved. Moreover, Disney's hegemonic behavior in China is not something that can be avoided with a flippant apology. Chagall's apology was quickly covered by a flood of ridicule from netizens. Without making a single wave, Chagall was dumbfounded. Weren't Chinese people the easiest to compromise? How come this apology had no effect at all? Chagall reported the situation to the headquarters. Disney HQ was in a hurry because after such a mess, their Disney share price had dropped by more than $100 billion. Before Disney HQ could come up with a decision, the Chamber of Commerce of China Sea sent out a notice. 28 companies stopped all cooperation with Disney in China Sea, and at the same time, because of Disney's non-compliance with the laws of China, violated the cooperation contract to ask for compensation from Disney. The compensation was $12 billion. Disney's headquarters received this notice and became even more upset, claiming compensation for this are okay. When the time comes to fight the lawsuit, these 28 companies may not be able to win, but the impact of 28 companies stopping cooperation with them was too great. It is equivalent to an ordinary people's home was cut off electricity, water, gas and food, to eat lighting all by themselves to get, and these, undoubtedly, will add a big burden to Disney. These Chinese businessmen are crazy? There is money are not earned. Brain is not a problem Disney headquarters cannot understand. They hastened to call Chagall contact other merchants. However, not a single company in the entire Shanghai or even Jiangnan, Wuyue region was willing to enter into cooperation with Disney. Disney was completely isolated. Where exactly is that Huasheng boss to be able to mobilize so much business power against us? Disney headquarters couldn't figure it out. Of course, the present was not the time for them to figure out Su Chen's identity, but how to deal with this matter of Disney Shanghai. The current Disney Shanghai had become a hot potato. Headquarters several giants after some discussion, helplessly found that the current best choice is to sell the Disney in Shanghai. Insisting on keeping it could only result in more losses than gains. Chagall, you tell the boss of Huasheng that we agree to sell Disney Shanghai, but $50 billion is too little. We want $80 billion. Receiving the order from headquarters, Chagall asked for Su Chen's address from Wanqinghe and had the driver rush towards Hentaying Manor. Soon, the Hentaying Manor arrived. Even though Chagall had seen the mansions of many of the giants of the business community in the country, he was still shocked after seeing the Hentaying Manor. He had to admit that China's tycoons were gradually surpassing their counterparts in terms of wealth and quality of life. Times had changed. Mr. Chagall, you're finally here. Wanqinghe had long been waiting at the entrance of the manor. Your Huasheng's boss turns his hand to the clouds and turns his hand to the rain. What a great skill. Chagall, who was also considered a Huaguitong, walked towards the inside of the manor while saying in dissatisfaction. Wanqinghe let out a light laugh. Mr. Chagall, if you want to blame it on your Disney being too overbearing, if you do business in our China, how can you not abide by our China's rules? Chagall didn't continue to answer and walked behind Wanqinghe. Arriving at the hall, Chagall saw many familiar figures. For example, Zhou Beixiong, Gua Guanghong, and Rong Mao. Chagall couldn't avoid another shock in his heart. His gaze followed and soon landed on Su Chen, who was sitting in the host family seat. Actually so young. Su Chen's age shook him deeply. Chagall took a deep breath and said, I believe you are Mr. Su, the owner of Huasheng. Chagall said, extending his palm. Su Chen directly ignored it and calmly sat there, saying, I never shake hands with people who don't follow the rules of our Chinese country. A trace of anger flashed in Chagall's eyes, but it was endured by him, saying, Mr. Su, I came here this time to talk to you about the acquisition on behalf of the Mi head office. Our Mi head office is willing to sell Disney Shanghai to you at a price of $80 billion. Su Chen took out a $1 coin from his pocket and pushed it in front of Chagall, faintly saying, I'll offer $1. Bang! Chagall slammed the desktop and said angrily, Mr. Su, you're too much. Excessive? I think this price is fair. In the face of Chagall's anger, Su Chen looked exceptionally calm. Fair? You are taking it by force. Looks like you don't want to sell it to me. Fine. You can look at this first. Chapter 68, Zhu Xiao with an exploding mind. Su Chen snapped his fingers and Wan Qinghe immediately took a stack of documents and placed them in front of Chagall. The more Chagall looked at it, the more alarmed he became. Because this was all about Su Chen's asset proof. Just the cash alone had accumulated up to more than 520 billion Chinese dollars, plus other assets that were about to catch up with the richest man in the country. However, Chagall was shocked, but not scared. If it was more than money, Microsoft would have acquired Disney long ago. What do you want to express? Chagall looked deeply at Su Chen. Snap! Su Chen snapped his fingers again. An old tall stack of documents piled up in front of Chagall. Su Chen said with an indifferent face, here are 132 indictments regarding Chinese individuals as well as enterprises against Disney Shanghai, of which, the amount of compensation that Disney Shanghai needs to pay is $153 billion. So what? You're going to pay compensation just because you say so? Chagall sniffed and sneered slightly. That's right. I'll pay compensation when I say so. Su Chen said with a cold face. Each indictment is well documented, and if Disney does not fulfill the compensation, the state of China will ban Disney from all activities in their country. This is the injunction document. Su Chen flung his hand and another document appeared in front of Chagall. Chagall picked it up and saw that it was indeed the China ban, and his face changed wildly. With this thing, Disney was considered to be blacklisted by China, unless the $15.5 billion in compensation was delivered clearly. Su Chen said indifferently, you may be thinking that the big deal is to pay out money to lift the ban, but let me tell you, you can't solve our country's ban. You can't solve my ban. As long as you have the courage to choose not to sell, I'll take this $520 billion to play with you. From now on, there will not be a single store in China that sells merchandise about Disney. There won't be a single theater showing movies about Disney. There won't be a single piece of land to build a Disney park. Everything about Disney will be wiped off the face of the earth by me. Now, will you sell or not? Su Chen picked up the $1 coin and threw it back in front of Chagall. Staring, the coin jumped on the tabletop, making sounds that constantly stimulated Chagall's nerves. Cold sweat that had soaked his back. Su Chen's words made Chagall lose his usual swagger on the negotiation table. His face changed and there was a silence. Until the coin stopped jumping, Chagall looked at Su Chen with bloodshot eyes, and angrily rebuked. You crazy person, what good does this do you? If Su Chen really banned Disney, then the market gap created by the ban would only be supplemented by Su Chen. For example, if a Disney movie was hot, and the major theaters in the country couldn't show it because of Su Chen's ban, then who would compensate for these theater losses? Only Su Chen shelled out money to make up for it. Therefore, this decision of Su Chen was completely a lose-lose approach. Chagall couldn't understand why a businessman would do this. Su Chen calmly said, benefits? I don't care. I only want those foreign companies doing business in China to understand what will happen if they don't follow China's rules. Do you know how much money you will lose if we, Disney, choose to fish out of water? Is it worth spending $500 billion to make a rule? Chagall nearly growled. I think it's worth it. Su Chen nodded indifferently and said, moreover, do you really think that you Disney will fish out of water with me? Selling Disney Central Sea to me for $1. You guys will lose $50 billion at most, and as soon as my ban comes out, you Disney will be completely swept out of the Chinese market. As far as I know, just yesterday alone, your Disney's movies, games, and a series of peripheral products earned away more than $30 billion in our country of China, and there will be more in the future. China, are you guys really willing to give up such a big piece of cake? Chagall was silent once again. The reason why he didn't explicitly say that he refused Su Chen's $1 acquisition of Disney China Sea was because of this consideration. If Su Chen really took $500 billion to fight against their Disney at every turn, the loss would not just be as simple as $50 billion. Su Chen is a madman. Disney is not. In the end, Chagall helplessly dialed the Disney headquarters to explain everything. Shameless, this Chinese businessman surnamed Su is simply an asshole. After listening to Chagall's report, several bigwigs at Disney headquarters stormed out. Furious and cursing, Chagall hurriedly reminded, Honorable gentlemen, this Chinese businessman is a complete madman. I have reason to believe that once we reject his acquisition, he will not hesitate to impose a ban on our Disney, and our Disney will not want to earn a single dime from China. He's dreaming when he wants to acquire our Disney even for $1. They say that we MIG people are overbearing in business. I think he's 100 times more overbearing than us. There were a few bigwigs who firmly disagreed with the sale. This was no longer a simple matter of acquisition. Rather, it was a matter of dignity. But there were also bigwigs who appeared sensible. they were still able to tell the difference between 50 billion and the hundreds of billions in the future. The two parties began a heated argument. Some people proposed for the Chinese officials to intervene. After all, Su Chen's move was destroying the free market. However, this suggestion was immediately rejected. The fact that the Chinese officials had even brought out the official ban showed that they were on Su Chen's side. The official road was not going to work, and the market was blocked by Su Chen. For Disney to not be kicked out of the China market, it seemed like the only way was to sell Disney to Su Chen for $1. This is my Disney's shame. A big man was so angry that he pounded the table. However, in front of dignity and interests, he chose the latter. Promise him. The head of Disney and Rice powerlessly uttered these three words. He deeply felt that times had changed, and China was no longer a place where they could do whatever they wanted. Disney had finally lost. Defeated so quickly. Defeated so dryly. He said to Su Chen in a disheveled manner, the head office has decided to sell Disney Shanghai to Mr. Su at the price of $1. Good. Even Zhou Beixiong, an old man like him, couldn't help but get excited when these words came out. This was not just the success of an empty-glove business game. Instead, it was the victory of Chinese businessmen against the hegemonic enterprises of the United States. After this incident, the rice companies will be much more disciplined in doing business on Chinese soil, so that the competitiveness of local companies will be much stronger. They cast a look of admiration at Su Chen. The matter of acquiring Disney China Sea for $1 seems simple, but if other people, including big and small horses, did it, they wouldn't be able to succeed. Only Su Chen could do it. First, strength. $520 billion of liquidity. Anyone who sees it should be afraid. Second, vigor. Su Chen used $10 billion of charitable donations and $17.8 billion of losses from Riverside Garden, totaling $27.8 billion of real money to buy the support of the officials and the people. Without this premise, the remarks on the network will not appear one-sided situation. The official will not give Su Chen approved ban documents. Thirdly, its personal charisma. So many Chinese tycoons are willing to stand in a united front with Su Chen. One is because of Su Chen's strong financial strength, and the second is Su Chen's personal charisma. Otherwise, without the full support of this group of Chinese tycoons, Su Chen might not be able to defeat Disney. Chagall looked at the crowd of Chinese tycoons rejoicing. His heart felt bad, and he sneered in his heart. Sooner or later, this loss of our Disney will come out of your Chinese pockets. Chapter 69, Towing Woman. And just as Chagall was thinking this, the system's voice rang in Su Chen's mind. The host suppressed the arrogance of foreign companies and fought for the country, letting the light of the righteous path shine on the earth, hereby rewarding the host with 51% of the shares of the Disney Group of the United States of America. Su Chen's eyes picked up. He had just finished striking Disney, and he had transformed into Disney's big boss? Does this still want Disney to live? Chagall was about to leave the manor when his cell phone received a message that it was a change in their Disney's shareholding. Disney Group's first major shareholder, Su Chen. The percentage of shares held 51. Poof. Chagall's eyes went black and a mouthful of old blood was sprayed out. After successfully taking down Disney Shanghai, Su Chen hosted a banquet for Zhou Beixiong and the others at the Hentang Manor to express his gratitude, pushing cups and exchanging drinks. The dinner lasted until 11 o'clock in the evening before ending. When the guests dispersed, Su Chen called Gu Xiaodai and had Gu Xiaodai send him back to Riverside Garden. Mr. Su. As soon as Su Chen stepped out of the car, the security guards of Riverside Garden greeted Su Chen with gratitude. It was because they finally had a house of their own in Shanghai, and all of this was brought to them by the young boss in front of them. Su Chen smiled towards them and said, "Everyone has worked hard." These security guards smiled and felt warmth in their hearts. Su Chen gave the security guards another explanation not to expose his identity in front of his cousin Xiao Yi. Just treat him as an ordinary tenant. Cousin, you're back. Su Chen opened the door, and Xiao Yi, who was wearing pink pajamas, came to him with a jump. You're still awake. Su Chen rubbed Xiao Yi's head. No, waiting for you to come back. Cousin, I saw Disney's apology statement today. Xiao Yi took a pair of slippers to Su Chen and said happily, let's see if he still dares to engage in overbearing behavior in our country. Su Chen did not intend to reveal too much to Xiao Yi. That's right, cousin. Did that friend of yours make all these? Xiao Yi was curious. How could I have such an awesome friend? Su Chen shook his head. He just used the power of the media to report this matter, and the series of things that happened afterward was something he didn't expect. Xiao Yi had no doubts about Su Chen's words and nodded her head seriously, saying, Cousin, have you seen the landlord of your Riverside Garden? I think the reason why Disney apologized this time. The landlord of Riverside Garden has a lot of credit, more than $20 billion. Say you don't want it. If it wasn't for him in this fiasco, Disney certainly wouldn't have apologized so easily. Do you think cousin can meet such an awesome person? I just cooperated with my friend in the past 2 days to narrate some situations. As for other things, I'm not too sure. Su Chen smiled. Xiao Yi thought about it. How could a big shot like the Riverside Garden homeowner be easily accessible? The next day, Su Chen, in order to compensate Xiao Yi, took Xiao Yi to stroll around the attractions in Shanghai, such as People's Square, the Bund, Xintiandi. Just as Xiao Yi happily traveled through the streets and alleys of Shanghai, there were news about Disney that detonated all over the internet. A total of 4 articles. The first was a 3,000-word letter of apology to China from Disney. This letter of apology was much more sincere than the statement of apology a day earlier. Second, Disney agreed to sell Disney China Sea to the Huaxing Group. Third, the Huaxing Group donated Disney China's shipping to the state at no cost. Fourth, Shanghai officials released a statement that Disneyland reopened a week later, with tickets reduced from the previous $3.99 to $99 a ticket, food allowed, and a daily limit of 10,000 people. When these 4 news came out, netizens were ecstatic. Disney this time silly. Really think our country is still the late Qing dynasty weak and bullying Huaxing is mighty. Huaxing Nobi. Boy, the original that mysterious tycoon is the boss of Huaxing Huaxing boss Nobi. Ha, not the boss of Riverside Garden? Someone was puzzled. I'm also confused. Wasn't it the boss of Riverside Garden who initiated the complaint against Disney? How come it's the owner of Huaxing who bought Disney? The crowd was confused, making all sorts of guesses about it. Some thought it was the boss of Huaxing who picked up the pieces. Some thought that the 2 bosses had joined forces. However, even those who thought that the boss of Huaxing had picked up the leakage did not speak ill of Huaxing. After all, Disney donated it all. And this wave of Huaxing was not to make money. Don't guess. The boss of Huaxing and the boss of Riverside Garden are actually the same person. Zhou Huaxian, who had 40 million followers on Weibo, vocalized, "Holy, so it's the same person." The netizens expressed their astonishment. They didn't have much doubt about Zhou Huaxian's words. Who was Zhou Huaxian? That was the son of the richest man in Shanghai. He was in contact with the top circles in Shanghai. Only people like him know these things clearly. After determining that Riverside Garden and Huaxing Group were the same owner, the netizens couldn't help but search for who this person really was. Unfortunately, nothing was found. This was because Su Chen had long ago instructed Wan Xinghe to hide his information online. This caused the netizens who were filled with curiosity to feel immense regret. When Xiao Yi saw the news online, she was also stunned and it took a while before she could digest it. Cousin, do you think Disney will still dare to violate our country's rules after this lesson? Xiao Yi inquired to Su Chen. Su Chen smiled faintly. It shouldn't dare anymore. Su Chen didn't tell Xiao Yi that he was now Disney's #1 shareholder. If Disney still dared to mess around, Su Chen wouldn't mind letting Disney become a historical cloud. As a matter of fact, Disney in the United States had completely chickened out, being Su Chen a piece of money to buy a park worth $50 billion even if, and now even the company's first major shareholder has become Su Chen. Where else would they dare to do things that offended Su Chen? They didn't even dare to release the blockbuster movie Upper Chi, which cost 300 million meters to complete, because one of the characters in the movie, Lord Manchu, is suspected of insulting the dignity of China's dignity. If this makes Su Chen unhappy, Disney would be in big trouble. Now these Disney executives want to memorize all the laws of China for fear of making a mistake somewhere. After strolling around Shanghai for a whole day, Su Chen and Xiao Yi returned to Riverside Garden. Su Chen paralyzed on the sofa when he saw Xiao Yi take out a set of live broadcast equipment. You're working as an anchor now? Su Chen was surprised. Xiao Yi spat out her tongue and said, after the college entrance exams, there's nothing to do. Plus I like chatting with people. So I opened a live broadcast for a period of time, just as a hobby. Su Chen nodded. Xiao Yi character lively, and can drive the atmosphere, is quite suitable for live. He asked, in which platform live? Cat Tooth. Xiao Yi skillfully fixed the cell phone on the bracket. Su Chen opened Cat Tooth and said, what is Yi's ID name? Xiao Yi was a bit embarrassed and said, Alalay. Su Chen searched for Alalay. A user with an avatar of Xiao Yi's photo and 1,253 followers popped up. Su Chen clicked in to take a look. The anchor announcement position read, live as you please. No contact information. Children are prohibited from brushing gifts. In terms of gifts, the weekly list has 300 on the first list. The second list has 107, and the others are a few dozen dollars, adding up to no more than $500. The corner of Su Chen's mouth was slightly drawn. Chapter 70, Head of Huaxing's Finance Department. Sure enough, it was a hobby. There were a total of $500 on the weekly list, and it would be nice to have $200 that EE could get her hands on. Calculated like this, it was only $800 a month. Xiao EE smiled shyly towards Su Chen, then opened the live broadcast and waited quietly. It took a while before an audience entered the live broadcast room. Miss Alalay is finally on the air. Miss Sister, why haven't you broadcasted live in the past 2 days? Anchor, what place are you in now? How come it's different from your previous live broadcast environment? Ha ha, I've kept you all waiting. Remember I told you about my very handsome cousin? I came to Shanghai to find him to play. I'm at his home now. Xiao Yi said naturally to the camera. Are there any fun places in Shanghai? The netizens continued to ask questions, and Xiao Yi chatted with them one way or another. Su Chen watched for a while and realized that Xiao Yi was obviously not very old, but she acted like a knowing big sister when facing the audience. The viewers swiped some small gifts for Xiao Yi from time to time, and Xiao Yi would earnestly express her gratitude, and the atmosphere of the entire live broadcast room was exceptionally good. And just as Xiao Yi was happily chatting with her fans, a Monarch account with the ID King Cold entered the live room. As soon as King Cold entered, he swiped a cat's tooth one worth $1,000 and left a message. Little Anchor, how about if you learn to bark like a dog? I'll reward you with a cat's tooth one. The harmonious atmosphere in the live broadcast room was immediately broken, and Xiao Yi's pretty face changed slightly. Little Anchor, how about you learn a dog's bark and I'll reward you with a cat's tooth one. The moment this sentence appeared in the live broadcast room, it instantly caused all the viewers to recoil. Xiao Yi was no exception, and her cheeks with a smile instantly went cold. I'm sorry, forgive me for not being able to do it, and you're not welcome in my live room. Xiao Yi was very direct. Yo ho, the little anchor has some personality. King Cold left a message in the live broadcast room, then brushed another cat's tooth one, picking the shore and saying, I like little anchors with personality like you. Come on, a dog barks a cat's tooth one. If you don't, I'll just keep brushing it. I'll see how long you can hold out. Xiao Yi raised her eyebrows. Her face became even more unsightly. A viewer typed out a pop-up screen. I know who this guy is. One of the most shameless godly heroes of cat's teeth. I heard that his family got more than $1 billion by demolishing the house and smacking of having no place to spend it. He just hangs around in various live broadcasting platforms every day, specializing in nauseating the newbie anchors. I also remembered. I didn't realize that Miss Alalay's live room was also targeted by this guy. I threw up. This guy doesn't move. He tells female anchors to take off their clothes and do underhanded actions. And if these female anchors don't do it, he keeps smashing money to reward them. And in the end, these female anchors either compromise or turn off their live rooms. Humph. Miss Aral's live room is considered cat's tooth's pure land. We will never allow it to be polluted by this infamous guy. King Cold. Seeing these pop-ups, Xiao Yi had a basic understanding of King Cold, and her brows furrowed slightly. Compromising she definitely was not going to compromise. If King Cold kept on brushing gifts like this, she would only have to shut down the live room. Brush. My name is Jiang Xiaobai and I'm sending out a cat's tooth one. Xiao Yi's fans started to fight back. Anchor, we can't compromise. Jiang Xiaobai spoke. Thank you, fellow Xiaobai. Xiao Yi was moved for a moment. Jiang Xiaobai was considered to be her old fan, and he was the one who swiped the $300 gift on list one. He, dare to go against Lao Zi. Do you have that strength? King Cold immediately popped up. King Cold, send out a cat's teeth one. Swish 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 swish. 5 consecutive strikes. 5 cat's teeth one directly rubbed Jiang Xiaobai on the ground. King Cold, is it fun for you to smash money and disgust people every day? An audience member said indignantly. Ha ha ha, I just like to use money to smash these hosts into selling their principles. You guys just wait to hear the dogs bark. King Cold arrogantly responded. Some fans gritted their teeth and swiped gifts for Xiao Yi in defense. Guard the best Alalay and send a confession balloon. My name is Zhang Bingxin. Send a cat's teeth one. I'm a little cat tooth. Sending out a bill gun. Although Xiao Yi's gifts were dabbling, there was still a great distance from King Cold's 5 cat's teeth one. 5 cat's teeth number 1 would be $5,000, and these fans had given out a total of $3,000 in gifts. That's all the fighting power? A bunch of poor bastards want to fight me too? I won't be King Cold if I don't brush until this little anchor learns to bark like a dog today. King Cold was very proud. Previously, there was an anchor with 100,000 fans, and he also asked that anchor to brush a cat's tooth one for learning a dog's bark. That female anchor refused in every way and even opened her mouth to scold him. As a result, when he brushed the gift to $100,000 to go, that female anchor immediately compromised. Woof woof woof, in the live broadcast room called endlessly. That night, he gave that female anchor a gift of $300,000. He, King Cold, didn't have many other hobbies, but he liked to use money to trample on other people's dignity. Brush swish 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 swish. After spraying, King Cold swiped 5 more cat's teeth one in one breath. I'm throwing up. I can't brush anymore. Is there a big brother to save our Miss Alare? Xiao Yi's fans were a bit deflated. I'm thankful for everything everyone has done for me. I won't compromise no matter what. Xiao Yi expressed her gratitude to her fans and then apologized with an apologetic face. I might have to go off the air early tonight. Hey, it's the only way. Why is there such a disgusting guy like King Cold in the world? When he loses all the $1 billion of demolition money, I'll see what arrogance he can take. The viewers vented their dissatisfaction with the culprit, King Cold. When King Cold saw these pop-ups, he not only didn't care, but was pleased. Poor bastards. It's better not to watch live broadcasts in the future. By the way, little anchor, I've memorized your ID number. I'll come to your live room to hang out once you go live in the future. I'll see how many times you can turn off the live broadcast. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Xiao Yi's fans clenched their teeth in anger. Xiao Yi was also furious. If she kept being harassed by King Cold like this, she wouldn't want to open a live stream in the future. And even more furious, she couldn't do anything about King Cold. With this anger, Xiao Yi was ready to turn off the live stream. Suddenly, a treasure chest floated past Xiao Yi's live broadcast. SpongeBob, sending out a treasure map. A treasure map, the most valuable gift on the Cat's Tooth live broadcast platform. 5,000 Chinese coins for a treasure map. Before Xiao Yi and the viewers had time to be surprised, the banner came back in the live broadcast room. SpongeBob, give away a treasure map. SpongeBob, send out a treasure map. SpongeBob, give away a treasure map. Hidden treasure map. 10 consecutive swipes, worth 50,000 Chinese coins. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's the situation? Xiao Yi's fans were dumbfounded. Xiao Yi was no exception, rubbing her eyes and thinking she had misread it. King Cold? What kind of trash is that? Trying to upset Miss Earl too. SpongeBob left a message. Ooh, I'm crying. The little anchor finally has a big brother to protect her. Big brother SpongeBob, we love you. Where is King Cold? Keep brushing off. Don't you want to disgust us? King Cold immediately jumped out. 10 treasure maps only. Also wanna pick on me, King Cold. Chapter 71, so rich. I'm sorry. A word to you. If the knife is not sharp and the horse is too skinny, what are you going to fight me with? Swish swish swish. King Cold directly swiped out 20 treasure maps. 2, 20, $100,000. Xiao Yi's fans got nervous again. After all, King Cold and their family had $1 billion family fortune. Would Big Brother SpongeBob be able to swipe and win against him? Swish swish swish. 50 treasure maps appeared. SpongeBob swiped them. Big Brother SpongeBob is mighty. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 250,000 Chinese coins. Big Brother SpongeBob is too dignified. As nearly 100 treasure maps were brushed out, the entire Cat's Tooth was sensationalized, and countless viewers flocked to Xiao Yi's live room wanting to see what was going on. Asterisk 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 asterisk. King Cold? This is someone who has gotten into a fight with King Cold? Damn, this guy King Cold doesn't know how many anchors he's disgusted, and now there's finally someone who stepped forward to fight him. Soon, these newly influxed viewers figured out the situation and left comments in anticipation, being followed by more and more people. King Cold sent out a pop-up. Fight me? You're also worthy? The world of flowers is fascinating to the eyes. Don't race your face without strength. Swish, 200 treasure maps appeared. My Nima, worthy of being a man with $1 billion of demolition money in his family. He just doesn't treat money as money. 1 million, my ass. The new influx of viewers were shocked to their core, while Xiao Yi's fans were filled with worry. It's 1 million. Can Big Brother SpongeBob still swipe? Just as they were just flooded with such thoughts, swish, 1,000 treasure maps crossed over from the live broadcast. SpongeBob sends out treasure maps asterisk 1,000. Little friends come and watch the godly hero. A huge banner unfolded and could be seen by the entire Cat's Tooth live audience. Jiao, what the is happening? The viewers in the other anchors' live rooms were directly stunned. Those anchors were also stunned. What was the concept of 1,000 treasure maps? 5 million Chinese dollars. Xiao Yi's live room was even more dead silent. The shock that 1,000 treasure maps brought them was too great, and they didn't react for a while. Xiao Yi sat there, also with a dumbfounded expression. Big Brother SpongeBob did a great job. King Cold, get your ass out here. Can you still brush? Big Brother SpongeBob is mighty. Big Brother SpongeBob cowhide. Big Brother SpongeBob, I want to give you a monkey. I also want, SpongeBob. Big Brother cannot put the character card so dead? After the shock, Xiao Yi's live room completely exploded. The popularity went from thousands to tens of thousands at the beginning to tens of millions now. The pop-ups one by one were even brushed so fast that they were invisible almost as soon as they appeared. King Cold, where are you? A fan of Xiao Yi shouted. SpongeBob, I told you, the heat is grumpy. I don't smile. Stop it. It's not just $5 million? I'll follow it. King Cold jumped out. Swish, the same 1,000 treasure maps swiped out. The entire room detonated. Worthy of being King Cold. It's just bold. Damn it, where is the luxury? It's clearly a loser. If I were King Cold's father, I would have broken his legs. You don't understand. If King Cold doesn't earn back this face now, he will become the #1 joke of Cat's Teeth, and this account will only be thrown aside. Then again, where exactly is this SpongeBob? Is it hard to be so rich as a chef at the Krabby Patty? The people in the live broadcast room started a heated discussion, and King Cold's act of throwing $5 million at a time once again scared Xiao Yi's fans from making a sound. King Cold jumped out in a hurry. SpongeBob SquarePants, aren't you very hung up? Give it to me to continue. With just this much skill, what do you have to be hoity-toity? Just as King Cold's message had just appeared, a banner that lit up the eyes of all the viewers of Cat Tooth Live appeared. SpongeBob SquarePants sent out treasure maps *10,000. Little friends come and watch the God Ho. 10,000 treasure maps. 50 million Chinese coins. The entire Cat's Tooth Live. A dead silence. Since the birth of the live broadcast industry, not to mention a reward of 50 million Huaxia coins, there wasn't even a single reward of more than 10 million. After a short silence, Xiao Yi's live room completely exploded. Pop-ups flying. In addition to bold, and I really do not know what to say. Brothers, SpongeBob Big Brother Cowhide on the screen. SpongeBob Big Brother Cowhide. A moment full of screen. SpongeBob Big Brother Cowhide. Where's King Cold? You are not very hanging? Give Big Brother SpongeBob continue. Do not dare to continue? What is there to be hoity-toity in front of Big Brother SpongeBob? Some viewers returned King Cold's words to King Cold. King Cold man was already confused. He thought he was crazy enough, but he didn't expect to meet someone who was even crazier than him. Although their family had $1 billion in demolition money, most of it was with his father, and he had less than $100 million in his hands. Taking $5 million to fight for a breath was fine, but telling him to take $50 million to fight for a breath was better than killing him. King Cold, why no sound? Aren't you born with a proud bone? Don't pose in front of your brother Cold? Where is King Cold now? The audience continued to shout. When King Cold saw these pop-ups, his face turned blue. There was no way to mix with Cat's Tooth Live. So, King Cold exited the live broadcast. King Cold logged out of his account. I can't afford to mess with me and I can't afford to hide. Laving, we won. Seeing King Cold exit the live room, Xiao Yi's fans cheered. The other viewers also lamented. I didn't expect King Cold to actually lose in the hands of a small anchor. Xiao Yi was still sitting in front of her cell phone in a daze. How many gifts had she received tonight? 50 million plus 25 million plus 1 million plus winning the lottery wasn't even this fast. She was dumbfounded. After a long time, she said to the audience somewhat numbly, "Sorry everyone. I need to go calm down." After saying that, she turned off the live broadcasting room, and the viewers couldn't leave, and kept discussing this unprecedented battle in the history of live streaming in Xiao Yi's live room. Cousin, let me tell you something. Xiao Yi pushed open the door of Su Chen's room with a face full of excitement. What is it? Su Chen asked with a curious face. Xiao Yi told Su Chen what had just happened in the live broadcast room. Cousin, over $60 million. It's like I'm dreaming right now. Su Chen also acted quite surprised, as if he was shocked, saying, then what are you going to do? Well, I'm going to return all the money that the platform distributed to me to Big Brother SpongeBob. If it wasn't for him today, I really don't know what to do. I'm very grateful to him for helping me, Xiao Yi said without hesitation. What if he doesn't take it? Su Chen said, not accept? Xiao Yi pondered for a while. If he doesn't want it, I'll donate the money to a public welfare organization. I'm afraid that if I have so much money all of a sudden, I'll become something I'm not. Su Chen rubbed Xiao Yi's head and said, our Yi has grown up. Xiao Yi contacted SpongeBob as planned. Through the platform private chat, he first thanked SpongeBob for his help, then solemnly promised to return all the rewards from the platform to him. SpongeBob didn't return the message for half a day. Unable to do so, Xiao Yi had to go wash up first and wait for a reply. After Xiao Yi walked out of Su Chen's room, Su Chen clicked on Cat Tooth Live. His ID was exactly SpongeBob. He replied to Xiao Yi, hello anchor. I'm not just your viewer. I'm also one of the shareholders of Cat Tooth. King Cold's existence has seriously damaged the harmony of Cat Tooth Live. Today I just need to use your live room to drive him away. And all this money is what you deserve. So you don't need to give it back to me. Chapter 72. The store is big and deceiving customers. It didn't take long for Xiao Yi to send a message, saying that she would donate all the money to public welfare organizations. Su Chen sent a thumbs-up gesture. Xiao Yi lay in bed for a long time, unable to sleep. Everything that happened tonight was really shocking to her. Big Brother SpongeBob said that he's one of Cat Tooth's shareholders? She picked up her cell phone and searched online. Since Su Chen had long ago hidden all his identity and information online, Xiao Yi naturally found nothing. Early the next morning, Xiao Yi told Su Chen that she was going to look for a summer job. Su Chen didn't stop him, although he could guarantee that Xiao Yi would never be short of money in her life. But everyone had their own life. There was no need for him to interfere too much. After Xiao Yi went out, Su Chen decided to find himself something to do. so he first went to Shanghai Global Plaza to look around and sign a few documents. Then he went to Huasheng Group to have a look and listen to Wan Qinghao report on his work during this period of time. After getting all of this done, Su Chen drove the Passat and wandered around the city. Bang! And just as he parked his car in front of the crosswalk and waited for the green light, the front end of the Passat was slammed by a red Porsche. Su Chen frowned. The reason his car was hit was all because the Porsche made a U-turn on the crosswalk. This was a complete violation of traffic regulations. Swish! A thickly made-up woman wearing a white cap, a small white camisole on top, straight pants underneath, and red high heels came down from the Porsche. The thick makeup woman was looking towards Su Chen with an annoyed face. How the are you driving? Can't you see that my mom is making a U-turn? Don't know to off to the side either. She pointed at Su Chen and started cursing. Su Chen was all pissed off and laughed. Crosswalk the same lane to turn around, there is a reason? He stepped out of the car and said indifferently. First, it's you who violated the traffic regulations. It has nothing to do with me. Second, your mouth better give me a cleaner. The white-hatted female driver sniffed and became even angrier, crossing her arms with one hand and cursing. This is how the old lady never drives. Running red lights and racing cars are notorious in Shanghai. A single phone call can change these violation records. You dare to be arrogant in front of me? If you don't pay for my repairs today, I'll make you look good. Hey, what a big bully. Unfortunately, you messed with the wrong person. Su Chen let out a cold laugh. Ha 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 ha. What qualifications do you have to say such things in front of my mother? One who drives a trashy Passat? The white-hatted female driver first laughed arrogantly, then her face steeply chilled. If you really have the guts, you'll settle this matter with me privately today. Su Chen laughed. Good, then let's go private. The white-hatted female driver also revealed a bright smile. You wait for me. See if I don't get you killed today. Su Chen found a tea house to stop the car in order not to block the traffic, then ordered a cup of green tea and drank it calmly. The white-capped female driver also followed to the tea house, then picked up her cell phone and made a call. Wait, after making the call, her gaze was filled with cruelty as she glanced at Su Chen. Su Chen was unmoved, and even opened Timmy for a game of king. Victory! This game Su Chen won quite easily, and not long after Su Chen ended king, a short, burly, tattooed bald man entered the tea house. Behind the tattooed bald head were 20 to 30 elite pole youths. These young men had a fierce look on their faces, and at a glance, they didn't know that they weren't the main ones to be messed with. As soon as the white-capped female driver saw the tattooed bald head, she immediately greeted him and delicately said, Brother Long, why did you just come? Bald is also the white-capped female driver in the mouth of the dragon, and the white-capped female driver's face pinched a hand. A cheeky smile, just busy to go. This is not. Once received our small Moon's phone immediately with the brothers rushed to. Which ungrateful guy dared to mess with our Chinese sister-in-law? One of Brother Long's junior brothers stood out and asked. Here, it's this little guy who drives a Passat and bulls his way to the sky, crashed my car, and said something about me messing with the wrong person. Chen Yu pointed to Su Chen. Long's little brother immediately surrounded towards Su Chen. A face of arrogance towards Su Chen cursed. Kid, what kind of thing are you? Also dare to provoke our Chen Yu sister? Kid, where are you from? Believe it or not, my legs are broken for you. Driving a Passat, you want to go to heaven. If you drive a BMW M5 like our brother Long, not to scurry to Mars? Tea house owner saw this scene, did not dare to make a sound. Brother Long, he is recognized. Brother Long, Kunshan people, opened a money lending company in Shanghai. The bottom of the hand to raise 100 or so fighters. Pressure is not ordinary people can afford to offend. This young man is going to have bad luck. The tea house owner sighed in his heart. Su Chen was calm from the beginning. He raised his eyelids and said to Chen Yu, these are the people you called, right? Chen Yu coldly smiled. With my brother Long here, it's enough to get you killed 100 times. Su Chen nodded. Good. It's good that the people are all here. Come with me to a place. Chen Yu said irritably. What the hell are you trying to pull? On the other hand, Brother Long waved his hand with confidence. Just go with him. Can a guy in a Passat still turn over the sky? Chen Yu thought about it. 20 minutes later, the Hentaying Villa area arrived. Su Chen was in the lead. Behind him was Long's BMW M5 and Chen Yu's Porsche, as well as 10 or so vans. The ones sitting in the vans were all Brother Long's minions. Kid, what do you mean? In order to prevent Su Chen from running away halfway, Brother Long arranged for a junior brother to sit in Su Chen's car. The walkie-talkie in the little brother's hand transmitted Brother Long's voice. Brother Long sat in the BMW with a frown on his face. The Hentaying Villa area was a well-known rich area in Shanghai. Any random owner inside was not something he, Brother Long, could afford to mess with. Just follow me. Su Chen replied with the help of the walkie-talkie. Brother Long was still hesitating. Chen Yu's impatient voice sounded. Brother Long, he's just a Passat driver. What's there to be afraid of? Just follow him. When he can't pretend, we'll clean him up properly. Brother Long didn't want to show his cowardice in front of his woman, and continued to follow Su Chen's car into the Henteing Villa area. As the Passat traveled all the way up, Long saw a house that looked like a palace, Henteing Manor. After seeing the Henteing Manor, Brother Long instead breathed a sigh of relief. This kid is really pretending. If he knows the owner of the Henteing Manor still need to drive a Passat, Long's heart was instantly solid. However, the next moment, the closed gate of the Henteing Manor opened all of a sudden. Passat entered without any obstruction. Long's heart violently panicked. The gas pedal as the brake stepped on, followed by driving in. Seeing this, the vehicle behind him similarly drove into the manor. Tick-tock. The Passat stopped at the manor parking pad, and Su Chen drilled out from the car. Good day, boss. Gu Xiaodai brought the manor bodyguards to wait for a long time. Once they saw Su Chen, they bent down and bowed, their faces full of respect. Brother Long got down from the car, and when he saw this scene, his entire body was dumbfounded. The same was true for Chen Yu and Brother Long's minions. The dumbfounded state of Brother Long subconsciously yelled towards Su Chen. Gu Xiaomai's eyebrows jerked up and her palm swung. Swish swish swish. In the manor, 20 well-trained bodyguards pulled out their pistols and aimed them at Brother Long's head in unison. Now, let's talk about the private matter.